be no economic production inside them. 137 Industrial society was premised upon such stark boundaries and oppositions. The point could be taken too far. Subsistence economies persisted, whether among white farm households in Appalachia. Centuries of successive commodity booms had passed over them, or Hispanic villages in the Southwest, which mixed commerce and subsistence not far from corporate railroad and mining camps. 138 In New Mexico, the Navajo retained economic autonomy by combining horticulture and sheep herding. 139 Capital did not touch everything. But in addition to the extraordinary rise in wealth and output, what was different was how much capital did transform. Commerce had hardly ever left as much a mark on economic lives. Another departure concerned what capital-intensive production left behind in its wake, as Enlightenment dreams of improvement and natural abundance translated into the economy of fossil fuel-powered intensification. The result was not only more production and wealth but also vast destruction. In 1878 in Minnesota, one of the first steel rolling flour mills exploded, and the roof blew 100 feet into the sky, killing 18 persons. 140 Environmental sacrifice zones appeared across the continent. On the arid high plains, farmers brought acres under cultivation in soils where capitalist farming was not sustainable. Rain did not follow the plow, creating conditions for future dust bowls. On the southern plains, cattle overgrazing led ranchers to drive herds northward. In the two unusually harsh winters of 1886 and 1887, as many as 1 million cattle perished in what came to be known as the Great Die-Up. Fleeing winter storms, cattle blindly piled into farmers' barbed wire fences, where, trapped, they froze to death. For Homestead. In the winter of 1886–87, while the Great Die-Up was in full swing, the Edgar Thomson Steel Works sat idle. Andrew Carnegie had continued to search for more costs to cut. But fixed costs were just that, fixed. So his eyes had fallen on a variable cost labor. 141 But when he cut wages, his workers walked off the job. The willfulness of the human beings who tended the new capital goods was disrupting the implicit reason for their existence to produce more, at less cost, and thus the logic of Carnegie's entire operation. At first Carnegie got along well enough with his workers. Unlike many of his competitors, no matter the market conditions, he always ran his factories full, which meant his workforce never suffered from periodic bouts of unemployment. Also uncommonly, he was willing to negotiate with labor unions, including the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, formed in 1876. The Amalgamated was a craft union, consisting of highly skilled, highly knowledgeable male laborers who combined to bargain with their employers over wages and working conditions. 142 In 1878 Carnegie had instructed Captain Bill Jones to cut wage expenditures, but Jones shot back, "Leave good enough alone." Low wages, he lectured Carnegie, does not always imply cheap labor. Good wages and good workmen I know to be cheapest labor. At Edgar Thomson, capital goods had only just begun to mechanize steel production and to shift company demand from skilled to unskilled laborers. Jones still needed committed skilled workers. He persuaded Carnegie to switch from the 12-hour day to the 8-hour day. Then Carnegie changed his mind, because 3 shift turnovers a day were more expensive than 2. Edgar Thomson went back on the 12-hour day. Workers alternated between week-long runs on the day and night shifts, with a periodic, grueling 24-hour changeover shift. 143. Carnegie also, in the winter of 1886, put Edgar Thomson wages on a sliding scale. When steel prices went down, as they did because Carnegie had cut costs, he thought it justified that wages fell proportionately. In response, the Edgar Thomson workers went on strike. Carnegie, hoping to appease them, chose not to hire replacements. Thomson remained shuttered for 5 months, until the workers caved. Carnegie had won. In 1889 a blast furnace explosion at the Edgar Thomson Works took Jones's life. But a new steel works, 1 mile downriver in Homestead, Pennsylvania, had recently superseded Edgar Thomson anyway. At the Homestead plant, the process of making steel was almost thoroughly integrated. It was among the first U.S. steelworks to employ open hearth processes, which reduced the need for the manual puddling of molten iron. Puddlers had stood near the apex of Amalgamated's craft union hierarchy of skill. In 1889, the year of Jones's death, Carnegie Steel's 1886 contract with the Amalgamated expired. A strike broke out over Carnegie's insistence on the inclusion of a wage sliding scale in the new contract. Carnegie instructed his managers at Homestead to follow his model at Edgar Thomson 2 years before. There were to be no replacement workers, but also no negotiating. But a young executive who had been put in charge flinched and signed a 3-year contract with the Amalgamated, which accepted a modified sliding scale in return for the company's recognition of the union as the sole collective bargaining agent for all Homestead workers. Carnegie, furious, scolded his underling for agreeing under intimidation. "For men in other works now know that we will confer with lawbreakers." 144. By 1892, when the 1889 Homestead contract terminated, the cost of production and steel prices had slid further. His increased profits notwithstanding, Carnegie decided that wages must slide in tandem. By now, his leading business partner, Henry Frick, had changed his mind about unions. The two men decided that the Amalgamated should be eliminated. As another partner would recall, it placed a tax on improvements, therefore the Amalgamated had to go. 145. Carnegie did not have the stomach to do it, but Frick did. Carnegie set sail for Europe in his annual grouse hunting trip. From England, he wrote to Frick, "We are with you to the end." 146. Before negotiations with the Amalgamated began, Frick had his men construct an 8-foot wall around the steelworks, dotted by 12-foot-high platforms with floodlights, and slotted with holes large enough for the point of rifles. Strewn atop the 4-mile wall that surrounded the steelworks was a blanket of barbed wire. Chapter 9. Class War and Home Life. In 1892, the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel, and Tin Workers at the Carnegie Steel Company's Homestead Steel Works, founded in 1876, counted 24,000 national members. It was the strongest union affiliated with the American Federation of Labor, AFL, a national association of craft unions founded in 1886. Homestead, Pennsylvania, was its best organized local. A craft union organized workers by occupation and skill, unlike an industrial union, which organized entire workplaces regardless of occupation and skill. At Homestead, the Amalgamated had enlisted 800 of the 3,800 workers. 1. Henry Frick believed the Amalgamated was preventing the Carnegie Steel Company from doing what Andrew Carnegie had obsessively designed it to do, increase steel output at a reduced cost. With Frick, the Amalgamated sought to negotiate a new contract with better wage rates and improved working conditions, including the pace of work. Since skilled labor in particular was a cost, Frick wanted the authority to replace skilled labor with machines and to assign tasks to unskilled workers. U.S. manufacturing was world-renowned for the speed of its production process, and new machines, the capital goods of the Industrial Revolution, would speed production even further, but the Amalgamated was hampering their introduction. A Carnegie manager complained that the company's method of apportioning the work, of regulating the turns, of altering machinery, in short, every detail of working the great plant, was subject to the interference of some busybody representing the Amalgamated Association too. The Amalgamated had complaints, too. A number of its workers, for instance, were masters of the highly skilled and physically onerous craft of puddling steel. Their accumulated knowledge about production processes had long been the basis not only of their bargaining position but of a masculine pride in their physical labor. 3 Representatively, Thomas Pollock Anschutz's painting The Iron Worker's Noontime, 1880, depicts the physical prowess of the kind of metal workers who only a decade later, at Carnegie's Steel Works, were in danger of becoming obsolete. But the process of capital deepening, putting more productive capital in the hands of the same worker, made management less dependent on these workers. At Homestead, For instance, the new open hearth process of rolling steel dispensed with the puddling of steel. Thomas Pollock Anschutz, The Iron Workers' Noontime, 1880. Anschutz painted this scene near Wheeling, West Virginia. The naturalistic style places emphasis on the physical prowess of iron workers, as well as on the homosocial qualities of the industrial workplace, where gay subcultures were present at the time. The bleakness of the scene alarmed the painting's first viewers, fearful of what it foretold of industrialization. Note that many of the poses evoke classical forms, the man rubbing his bicep suggesting a pose from the Parthenon. Falling steel prices were the fruits of the company's productivity gains, delivered to its owners. Carnegie believed that workers' wages should fall accordingly. But sliding wages threatened the aspirations of young, transient, single male wage earners, who perhaps hoped to earn and then quickly move on, if not migrate back to Europe. For married men, lower pay threatened their breadwinning ability, another common aspiration of working people, who sought to prevent their wives from leaving the home and entering the sphere of remunerative labor that according to middle-class prescription was supposed to be only for men. If husbands could not earn a breadwinning wage, wives, perhaps even children, might need to endure the middle-class indignity of working for wages. In 1890 over 90% of women over the age of 35 were married, and only 3.3% of them engaged in paid labor outside the home. 4 The company thus threatened homestead workers' manly bearing. In 1892, when Carnegie Steel made an estimated $4 million in profit, Frick proposed that homestead workers take at least a 12% wage cut. The Amalgamated countered with 4%. Frick refused and fired a number of amalgamated affiliated workers. In sympathy, the rest walked out. On July 29, Frick shut down the factory, locking out its entire workforce. 5 The National Amalgamated had forbidden locals to include unskilled workers, but the Homestead Local, mostly American-born Protestants, had welcomed unskilled Slovak and Hungarian Catholic immigrants, which now granted the strike a broader worker basis. They were among the 23.5 million Central, Southern, and Eastern Europeans, Poles, Slavs, Hungarians, Czechs, Jews, and Italians who came to the United States during the proletarian migration of 1880 to 1920, a great number of whom planned to return and subsequently did. 6 Meanwhile they transformed U.S. labor markets, and their supply of waged labor made possible industrialization, including Carnegie's steel works. Frick blamed Huns for the discord. 7 The town of Homestead, 8,000 people, all directly or indirectly bound to the United States' largest rolling mill, sympathized with the workers. The mayor, honest John McCluskey, a Union veteran and a former steel worker, sat on the Amalgamated's advisory committee, which was led by the Irish immigrant steel roller Hugh O'Donnell. When O'Donnell saw Carnegie Steel construct its 8-foot wall around the steel works and string it with barbed wire complete with lookout towers, shooting posts, and floodlights, he knew Frick was planning to bring in non-union, replacement workers. O'Donnell instructed the Amalgamated to organize on a truly military basis. 9 days after the lockout began, 2 barges appeared on the Monongahela River, bearing 300 uniformed guards armed with Winchester rifles. Frick had hired them from the Pinkerton Detective Agency and was paying them to protect the coming replacement workers. When the Pinkertons tried to land on the riverbank, thousands of homestead workers and local sympathizers greeted them from behind makeshift steel barricades. They, too, were armed with rifles, some carried home from the Civil War, with dynamite left over from 4th of July fireworks, and with 2 artillery pieces, including a Union Army cannon, reputedly from the Battle of Antietam. The Pinkertons landed, and shots were fired, although from which direction first it remains unclear. For 14 hours, the 2 sides traded gunfire. Homesteaders launched handcarts doused with flaming oil down the embankment. The beleaguered Pinkertons finally surrendered, in return for safe passage to the local train station to depart from the city. But the path to the station became a 600-yard gauntlet. Men stripped the Pinkertons' uniforms off their backs, women swung umbrellas and whips, and children shouted insults. In the Battle of Homestead, 2 Pinkertons and 7 homesteaders died. On July 12, Frick persuaded the governor of Pennsylvania to send 8,500 members of the National Guard to Homestead under the guise of protecting the company's property. Replacement workers, mostly Eastern European immigrants and blacks, entered the steel works. Based on a dubious interpretation of a Civil War statute, members of the Amalgamated's advisory committee were sent to jail on charges of treason. Meanwhile, an anarchist Russian émigré, Alexander Berkman, at the time running an ice cream parlor in Worcester, Massachusetts, with his lover, Emma Goldman, another anarchist Russian émigré, boarded a train for Homestead, with his pistol. He barged into Frick's office, yelled, "Murderer," and shot Frick, who yelled "Murderer" back. Berkman pulled out a dagger and stabbed Frick multiple times, then was finally subdued. It was not enough, Frick was back at his work desk that afternoon. Berkman spent 14 years in prison. 9. Homestead workers grew desperate. Some directed their animosity toward black replacement workers, who they called Frick's nigger black sheep. Nearly 4 months after Frick's lockout, the Amalgamated relented and voted to return to work on Frick's terms. But Frick reinstated only a few of them. He had won. Nationally, the Amalgamated reeled. Carnegie returned home from his hunting excursion in Europe and was genuinely sad, he said, about what had happened in his absence. Carnegie and Frick's relationship never recovered. Late in life, Carnegie reached out to Frick in hopes of reconciliation. Frick rebuffed Carnegie's messenger, allegedly replying, "Tell him I'll see him in hell, where we both are going." 11. One class war. The Battle of Homestead was an unusually violent instance of industrial-labor conflict in the age of capital, but it was no aberration. In 1892 alone, state militias intervened to put down strikes on 23 separate occasions. 12 The Homestead strike followed nearly 2 decades of labor strife, which had begun, no less dramatically, in the aftermath of the Panic of 1873 with the Great Railroad Strike of 1877. Carnegie's mentor, the Pennsylvania Railroad executive Tom Scott, precipitated the strike. After the Panic of 1873, the Penn Railroad suffered from lack of business, and to maintain dividends for his restless stockholders, Scott slashed wages by 20%. The cost of capital goods was fixed, but the cost of labor was variable. Other railroad corporations, colluding with the Pennsylvania Railroad in a pool to coordinate rates and wages, a practice not yet outlawed, followed. One of them was the Baltimore and Ohio. 13. The Great Strike. The 6th Maryland Regiment fighting its way through Baltimore, 1877. The Civil War was in the recent past when the Great Railroad Strike of 1877 took place. Labor violence led many Americans to wonder if another irrepressible conflict loomed. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877 began in July at the Baltimore and Ohio, erupting in Camden, Maryland, and spreading to Martinsburg, West Virginia. In response to wage cuts, workers went on strike and set up physical barricades to block traffic. The West Virginia governor sent in the state militia to restore freight passage, but many members of the militia sympathized with the strikers. A rolling series of strikes, on the Baltimore and Ohio and beyond, broke out in Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Chicago, and St. Louis. The only regions spared were the Deep South and New England. New industrial cities were the chief arenas of conflict, and municipal authorities struggled to contain the violence. 14 In Pittsburgh, a crowd of workers and sympathizers, many women and children, blockaded the Pennsylvania Railroad's freight yard. The Pittsburgh police, in solidarity with the strikers, would not act. State militiamen arrived, bayoneted a few protesters, and fired on the crowd, killing 20. Angry mobs, in the thousands, chased the 600 militiamen into a roundhouse, where they barricaded themselves, clinging to a Gatling gun. The mob destroyed more than 2,000 railcars, 100 locomotives, and nearly 40 buildings, and they tore up the tracks of a 3-mile stretch of the Pennsylvania Railroad. More militia arrived from Philadelphia and restored order. Scott and the Pennsylvania Railroad would later successfully sue the city of Pittsburgh for loss of property. 15. Damaged track, railroad riots. Pennsylvania Railroad, 1877. The Pennsylvania Railroad was among the largest corporations in the world when the Great Railroad Strike of 1877 broke out. Afterward, because of the loss of property due to the destruction pictured here, the company successfully sued Allegheny County for compensation, after claiming the state had failed to provide the railroad's private property adequate police protection. Meanwhile, in St. Louis, railroad workers led a general strike. For several days, the Workingmen's Party of the United States, led by émigré German socialists, controlled the city. Strikers did not always blame the bosses. In San Francisco, a workers' party-led strike deteriorated into a pogrom against Chinese immigrants. 16 The worst violence, however, occurred in Chicago. The Chicago Workingmen's Party organized demonstrations. Large banners proclaimed "Down with wages slavery." Leaflets taunted workers, "Have you no rights, no ambition, no manhood?" The Workingmen's Party demanded public ownership of the railroads, a 20% wage increase, and an 8-hour workday. An Irish Union Army veteran of the Battle of Shiloh addressed a crowd, "I was through the war. I fought for the big bugs, the capitalists, and many of you have done the same. And what is our reward now? What have the capitalists done for us?" Chicago's owners of capital, recently organized in a citizens' association, began to drill their own private businessmen's militias. Chicago quickly became engulfed in violence. The working-class neighborhoods of Pilsen, home to Czech Bohemian immigrants, and Bridgeport, home to Irish immigrants, were in open revolt. On site, Chicago police arrested women who were wearing a single stocking, on the assumption that the second was filled with stones to be swung as a weapon. Police and 2 companies of the U.S. Army, fresh from fighting the Sioux in Dakota, killed 30 men and boys, burying many anonymously in lime pits. 17. In the summer of 1877, the Great Railroad Strike finally exhausted itself. New U.S. President Rutherford B. Hayes, lately withdrawing troops from the redeemed South, declared the strikes unlawful and insurrectionary proceedings and sent in the federal troops to restore municipal order. Tom Scott made the request, but he never recovered from the trauma of the strike and soon suffered the first of a series of debilitating strokes. 18. Had sectional conflict given way to an equally irrepressible class war? One popular account of the Great Railroad Strike of 1877 was a novel by Abraham Lincoln's former personal secretary, John Hay. The Breadwinners, a social study, 1883, predicted that the country would see unending industrial strife. 19 Make no mistake, by any possible criterion, in the age of capital the United States had the most contentious and violent labor relations of any country in the world. 20. 2 Marx's theory of industrial capital. For the age of commerce, it made sense for us to begin with a look at Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, 1776. For the labor strife of the age of capital, we must turn to Karl Marx's Capital, 1867. 21 Capital was a critique of Smith's political economy, but also, like it, a thought experiment that sought to capture the logic of a competitive economic system unhindered by outside interference. To Marx, capitalism, left to its own devices, would lead to endemic class struggle. Capital is rich with various arguments, but the core of Marx's economic argument was very simple. Capital was, for him, not a factor of production but rather the premise and result of a production process that ended in the creation of surplus value. Under capitalism, Marx argued, one single commodity, labor power, was the source of all economic value including surplus value. That was because labor power, and only labor power, was a good capable of producing more value than the cost of its own production. For assuming a competitive labor market, capitalists paid labor only the cost of its reproduction, or workers' minimum subsistence needs. Capitalists pocketed the excess value produced by labor power above the cost of its reproduction as surplus value or, in pecuniary terms, their profits. If Smith believed economic growth and development occurred through a commercial multiplier, Marx argued that the only way to unlock increasing returns to economic activity was through what might be called a labor exploitation multiplier. Thus, Marx concluded, capital is not a thing, but a social relation between persons, established by the instrumentality of things. 22. Capitalists, he wrote, could extract surplus value from labor power in two ways. First, they could make wage earners work more hours while paying them the same wage. This absolute surplus value, as Marx called it, was, and is still today, a well-documented method of capitalist profit-making and exploitation. Absolute surplus value has a strict limit, however, as there are only 24 hours in a day. Second, capitalists could invest in capital goods, which produced more goods for sale in the same increment of time, thereby increasing labor productivity. This Marx called relative surplus value. For the sake of this theory, Marx generally assumed that capitalists would always invest in capital goods, that industrial investment would never be lacking. Liquidity preference money acting as a safe haven store of value, for either precautionary or speculative motives, rather than as an investable means of achieving more surplus value, is excluded by assumption. Capitalists yearn to invest, produce, and exploit. Further, assuming competitive markets, if one capitalist increases relative surplus value to stay in business, other capitalists must do so, too. The owners of capital are locked into the system, no less than are workers. The book is called Capital, after all, not capitalists. Marx believed that capital forced capitalists to invest in fixed capital goods and to be technologically innovative. By increasing the productive powers of an economy, capital was a progressive force. The production of ever more wealth made possible greater human emancipation. However, putting wealth aside, there was a problem with relative surplus value. Under competitive pressure, capitalists become smitten with labor-saving capital goods. But labor power is the only true source of surplus value and thus profits. By shedding labor, capitalists ultimately shed their profits as well. If not in wealth generation, there would be diminishing returns in profit making. The long-term tendency of the rate of profit, Marx argued, was therefore to fall, so dooming capitalism to crisis. Further, from a moral point of view, did not workers deserve the fruits of their labor, including the fruits of its capacity to yield surplus value? Capitalism, Marx believed, was an economic system of unjust labor exploitation and economic inequality. But he also predicted that the proletarian working class would become politically conscious of its unjust exploitation. It would demand shorter working hours and a larger share of the wealth-generating capital goods. Ultimately, it would demand collective ownership. Marx further prophesied that capitalism pointed beyond itself, beyond class, to a future of material abundance and emancipation from drudgery and domination, where everyone would be free to develop their full human potential. 23. Note that, whereas the Smithian dynamics of the age of commerce were spatial, the dynamics of Marx's economic system were of time alone. He was concerned with the rate of exploitation over time, the systemic urge toward the constant increase of productivity over time, and ultimately an economic future communism that would be qualitatively different from the present. To a fault, the Marx of Capital was a philosophical determinist. His historical writings, by contrast, have a wonderful feel for historical contingency, like the 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon, 1852. By contrast, Capital's contingent dynamics, the repeating credit cycle, the eventful histories of money, liquidity, speculation, panic, and hoarding were not a subject of Capital, although Marx treated them, at times insightfully, at times not. In writings posthumously published. 24 Capital presents a theory of a specific kind of productive asset, industrial capital goods. The time signature is linear and rather faded. Nonetheless, the book is full of insights about the kind of capital that, after all, was at the heart of the Industrial Revolution. Time is indeed a crucial dimension of fixed productive capital. Assuming the owners of capital do part with liquidity and invest long-term in illiquid capital goods, and the late 19th century was an era, more so than any other perhaps, when they did, the cost of their investment becomes fixed over time. It becomes sunk, or irrecoverable. To industrial capitalists under conditions of market competition which the consolidation of the national railroad network heightened during the 1880s, the variable cost of labor, no matter what percentage of total costs, loomed large. It was fungible, neither fixed nor sunk. Marx predicted capitalists would substitute machines for labor, but late 19th century American industrialists found ways to complement capital goods and labor. Labor was desquiled more than it was shed. 25 Still, industrial capitalists were stuck with their capital goods, whereas to increase profits, labor could always be paid less, to the lowest point borne by labor markets. Notwithstanding any law-like long-term tendency in the profit rate in the late 19th century United States suffered for more contingent reasons. Resumption and the return to the gold standard restricted the supply of money. Industrialization produced more goods, chased by, relatively, a quantity of money that was expanding at a lesser rate. 26 But capitalist producers had to keep producing to recoup their fixed costs. More goods kept coming onto the market, driving prices downward. This deflation put a squeeze on profits. During the era's periodic financial panics, money and credit were hoarded, diminishing demand for goods. Altogether, production threatened to run out ahead of demand. To increase their profits, industrial capitalists could, however, attempt to cut their labor costs, and they did. Setting aside the ultimate validity of Marx's theory, the late 19th century U.S. industrial economy was something like a caricature of capital. Much as Marx predicted, industrialization led to a system-wide drive to produce more wealth. But many U.S. industrial capitalists kept complaining about their profit margins. The United States had the world's longest workday, 10 hours in 1,880, and capitalists and workers fought over its length, absolute surplus value. 27 The implementation of the new capital goods in the workplace brought no less tension, relative surplus value. It all culminated in dramatic strikes and periodic violence. There was a lot of class conflict. Finally, while U.S. wages were high by international comparison, the living standards of working people in industrial cities did not at first improve. Inequality increased. More income flowed to the owners of capital and the top 1% of the income distribution. 28 During the 1880s, a number of writings noted the trend toward greater inequality. Henry George's Progress and Poverty, 1879, which blamed land rents, sold millions. 29 Further, regardless of their distribution, the rising incomes brought about by economic growth did not immediately improve human welfare. After all, the cumulative process of industrialization was catalyzed by investment in the production of intermediate capital goods. For instance, Andrew Carnegie produced steel ingots but not life-saving medicines or clean drinking water. Much of the fresh income generated by his heroic productive feats flowed first to him, for Scottish mansions and grouse hunting trips, while most households still spent the vast majority of their incomes on food, clothing, and shelter. 30 In the aggregate, total output and money incomes increased, but so what? By many indices, the first generation of industrial Americans fared worse than their more rural forebears. They were shorter in height and sicker, ate less nutritious foods, lived in crowded unsanitary homes, and died younger. Infant mortality increased, probably because of bad milk. 31 The trends did not reverse until 1890 at the earliest. 32 For this generation of proletarians, Marx's immiseration thesis did not look so bad. 3 The fate of free labor. Marx's analysis in Capital pointed to the workings of a large, abstract system that assigned restricted roles to capital and labor. By contrast, Americans of Marx's generation who were critical of the direction of industrial change more often looked to politics. If something was wrong with economic life, they believed, it was politics that was fundamentally to blame, not an abstract economic system. During the course of U.S. industrialization, a political rallying cry free labor functioned both as a benchmark to assess the worth of economic life and as a plausible ideal worth striving for. In contradistinction to chattel slavery, free labor, as it emerged during the Republican mobilization of the 1850s, contained a core principle of aspirational upward mobility hope. In 1870, 27% of the U.S. labor force were industrial wage earners. 33 Lincoln himself had said that wage labor was supposed to be a temporary status. The goal was ownership of productive property. This was a politics of property. In the United States, ever since the 17th century, white male heads of household had enjoyed, relative to those in other societies, widespread property ownership in land. Would such a distribution continue in the new era of industrial capital goods? Or would some men, the capitalists, corner the market in the ownership of capital goods and force others to permanently work for wages? Andrew Carnegie's steel works demonstrated the economic incentives to increase the scale of industrial enterprise. Scale reduced costs, brought increasing returns, and had first-mover advantages, warding off potential competitors. But it also meant hiring many wage laborers who would never ascend to the ranks of business ownership or compete with Carnegie. Increasingly, unskilled operatives in factories were European immigrants, whose preference was for long hours of work and the highest possible wage, regardless of working conditions, because their aspiration was not to own and operate their own businesses, as proprietors, but rather to return to Europe with money in their pockets. 34 Their outlook and preferences disrupted U.S. labor organizing efforts. The immigrant return rate was 10% in the 1870s, but it would approach 70% in the early 20th century. 35 However, while the average scale of industry and the prevalence of wage labor were increasing during the late 19th century, a small-scale and owner-operated variety of U.S. industrialization persisted with less capital intensity, a larger role for skilled labor, and more specialization in the particular goods produced. Because of this economic basis, the politics of property ownership was not doomed to obsolescence. 36 Still, change was afoot. In 1870, despite new demand for them, highly skilled white-collar workers accounted for just 4.8% of the industrial workforce. Industry also created demand for unskilled wage-earning operatives at the bottom of the distribution, who in 1870 were already 63.4% of the manufacturing workforce. Immigrants would increasingly fill these ranks. Much like the service economy of the 21st century, industrialization threatened to hollow out the middle strata. Nonetheless, in 1870, 31.8% of the manufacturing workforce not white-collar was still skilled. 37 This group included the middling artisan or craftsman, the modest, small-scale owner of capital who employed but few men in his shop. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877 scared men like Tom Scott so much because it represented the possibility of a class-based alliance among middling artisan proprietors, skilled craftsmen, and unskilled, often immigrant industrial operatives. The landscape was fluid. The Great Strike was a largely spontaneous action that did not ideologically discriminate. It was carried out in the streets, by Democrats and by Republicans, by members of the Greenback Labor Party and the Workingmen's Party, by socialists and anarchists. Thus the recurring motif of the Great Strike's visual representations was the depiction of workers together with sympathetic middling folk, including finely dressed ladies and innocent children, all participating in the demonstration. 38 The Great Strike blockade of engines at Martinsburg, West Virginia, 1877. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877 was a mass action. Middle-class sympathizers, women and children among them, participated, as seen here. The American class structure at the time was fluid. The question raised by the Great Railroad Strike of 1877 was whether this heterogeneous mix of producers, ranging in skill and in native or immigrant status, could politically organize to shape the course of American industrialization. Firms like Carnegie's, because they took advantage of greater capital intensity, scale, and operational efficiency, were highly competitive economically speaking. However, the political question of which variety of industrialization, and in which proportion, would triumph still hung in the air. Surely, familiarity with Marx was not necessary to develop a critique of the inequities of industrial change. American critics were more likely to look backward to the revolutionary inheritance of Thomas Jefferson's labor republicanism, and to the politics of widespread white male property ownership than to look forward to any socialist, communist, or anarchist utopia. They believed that the new capital goods should be treated as the land was previously. First, capital goods should be widely distributed. Second, while they were capital, a means of production, they should also be something more, property that guaranteed equal democratic citizenship. Desire for the manly ownership of property regardless of any rate of pecuniary profit mingled with the profit motive and was a critical component of a popular inducement to invest in industry, different from Carnegie's. In this free labor vision, the issue of pay the wage, no matter how high, was simply not enough. This politics of property sought to politicize the ownership of industrial capital itself. After the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the Noble and Holy Order of the Knights of Labor was the most successful labor union promoting this vision. Unlike Marx, the Knights of Labor did not believe in endemic economic class conflict. They opened their tent to all producers, even to middling owners of capital. 39. Labor unions were not new in the United States. Before the Civil War, workers' servants, in light of their dependent legal household status, organized to bargain with their masters. The Massachusetts case Commonwealth v. Hunt, 1842, recognized union membership, although the legality of various union tactics including strikes remained dubious until as late as the New Deal legislation of the 1930s. Relative to those of other industrializing countries, 19th-century American labor unions operated in a uniquely inhospitable legal environment. 40 Long-term membership loyalty, paid professional leadership, and employee-recognized collective bargaining were rare. The first National Federation of American Labor Unions, the National Labor Union, NLU, was organized in 1866. Spontaneous strikes defined the bulk of union activity. After the Civil War, the NLU leadership campaigned against the policy of resumption and the return to the gold standard. The hard times that followed the Panic of 1873 were not good for organizing. The NLU dissolved. Then came the Great Railroad Strike of 1877 and the rapid rise of the Knights of Labor. 41. The Knights of Labor formed in Philadelphia in 1869. 42. At first, it was more of a society for male fraternization and mutual aid. But soon it transformed into an industrial union open to all producers. Anyone who was not a banker, doctor, lawyer, or liquor manufacturer counted as a producer. In 1879 the Knights counted 10,000 members. That year Terence Powderly, mayor of Scranton, Pennsylvania, and a member of the International Union of Machinists and Blacksmiths, became president. By 1886, the Knights had 729,000 official national members and counted 610 locals. In the South, the Knights opened lodges for black producers, who tended to be agricultural laborers of some kind. 43 The Knights opened women's lodges. A plank of its national constitution promised to secure for both sexes equal pay for equal work. In 1885 probably 10% of the Knights were women. 44 They were ideologically and politically diverse. Powderly was a disappointed Republican, elected mayor of Scranton on the Greenback Labor Party ticket, while Albert Parsons, leader of the Chicago Workingmen's Party, was a socialist anarchist. The Knights hoped to organize the fluid American industrial social order. Ideologically, the Knights raised the banner of anti-monopoly. Before the Civil War, the Republican Party, in cobbling together free labor ideology, had transferred the anti-monopoly critique of the money power onto the slave power. Among Democrats, the party of Jackson, Anti-monopoly remained powerful. 45 Many members of both parties wondered, with economic life newly subject to sharp competition, and with profits squeezed, how the Goulds, Scotts, and Rockefellers of the world could have amassed great fortunes without somehow corrupting politics. They also raised questions of money and credit. 46 The post-Civil War national bank system pyramid bank reserves onto Wall Street. On Wall Street, going interest rates during the 1870s and 80s declined, but not everyone had access to capital at such rates. Middling to small-scale owners complained both about unfair competitive business practices by large corporations and also about small-scale proprietors' lack of access to money and credit to fund and operate their businesses. Symbolizing both problems, the great nemesis of the Knights was Jay Gould. Membership in Knights lodges across the country exploded in 1884-85, when local lodges successfully struck Gould's Southwest system, which covered more than 4,000 miles of railroad track, spanning 5 states and Indian Territory. It included Tom Scott's Texas and Pacific, which Gould had snapped up from Scott in 1879, after yet another of his crippling strokes. An essential element of the Knights' anti-monopoly appeal in the West was its virulent racism against Chinese immigrants. 47 Chinese immigrants might otherwise have been natural allies of the Knights. Many were railroad wage laborers, brought to the United States on long-term labor contracts, but were highly entrepreneurial, with recognizably free labor aspirations toward business-owning proprietorship. 48 Instead, the Knights viewed the Chinese as low-wage tools of railroad monopolies, hired on contract conditions unacceptable to the white race. Anti-Chinese racism was most prevalent in the West, but even the Boston Knight George McNeil warned of the Yellow Peril. 49 Powderly lobbied in favor of the Chinese Exclusion Law of 1882, which barred skilled and unskilled Chinese laborers and Chinese employed in mining, the first explicitly racist immigration ban in U.S. history. 50. In addition to anti-monopoly, the Knights criticized the industrial wage system, or the necessity of working for wages to survive when one did not own a business oneself. 51 The Knights called for practical measures clearly meant to appeal to unskilled operatives. They demanded that employers pay their employees weekly, in full, for work performed the previous week. They called for the abolition of convict labor. Sometimes the critique of wage earning was grandiose. McNeil foresaw an inevitable and irresistible conflict between the wage system of labor and the Republican system of government, in a callback to Jeffersonian labor republicanism. 52 Wage earning was unmanly, unrepublican dependency. The message targeted the middling owners of capital, as well as skilled wage-earning artisans, both dreading downward social mobility. The Knights called for the abolition of the wage system, which appealed to radical anarchists and socialists of European origins, too. The Knights thus combined, in the words of one historian, entrepreneurial hopes and anti-capitalist despair. 53. The Knights had more than a critique, they had a solution, calling for worker-owned cooperatives. The advantage of the cooperative plan over the wage system, according to one Knight, was that each man can feel that he is as proprietor, he can feel that he is working for himself and not for a master, he can feel and know that his brain and muscle weighs equally in the scale. 54 It must have been unnerving, in a culture dominated by the work ethic, to see the sheer productive force unleashed by the new energy-intensive capital goods. To own them even in common with fellow workers rather than on terms of sole proprietorship was one way to feel like one's own labor counted for something. Cooperation had broad ideological appeal. The leading liberal intellectual E. L. Godkin supported cooperatives, while the first avowedly socialist exposition of Marxist thought for an American audience was Lawrence Gronlund's The Cooperative Commonwealth, 1884. 55. During the 1880s, the Knights of Labor founded thousands of cooperatives, including grocery stores, iron manufacturers, and home mortgage credit societies. Many were legally chartered corporations. The problem was always to obtain sufficient capital and credit, which was where the Knights' anti-monopoly position and its critique of the industrial wage system overlapped. The National Federation organized a capital fund to sponsor local cooperatives. Local funding mechanisms for small-scale industry, including cooperatives, ranged from hand-to-hand stock sales to formalized exchanges in small towns far from Wall Street. 56 But not much scarce capital and credit was available to meet startup cooperative demand. An instigator of cooperative enterprise among the Knights was its Department of Women's Work. 57 Many women were industrial wage earners, overwhelmingly young, unmarried, and segregated by sex in particular trades, like sewing, typesetting, and garment making. 58 The Knights called for equal pay regardless of sex, in an era when women earned on average half as much as men. Women formed labor unions, but they were admitted by only two national male craft unions, the printers and the garment makers. 59 Female unions commonly organized cooperatives. Kate Mullany was the young president of the Troy, New York, Laundry Union and Cooperative Collar Co., founded in 1869. An 1870 Woman Suffrage Journal published the following letter from Mullany. I wrote to know what the ladies are doing in the way of taking the stock for our company. We are getting started now. We have enough subscribed to begin with, and we are starting up with a good prospect of getting a quick sale for our goods as soon as we have got them ready for the market. Of course, we depend altogether on the working people of the country, and on the people who are able and willing to help working girls and wish to see them get along. The price of a debt security in the cooperative was $5. The working girls would eventually use the income from the cooperative to convert the debt into their own equity ownership. They raised enough capital. But men refused to give them laundry orders, so the business failed. The Troy, New York, Union Cooperative nonetheless became the model for the Knights of Labor's Department of Women's Work. 60. Irish-born hosiery seamstress Leonora Berry was the Knights' national organizer. Widowed at a young age, she entered factory employment to support her children. By 1886, she was the president of a local Knights Women's Assembly in upstate New York. To organize women's assemblies nationally, she sent one of her children to a convent and another to live with a sister-in-law. She made many unsuccessful attempts, in her own words, to found cooperatives and replace sweatshops. She complained that among male knights, the principle of equal pay for equal work was but a mockery. But even Berry believed that ideally it was intended that man should be the breadwinner. She married a fellow knight in 1890 and quit her organizing job. Powderly sent a letter to Knights locals comparing Berry's marriage to death. Sister Berry's days are numbered, as she was being called across the dark river. Upon her marriage, the Department of Women's Work collapsed. 61. By then, the entire Knights' momentum had gone in reverse. Powderly and the national leadership had not been able to control the local unions, they kept going on strike. Powderly did not believe in strikes, as he feared they antagonized workers' potential allies among property owners. Opposing strikes and always striking, he lamented. 62 The strikes were spontaneous and the demand was almost always the same, not the abolition of the wage system, rather, disgruntled workers wanted shorter hours and higher pay. In the end, it was Jay Gould who turned the tide against the Knights. Knights lodges had successfully struck his Southwest system in 1884-85, but Gould quickly backtracked on wage agreements. After he fired a Knights of Labor foreman in Marshall, Texas, the state's District 101 lodge called a strike. The strike spread, as 200,000 Southwestern Railroad workers walked off the job. Gould declared the Texas and Pacific bankrupt and placed parts of the corporation into temporary federal receivership. That entitled the corporation to U.S. Army protection of its property. 63. The Great Southwest Strike against Gould sparked the nationwide Great Upheaval of 1886. That year at least 600,000 workers went on strike in at least 1,400 different actions, disrupting 11,562 businesses. 64 The strike wave caught Powderly and the National Knights leadership off guard. It had come from below. The leading demand was not for the abolition of the wage system, or for better credit terms for cooperative enterprise. It was for the 8-hour day, a simpler rallying cry, for a more immediate and attainable demand. American work stoppages. No industrializing country had a more contentious labor history than the United States. Spontaneous worker strikes undermined the Knights of Labor's preferred strategy of a broad-based producers' alliance. Once again Chicago witnessed the worst violence. Strikes broke out first at the Union Iron and Steel Company in the Irish neighborhood of Bridgeport. 65 Meanwhile, a recently founded National Craft Labor Union, which was open to skilled workers only, called for a nationwide general strike on May 1, 1886. The leader of this craft union was a former English immigrant cigar maker and union representative named Samuel Gompers. In Chicago, workers of all loyalties rallied. On May 1, Albert and Lucy Parsons and their 2 children led a march of 80,000 down Chicago's Michigan Avenue. Across the United States, more than 300,000 workers went on strike for the 8-hour day, closing more than 1,000 factories. On May 3, Chicago police shot and killed 6 striking workers outside the McCormick Reaper Works. Chicago anarchists called a rally at Haymarket Square, and 3,000 showed up. After most of the crowd dispersed, someone, no one knows who, threw a homemade bomb into the police phalanx. Confused firing erupted. 7 police and 5 demonstrators were killed, and more than 100 casualties lay in the open square. Having spoken early at the rally and departed for a nearby anarchist saloon before the violence, Albert Parsons was among the 8 anarchists arrested. He was among the 7 sentenced to death and the 4 executed. 1 committed suicide in his cell. His final words from the gallows: "Will I be allowed to speak, O men of America? Let me speak, Sheriff Matson. Let the voice of the people be heard." Oh, Parsons was cut off by the opening of a trap door beneath his feet. He strangled to death slowly. 66. The Great Upheaval ended at Haymarket Square. In Chicago, a Red Scare broke out, and police cracked down on labor organizers for months. In the Southwest, Gould had triumphed against the Knights. His lawyers found a U.S. court that issued an injunction against the strike on grounds that the strikers were violating non-striking workers' constitutionally protected freedom of contract, or their right to freely engage in commerce, through employment. 67 That was one appropriation of the equal commercial opportunity legacy of Jacksonian anti-monopoly. The Knights would never recover. An 1887 massacre of hundreds of Black Knights sugar workers in Thibodaux, Louisiana, left the Knights reeling in the South as well. 68 By 1890, its membership had dwindled. The Knights left several legacies: industrial unionism, the possibility that labor might cross the black-white color line as well as the sex line, a politics of property and capital rather than pay and income, and the institutional project of cooperation. Virulent anti-Chinese racism figured no less. Stepping into the vacuum left behind by the Knights would be a national labor federation of a very different kind. In December 1886, a national federation of craft unions organized as the American Federation of Labor, AFL, with Samuel Gompers as its president. He would go to work on a far narrower, more class-based vision of labor solidarity and organizing than the Knights. The Knights had failed to cobble together a producers' alliance of middling and lower classes, modest owners of capital, skilled workers, and unskilled, commonly immigrant, operatives. Far more successful during these years was class formation from above, at the top of the U.S. income and wealth distribution. The U.S. working class fractured as it formed. Fearing the rabble, a U.S. bourgeoisie consolidated. For class consciousness, from above. In periods of rising economic inequality, when there are new ways to make money, elites commonly self-remove from their fellow citizens. In Gilded Age America, distancing of different kinds was the rule, in addition to class conflict. Free labor and the gender ideology of separate spheres arose together, and while the fate of the former hung in the balance, the latter kept its potency among the best off. As if barbed with wire, the hard fence between the sphere of home life and that of industry made possible a newly merciless understanding of competition, social Darwinism. When the Great Upheaval of 1886 broke out, Upper Manhattan was the scene of national capitalist class consciousness. 69 There the richest men in the country built faux French castle monstrosities in the day's Beaux-Arts architectural style. Their homes had steam-powered central heating and plunger flush toilets, invented in 1875. Some also had artificial illumination once Thomas Edison's 1882 Pearl Street electric power station came online, 3 years after his invention of the filament for the electric light bulb. But each day, of necessity, house servants still hauled water, coal, and wood in and out. Elites consorted in the Union League Club, c. 1863, the Knickerbocker Club, c. 1871, or later the Metropolitan Club, c. 1891, all far cries, in the newly spatially separated industrial city, from working-class saloons and beer halls. Carnegie had kept a residence in New York City since 1870. John D. Rockefeller purchased a residence at 54th Street and 5th Avenue in 1884. In 1889, Collis Huntington of the Central Pacific built a mansion at 57th Street and 5th Avenue, across the street from the largest mansion of all, belonging to Cornelius Vanderbilt II. An even larger complex, William Vanderbilt's Triple Palace, occupied an entire city block. When Henry Frick finally decamped from Pittsburgh, he rented one of the 3 palaces. 70. In an 1886 lecture on the labor question, Edward Atkinson, a leading Boston intellectual, said of Commodore Vanderbilt's mansion, "Such a dwelling is not capital because it produces nothing. For capital is a tool, an instrument, to be applied to production, to increase the abundance of things." 71. Such was the restrictive new definition of capital as a factor of production, a thing even as, financially, Gilded Age mansions were capital, since they were real estate assets that appreciated in markets. Further, the many social hours that occurred within them translated into capital and credit converted social capital, as we would call it today. 72. But the Victorian sensibility so crucial to capitalist class consciousness at this time was one of binaries and opposites. A series of splittings, sharper than spherings, organized consciousness. Atkinson's answer to the labor question was that industrial capital and industrial labor must compete with each other in the sphere of private commerce between isolated individuals. When they did, each would earn its just reward, what economists today call their marginal product. But capitalist competition must not be all-consuming. It took place in one sphere. No less essential were others, split off from it. Outside the sphere of economic competition, home life was the great focal point. 73. Prescriptively, the home was a feminized, effective space removed from commercial calculus. Nothing upset elites more than to discover, in point of fact, how much economic production still remained inside the home for many working people. 74. Jacob Riis's photographic expose how the other half lives, 1890, provided stunning visual evidence. Jacob Riis, knee pants at 45 cents a dozen, a Ludlow Street sweaters shop, c. 1890. A pioneering photojournalist, Riis took photographs of tenements and sweatshops in New York City's working-class neighborhoods. Nothing shocked middle-class and well-to-do viewers of the photographic series more than scenes of industrial labor performed in the home, which violated the putative domestic sanctity from commerce. To elites, the breadwinner homemaker family economy was sacrosanct. Industrial capitalists took this moral division of labor seriously. For many men, it made their business dealings palatable, if not desirable. It at once checked commerce, keeping it in its proper sphere, yet validated their inducement to invest in enterprise, on behalf of their families. At home, even Jay Gould was a gushing sentimentalist, a homebody, according to his biographer, whose emotional life was organized by a sharp splitting between the fierce extremes of capitalist competition and the domesticity of the home. 75. In affection, Frick favored his daughter Helen over his son Childs, and upon his death he bequeathed most of his fortune to her. He had artists paint portraits of her flooded in angelic light. Theobald Chartrand, Portrait of Helen Clay Frick, 1905. The strong separation many Gilded Age American industrialists felt to exist between the male world of work and female domesticity is depicted here, in the maudlin and light-flooded painting Henry Frick commissioned of his daughter Helen Clay Frick, who would be a notable philanthropist and art collector in her adult life. Tellingly, the visual focus of the portraits of upper-class women was usually the heart. Of the painted portraits at the time, the most intelligent were those by John Singer Sargent, the best and strangest being that of the Bostonian Isabella Stewart Gardner. John Singer Sargent, Isabella Stewart Gardner, 1888. Gardner, the millionaire bohemian, as she was known, was born into a wealthy New York family and was the wife of Boston shipping and railroad financier Jack Gardner. Both were important philanthropists and art collectors. At this time, the focal point of many female portraits was the heart. Sargent's portrait of Gardner is a visually arresting play on the genre. The cult of true womanhood increasingly became a class project, in which elite women participated. 76 In the public square, middle and upper-class women often leveraged the moral power of their private femininity. In 1879, Frances Willard became president of the Woman's Christian Temperance Union, a mass women's movement for home protection against commercial encroachments, including the intoxications of the working-class saloon. 77 Willard was also a suffragist. Competing national suffragist women's rights movements consolidated in 1890, but by then the movement had become disconnected from the plight of working women. This association is useless and a sham, and has never done anything for working women. Angry Women's Typographical Union members once chided the suffragist Susan B. Anthony. 78 Most wage-earning women in this era were young and not yet married. If they had to work, elites hoped they might at least be separated from men in the workplace. Wherever the sexes work indiscriminately together, warned the Bureau of Labor Statistics report, working women in large cities, 1889, great laxity obtains. 79 What followed laxity and pleasure would surely be the ultimate working girl commercial vice of prostitution. 80 John Singer Sargent, The Daughters of Edward Darley Boyd, 1882. Sargent's painting illustrates the psychic costs of the middle-class ideal of domesticity. Elite women thus gained a form of class power. But many paid a price. Arguably, Sargent's greatest painting was The Daughters of Edward Darley Boyd, 1882. The four daughters are painted in domestic space. The youngest smiles in the foreground, while the oldest is removed to the background and looks away. With age she has become more isolated and sullen. In their parlors, many idle upper-class daughters, wives, and mothers became anxious wrecks, suffering from neurasthenia, according to neurologist George Beard, author of American Nervousness, 1881. 81 The intellectual Charlotte Perkins Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper, 1892, a short story about the psychic torments of a woman who is suffering from postpartum depression but is forbidden to perform physical activity, including work, memorialized the condition. 82 Home life served a crucial function for the male owners of capital, providing them with the sharp moral counterpoint that they required. In stark contrast to saintly portraits of women, portraits of the great Gilded Age capitalists focused not on the heart but on the piercing eye, a tunneled, entrepreneurial vision, conveying a singular focus and drive. A 1903 photograph of banker J.P. Morgan epitomizes the genre. The shadows fall on the armchair as if Morgan were holding a knife, ready to pounce. Edward Steichen, J. Pierpont Morgan, Esq. 1903. In contrast to the era's female portraiture, so often visually focusing on the heart to convey domestic sentiment, male portraiture often focused upon the piercing eye of the entrepreneur. Many capitalists found an idealized justification for relentless economic competition in the doctrines of so-called social Darwinism. Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species, 1859, was the intellectual bombshell of the century, and in the decades after its publication, the United States became the Darwinian country, and not because it had a great number of internationally renowned evolutionary biologists. 83 Instead, a garbled translation of Darwin gripped the imagination of the U.S. bourgeoisie. Darwin himself was not responsible, once writing to a friend, "I have received in a Manchester newspaper rather a good squib, showing that I have proved might is right, and therefore that Napoleon is right, and every cheating tradesman is also right. 84. In Upper Manhattan, the Darwinian expression survival of the fittest perked up some ears. Struggle for Existence was the title of Chapter 3 of On the Origin of Species. The next chapter was called Natural Selection, but in the 5th edition Darwin changed it to Natural Selection, the Survival of the Fittest. Not Darwin, but the English philosopher Herbert Spencer, had coined that term. 85 Spencer's writings popularized pop-Darwinian social biological metaphors in the United States. In The Struggle for the Survival of the Fittest, Spencer explained, the individual motive of egoism reigns, and society is barbarous and militant. However, in an evolving industrial society, a second basic psychological human motive, altruism, wins out, bringing voluntary cooperation and industrial peace. Industrialization would have a happy ending, if evolution were only left to its own course. The U.S. owners of capital and their favored intellectuals forgot to read Spencer's book through to the end. 86 They got stuck on the stage of egotistical industrial rapaciousness. Egoism was a far crueler concept than Adam Smith's notion of commercial self-interest. 87 It was abstract and antisocial, and it need not be peaceful, whereas Smith had believed that commercial discourse refined sociability and was a blow to hierarchy. Julian West, protagonist of Edward Bellamy's best-selling utopian science fiction novel Looking Backward, 2018-87, 1888, looks back from the fictional year 2000 and recalls that for capitalists during the 1880s, selfishness was their only science. 88 Indeed, the fortunes of railroad companies, proclaimed James J. Hill, who consolidated the Great Northern Railway system during the 1880s, are determined by the law of the survival of the fittest. 89 Of this law, Carnegie remarked, it is here, we cannot evade it. Further, while the law may be sometimes hard for the individual, it is best for the race, because it ensures the survival of the fittest in every department. 90. Andrew Carnegie adored Spencer. 91 When he first read Spencer's books, he later recalled, I remember that light came in as a flood and all was clear. Not only had I got rid of theology and the supernatural, but I had found the truth of evolution. All is well since all grows better became my motto, my true source of comfort. 92 When Spencer arrived in New York for a triumphant U.S. tour in 1882, Carnegie took him to see his steel works, but Spencer saw no evidence of evolutionary progress, remarking, 6 months stay here would justify suicide. 93 Back in Manhattan for a farewell steak dinner at Delmonico's restaurant, Spencer gave a speech. My address, he recalled in his autobiography, was mainly devoted to a criticism of American life as characterized by over-devotion to work. 94 We have no record of the speech's reception among the very likely stunned audience. Spencer's 1882 tour came at the height of his American popularity. By then, even the Protestant clergy had converted to a version of social Darwinism, with divine purpose its first cause. The new religious inflection enabled these doctrines to appeal to religious businessmen. Perhaps the most important American advocate of evolution was a former Congregationalist preacher who went on to become a founding father of American sociology. William Graham Sumner, who became a professor of political and social science at Yale in 1872, wrote in What Social Classes Owe to Each Other, 1883, that the law of competition can no more be done away with than gravitation and that millionaires are a product of natural selection. 95 What the social classes owed to each other was, essentially, nothing. Poverty was the best policy. 96 There was no exploitation, only freedom of contract. Men who by their supposedly voluntary unemployment refused to be breadwinners were borderline criminals. Elites implored state and municipal authorities to criminalize unemployment through involuntary pauper labor laws. 97. The political implications of this line of thinking were deeply conservative. Popular Science Monthly editor Edward Youmans once debated Henry George, author of The Redistributionist Progress and Poverty. Sure, Youmans admitted, New York City is corrupt and the rich are selfish and do nothing to help the poor. What do you propose to do about it? George pressed. Youmans answered, nothing. You and I can do no thing at all. It's all a matter of evolution. We can only wait for evolution. Perhaps in 4 or 5,000 years evolution may have carried men beyond this state of things. 98 Sumner called democracy the pet superstition of the age. 99 Charles Eliot Perkins, president of the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad, expressed the anti-democratic tendencies of elite thought. When we have 2 or 3 times as many voters as now and few owners of property in proportion to the whole, there may be troubles which will upset the whole scheme and make it necessary to establish one or more strong governments with large standing armies. 100. Broad support emerged among upper-class New Yorkers for limiting suffrage according to property ownership in municipal government, to limit the excesses of democracy. 101. Labor violence sharpened capitalists' sense of distance from their fellow citizens, which often took overtly racist form. After the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, Joseph Medill, who decades earlier had championed free labor and Abraham Lincoln's first presidential nomination, published an editorial in his Chicago Tribune titled "The Dangerous Classes." Typically, the most dangerous included the new immigrants who arrived not from England or Germany but other parts of Europe. The notion of white ethnics did not yet exist. There were as many as 63 distinct races among the working population of the United States, declared 1888 study of the subject. 102 At its birth, the American Republic had been among the more economically equal places in the world. By 1877, industrial class formation had made it possible for the former abolitionist Medill to write that dangerous classes were governed by their passions. They are coarse in tastes and vicious in habits, they are ignorant and revengeful, they are readily influenced by the worst class of demagogues and revolutionists, and are easily maddened by liquor. The best solution? A little powder, used to teach the dangerous classes a needful lesson, is well burned, provided there are bullets in front of it. 103. 5. Birth of a politics of income. Many of the class tensions of the 1870s and 80s were rooted in a distributive politics, the question of who got how much of what of property and capital. During the 1880s, however, the outlines of a new distributive politics were already emerging, the distributive politics of income rather than property, the division of the spoils of capital between profits and pay. As the right of where and whether to invest is an element of property ownership, the politics of income, while full of redistributive potential, ceded the prerogative of investment to the owners of capital. In the 20th century, the politics of industrial income would be the leading site of distributive conflict. In the late 19th century, it emerged from 2 separate locations. One was the Samuel Gompers-led labor union, the AFL, which focused on pay, labor income. The other was a new non-profit corporate philanthropy that focused on what to do with profits, capital income. Both social movements accepted, grudgingly in one instance, happily in the other, that the ownership of capital would not exist on an equitable basis. The AFL sought a more equitable distribution between profits and pay, or labor earnings. Meanwhile, from above, non-profit corporations transformed profits from industrial capital into redistributive, philanthropic wealth, not capital. After the collapse of the Knights of Labor following the Great Upheaval of 1886, the AFL quickly became the dominant national labor federation. 104 The AFL was a nationwide association of craft unions, of skilled workers. It was thoroughly class-conscious but focused on a single issue of distributive justice, as it sought to increase its members' pay and reduce capitalists' exploitation of labor. Between 1870 and 1920, the number of hours worked per person each day nudged up ever so slightly. 105 The 10-hour workday was the norm, the 8-hour workday remained an aspiration. The AFL also advocated an economy of high wages. The union operated in a hostile workplace and legal environment, and it took employer-employee antagonism for granted. But the AFL agreed with employers on issues of sex difference. Seeking to tame the bachelor culture of transient young male industrial wage earners, the AFL's economy of high wages was an economy of aspirational male breadwinning, to support female homemaking. Gompers was born in 1850 in London, the grandson of Dutch Jews, into a family of cigar makers. 106 The family migrated to New York in 1863, and Gompers learned the craft of cigar rolling while working in his father's Lower East Side tenement shop. The craft was then in flux. In some shops, female Czech and Jewish immigrants were replacing skilled male craftsmen, as were new capital goods such as cigar rolling machinery. 107 In 1873 Gompers joined the craftsman shop of a skilled German émigré who preferred to hire fellow socialist exiles. 108 Gompers learned German and read Marx in working-class beer halls. In 1876 he became president of Local 144 of the Cigar Makers International Union. Gompers, however, was most taken with another German text. Karl Hillmann's Practical Suggestions for Emancipation, 1873, called for disciplined trade unionism instead of uncoordinated mass action. Gompers became critical of labor radicalism, asking what came of it. He believed workers should demand less of political action in the electoral arena, and more economic spoils from their unions in their everyday lives. Gompers called it pure and simple unionism. Union members would do more than spontaneously strike. They would pay regular dues. The union would have a strike fund and would also offer unemployment, sick, and death benefits. Union officers would be paid regular salaries. They would decide when workers went out on strike. The role of the union was to bargain with employers for better pay and working conditions, including shorter hours. When and where capitalists invested capital and sought profits, the AFL sought a more just wage bargain. Gompers had a brush with the state that proved consequential for his worldview. The Cigar Makers Union had at first supported legislation to ban unsanitary home work from tenement houses. Sweatshop labor brought down skilled male wages. In 1884 New York State passed a statute that abolished cigar making in tenements. But in Henry Jacobs, 1885, the New York Court of Appeals struck it down, holding that it infringed on workers' personal liberty. In 1885, Gompers later recalled, "We found our work was nullified." 109 So began a two-decade streak of decisions striking down protective labor legislation, culminating in the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Lochner v. New York, 1905, which carrying forward the old Jacksonian ideal of equal commercial opportunity through U.S. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Field declared that a New York 10-hour law for bakers was an unconstitutional infringement on the 14th Amendment's protection of liberty to contract. In a hostile legal environment where past Jacksonian critiques of government privilege now served to protect the economic privileges of private capitalists, unions had no recourse but their own devices. Gompers distrusted the state, for good reason, so he shied away from political action. An astute political tactician, he sensed that most spontaneous strikes were mounted over issues of wages and hours, practical, not utopian, issues. Gompers and the AFL announced full support for the 8-hour day. To achieve greater discipline, he drew a line around skilled craft labor, a homogeneous group. The AFL was distant from, if not hostile to, small-scale owners of capital and to new immigrants, unskilled Central and Eastern Europeans who continued to arrive by the millions. As the president of the Amalgamated had put it in 1883 to a Senate committee, these Hungarians, Poles, Italians, Bohemians didn't know the difference between light work and heavy work, or good and bad wages. 110 Following the path set by Chinese exclusion, the AFL supported the legal restriction of immigration from Europe. AFL locals also commonly excluded blacks. The AFL counted a national membership of 50,000 in 1886. In 1890 its membership reached 200,000. 111 Gompers continued to hone the message. In its politics of pay, the AFL supported industrial male breadwinning. Gompers's Cigar Makers Union 1867 constitution had opened membership to women, but as large-scale cigar-making factories replaced skilled male laborers with machines tended by unskilled female operators, Gompers had bowed to the wishes of his membership. The same happened at the AFL. By 1904, as one AFL member put it. We stand for the principle that it is wrong to permit any of the female sex of our country to be forced to work, as we believe that the man should be provided with a fair wage in order to keep his female relatives from going to work. The man is the provider and should receive enough for his labor to give his family a respectable living. 112. In 1886, correctly or not, Gompers told Congress that more than anything union members simply wanted to eat meat. They wanted leisure, to wear a clean shirt, to have time to read, and to have a pretty picture on the wall, or perhaps a piano or organ in his parlor. 113. The evocation of separate spheres was highly strategic in its appeal to elite mores. 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, and 8 hours for what we will was the mantra. 114. Meanwhile, to protect male wages, the AFL supported protective legislation for women. In Ritchie v. People, 1895, the Illinois Supreme Court held that an 8-hour law for women was an unconstitutional infringement on women's liberty of contract, but the U.S. Supreme Court upheld protective labor legislation for women in Muller v. Oregon, 1908. 115. Aspirational male breadwinning also meshed with the AFL's exclusion of new immigrants, many of them young men without families yet to support. In cities such as Carnegie's Pittsburgh, the AFL's labor aristocracy might earn twice the wages of unskilled operatives. 116. The blind spot in the AFL's vision was that it took for granted the private inducement to invest. What if liquidity preference triumphed instead, and the owners of capital chose not to invest in employment-intensive enterprise? The AFL had no means to make them. Meanwhile, the owners of capital continued to resist unionization of any kind, armed with legal injunctions from sympathetic courts. Government by injunction was a unique aspect of the U.S. landscape. Other common law nations took different paths, developing, say, systems of arbitration, which had been the knight's preference. 117. Between 1880 and 1930, according to one estimate, U.S. courts would issue no less than 4,300 injunctions against labor union activity. 118. The AFL's pure and simple unionism, although it had superseded the knights in labor organizing, struggled to operate in what little space government by injunction left to the embattled labor movement. Meanwhile, another politics of income arose: non-profit corporate philanthropy. In March 1881, 2 months before his death, Tom Scott sent a letter to the chairman of the trustee committee of the University of Pennsylvania, a month before he would sell all his holdings in the Texas and Pacific to Jay Gould for $2.4 million. 119. It read, "I want to present to the University of Pennsylvania $50,000 of 6% bonds to endow a chair of mathematics in the arts department, as I understand help is needed for a chair of this character." 120. The Thomas A. Scott Professor of Mathematics still exists. Non-profit corporate philanthropy was yet another Gilded Age innovation that Tom Scott had some hand in creating, and that his former protege Andrew Carnegie took to new heights and perfected. Charity was not new, but what was new was its institutional home. In the age of commerce, all corporations, including charitable corporations, had been sub-sovereigns, chartered for a distinct public purpose that limited their activities. A corporation that was chartered to be a university could not become an orphanage, just as a joint stock corporation that was chartered to build a bridge could not turn around and sell insurance. Jacksonian-era general incorporation laws opened access to incorporation and marked corporations newly private. Voluntary and non-profit associations per capita. Paralleling the rise of the for-profit business corporation was the proliferation of its putative mirror opposite, the non-profit corporation, whose tasks were to embody non-market altruism and redistribute philanthropic wealth. Some chartered restrictions remained. 121. In 1873 the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania held a constitutional convention, in large part because many members of the legislature hoped to curb the Pennsylvania Railroad's purchasing of mines and other property, arguably in excess of the corporation's 1846 charter, as well as its influence on legislation. The new constitution that emerged from it ultimately led to a 1874 General Incorporation Law that introduced a binary corporate classification: corporations for profit and corporations not for profit. 122 This institutional split of capital from its opposite mirrored the era's psychological sphering. Egoism and altruism, commonly marked masculine and feminine, would be located in corporations that were either for profit or not. 123. Carnegie appropriated that split and scaled it up far beyond the endowment of a single math professorship. In 1889 he published an essay in the Boston literary magazine North American Review called Wealth. The problem of our age, he opened, is the proper administration of wealth, so that the ties of brotherhood may still bind together the rich and poor in harmonious relationship. He acknowledged industrial class tensions, which, he freely admitted, resulted directly from his variety of large-scale capital and energy-intensive industrialization. We assemble thousands of operatives in the factory, in the mine, and in the counting house, of whom the employer can know little or nothing, and to whom the employer is little better than a myth. All intercourse between them is at an end. Rigid castes are formed, each caste is without sympathy for the other. Further, under the law of competition, the employer of thousands is forced into the strictest economies, among which the rates paid to labor figure prominently. That sounded like Marx. Capitalists had no choice but to compete, systematically driving down the cost of labor. Of necessity, Carnegie argued, there is friction between the employer and the employed, between capital and labor. 124 Gompers, too, could not have agreed more. Carnegie just had a different plan for what to do about it than either Marx's communism or Gompers's pure and simple unionism. The problem of wealth was actually the problem of what Carnegie called surplus revenues, what Marx called surplus value. The capitalist had a number of options. Profits could become capital again. The capitalist could reinvest long-term in more productive capital. Profits could remain money capital, for purposes of short-term speculation or precautionary hoarding. Carnegie did not believe in speculation, he was too bold to hoard, and his own profits were so large that his business enterprise could not possibly absorb them as new investments. Consumption was another option. Carnegie bought a yacht named Seabreeze and a Scottish castle he called Skibbo. But as money incomes rose with industrialization and were unequally distributed, the propensity to consume among the rich could not keep up. Carnegie could not spend it all. And conspicuous consumption did little to repair the ties of brotherhood sundered by industrialization. Another option was to pay workers higher wages, but that would not do, for the law of accumulation of wealth, and the law of competition could not be challenged. That was a matter of evolution. 125. According to Carnegie, what was left were three modes in which surplus wealth can be disposed of. First, there was inheritance to family members. Second, it can be bequeathed for public purposes upon death. Finally, it can be administered during their lives by its possessors. Carnegie advocated the final option. It was the duty of the man of wealth to consider all surplus revenues, simply as trust funds, which he is called upon to administer in order to produce the most beneficial results for the community. The man of wealth thus becoming the mere agent and trustee for his poorer brethren, bringing to their service his superior wisdom, experience, and ability to administer, doing for them better than they would or could do for themselves. The man who dies rich thus dies disgraced. The owner of capital who wisely gave away surplus revenues during his lifetime was practicing philanthropy. 126. Philanthropy was not charity, which smacked of dependency. 127. Distributing small quantities among the people for short-term reasons, like quelling hunger, Carnegie argued, would lead only to indulgence of appetite and excess, read, alcohol and sex. 128. Philanthropists had to think big and long-term. Carnegie's own long-term industrial investments had prepared him for that. Rockefeller said, the best philanthropy is constantly in search of finalities, a search for cause, an attempt to cure evils at their source. 129. In Wealth, Carnegie listed the best targets of philanthropic giving, libraries, universities, concert halls, public baths, parks, conservatories, and astronomical observatories. All these cultural institutions benefited the race, and Carnegie would go on to endow many of them. Philanthropy's first mission, rather explicitly, was to bomb class conflict through cultural and civilizational uplift. All classes of our people, explained Boston Mayor Samuel C. Cobb at the dedication of a building for Boston's Museum of Fine Arts in 1876, will derive benefit and pleasure from barely looking upon objects that appeal to the sense of the beautiful. Boston's MFA was founded in 1870, the same year as the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. The Philadelphia Museum of Art, 1876, and the Art Institute of Chicago, 1879, soon followed. 130 It was yet another industrial era splitting, between capital and its opposite, between economic production and idealized aesthetic appreciation. 131 There were critics. Walt Whitman, the greatest American producerist artist, lamented that immense capital and capitalists were funding a new form of aristocratic cultural production that was an anti-democratic disease and monstrosity. 132 In the arts, a backlash would set in quickly against distancing culture with a capital C from the nitty-gritty of economic life. This backlash, called realism, was led in the United States by the Boston Brahmin William Dean Howells, author of a breakthrough social realist novel, much about class conflict, titled A Hazard of New Fortunes, 1890. 133. Carnegie had split redistributed philanthropic wealth from profit-seeking capital. Of course, he, as the owner of capital, had the power to decide how much of his profits were surplus and could therefore become philanthropic wealth. Like a pair of scissors, the emerging for-profit non-profit split cut out institutions, such as cooperatives, that explicitly mixed capitalist production with other values besides profit maximization. Consciously, egoistic and altruistic drives became more singularly expressed. At the same time, philanthropy promised some kind of engagement with the working class. The effort, as well as the for-profit non-profit corporate split, and the building of so many libraries, universities, and museums, began to lend U.S. industrial society its institutional, ethical, and architectural structure. In their lifetimes, Carnegie and Rockefeller gave away hundreds of millions of dollars. Rockefeller helped endow many universities, including rechartering the University of Chicago in 1889. Both non-profit philanthropy and pure and simple unionism, born in the fires of the class conflicts of the 1880s, would prove to be lasting. But by shunning partisan democratic politics, both philanthropists and pure and simple unionists would be on the sidelines during the political crisis of the 1890s, which was initiated not by industrial class conflict but by a farmers' revolt. Chapter 10. The Populist Revolt. In the summer of 1896, the Democratic Party gathered in Chicago to nominate a new candidate for president. The party had been born in the Age of Commerce, in the days of Andrew Jackson, with an anti-monopoly critique of government privilege, on behalf of a commitment to equal commercial opportunity. Now many in the party had come to believe that concentrated private corporate power, rather than central government, posed the greater risk to democracy. Using the tools of government, the idea went, the people must wrest back power and fight economic, not political, privilege, and plutocracy, not aristocracy. In 1896, the sitting president, New York Democrat Grover Cleveland, was unpopular due to the economic slump that had followed the Panic of 1893, which was made worse by U.S. adherence to the British-backed gold standard, given its deflationary bias. Cleveland believed in the sanctity of the gold standard as the visible anchor of international investor confidence and expectations. He would do nothing to reinflate prices. But he would also not run for the presidency again. The Constitution granted the federal government the right to coin money, and Hamilton had established a gold and silver metallic basis to the dollar. But the Coinage Act of 1873 passed in preparation for resumption, the 1879 return to dollar gold convertibility at pre-Civil War parity had eliminated the free minting of silver and effectively demonetized the metal. 1 Critics of the gold standard noted that the Coinage Act of 1834 had mandated gold to silver convertibility at a ratio of 16:1. In the early 1890s, in the absence of major recent world gold discoveries and in the wake of a surge in silver mining in the U.S. West, the market ratio of gold to silver hovered near 30:1. Silverites, decrying the crime of 73, demanded that the U.S. Mint freely coin silver at 16:1. That would enrich silver producers but also increase the U.S. hard money supply, reflate prices, prompt credit expansion, and ease the economic depression. Ever since the Civil War, the Democratic Party had been divided regionally on the money question. 2 Cleveland's northeastern wing was pro-gold. Western silver miners and Western indebted farmers were not. One leader of the anti-gold bloc was a 36-year-old congressman from Nebraska, William Jennings Bryan, who in 1896 decided on an improbable run for president. His long-shot strategy was to secure the nomination in Chicago by delivering a convention speech so rousing that delegates could not help but vote for him. Bryan, a former lawyer, took the podium in Chicago on July 9, 1896, and proceeded to give arguably the most electrifying speech in all U.S. political history. 3 The first passage to draw significant applause was the definition of a businessman. We say to you that you have made the definition of a businessman too limited in its application. The man who is employed for wages is as much a businessman as his employer. The attorney in a country town is as much a businessman as the corporation counsel in a great metropolis. The merchant at the crossroads store is as much a businessman as the merchant of New York. The farmer who goes forth in the morning and toils all day, who begins in spring and toils all summer, and who by the application of brain and muscle to the natural resources of the country creates wealth, is as much a businessman as the man who goes upon the board of trade and bets upon the price of grain. The miners who go down 1,000 feet into the earth, or climb 2,000 feet upon the cliffs, and bring forth from their hiding places the precious metals to be poured into the channels of trade are as much businessmen as the few financial magnates who, in a back room, corner the money of the world. We come to speak of this broader class of businessmen. 4. This populist rhetoric pitted the people against a sinister, illegitimate power that was outside the true polity. 5 A powerful economic elite was choking off economic opportunity for a broader class, Bryan argued, hearkening back to the party's roots in the Jacksonian rhetoric of equality of commercial opportunity. But when he referred specifically to the farmer, the convention hall began to rumble. "My God! My God! My God!" one delegate shouted, throwing his hat into the air, beating the empty chair in front of him, as if a politician were directly acknowledging his plight for the first time. 6. The gold standard was only the issue of 1776 all over again, Bryan remarked. Should the American Republic have a gold standard because England has? No, he answered. Having behind us the producing masses of this nation and the world, supported by the commercial interests, the laboring interests, and the toilers everywhere, we will answer their demand for a gold standard by saying to them, you shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns, you shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold. 7. Bryan laced his fingers over his forehead in the shape of a crown, then stepped back from the podium and extended his arms from his sides, posing in the shape of a cross. He held the stance for 5 seconds. The audience stood in hushed silence. Finally he descended from the stage and walked back to the Nebraska delegation. When I finished my speech, Bryan would remember, I went to my seat in a silence that was really painful. When I neared my seat, somebody near me raised a shout, and the next thing I was picked up and bedlam broke loose. All of a sudden the floor of the convention seemed to heave up, the New York World reported, and everybody seemed to go mad at once. There were hills and valleys of shrieking men and women. 2 delegates were crying bitterly, great tears rolling from their eyes into their bearded cheeks. 9 The pandemonium lasted 25 minutes. The next day, in a stunning repudiation of the party's sitting president and the party elites, the Democrats nominated Bryan. A few weeks later the People's Party, an insurgent, agrarian-based third party founded in 1891, met at their convention in St. Louis. The Populists, as they were also known, voted to nominate Bryan for president, too, and thereby fuse with the Democratic campaign. The Republicans had already nominated a Gold supporter, Ohioan William McKinley. From the Republican convention came this report: "There is no life in it. The applause is hollow, the enthusiasm dreary, and the delegates sit like hogs in a car and know nothing about anything." 10. The 1896 Battle of the Standards had begun. 1. The Populist cause. Bryan went on to lose the presidential election by a comfortable margin. Having merged its fate with Bryan's candidacy, the People's Party collapsed and quickly passed from the scene. President McKinley signed the Gold Standard Act of 1900, which officially demonetized silver. What, then, was the significance of the populist revolt, beyond a great political speech and an electoral repudiation? For one thing, it kept alive the populist current that has always run through U.S. politics. It is often rural and distrustful of elite and urban power. It is nationalist and anti-globalist but also ideologically indeterminate. Above all, it has a distinctively emotional pitch, that has often been religious in substance and tone. It is critical of economic inequality but commonly succumbs to racist, and sometimes also anti-Semitic, scapegoating. In the 1890s, for instance, after making a short-lived attempt at cross-race solidarity, the populist revolt ended in the South with an orgy of racist violence that secured white supremacy there for another generation. 11. Populism, however, did contribute to a turn of the 20th century political-economic project that was larger than itself. No matter how sophisticated they may be, economic elites may abuse their power and deserve criticism, even of the uncultured kind. The only democratic recourse may be the state. We believe that the power of government, in other words, of the people, shall be expanded, the People's Party platform stated. 12. By contributing to a reimagining of national public authority in the midst of a globalizing economy, the populists helped set an agenda that would last long after the age of capital. 13. Bryan and his 1,896 supporters were not all clod-hopping farmers, destined for the dustbin of history. 14. The U.S. agricultural sector was hardly backward. In the era of industrialization, it was more economically productive than that of any other country in the world. What the agrarian revolt of the 1890s did was to further politicize the course of industrial economic change. Industrial proprietors and wage earners had struggled to do that in the 1880s, but that industrial class war did not overlap with the populist revolt. No alliance between disgruntled industrial wage earners and farm households ever materialized. By 1896 the violent class wars of the 1880s were over, and the AFL's pure and simple unionism, shunning electoral politics and committed to a politics of male pay, was on the rise. But in the large agricultural sector, property-owning farm households rallied to the populist critique of unchecked private corporate power. Their critique would prove consequential for the entire political economy. For one thing, critics of the British-backed gold standard were not wrong on the details. While the gold standard created international confidence and a stable environment of expectations, it is not clear that the United States needed European capital, and the gold standard also transmitted financial volatility and a strong deflationary bias. Only the international gold standard would make the Great Depression of the 1930s truly great, putting an end to the age of capital altogether. Arguably, the 1896 U.S. presidential election was the first democratic election in history that explicitly put the issue of economic globalization on the table. Not for the last time did globalization so seemingly abstract a process filter through national politics at such a high emotional pitch. Further, populism, resonating with some urban constituencies, kept alive anti-monopoly ideology. That meant the economic drift toward large-scale, corporate industry remained squarely in the political arena, even after 1896.15 Bryan, who ran as the Democratic nominee again in 1900, and lost again by an even greater margin, evoked more than agrarianism, he also stood for the possibility of small-scale industrial economic life, defending the American value of market competition, which was why his invocation of the businessman stirred such deep emotions. None of these issues were going away anytime soon. The defeat of Bryan affirmed the gold standard, but the founding of the decentralized Federal Reserve System in 1913 reformed the U.S. monetary system with the approval of Bryan, who was by then a member of the progressive Democratic President Woodrow Wilson's cabinet. Meanwhile, scale continued to increase dramatically in the industrial corporate sector. The Great Merger Movement, from 1895 until 1904, was the greatest moment of industrial corporate consolidation in U.S. history, recapitalizing in a short span a significant share of industry. That the merger movement went into high gear after the defeat of Bryan was surely no coincidence. Capital was becoming ever more corporate, in both its money and its productive forms, consisting of corporate stocks and bonds, as well as the productive assets of the factories. Industrial corporations aggrandized power. In 1901, the Wall Street banker J.P. Morgan consolidated Andrew Carnegie's steel companies into the largest corporation in the world, U.S. Steel. Meanwhile, the populist revolt was superseded by the more urban progressive movement. In the early 20th century, progressives, focusing on the industrial corporation and on cities, began to reconceive the relationship between private corporate power and the public interest, fashioning such concepts as natural monopoly and public utility. By politicizing capital's pecuniary gains, the progressives would make great contributions to 20th century income politics. For all the drama of the populist revolt, American political economy, a step at a time, kept shifting from targeting the ownership of capital to targeting the regulation and distribution of the gains realized from capital investment away from a distributive politics of property, toward one of income. The public interest was reimagined, but investment was left to corporations. In this sense, too, the populists, and their increasingly anachronistic politics of property in defense of farmers, small-scale businessmen, and the business project of cooperatives lost once again to the Farmers' Alliance and the People's Party. In the era of industrialization, the household remained the central unit of U.S. farm enterprise. In 1880, 43.8% of Americans' 22 million people lived on farms. Between 1860 and 1900, there were 3.75 million new U.S. farms, the vast majority west of the Mississippi. 16 The American farm sector was the great agricultural powerhouse of world markets, which were both globalized and highly competitive. As the gold standard held prices down and more commodities flooded the world market, urban industry benefited greatly from ever cheaper inputs due to increased agricultural productivity. After a harvest, farmers were forced to accept a competitive world market price for their crops. Farmers in this era grew wealthier in absolute terms. But relatively, industry captured a larger share of the newfound productivity gains, due to increasing returns in commerce and manufacturing. 17 While many farmers were in debt, the great railroad corporations, which farmers depended on to take their crops to market and which set prices for their customers based on their own costs rather than being forced to take a competitive market price, as farmers grew rich. Bankers, who controlled farmers' access to credit, increased their own incomes. During the late 1880s, crying out against monopoly, many farmers organized a series of alliances, whose chief goal was to create farmer-owned business cooperatives. These cooperatives would allow farmers to store their own crops and thereby increase their market power, maybe even transform them from price takers to price givers. Credit cooperatives would expand farmers' access to finance on better terms. But the cooperative movement failed. Many disgruntled agrarians then turned to electoral politics, and the populist revolt, which would later join Bryan's upstart 1896 Democratic presidential campaign, was born. The Farmers' Alliance, founded in 1877, was first, basically, a farmers' mutual aid society and a periodic forum for rural socialization. In 1886, the year of industrial labor's great upheaval, the alliance became something else, and membership exploded. It began in the Cross Timbers region of central Texas, where the cotton farms of the South met the wheat farms of the Great Plains. 18. The issue in Cross Timbers was the terms under which farmers would become commercial, as they undoubtedly would. In 1883 Jay Gould's Texas and Pacific Railway bisected the region, expanding possibilities for commercial production of both cotton and wheat. Farmers complained of land titles stolen by large landowners and cattlemen, discriminatory railroad rates, an insufficient money supply, and high levels of debt. Because of Gould's Texas and Pacific, the Knights of Labor had arrived. When the Knights carried out their fateful strike against Gould in 1886, the Cross Timbers Farmers Alliance supported it. The Great Upheaval of 1886 was a turning point for urban labor. After Gould's triumph, the Knights entered their demise, urban labor radicalism flagged, and Gompers's AFL and its politics of pay, or white male breadwinning, surged. But in the rural United States, the Farmers' Alliance grew after 1886, picking up the banner of anti-monopoly and the politics of property. In 1886 members of the growing statewide Farmers' Alliance met in the Cross Timbers town of Cleburne, Texas, and issued its 15 Cleburne demands, all but 4 of which evoked the Knights of Labor's 1878 platform. We demand the recognition by incorporation of trade unions, cooperative stores, and such other associations as may be organized by the industrial classes to improve their financial condition, or to promote their general welfare. And the substitution of legal tender treasury notes for the issue of the national banks, that the Congress of the U.S. regulate the amount of such issue, by giving to the country a per capita circulation that shall increase as the population and business interests of the country expand. 19. The Texas Farmers Alliance called for the federal government to issue not only silver coinage but greenbacks. Further, it called for more favorable laws of incorporation for labor unions and cooperatives. This was not an anti-corporate demand tout court. At a time when state law was splitting the corporate form between for-profit and non-profit, Texas farmers hoped to incorporate organizations that fell somewhere in the cooperative, entrepreneurial middle. After 1886 the Farmers' Alliance became a genuine social movement, sustained by the political ideology of anti-monopoly and rooted in the ambitious entrepreneurial project of forming economic cooperatives. In 1887–88 its lecturers, many of them women, rode circuit, all preaching the gospel. The evangelical Christian tone was inescapable, of cooperative enterprise. Local chapters of the Farmers' Alliance spread like wildfire across the South and the West. 20. The majority of U.S. farmers did not become members of a Farmers' Alliance. Nonetheless, due to the interactions of the gold standard, high debt loads, railroad pricing strategies, and competitive world market prices, the grievances of many small-scale commercial farmers were real. In the South, the unjust and inefficient crop lien system, which crowded black and white sharecroppers into producing cotton, was to blame. Cotton was an international commodity, but the South remained cut off from national labor markets and, to a lesser degree, from international capital markets. With the entry of Egyptian and Indian cotton onto the world market, demand proved insufficient, and the price of cotton fell, which exacerbated Southern debt burdens. Chapters of the Farmers' Alliance and of the segregated Colored Farmers' Alliance appeared across the South in great numbers in 1887–88. 21 Unlike the South, the Great Plains was fully integrated into the Atlantic capital market. U.S. farm mortgage debt increased by 42% in the 1880s, and by 1890 farmers had mortgaged somewhere between 30 and 40% of farm acreage west of the Mississippi and east of the Rocky Mountains. 22 More commodities came onto market, threatening to overwhelm it. Further, due to the gold standard, the quantity of hard money did not keep pace with the surge in commodity production. Price deflation set in, increasing existing debt burdens. Many Western farmers complained of debt, worsened by a restricted money supply and falling prices. Dollars per bushel of wheat. In the age of capital, the United States was a world agricultural powerhouse, exporting great volumes of many commodities. But in tandem with U.S. commitment to the deflationary gold standard, greater production contributed to falling prices, which exacerbated the debt burdens of many farmers. The railroad corporations contributed to the farmers' troubles. The Farmers' Alliance charged the railroads with discriminating against small, rural customers, a violation of property owners' equality of commercial opportunity. The anti-monopoly charge evoked Jacksonian democracy but also the post-Civil War Granger movement. Granger laws, which had passed in many Midwestern states, forbade railroad rate discrimination. 23 The U.S. Supreme Court had upheld such laws in Munn v. Illinois, 1877, holding that the railroads, being common carriers, affected the public interest. Railroad rate setting thus became the critical issue in rethinking the scope of democratic public authority in light of private corporate power. The 1886 Cleburne demands endorsed the creation of a Federal Interstate Commerce Commission, ICC, charged with scrutinizing the justness of railroad rates. The ICC was modeled after state-based railroad commissions, including the first, the Massachusetts Board of Railroad Commissioners, 1869, and the most powerful, the Illinois Railroad Commission, 1870. The Farmers' Alliance politicized railroad rate setting. During the Age of Capital, there was no farming, no life at all, including social connection in the West without the market access provided by railroad corporations, just as in the early 21st century for many people, there is no social life without the Internet. For farmers, the railroad's power to set rates truly was extraordinary. In many farming communities, one single railroad corporation provided market access. For a railroad, being the first to enter a particular territory and establish a line there warded off potential future competition. In the absence of market competition, it could set rates. American railroads, c. 1900. In the West, given the absence of waterways, there was no market access without the railroads. Illustrated here is the American railroad network by century's end, but also the extraordinary power that the great railroad corporations exercised over commercial farmers in the Plains states, the hotbed of the populist revolt. On economic grounds, the railroads were what the University of Michigan professor of political economy Henry Carter Adams, in an influential essay, Relation of the State to Industrial Action, 1887, branded a natural monopoly. 24 Given increasing returns to scale in railroading, first movers always threaten to capture a monopolistic share of a market. Rather than receiving market prices, the railroads, just like many large industrial producers, set prices according to their own costs. As they had large, fixed, and running costs, they preferred large customers who could guarantee them freight. Thus they commonly offered them lower rates, relative to smaller farmers, who suffered commercially from such discrimination. Adams's analysis of natural monopoly would prove highly influential. But the Farmers' Alliance did not lack for intellectual leadership of its own. Charles McCune, born in Wisconsin, was by age 20 a North Texas cowboy. For a short time, he worked as a clown. By 1886, he was practicing medicine in the Cross Timbers region. He joined the Knights' struggle against Gould, then the Farmers' Alliance. He ascended to a leadership role in the Texas Alliance, which began to merge with other state alliances. He became president of the newly formed National Farmers Alliance and Cooperative Union. On its behalf, he proclaimed, "Cooperation, properly understood and properly applied, will place a limit to the encroachments of organized monopoly, and will be the means by which the mortgage-burdened farmers can assert their freedom from the tyranny of organized capital." 25. By organized capital, he meant the national bank system, which pyramided bank reserves on Wall Street and, together with the gold standard, enforced the scarcity value of money, capital and credit. Organized monopoly referred to the rate-setting power of railroad corporations, as well as the price-setting power of the organized commodities futures exchanges, like the Chicago Board of Trade and the New York Cotton Exchange. In 1886, McCune set to work laying the business foundations for a new cooperative commonwealth. The national cooperative movement never really got off the ground, for lack of funding capital and working credit. In 1887 the Dakota Alliance incorporated a joint stock company to cooperatively bargain and purchase farm machinery for Alliance members. But most cooperatives were intended for marketing farm products. The idea was that if farmers could collectively hold their crops off the market, they might bargain for a higher price. The most ambitious cooperative was McCune's Texas Exchange. The exchange would purchase farm supplies, whether seed, machinery, or fertilizer, at wholesale prices. Then in exchange for the crops its farmer members raised, the exchange would issue them notes, which presumably local bankers would accept as money. The exchange would then negotiate the sale of the entire crop on international markets. McCune assessed each member of the Texas Farmers Alliance $2. With 250,000 members, he hoped to capitalize the exchange at $500,000. But only $20,000 materialized. In 1889 farmer cooperative start UPS were everywhere. 26 But by the end of that year, even the most audacious experiment, the Texas Alliance, had failed. The cooperative movement burned out quickly for want of sufficient capitalization. The Farmers Alliance had no choice. Rather than support bottom-up cooperative initiatives, it now had to look to the regulatory powers of the state. In December 1889 the National Farmers Alliance and Industrial Union formed, banding McCune's Texas-based organization with the Dakota and Kansas alliances. Its platform demanded outright government ownership of the railroads, and implementation of McCune's Sub-Treasury Plan 27. According to his plan, instead of farmer-owned cooperatives, the federal government would own and operate warehouses, issuing federal notes to farmers in return for their crops, which would be held in storage until farmers chose to sell them. Farmers would cease to be price takers. More like the railroads, they would have some ability to set prices. Thus would the federal government subsidize the market power of small-scale producers. The National Farmers Alliance could not avoid entering democratic politics now. But would it work within the existing two-party system, or would it form a third party? Most alliance members on the northern Great Plains leaned Republican. Southern members, like McCune, leaned heavily Democratic. The two parties themselves were highly organized, using tactics ranging from picnics and parades to bribes and corruption, to beatings and killings. 28 Ethnocultural and wedge issues, such as prohibition, divided the electorate. 29 Republicans held their coalition together by providing generous Civil War pensions and the spoils of the nationalist protective tariff. 30 Especially given the winner-take-all electoral system, the odds against third-party success were considerable. Further, support for issues dear to the Farmers Alliance to some degree transcended party lines. In Iowa and Minnesota in 1889, Republican legislatures passed anti-monopoly measures against rate discrimination. In Congress in 1887, Democrats supported the creation of the ICC, to regulate railroad rate discrimination. Fair and reasonable competition is a public benefit, ICC Chairman Thomas Cooley, a Michigan jurist, declared on behalf of farmers, middling tradesmen, and small-scale producers everywhere. 31 In 1890 Democratic votes pushed through the Sherman Silver Purchase Act, which mandated that the federal government purchase and mint a greater quantity of silver, pushing back somewhat against silver's post-war demonetization. That same year Democrats also pushed through the Sherman Antitrust Act, which granted the Department of Justice legal authority to quash contracts or combinations in restraint of trade or commerce. The U.S. Supreme Court would have the final say on the scope of the ICC's authority, as well as the meaning of the Sherman Antitrust Act. Nonetheless, neither of the two parties were deaf to agrarian demands. 32. In the end, the money question was responsible for the birth of the Populist Party. In 1892, when the Democrats nominated former President Cleveland on a strong pro-gold platform, it was the last straw for many Southern Alliance members. In July they traveled to Omaha, where the People's Party came into being. The preamble to the Populists' Omaha platform began, "We believe that the powers of government, in other words, of the people, should be expanded." The platform called for the abolition of the national bank system and the free coinage of silver at 16:1. It also demanded that no less than $50 per capita should ever be in circulation if necessary. Fiat money, not backed by metal, should fill the gap. The greater money supply would relieve debt burdens and expand the supply of credit for farm enterprise. Likewise, the Omaha Platform called for McCune's sub-treasury system. Among its other demands were a progressive income tax and government ownership of railroads, telegraphs, and telephones. We believe the time has come when the railroad corporations will either own the people or the people must own the railroads. 33. The anti-monopoly position required government ownership, but not for its own sake. It was to ensure fair market access and thus equal commercial opportunity. A final plank in the platform in favor of women's suffrage was struck in the final drafting. In the presidential election of 1892, the Republican Benjamin Harrison was the sitting president, and the Populists nominated James B. Weaver of Iowa, a former member of the Iowa Greenback Labor Party. The Populists ran well in the Plains states but nowhere else. Northeastern farmers, in their more diversified rural economy, were less vulnerable to international market prices and the rates of single railroad corporations. They did not break populist. Populists also failed to appeal to small-scale proprietors in the northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt. 34. In the South, white supremacy doomed populist success. In Georgia, where populists appealed to the votes of both white and colored farmers' alliances, the young populist firebrand Tom Watson explained that the Democratic argument against the populists may be boiled down to one word: nigger. 35. In 1892, populists carried only Kansas, Colorado, Idaho, and Nevada, earning only 8.5% of the national popular presidential vote. The party picked up but a smattering of congressional seats. Grover Cleveland, who had served a presidential term from 1884 to 1888, returned to the White House, as the pro-gold Democrats swept the Congress. The future of the Populist Party looked bleak. 3. Globalization and the election of 1896. If not for the Panic of 1893, the populist revolt might have died out in 1892. It was the international panic and the general slump that followed that made possible the fusion between the populists and Bryan's insurgency in the Democratic Party in 1896. At issue in the presidential election that year were the benefits and dissatisfactions of economic globalization. The cause of the Panic of 1893 was nothing other than the normal operations of the international gold standard, as presided over by Great Britain. Between 1865 and 1914, Great Britain, by far the world's largest creditor, exported £4 billion in capital overseas. 36. The United States, despite its prodigious agricultural exports, remained a net debtor in a globalizing economy. Adherence to the gold standard was the price of entry into the world capital market. 37. The gold standard transmitted capital but also financial volatility and fragility. The Panic of 1893, the result of international credit linkages, led to yet another deflationary economic slump. The late 19th century was an era of both empire and globalization. 38. Through mass migration, labor markets integrated, and through international trade, so did product markets. When countries, or colonies, adopted the gold standard, confidence increased among potential foreign investors that the value of their investments would never be inflated away in the future. 39. Interest rates fell, and capital moved across borders into wealth-generating enterprise, which increased output. The problem was that if for any reason gold began to flee their country, states had no choice but to raise interest rates to attract hard currency to defend their gold currency peg. Capital moved around the world to take advantage of opportunities, but by the same logic, at the first, small sign of trouble, when liquidity preference among the owners of capital increased, the capital movements could destabilize the system. The only possible state response to crises, which was to raise interest rates, then choked off credit, only contributing to the gold standard's normal deflationary bias, and causing generalized slumps that halted economic development. For instance, Argentina was a darling of English bankers, who hoped to make the Argentine Pampas another US West Point 40 in 1890, however, the Argentine investments made by the great British merchant bank Baring Brothers went sour. The Bank of England and the House of Rothschild organised a bailout. Nonetheless, the aftershock depressed British credit markets. British investors, in the competitive flight to cash and security, sought to get their hands on the safest store of value gold. But given the integration of Atlantic capital markets, panic and recession spread across national borders. 41. British capital fled from the United States, too. British capital had helped finance the extractive economy of the West, as well as the U.S. merchandise trade deficit. But now British investors called in their investments and stopped making new ones. Credit became scarcer. Railroad construction paused. With less spending, international commodity prices began to fall. On April 30, 1893, the U.S. Treasury's gold reserve dipped below the symbolic threshold of $100 million. On May 5 the New York Stock Exchange crashed. In July the Erie Railroad declared bankruptcy. Panic broke out, as nervous depositors pulled their money out of banks. Atop the pyramid of the national bank system, New York City banks suspended conversions, and depositors could not withdraw their funds. Banks called in old loans and ceased to make new ones. Credit dried up, investment and spending of all kinds declined, the commercial economy shrank, and economic output and employment fell. 42. The depth of the resulting depression is difficult to know. Later estimates of unemployment in 1894 range from 12.3% to 18.4%. 43 U.S. farmers suffered the brunt of the slump. Between 1893 and 1896, farm incomes fell 22%. No U.S. public authority existed to raise interest rates or attempt to draw gold back into the country. Doing that, however, would have only choked off credit and commercial activity and made the slump worse. That was the negative consequence of the gold standard. For his part, President Cleveland believed that more deflation and depression were the right medicine. U.S. price deflation would increase American international competitiveness and thus export earnings, drawing gold back into the country. Depression would purge the economic system of rot and excess and prepare the ground for recovery. Such beliefs only made matters worse. Meanwhile, in the 1894 congressional elections, the Republicans retook the House, in the largest single swing won 20 seats in U.S. electoral history. In February 1895, U.S. Treasury gold reserves dipped to $9 million. The New York banker J.P. Morgan met with President Cleveland at the White House. Morgan had recently sent a cable to London saying the United States was on the brink of the abyss of financial chaos. Morgan told the president that from his private contacts he knew that $10 million in gold drafts were about to be presented to the U.S. Mint. "What suggestions have you to make, Mr. Morgan?" asked the president. Morgan offered to syndicate a loan to the federal government that would bring 3.5 million ounces of European gold to the U.S. Treasury in exchange for $65 million worth of 30-year bonds. Morgan wired London, "We consider situation critical, politicians appear to have absolute control. If fail and European negotiations abandoned, it is impossible overestimate what will be result U.S." Congress failed to act, but Cleveland accepted the loan. From the brokerage fees and their own investments, the Morgan and Rothschild-led syndicate booked profits between $6 and $7 million. The gold standard was saved in the United States, but the grinding depression continued. Populist firebrand Mary Elizabeth Lease accused President Cleveland of being a tool of Jewish bankers and British gold, while Congressman William Jennings Bryan had the clerk of the House of Representatives read out loud passages incriminating the Jewish moneylender Shylock from William Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. 44. Interactions between the gold standard and liquidity preference were a fundamental design flaw in the global economy. The populists, attempting to pin down and locate human agency in a rather abstract and impersonal global financial system, simply blamed elites, especially international elites, who existed outside the people. Populism reached a fevered emotional pitch. Sarah E. V. Emery's 7 Financial Conspiracies Which Have Enslaved the American People, 1892, was a representative title. Meanwhile, Bryan became the most vocal advocate in the Democratic Party of a bimetallic standard. Many populists believed a pro-gold Democrat would earn the nomination in Chicago, whereupon Bryan and his constituency in the Democratic Party would flock to the populist convention that summer. But surprisingly, Bryan won the Democratic nomination. The cooperative movement and the alliance exchanges were in tatters, economically. The populists had not fared well at the polls in 1894 and now really had no choice. 45 They nominated Bryan for president and fused with the Democrats. Bryan appropriated one populist issue, silver, and adopted their evangelicalism, barnstorming across the country for 6 months. 46 The great commoner could have run a much more intelligent campaign. Urban democracy was at no risk in the white supremacist South, and the Republicans would win the industrial and finance capital-rich Northeast. Bryan should have focused more on the Midwest, appealing to the industrial wage-earning class. But Gompers was taking the AFL and skilled labor in a different direction. In 1895 he placed a statement in the AFL Constitution that party politics shall have no place in the conventions of the American Federation of Labor. 47 In 1896, he would later recall, Mr. Bryan sent a number of messages that he was anxious to meet me, to which I made no reply. 48 Meanwhile, Bryan's overt Protestant evangelism alienated many unskilled, Catholic immigrants. A second possible Midwestern constituency for him would have been small and medium-sized industrial firms, small industrial property owners. But many existed because they already had, one way or another, access to capital and credit, even if it came from local sources rather than Wall Street. 49 The Republican tariff appealed to them much more than silver. This stratum did not cohere politically, let alone rally to the Democrats. Meanwhile, the Cleveland industrialist Mark Hanna ran the McKinley campaign, with a war chest of at least $3.5 million, benefiting from large contributions from wealthy individuals, $250,000 each from John D. Rockefeller and J.P. Morgan. Bryan's entire campaign fund was $300,050. Bryan had handed the Republicans an opportunity to bring together Republican industrialists and Democratic financiers. 51 McKinley promoted the economic benefits of the protective tariff among industrial wage earners and proprietors. As for the money question, the Northeastern intellectual class promised that a Bryan victory would lead to anarchy. Edward Atkinson's The Money of the Nation, Shall It Be Good or Bad? 1896, proclaimed that money made out of gold is good money, money made out of silver is bad money. 52 Bryan, an advocate of market competition and small enterprise, was tarnished with accusations of anarchism, socialism, and communism. George Perkins, a partner in J.P. Morgan & Co., called Bryan's speech in Chicago anachronistic and wicked. 53 In London, the Times spoke of lawlessness, of warfare on property, on public and private rights. 54. In 1896 the gold standard emerged victorious. While both were nationalist positions, the Republican-sponsored protectionist tariff against British manufacturers in the northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt captured as much support as, if not more than, the anti-British gold standard position in the South and West. Further, in the summer of 1896, prices began to reflate, with more gold coming onto world markets from recent strikes in South Africa, Australia, and the Canadian Klondike. Bryan carried the agricultural West, but he won no state east of the Mississippi or north of the Mason-Dixon line. He lost the popular vote by more than 500,000. 55. The failure of the populist revolt in 1896 had two dramatic, immediate consequences. In the agricultural South, a wave of popular white racist violence broke out. A new Southern commodity entered markets, photographs of mutilated black bodies, victims of lynching. 56 Coincidentally or not, violent consolidation of Jim Crow in the South coincided with a surge of investor confidence and expectations on Wall Street. For in the manufacturing belt, What followed the election of 1896 was the greatest large-scale corporate consolidation in U.S. industrial history, the Great Merger Movement. 4. The Great Recapitalization. What soon earned the name the Great Merger Movement occurred between 1895 to 1904. The slump that followed the Panic of 1893 triggered it, but then it paused during the election campaign year of 1896. After Bryan's defeat seemingly secured the future of the gold standard, the mergers accelerated. In all, no less than 20% of U.S. gross domestic product consolidated into new manufacturing corporations, as 1,800 industrial firms became 157 corporations. 57 In the history of capitalization, the Great Merger Movement was the greatest rupture since the abolition of black slavery. As the populists' politics of property fell by the wayside, property transformed. The Great Merger Movement began with the Morganization of the railroad industry. J.P. Morgan, his friends called him Pierpont, took control of the London-focused banking partnership Drexel, Morgan, & Co. in 1890, upon the death of his father, J.S. Morgan. By 1895, the firm had become J.P. Morgan & Co., its operations centered in New York City. At first, Morgan focused on reorganizing the post-panic of 1893 U.S. railroad sector, which had become heavily indebted but was not very profitable. Many corporations had loaded up on debt, to rapidly scale up and secure first-mover advantages, only to overshoot demand for their services. To salvage them, the method of Morganization was born. 58. Essentially, Morgan strong-armed railroad corporations' creditors and reduced their claims. First, Morgan bankers placed the railroad corporations in preemptive bankruptcies called friendly receiverships, perfecting a legal technique employed by Jay Gould during the 1880s. 59 Next, the House of Morgan studied each railroad's earnings, interest rate charges, and operating and maintenance costs and estimated its prospective future profits. That became the basis of the new value of the firm as well as what the firm could afford to pay its creditors. Before, corporate valuation had hinged on already paid-in capital, the PAR value on the face of stock certificates representing the intrinsic value of the corporation's productive capital, or its engines, cars, tracks, and other equipment. This was the standard trust fund theory of corporate value, stated as recently as William C. Cook's A Treatise on the Law of Stock and Stockholders, 1887. 60 In Morgan's new style of valuation, present value hinged not on the certitude of past investments but on expected future earnings, a matter of uncertainty, by definition, but also a matter of the House of Morgan's expertise. Based on the new valuation, Morgan's bankers slashed railroad corporations' debt obligations, by on average 1/3. Instantly, fixed costs, the great business problem of the age of capital, were reduced. Bondholders contested the haircuts in the courts, but the House of Morgan's redefinition of the value of a corporation ultimately prevailed. Morgan further changed corporations' capital structures, often replacing debt with equity. He reissued debts as income bonds, which paid out only on future, realized profits. Prospective profits, rather than paid-in investments, thus became the new basis of both corporate capitalization and corporate property rights. During the 1890s, no less than 1/3 of the U.S. railroad sector was placed in bankruptcy. Railroad corporations positively lined up to be Morganized. The managers or owners of failing railroad corporations came to Morgan personally, hat in hand, among them the owners of the Southern Railway, legacy of Tom Scott's Southern Strategy, the Erie, of Gould and Vanderbilt's famed machinations, and the Northern Pacific, of Jay Cook's infamy. Wall Street investment bankers followed Morgan's lead, be they Kuhn and Loeb, August Belmont, or Kidder, Peabody. By bringing railroad corporations under their control, investment bankers consolidated the industry. By the turn of the 20th century, the U.S. railroad sector was dominated, essentially, by 6 intercontinental systems. 61. Outside the railroad sector, investment bankers were to play a crucial role in the Great Merger Movement. Nonetheless, Another impulse behind the Great Merger movement was more specific to industry itself. On the eve of the merger movement, U.S. industry could be categorized into three distinct types, along a spectrum of size and scale. First, a significant stratum of small to medium-size firms remained, often legally organized as proprietorships or partnerships. On average less capital and energy intensive, they relied on skilled labor and made specialized goods. They financed themselves from retained earnings, or they accessed still thriving local capital and credit markets. 62 The Great Merger movement did not much touch these firms, and they would thrive until the Great Depression of the 1930s. 63 Second, at the opposite end of the spectrum were large-scale capital and energy-intensive firms that employed unskilled, often immigrant labor. They ruthlessly cut costs to undersell competitors in continental markets and thus contributed to price deflation. Carnegie Steel Company was one such firm. Finally, there was a third category of industrial firms, somewhat between the two extremes. Their sudden turn toward consolidation was what made the Great Merger movement so great between 1895 and 1904. These firms, some already incorporated, some not, ended up suffering from the same general problem that large-scale, fixed-cost producers faced. During the late 1880s and early 90s, they made ill-timed large fixed capital investments. After the panic of 1893, sales slumped. To recoup their fixed costs, these producers kept on producing much like farmers during the late 1880s and early 90s. Competition only made matters worse, as firms engaged in brutal pricing wars to gain market share. It was difficult to limit competition between firms. Voluntary or gentleman price agreements ultimately failed. Next, the U.S. Supreme Court, interpreting the 1890 Sherman Antitrust Act, outlawed cross-firm price agreements as an anti-monopoly restraint of trade. 64 However, in United States v. E.C. Knight Co. 1895, the court ruled that large manufacturing consolidations were not in violation of the Sherman Act, for manufacturing was distinct from trade. Firms rushed to legally consolidate, to ensure that they would limit their production volumes and thus put a floor under market prices for their goods. 65 The strategy was not much different from what the Farmers' Alliance had tried to do: cooperate in order to raise prices for its members' crops. Except, through mergers and acquisitions, manufacturing firms succeeded. In order to merge, manufacturing firms needed to raise funds in the capital market. Furthermore, the new corporations that resulted, no different from organized railroad corporations, required a new capital value and a new capital structure, combinations of stocks, bonds, and various ownership instruments. In short, the new corporations had to be recapitalized. This was where investment banks figured in. Ever since the post-Civil War resumption of the gold standard, Wall Street financiers had remained committed to it. After Bryan's defeat in 1896, confidence and expectations surged in the Wall Street capital markets. One specific market burgeoned: the market in corporate stock. As a result of the post-war national bank system, the reserves of small country banks pyramided into New York, the basis of the short-term, call money loan market. There were large bond markets on Wall Street, especially for railroad corporate debt. However, the market in corporate equities, stocks, was not large. In fact, until the Great Merger movement, the largest stock market for industrial corporations was the Boston Stock Exchange. Throughout the country, there were many securities exchanges. 66. In yet another consolidation during the Great Merger movement, the New York Stock Exchange became the largest transactionally liquid market in corporate securities. Investment banks tapped it, to raise the capital necessary for mergers and acquisitions. The consolidation of a liquid securities market in corporate stock made corporate industrial investment newly subject to the contradictory drive of speculative investment, which made possible new forms of credit-fueled short-term speculation but also long-term investment in enterprise. Upon consolidation, the value of each small firm had to be estimated, then added into the grand total. Next, to merit the valuation, the capital markets had to absorb the new issues of that corporation's securities, thus capitalizing the enterprise. Commonly, merger and acquisition negotiations among firms went more smoothly if a third party, an investment banker, conducted the estimates. 67 In capitalization, following the Morganization example, the drift was toward prospective future earning capacity. 68 In 1899 American banker claimed that 25% of the aggregated capital through the new mergers was nothing more than bags of hope. 69 But as the standard post-Great Merger Movement text, William Locke and Frederick Fields, Corporation Finance, 1909, would put it, capitalization should be based upon the corporation's future earning power, regardless of the past capital investment. Finally, in 1912 New York State passed a law allowing stock issues without the dollar mark, that is, with no stated par value. By law, corporate stock valuation was now explicitly a confidence game. The great U.S. economist Irving Fisher explained the new post-Great Merger Movement logic, in his The Nature of Capital and Income, 1906. With capital, when values are considered, the causal relation is not from present to the future, but from future to present. 70 So neatly expressed in the merger movement, this reversal of time in economic life counts among capitalism's greatest transformations. 71 Outside even Morgan's control, the confidence game would be increasingly played at the New York Stock Exchange. The year 1896, when Bryan lost the election, was the same year more stocks than bonds were issued on Wall Street. Soon the NYSE would declare a new political philosophy that stock ownership, like land ownership long before, could be the property anchor of democratic citizenship. 72. The capstone event of the Great Merger Movement was the creation of the United States Steel Corporation. One night at dinner in Manhattan's University Club, in December 1900, the Carnegie executive Charles M. Schwab floated aloud the possibility of a merger in the steel industry within earshot of J.P. Morgan. 73 Recently, the House of Morgan had consolidated two new corporations, Federal Steel and National Tube. They competed with Carnegie Steel. Schwab's and Morgan's partners met in Morgan's library to hash out a proposed merger of the three firms, as well as 8 other steel manufacturers, as well as Lake Superior Consolidated Mines. When Schwab played golf with Andrew Carnegie at the St. Andrew Golf Club in Westchester County, New York, Carnegie wrote his price on a piece of paper $480 million. Morgan agreed. Carnegie said, "Pierpont feels that he can do anything because he always got the best of the Jews in Wall Street. It takes a Yankee to beat a Jew, and it takes a Scot to take a Yankee." Carnegie later admitted to Morgan that he had sold out for too little, probably by $100 million. "Very likely, Andrew," Morgan responded. 74. Carnegie retired as the richest man in the world and dedicated himself to philanthropy. The House of Morgan capitalized the new corporation at an astounding $1.4 billion, valued according to the projected future earnings of U.S. Steel, or the corporation, as it became known. The creation of U.S. Steel required an initial public offering of $500 million in stock. The Morgan-led syndicate consisted of no fewer than 300 stock underwriters to release the stock onto the NYSE and stabilize its initial value. U.S. Steel was nothing short of a big bang for the Wall Street capital market in industrial securities, accounting for 1/10 of the total capitalized value, $5 billion, of all industrial combinations created between 1898 and 1903. The productive capital wielded by, and organizational scale of, U.S. Steel were extraordinary. The corporation controlled 213 separate factories, 41 mines, and over 1,000 miles of railroad, spread out across the entire northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt. It employed 162,000 individuals. Its capitalization included another expectation projected labor costs. It crushed a recognition strike by steel workers in 1901, and another by the United Mine Workers in 1902. McClure's magazine said of U.S. Steel, "It receives and expends more money every year than any but the very greatest of the world's national governments. Its debt is larger than that of many of the lesser nations of Europe, it absolutely controls the destinies of a population nearly as large as that of Maryland or Nebraska, and indirectly influences twice that number. 76 by 1905, industrial corporations in manufacturing 23.6% of all manufacturing establishments owned 82.8% of total U.S. industrial capital. They hired 70.6% of all wage earners. 77 The Wall Street Journal confessed to uneasiness over the magnitude of the affair. 78. Perhaps in principle stock ownership could be widely distributed, much as landed property had been before, among white heads of farm households in the Empire of Liberty during the Age of Commerce. But in fact in the Age of Capital, the ownership of productive capital was concentrated in the name of legal persons, industrial corporations. If the capital side was corporatized and no longer so politicized, perhaps the income yielded from corporate capital could be made subject to distributive politics. 5. Progressive income politics. The creation of U.S. Steel established the large, joint stock industrial corporation as a fact. In the first decades of the 20th century, the urban-based progressive movement set its sights on fashioning new regulations for this kind of corporation. Many of the progressives were cosmopolitans, influenced by transatlantic intellectual currents, even if they had strikingly little to say about transatlantic capital markets. 79 But corporations like U.S. Steel were relatively specific to the United States. To regulate them, progressives appropriated a number of populist ideas. 80 However, they accepted the corporate reconstruction of property and capital. They focused on the regulation of corporate behavior. Above all, they sought to politicize corporate incomes to forge a new distributive politics. Through income politics, the goal was to alleviate poverty, and more broadly to spread the benefits of economic development to urban populations that had not benefited so much from industrialization in the late 19th century. To this end, progressives reconceptualized the public interest. It was not necessarily pretty, as racist eugenics counts among progressive political economic thinkers. Legacy. 81 Progressives recognized the industrial corporation as a powerful social entity that had superseded commercial markets, demanding new forms of public regulation. When the market is viewed as a social mechanism rather than a private one, argued the future New Dealer Rex Ford Tugwell in The Economic Basis of Public Interest, 1922, there was a wedge for public control in the general interest of the public. 82 The progressive political imagination consigned the politics of widespread land ownership by white male heads of household to the rural past. It politicized instead the income yielded from private, corporate capital, arguing for various supports for male breadwinning, income taxation, as opposed to property taxation, and the enforcement of reasonable rates of return on corporations that affected the public interest. After a period of political agitation and policy innovation, the progressive legislative breakthrough occurred, at both the state and federal levels, in the arenas of tax policy, antitrust, public utilities, welfare, and banking, all during the first administration of the Southern Democrat Woodrow Wilson, which began in early 1913. In the 19th century, except during the Civil War, it was property and commerce that had been taxed, not income. At the turn of 20th century, Northeastern progressive intellectuals and university professors began to reconceive the corporation as a real legal person, independent of its stock owners. 83 Taxing corporate income would be no different from taxing the incomes of flesh and blood individuals. Further, the principle of progressive income taxation was premised on the ability to pay and the marginal rate of taxation that would not inhibit private spending and investment. Proposals for a new income tax had drawn strong populist favor during the 1880s and 90s. 84 In 1913 states, with agrarian and progressive support, ratified the 16th Amendment, which constitutionalized income taxation. The Democratic Congress dramatically slashed the tariff and introduced corporate and personal taxes on high incomes. 85 Corporations paid a large bulk of the first income tax. They also aided personal income tax collection at the source, by withholding income from employee paychecks. Finally, The new income tax included exemptions for philanthropic giving to non-profit corporations. 86 Taxation and tax exemption became a matter of income politics. Like income taxation, anti-monopoly underwent a populist to progressive translation. Antitrust, as it became known, was the central issue of the presidential election of 1912. The first so-called trust had been John D. Rockefeller's 1882 Standard Oil Company, in which 40 different oil companies had turned over their capital and control of their enterprises, in exchange for trust certificates in Standard Oil. Rockefeller thus consolidated the oil industry, controlling production volumes, stabilizing prices, and ensuring profits. 87 In popular discourse, trusts became synonymous with large consolidated firms, though the Standard Oil Company would reign corporate as a New Jersey holding company in 1899. By that time, Rockefeller's corporation was vertically integrated, encompassing the activities of oil exploration, through processing, to marketing and final sale, all in the same company. It was also horizontally integrated, meaning it had largely eliminated market competition in each specific activity. In 1911, the U.S. Supreme Court in Standard Oil Co. of New Jersey v. United States broke up Rockefeller's New Jersey holding company. Its decision declared the rule of reason, distinguishing between reasonable, lawful restraints of trade and unreasonable, unlawful restraints. An unreasonable restraint was anything an already existing firm in a particular line of trade did to prevent new entrants into their field of competition. Vertical integration was largely protected. Bryan complained, "The trusts have 188, but horizontal combinations that restrained market competition came under new scrutiny." Wilson and the Democrats followed with the Clayton Antitrust Act of 1914 and the creation of the Federal Trade Commission. Harkening back to long ago calls for equality of commercial opportunity, its mandate was to rid enterprise of unfair methods of competition. In the end, not even U.S. Steel would be able to ward off competition. 89. On behalf of small-scale, household-based enterprise, populists had called for public ownership of the railroads. Taking up the populist cause, although more in cities than in the West, progressives transformed the concept of natural monopoly into the associated notion of a public utility corporation. In 1905-07 they largely lost the battle for municipal ownership of streetcars and subways, but the capital of privately owned utilities, the municipal infrastructure of transportation, gas, waterworks, and sewage, became newly affected with the public interest. 91 Rather than targeting rate discrimination, the new focus was on a reasonable rate of return or profit on privately owned corporate capital. 92 Public utility commissions began to determine fair rates of return. It was not so easy to do, either technically in accounting terms or legally. The Supreme Court had ruled in Munn v. Illinois, 1877, that railroads were affected with a public interest, but Smith v. Ames, 1898, held that corporations had a 14th Amendment due process right to realize a fair return on their capital investments. In sum, corporations could decide when and where to invest, but the rate of return on capital was newly politicized. Many future New Dealers cut their teeth on public utility rate regulation. Further, in urban industrial life, progressives attended to the male breadwinner female homemaker family, lending it new public supports at the state level. 93 Feminism was one face of progressivism, and 1920 saw the passage of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution establishing female suffrage. 94 Incipient American social policy acquired both maternalist and paternalist variants. Progressives created a Children's Bureau in 1912 and passed laws barring child labor in 1918 and 1922. 95 For male breadwinners, states passed a series of workmen's compensation laws in the period 1910-13. Further, states also passed mothers' pension laws between 1911 and 1919, income subsidies for women without breadwinners in the home. 96 The new taxation of corporate incomes funded these building blocks of the U.S. welfare state, including redistributive supports for male wage earners, the income politics of male pay. Finally, progressives worked to regulate finance, credit, and money. 97 Upon securing the gold standard in 1896, Wall Street financiers, at the conclusion of the Great Merger movement, began to see the need for an American central bank. The post-Civil War national bank system had always suffered from the periodic tightening of money and credit in New York City during the annual harvest season, when money and credit drained back to the countryside to finance the sale of crops. After the Great Merger movement, the short-term loan call money market, fueled by the pyramiding of the reserves of small, country banks in New York, became the credit nexus that sustained prices and maintained transactional liquidity at the NYSE, adding an extra potential strain on the money market. In the autumn of 1907, as reserves flowed to the countryside, a financial panic broke out on Wall Street. Only a private syndicate led by J.P. Morgan to backstop markets restored confidence and prevented a worse credit crunch and perhaps a general economic slump. 98. As a number of homegrown U.S. monetary theorists argued, a truly central bank would have the public authority to be the lender of last resort in such crises. Further, by setting a short-term interest rate in the money market, if need be, it could raise rates and draw sufficient gold into the country to defend the dollar-gold exchange rate. Last, within the limits set by the quantity of gold, by accepting a variety of bills and notes as collateral for loans, a central bank would have the power to issue credit and thus to expand the money supply, to prevent any reversal in the credit cycle that risked panic and precautionary hoarding. 99. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, passed because of agrarian political power in Congress, created something different from what either monetary theorists or Wall Street bankers had wanted: 12 regional reserve banks. These bankers' banks accepted the deposits and discounted the notes of other banks. By law, the national banks had to purchase stock in the 12 reserve banks and hold their reserves in them. Ownership came with voting rights to determine the board members and governors of the regional reserve banks. The regional banks printed Federal Reserve notes, which replaced the national bank notes and became the sole U.S. currency. The Federal Reserve was required to have 40% of the currency backed by gold reserves. Each regional bank had the discretion to set its own interest rates on loans to its members. Immediately, given the importance of the Wall Street capital market, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York became the most powerful of the 12 banks. The President appointed and the Senate confirmed a 7-member board to oversee the Federal Reserve. 100. In the creation of the Federal Reserve System, the agrarian interest in the Democratic Party flexed some muscle. According to the 1913 Act, the regional banks could discount a category of banknote backed by crops in the spirit of Charles Mackayne's sub-treasury system. Congress's Warehouse Act of 1916 subsequently enabled regional reserve banks to grant farmers credit upon the collateral of certificates issued to them for the storage of their crops in government warehouses. The 1913 Act licensed national banks to issue farm mortgages, while the Federal Farm Loan Act of 1916 created 12 federal land banks, with the capitalization of each guaranteed by the Treasury at $750,000. Credit flowed to many farmer-owned cooperatives. 101 The new Federal Farm Loan Board was granted powers to regulate private farm lending. 102 Without these provisions, which bolstered farmers' market power and were thus friendly to the Democrats' agrarian base, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 would likely not have passed Congress, and Wilson would likely not have won re-election in 1916. A note from William Jennings Bryan himself to Democratic congressmen representing agrarian districts: I am with Wilson on all the details, had secured the final votes. 103. Meanwhile, the same year, 1913, was an industrial annus mirabilis. 22 days before Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act, the Detroit automobile manufacturer Henry Ford installed the very first continuous assembly line. In the age of capital, Industrial Revolution was not over yet. Chapter 11. Fordism. The greatest achievement in the annals of the Industrial Revolution took place just outside Detroit, Michigan, during the 1910s. There the Ford Motor Company manufactured more than 20,000 Model T automobiles in 1910. The number was 585,000 in 1916. During that period, the price of a Model T fell by more than half, from $780 to $360.10. Mass production made founder Henry Ford an international celebrity. In 1922, when automobile production at the Ford Motor Company approached 2 million, he published the widely translated international sensation My Life and Work. 2 Ford did not like books, once saying, "I don't like to read. Why not? They muss up my mind." 3 But Ford read at least one author, dear to him, whom he called the Concord philosopher, Ralph Waldo Emerson. 4 The business journalist Samuel Crowther wrote Ford's My Life and Work on the basis of their conversations. Ford's autobiography begins not with an account of the modest childhood of a Michigan farm boy but with a question, what is the idea? 5. The idea was that machines should do more work. In 1920 the U.S. Census announced that for the first time, the majority of Americans were city dwellers, a product of industrial urbanization, but with mass production, Ford proposed that humans would have more time for the trees, the birds, the flowers, and the green fields. With greater wealth at hand, human beings might have more time to be more human, as Emerson might have said. My life and work continued. How come when one speaks of increasing power, machinery, and industry, one usually pictured a cold, metallic sort of world? Did industrial civilization have to be that way? Did the coming of the great factories mean there have to be only metal machines and human machines? No, with a better understanding of the mechanical portion of life, Ford promised something nearly biblical, a new world, a new heaven, and a new earth. 6. Henry Ford was many things. I'm going to see that no man comes to know me, he once jotted in an introspective note to himself. 7 He was an eccentric, surely, but also a pacifist and a suffragist. For health reasons, he attacked the pasteurization of milk. He was an anti-Semite, publisher of the International Jew, 1920, which, soon enough, sat dog-eared on the bookshelf of Adolf Hitler. 8 Ford was also an industrial genius and one of the great modern visionaries. Along with Hitler, Benito Mussolini, and Vladimir Lenin, all of whom grudgingly or enthusiastically admired mass production methods, Ford belongs in that rare company of 20th-century figures who, by force of their personal charisma, succeeded in casting modern industrial mass society in the form of their totalizing visions only in the end to fail. 9. Ford was not a mass politician, although without him campaigning much, Michigan almost elected him a Democratic senator in 1918. But he was a mass capitalist. He was a capitalist of a very particular kind who became very, very rich, but did not care so much about making profits in the first instance. 10 Profit was far too narrow an aim for Ford's massive, homespun ego. A far more grandiose motivation fired his extraordinary dedication to investing in mass production. He was not conflicted about short-term speculation versus long-term investment, let alone hoarding. He associated short-term profit-making in liquid financial markets with the International Jew and never participated in it, even during the 1920s as the New York Stock Exchange enjoyed the spectacle of the great bull market. 11 Ford, in the beginning an industrial tinkerer in the small-scale producer tradition, was enamored with production and nothing else. In this respect, he had a singular, focused drive and was committed like no capitalist before or since, not even Andrew Carnegie, to putting productive capital on the ground, over the long term, in order to produce, and produce. In doing so, he himself concluded, I invented the modern age. 12. Ford left distinctive marks on productive capital. First, he accelerated the energy revolution in production and increased the speed at which goods passed through the manufacturing process. In 1913 he and his engineers introduced the first electric-powered assembly lines. Coal-fired electric power stations mechanized them. Other manufacturers quickly followed him. The electrification of assembly in the 1910s and 20s gave rise to even greater capital deepening, and stupendous gains in productivity occurred. 13 From negligible amounts in 1900, electricity powered 78% of U.S. industry by 1929.14 During the 1920s, U.S. manufacturing productivity increased at an annual rate in excess of 5%, the fastest rate of growth of any decade on record. 15 Second, by focusing on continuous speed, the Ford Motor Company reconceptualized the architecture of the factory. Ford and his industrial architect Albert Kahn imagined the factory as a machine itself, a mechanism of self-contained motion. 16 Capital goods were mechanized. The new electric speed notwithstanding, Ford amassed fixed, illiquid capital at hitherto unheard-of scales. Ford & Kahn's River Rouge complex was the largest factory ever seen, a giant machine, which attempted to internalize the many backward and forward, intermediate linkages of industry under Ford's personal dominion. Much of the mass in mass industrial society was the new architectural massing of capital in place at a scale far greater than before. Industrial society acquired greater structure. No less significant, Ford's product was the automobile. In the dawning machine age, the automobile caught the public imagination more than any other item. Cars liberated individuals from place and rapidly changed the character of everyday life. 17 You can't go into town in a bathtub, said one Indiana farm housewife in 1919. Every time a woman learns to drive, and thousands do every year, it is a threat at yesterday's order of things, noted Motor Magazine in 1927.18. From 468,000 in 1910, there were 9 million automobiles in the United States by 1920. By 1929, there were 23 million, nearly one per U.S. household, accounting for nearly 80% of the world's cars. 19 Auto-industrial society, powered by coal-fired electricity but also gasoline, accelerated fossil fuel energy consumption. 20 An automobile was a consumer good. The Industrial Revolution had first brought about the manufacture of intermediate capital goods like Carnegie's steel, which became railroad tracks. Carnegie's investments had multiplying effects on wealth creation, as they induced fresh enterprise backward and forward, from mining to railroad service, all linked to steel manufacture. Similarly, Ford's automobile initiated an industrial investment multiplier. But he manufactured a consumer good, so in addition to his productive achievements on the supply side, he also triggered, on the demand side, another dynamic variable in economic development with multiplying effects: consumerism. Indeed, the electric machine age saw the introduction of many new consumer goods. In garages, there were automobiles. In homes, there were electric-powered vacuum cleaners, irons, and refrigerators. Electric radio set sales increased from $60 million in 1922 to $843 million in 1929, by which time 30 million Americans were tuning in every evening. 21 Electric-powered mass communication instantaneously connected Americans to mass society and mass consumer culture: cars, radios, the newest fashions. One final new mass product arrived, the Ford man. The Reverend Samuel Marquis, Ford's pastor, who became the first head of the Ford Motor Company's sociological department, would say that the idea that Ford was in the automobile business was not true. Automobiles were byproducts of his real business. Ford's real business was the making of men. 22 Carnegie had endowed libraries but viewed his labor force as nothing more than a running cost. Ford had a grander design, as he announced in a company newspaper bearing the name Ford Man. Ford spent the 1910s perfecting mass production, but he soon sensed that the stakes were civilizational. Beginning with 1922's My Life and Work, he leveraged his mass celebrity to become an industrial prophet. Ford's vision was total. The mass production assembly line, he saw, would run and win through economy and society, but also politics and culture, body and mind, soul and spirit. In 1934, the Italian prisoner of fascism Antonio Gramsci, in an influential fragment titled Americanismo e Fordismo, called Ford's project the biggest collective effort to date to create, with unprecedented speed, and with a consciousness of purpose unmatched in history, a new type of worker and of man. 23 This type of worker, like a good soldier, stood at an assembly line. In return for his obedience and consent, he earned a breadwinning wage after work. He could buy the new consumer goods of the machine age. Ford was as hostile to labor unions as he was anti-Semitic. As he massed so much capital, he instituted his own politics of pay, the vaunted 1914 $5 day, in return for which breadwinners' families might be subjected to company home visits. American Fordism, said Gramsci, was as totalizing as Italian fascism, or German Nazism, or Soviet communism. The comparisons were apt. For in the wake of Europe's self-immolation during World War I, the history of American capitalism was clearly no longer, as the historian Adam Tooze has put it, a domestic drama 24. By any quantitative measure, global economic supremacy had been shifting toward the United States, even before the birth of the assembly line. Fordism put American capitalism over the top. The greatest prize in the modern age, however, was for the very definition of the good life. Industrial society proliferated many modern isms, fascisms, communisms, capitalisms. They borrowed from one another, but they would also war with one another in a global struggle to the death for what Gramsci called hegemony. 1. Mass production. Mass production, Ford announced in an entry of that title to the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1926, yet another ghostwritten piece, is the focusing upon a manufacturing project of the principles of power, accuracy, economy, system, continuity, and speed. 25. The Ford Motor Company was incorporated in the state of Michigan on June 16, 1903, when Henry Ford was 40 years old. Ford grew up on a farm near Dearborn, Michigan. His father, an Irish immigrant, hoped his son might take over the family farm, but Ford did not like farming. Like many successful industrial innovators, especially in the 19th century before university-trained scientists and engineers inside the walls of big industrial corporations became responsible for innovation, Ford was a mechanical tinkerer. 26. He learned by doing, as economists would later put it. 27. When Henry was in his teens, his father gave him a pocket watch, and Ford was enraptured. He took it apart and put it back together, over and over again. Here the theme of abstract time in industrial capitalism arises, in a moment that must be considered one point of origin for mass production. The best book ever written about capitalism and the machine is Lewis Mumford's Technics and Civilization, 1934. While economic historians would later debate whether there was a general-purpose technology of the Second Industrial Revolution, Mumford was already correct that the clock was the key machine of the modern industrial age. A tool and a machine were different, he explained, since the tool lends itself to manipulation, whereas the machine to automatic action. 28. The mechanical precision of the clock would be visible in the accuracy of Ford's mass production methods. More generally, from the clock sprang the abstract industrial time of linear, standard duration. It had been the time signature of Carnegie's factories, but Ford and his men took it to new levels, using, for instance, stopwatches to coordinate and time assembly. Before the assembly line, it had been difficult to know why and how time passed in the factory. Mass production pulled time itself into the project of production. Time is the most valuable thing in the world, Ford's factory newspaper, Ford Man, would declare. 29. When he was 16, Ford migrated to Detroit to become an apprentice to a skilled machinist. Most Detroit machinists were American-born, or perhaps German, skilled producers, not the unskilled European new immigrants who were increasingly present in large-scale capital and energy-intensive industries such as steelmaking. The master machinist stood at his workbench wearing his work apron and tending his lathe, a general-purpose machine tool that rotated pieces of metal on an axis, where the machinist, depending on his particular skill, might cut, drill, knurl, sand, or finish them. Detroit was home to a significant agglomeration of machine shops but also an energetic entrepreneurial culture, committed to the arts of craftsmanship. Small-scale urban industry, financed by local networks of capital and credit, thrived. Ford lapped up the Midwesterners' produce-wrist entrepreneurial ethos, born of the free labor, free soil, free men Republican Party a generation earlier, which had, however indirectly, filtered through populism. 30. It was distant from the East Coast financial establishment. The New York-financed Great Merger movement had not so much as touched Detroit industry. 31. Ford had had another job before he turned to automobile manufacture. In 1891 he became an engineer at the Edison Illuminating Company. There in 1896 Ford met his hero, the company's namesake, Thomas Edison. The electric dynamo, a mechanism for producing electric current, had been developed during the 1860s, but it was Edison who designed the first central power station in 1882, New York's Pearl Street Station. 32 When they met, Edison encouraged Ford to continue with Ford's side experiments on gasoline-powered self-propelled horseless carriages. Germans, not Americans, invented the internal combustion engine. Carl Benz first began to manufacture gas-powered automobiles in 1885. Detroit became one home to the early U.S. automobile industry, as it had the right kind of local agglomeration of industry. At first, small start UPS and associated spin-offs predominated. Invention spilled across firms, through cooperative networks. Funding was informal, by local investors, not by distant capital markets. The number of automobile manufacturing firms peaked in 1909 at 272. By then, however, Ford was already established, having introduced the Model T in 1908. An auto-industrial district had formed. Detroit absolutely dominated car production. 33. Ford resigned from Edison in 1899 and, backed by a local Detroit investor, formed the Detroit Automobile Company, which quickly failed. Ford and fellow tinkerer Harold Wills then designed a new car, and local investors put $35,000 into the Henry Ford Company in 1901. But the owners soon pushed Ford out, renaming the company Cadillac, which was bought up for more than $4 million in 1909 during the formation of a new holding company, called General Motors. Ford now formed a partnership with the local coal dealer Alexander Malcolmson to lease a machine shop from the brothers John and Horace Dodge, in order to assemble automobiles. The Dodges manufactured the engine, transmission, and axles. Ford and Malcolmson could not pay them, so the brothers asked for a piece of the ownership. The Ford Motor Company was incorporated in 1903. The original 12 investors put up $28,000, somewhere in the neighborhood of $350,000 today. The corporation was capitalized at $100,000.34. Malcolmson wanted Ford to build a luxury car, but Ford had decided to build an affordable automobile and bought out Malcolmson. The Model N was introduced in 1906. A remarkable team formed at Ford's company. James J. Couzens was an initial investor, a future Republican mayor of Detroit and U.S. Senator, and managed the business side, including accounts. The rest were like Ford, tinkerer engineers lacking formal college and university education. They believed work was play, as cast iron Charlie Sorensen later put it in his revealing memoir My 40 Years with Ford, 1956. 35 There were personal rivalries, but no job titles. The process of innovation was social and cooperative. Sorensen had a background in new methods to punch, press, and stamp steel. Among others, Walter Flanders was a New England machinist, familiar with the Yankee practice of interchangeable parts. Carl Emd designed special-purpose machine tools. In 1905, the Ford Motor Company bought its first factory on Piquette Avenue. In 1909, Ford announced that the company would produce only one model of car, the Model T, painted black. Factory methods so far had been rather traditional. The building, a shell made of iron, stone, and brick, was long, narrow, and cluttered. Much of the clutter was because the factory was powered by a steam engine. A power train of leather belts, shafts, and cranks hung from the ceiling, and machines had to be clustered near the power train, or power loss was considerable. Skill also organized production and factory space. Machinists built individually fitted parts, whether engine block, cylinder, or chassis, which were then subsequently assembled, one at a time, into automobiles. The final fit to every part bore the imprint of a skilled machinist. Around the workbench of skilled machinists, Teams of unskilled common laborers, operatives, or helpers, truckmen, pushers, and shovers scurried about. Wheelbarrows, hand trucks, and lifts brought working materials to the machinist's bench. When finished, products moved farther along, eventually to final assembly. 36 When we cast our first Model T cylinders in 1910, everything in the place was done by hand, Ford recalled. On the floor, shovels and wheelbarrows abounded. The work was skilled. 37 In a short span of years, everything had changed. Ford and his engineers had designed precision, special-purpose machine tools outfitted with company-designed jigs, fixtures, and gauges. This achieved standardization and the interchangeability of parts. It also increased the division of labor. Ford bragged that he did not read books, but he might have still realized he was evoking Adam Smith when he declared, as early as 1903, "The way to make automobiles is to make one automobile just like another automobile, to make them all alike, like one pin is like another pin when it comes from a pin factory." 38 The use of interchangeable parts was long common to U.S. manufacturing. Ford's engineers went further, however, and developed, for instance, a special machine for drilling holes in the Model T's engine cylinder. In one motion, it drilled 45 holes in the same precise positions. An unskilled laborer could operate it. By 1914 Ford would employ 15,000 machine tools, numerically more than his 13,000 workers. That year in fixed capital, a liquid, productive capital goods, the company invested $3.6 million on plant, buildings, tanks, and fixtures, but almost as much, $2.8 million, on machine tool equipment. 39 Meanwhile, the company began to rearrange machine groups. Ford and his team designed factory space so that each part required only one treatment at each particular workstation. The completion of one treatment prepared the material for the next. They also began to group machines uncommonly close together. "Our factory buildings are not intended to be used as strolling parks," he said. 40 Ford also systemically eliminated wasted motion from the labor process. Historians still debate whether Ford consciously employed so-called scientific management, whose founder was Frederick Winslow Taylor. First at the Midvale Steel Company and later at Bethlehem Steel, Taylor developed time-motion studies to eliminate wasteful physical movements. Workers resisted. Exhausted from trying, Taylor retired. He would go on to publish On the Art of Cutting Metals, 1907, and The Principles of Scientific Management, 1911, among other books, to promote his views. In 1911 the Society to Promote the Science of Management formed. Taylor's ideas were generally in the air. 41 Christine Frederick's The New Housekeeping, Efficiency Studies in Home Management, 1913, for instance, applied them to housework at the same time Ford was rationalizing the labor process. Consciously or not, the Ford Motor Company Taylorized its labor force. In rational steps, automobile parts progressed from one workstation to another. Assembly gangs rotated in circles, performing distinct tasks, while work teams brought parts to the assembly spot. Using stopwatches, Ford's engineers choreographed every sequence. There was a right way to hand a fellow worker a nut or a bolt. Special timekeepers oversaw production schedules, and the Ford Motor Company would soon have an entire time study department. 42 Production of Model Ts surged forward, their quality improved, their price declined, and their sales increased. The automobile was a durable consumer good, but many of the backward linkages, typical of the cumulative process of industrial revolution, unfolded. The Model T had uniquely high power, 22 horsepower, relative to its weight, 1,200 pounds, because it was made from vanadium alloy steel. Thus upstream demand for vanadium alloy steel to build Model Ts drove greater innovations in steel making. 43 The engine block was cast in a single block. It had a 4-cylinder motor and planetary transmission with foot pedals that made it easier to rock the automobile out of muddy roads. The car sold particularly well in rural areas because, unlike other automobiles, it could travel over poor or non-existent roads. To sell Model Ts, Ford developed a vast network of commercial dealers, another example of the multiplying effects of his fixed industrial investments. And he still looked to expand production. Ford turned to local architect Albert Kahn, the son of a German rabbi. Kahn lacked a formal education, but he was to become as influential in the field of modern industrial architecture as Ford would be in modern mass production. 44 In 1903 Kahn designed the factory for Detroit's Packard Motor Company, which caught Ford's eye. Rather than brick, Kahn used steel-reinforced concrete, a revolutionary new construction material, for which the Ford Motor Company increased demand. Kahn's brother Julius, a structural engineer, had patented the Kahn system of reinforced concrete, a steel skeleton with soldered wings pointing upward and concrete poured over it. It combined the elasticity of steel with the compression strength of concrete. Construction began in 1908 at Ford's new Highland Park factory, nicknamed the Crystal Palace for the glass-paneled exterior that hung on the brick and reinforced concrete walls. 45 Reinforced concrete construction opened up room for continuous open production space, since fewer load-bearing columns were structurally necessary. Interior dividing walls could go. Also, Ford's engineers had more room to experiment with the arrangement of machine groups. Kahn's factory designs eliminated wasteful ornamentation, long the external symbol of the work of the craftsmanship taking place inside. His architecture featured rational straight lines, mere planes surrounding a volume, as the modernist architectural mantra would go. Natural light flooded into much larger enclosed spaces, granting the buildings a nearly temple-like quality. In 1919 Architectural Forum published a glowing article, The Concrete Factory, with photographs of Kahn's work. 46 Concrete had the advantage that it better absorbed vibration, reducing machine wear and tear as well as the need for constant machine realignments. Kahn designed the Highland Park factory, although he claimed its first principles came from Ford. The factory was no longer a shell for production. Ford considered his factory part of the continuous production process. The Highland Park plant, completed in 1910, immediately became the largest factory in the world. In late 1913, Fred Colvin of the American Machinist visited and left stupefied. Ford then manufactured half of all U.S. automobiles. "We think of 200,000 automobiles," Colvin gasped. "We lose all sense of proportion. It meant 1 million lamps, 800,000 wheels and tires, 90,000 tons of steel, 2 million square feet of glass. What more," Colvin wondered, "could Ford, the greatest high priest of efficiency, accomplish?" 47. He would accomplish much more. The crown jewel of the Highland Park factory was its massive electric power station. The station was powered by Ford-designed hybrid gasoline-powered internal combustion and coal-fired steam engines. It produced half the wattage necessary for the entire city of Detroit. Visitors came just to see it. Mass production required electrification. Electric power was more efficient and less costly than steam. It transmitted power over longer distances without loss. Electric wires replaced leather belts and bulky shafts, which freed up factory space for rational reorganization. Rather than relying on a single power source, many different electric motors made possible the group drive of machines and soon enough the unit drive of single machines. Industrial production was no longer dependent on immediate physical proximity to a power source. Liberated, production could operate according to fresh principles. Those were the principles of the clock but also of electricity itself. Ford's time as an engineer at the Edison Illuminating Company had left a mark. After 1900, with the development of alternating current by inventor Nikola Tesla and entrepreneur George Westinghouse, power could travel over great distances without loss. But electricity could not be stored. It did not sit still. It kept moving. It required continuous flow. Electric utility system builders like Edison integrated networks of electric generators, transformers, and power lines, keeping electric currents flowing until final consumption. 48 Ford's mechanization of capital was not only powered by electricity. It captured the essence of electric power transmission, the abhorrence of idleness, the yearning for continuous motion. The culmination was the electric-powered moving assembly line. It, too, had industrial precedence. 49 In the late 19th century, moving line production had been used in the manufacture of tin cans, and iron foundries had employed moving lines to eliminate human labor. Animal slaughterhouses used disassembly lines. The socialist writer Upton Sinclair had written about their use in Chicago slaughterhouses in the jungle, 1906, where animal carcasses, hung from hooks, circulated slowly, their parts chopped, scraped, and lopped off. Sinclair would later write about Ford's automobile assembly lines in the much less read but also excellent novel The Flivver King, 1937. Ford himself cited animal disassembly as an influence. In 1913 he was hoping to produce 200,000 Model Ts. The machine groups were already arranged in sequence, set as close as possible next to one another. Somehow Ford, Sorensen, Wills, and two other engineers who exactly is not clear, although Sorensen would claim the credit, got the idea to replace the series of workbenches with a waist-high line of pipe frames and conveyor chains. On April 1, 1913, the production of Magneto's small electric generators whose magnets ignited the Model Ts engine was put on such a line. Before, Magnetos had been assembled on workbenches. Now foreman told workers to perform one task, whether it was to start a screw, tighten a nut, or fasten a magnet clamp and then push the magneto down the line. Next they had to repeat the same task, over and over again, for 9 hours. The workers complained of sore backs, so the line was raised 6 inches. Some worked too fast, others too slow. The engineers realized if they moved the magnetos along with a chain, they could set, and regiment, the tempo. Magneto assembly at the Ford Highland Park plant, 1913. A photograph of what is reputed to be the first assembly line at the Ford Motor Company. Eureka! After 8 months of study, everything, all the way to chassis assembly, followed. Soon enough electricity would power the line. After the introduction of the assembly line, the company published Ford methods, and the Ford shops claimed that the production time for a single Model T had been reduced from 12.5 hours to 93 minutes. 50. Sorensen declared the Ford Motor Company a perfectly synchronized operation. 51. Since its introduction, the price of the Model T halved. Company profits soared. To give a sense of just how much more productive Ford's methods were, in 1913 Ford manufactured almost half of all U.S. automobiles, 261,000 Model Ts versus the rest of the industry's 287,000. Ford had 13,000 employees. The others employed 66,000. 52 Mass production arrived with an awfully big bang. Ford had eliminated much human labor, especially truckmen, pushers, and drovers, but he did need men to stand at the assembly line. The work demanded repetition and regimentation. The Psychology of the New Industrial Order, Mumford wrote in Technics and Civilization, appeared upon the military parade ground before it came, full-fledged, into the workshop. 53 The time signature of the battle march, regimentation by drumbeat, augured the regimented tempo of the mechanized assembly line. Human labor was dragooned by mechanization into greater feats of industrial productivity. The initial response was commonly a stupefying disorientation. John Dos Passos's novel The Big Money, 1933, sought to capture the feeling, as if the speed of electric-powered mechanization eliminated the spaces between words. At Ford's production was improvising all the time, less waste, more spotters, straw bosses, stool pigeons, 15 minutes for lunch, 3 minutes to go to the toilet, the tailorized speed up everywhere, reach under, adjust washer, screw down bolt, reach under adjust screw down reach under adjust, until every ounce of life was sucked off into production, and at night the workmen went home grey, shaking husks. 54. Nonsensicalness, humor, as well as the looming prospect of insanity were common responses to the mechanization of labor. In the opening frames of Charlie Chaplin's film Modern Times, 1936, the tramp finds himself inside the factory's gears and cogs. The scene is funny, but the tramp ends up in a straitjacket. Modern Times, 1936. Perhaps no work of art has better pondered the relationship between man and machine than Chaplin's great film. No scene is more iconic than this one. There were other reactions. The craft-based Detroit Metal Trades Council, affiliated with Gompers's AFL, noted in 1914 that Ford was eliminating the necessity of skilled labor. Ford workers would become mere slaves. Not by accident, organizing labor at Ford encountered obstacles. Ford barred labor unions, by firing anyone who joined one. As the company mechanized production, it ceased to employ skilled machinists, and turned to unskilled male new immigrants. Ford would not employ married women on principle, which complemented his productive capital goods. 55 In 1914 U.S.-born workers accounted for only 29% of Ford's labor force. The remaining 71% was represented by more than 22 nationalities, the most common being Poles, Russians, Romanians, Italians, and Hungarians. The language barrier alone made organizing difficult, but there was no talking, on the line anyway. There was a reason Chaplin's Modern Times was a silent film. Talkies had been common for some time. Ford foremen learned to say one expression in almost every European language: hurry up. 56. Ford's workers were not slaves, they were employed at will. Ever since the rise of U.S. free labor norms before the Civil War, the U.S. labor market had featured a high rate of mobility and turnover for young, male, especially immigrant workers. Turnover at Ford was shockingly high. Every day in 1913 between 1,300 and 1,400 workers did not show up to work, about 10% of the entire workforce. Labor turnover was a staggering 370%. The American economist John R. Commons called it a continuous, unorganized strike. Meanwhile, the radical industrial workers of the world attempted to unionize Ford workers by marching to the Highland Park factory gates and holding rallies. Another industrial union, the Carriage, Wagon, and Automobile Workers Union, was also present. As for what skilled labor was left, machinists, molders, platers, and polishers, the AFL attempted to organize them. All efforts foundered, however, on the final cog in Ford's assembly line, the $5 day. 57. Basically, to keep the line moving, Ford bought off his workforce. He preempted the AFL's politics of pay with his own brand of income politics. Unlike Carnegie, he would hand over a portion of his expanding profits. To great public fanfare, he announced the $5 day on January 5, 1914. Work was reduced from 9 hours a day to 8. Daily pay for unskilled workers doubled from $2.50 to $5. Job application lines quickly ran out the door of the Ford Employment Department, and by 1915 labor turnover was down to 16%. 58. Why did Ford do it? My life and work, declared the motivation had been social justice. 59. In another line of thought, Ford realized that if he did not pay his workers high enough wages, they would not be able to afford to buy his cars. That Ford was manufacturing a consumer good as opposed to an intermediate capital good was of great significance. Mass production would usher in an era of mass consumption, in which consumerism joined commerce and industrial investment among dynamic economic factors. It would have been absurd for Andrew Carnegie to wonder if his workers could afford to buy his steel ingots. Nonetheless, recall that in 1913 Ford manufactured 261,000 Model Ts with 13,000 employees. Ford's workforce hardly constituted adequate demand. Another motivation behind the $5 day was that mass production was vulnerable to mass labor action. The assembly line demanded productivity, but it also demanded machine-like cooperation. It only took one worker, no matter how unskilled, to hold up the line. Mass production would indeed prove quite vulnerable to industrial unionism and mass strikes. At this point, Ford was willing to pay for peace. When he doubled wages, some of his fellow capitalists grumbled that he was breaking the iron law of wages, interfering with the natural workings of supply and demand in the labor market. Taking his pronouncements on social justice seriously, the Wall Street Journal complained that Ford had in his social endeavors committed economic blunders, if not crimes. 60. A disillusioned former Ford employee, E.G. Pip, saw it another way, claiming in 1927 that Ford once told him personally that machinery was playing such an important part in production that if men could be induced to speed up the machinery, there would be more profit at the higher wage than at the low wage. 61. Later, economic studies of the Ford Motor Company conclude that the $5 day was in fact an efficiency wage. 62. It made economic sense for Ford to pay. However, how much did Ford really care about the bottom line? What motivated him was not so much profit-making as the potential awesomeness of achievement in production. His most likely single motivation for the $5 day was that he had just built himself a new machine, not the Model T but rather the Highland Park factory assembly line. He wanted to run it, to race it, to see how fast it could go, to see what it could accomplish if the workers stopped gumming up the works. Let it rip. If the workers were holding back production, pay them to stop. Ford had a final motivation: he was also in the business of producing men. The $5 were not a daily wage. A portion was called a profit share, granted only under certain conditions. The worker had to live the right way, as the company's sociology department administered the $5 day program. As one Ford manager explained, an unskilled worker received $2.34 per day for working and another $2.66 for living as the company wanted him to live. Drinking and riotous living were forbidden, as were lack of thrift, domestic trouble, and indebtedness. The sociology department conducted home inspections, such that there was nothing to keep from them. "This man lives in a dirty unsanitary hut," Ford records read. Or Polish wedding, drunk. "My wife told them everything," one worker lamented. Ford's vision was total. 63. It was as if the assembly line extended outside the factory gates and into working-class homes, even into working-class saloons, where it yanked the beer right out of Ford employees' hands. That was assuming they could walk to the saloon to begin with. As the wife of one Ford assembly line worker wrote to Ford, only weeks after the introduction of the $5 day, "The chain system you have is a slave driver. My God, Mr. Ford. My husband has come home and thrown himself down and won't eat his supper, so done out. Can't it be remedied? That $5 a day is a blessing, a bigger one than you know, but oh, they earn it." 64. For $5 a day, Ford asked that his workers show up to work, every day, on time, be sober. In 1920, not long after the birth of mass production, a constitutional amendment achieved prohibition, and be ready to submit to being a mindless cog in his great machine. At home, they had to live the right way. High wages bought consent, but this was hardly liberation from drudgery. And what about the trees, the flowers, the birds, and the green fields? To the Rouge. Ford wrote, "In my life and work, power and machinery, money and goods, are useful only as they set us free to live. They are but means to an end." 65. Ford had accomplished the electric mechanization of productive capital and achieved a standard of industrial efficiency never before seen. Mechanization, however, could not answer the most fundamental question that it posed: efficiency at doing what, besides making more cars? Among others, the 20th century was to provide one awful end: efficiency at total war and mass death. During World War II, the architectural firm Albert Kahn Associates would design more than 200 factories, including the mammoth Willow Run plant in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Mass production and total war developed a strong affinity, as 20th-century warfare states proved adept at mobilizing the mechanization of capital, bringing factory discipline onto the battlefields, or was it the other way around? To his credit, Ford had doubts about the merits of war. He opposed U.S. entry into World War I, which had broken out in the autumn of 1914 among the great powers of Europe. In December 1915, Ford financed the peace ship and personally traveled to Europe on a publicity campaign to talk soldiers out of the trenches. That did not work. The U.S. economy boomed, exporting raw materials to Great Britain and France. Wall Street financed their war debts. German militarists judged that U.S. economic power, even under a neutral flag, might eventually tip the balance, and so Germany announced unrestricted submarine warfare against U.S. ships. Congress voted to enter the war in April 1917. The United States did help tip the balance, and an armistice was declared in November 1918. Peace brought a dramatic worldwide post-war economic cycle of inflation and deflation, as nations had departed from but now returned to the gold standard. 66 In the United States, a sharp recession in 1920-21 threatened Ford's efforts to build another factory, the great industrial colossus, the River Rouge complex. The Rouge was an end in itself, and when successfully completed at the end of the 1920s, it became one of the great modern symbols of the machine age. Ford chose the Rouge River site, some 1,110 acres 10 miles south of Detroit, in 1915. He announced in the fall of 1916, "My ambition is to employ still more men, to spread the benefits of this industrial system to the greatest possible number, to help them build up their lives and their homes. To do this we are putting the greatest share of our profits back in the business." 67. He planned to finance construction out of retained earnings. Wall Street was not an option. Mr. Ford didn't like Wall Street because there were Jews in it, recalled one employee. 68 But two of Ford's original investors, the Dodge brothers, owned 10% of the company and did not want all profits reinvested in the construction of the Rouge. They wanted Ford to pay them dividends on their stock. In fact, the Dodge brothers needed capital to finance their own car company. In November 1916 the Dodges had sued Ford in a Michigan court demanding that he pay out 74% of the company's existing cash surplus in dividends, a reasonable figure given standard corporate practices at the time. Ford objected. "The primary object of a manufacturing business," he would declare, "in my life and work, was not to make a pecuniary profit for the company's owners but to produce 69. That was Ford's politics of capital. If the Dodge brothers did not like it, they could sell their shares, and he would buy them. In the case of Dodge v. Ford Motor Co. 1919, the Michigan Supreme Court found in favor of the Dodges, declaring, "A business corporation is organized and carried on primarily for the profit of the stockholders." 70 The Michigan court ordered Ford to pay $19 million in back dividends to his investors. Ford then needed capital himself, to build the Rouge. When the United States entered World War I, he had called Washington, offering to build anti-submarine Eagle boats at cost, taking no profits. The war ended before U.S. mass production was fully brought to bear, but military contracts brought money into the company, and the Army Corps of Engineers widened the Detroit River from 98 to 295 feet, dredging its bottom and opening port access. Ford handed the federal government a bill to install roads, a railroad, and a sewage system at the Rouge. During the war, the Kahn-designed Building B, the Rouge complex's first manufacturing building, was constructed for Eagle boat assembly. But the war contracts were not enough. Desperate to be rid of meddling, profit-seeking stockholders, Ford hired stockbrokers to feel out the minority owners of the company. He wanted to buy them all out. For $106 million, the Ford family bought 100% ownership of the Ford Motor Company. Including Ford's shares, the company was now valued at $255 million. To complete the purchase, Ford had to secure a $75 million credit from a syndicate of New York and Boston banks. 71 Despite the debt, not even Rockefeller or Carnegie had ever enjoyed complete equity ownership and control of their firms. By now, mass production was clearly the future of industry. The great bull market of the 1920s at the New York Stock Exchange began, and Ford's chief competitor, General Motors, was among its darlings. The Ford Motor Company was an anomaly. Ford had secured complete control. Between 1917 and 1920, Ford invested $60 million in the Rouge. 72 Arguably, this was the greatest single outlay of fixed capital investment in all of history. Given economic conditions, it nearly broke the company. During World War I, Great Britain and France, in addition to borrowing heavily from U.S. financiers J.P. Morgan and Co. above all had gone off the gold standard to expand their domestic money and credit supplies in order to finance the war. Upon its conclusion, as economic production converted back to peacetime ends, and as workers demanded more from the economy in recompense for having bled in the trenches, demand ran ahead of supply for many goods. Uncertainty over the future post-war monetary system destabilized expectations. Altogether there was inflation. The convulsions shook the United States. In 1919 as many as 4 million workers went on strike for the 8-hour day and higher wages. 73 anarchists bombed J.P. Morgan and Co.'s headquarters, killing 38 people. 74 Ford shut down the sociological department in 1919. His workers, it turned out, would not stand for home visits or similar intrusions. In 1920, in unison with the Bank of England's effort to restore the pre-World War I gold standard, pillar of the British Empire, the Federal Reserve sharply raised interest rates. To return currencies to their pre-war levels of exchange parity with gold, everywhere the money and credit supply would have to shrink. The scarcity value of money capital would be enforced. It was the post-Civil War policy of resumption all over again. A punishing deflation set in. Money, credit, and economic activity constricted. Unemployment neared 9%. 75 In Detroit, the Ford Motor Company helped organize the violent breaking of a number of strikes among many of its suppliers in ports, mines, and steelworks. Elsewhere, U.S. Steel defeated the largest steelworkers' strike since Homestead. In the wake of the Russian Revolution, an anti-Bolshevik Red Scare broke out. Everywhere in the world, including in the United States, organized labor was beaten back. Ford would call the post-World War I recession his Black Winter 76. During the deflation, his instinct was to cut prices further and to increase car sales, even if it meant maintaining production at a loss. But there was one thing that not even Ford could control: effective demand in the economy as a whole. There simply were not enough buyers for automobiles. On December 24, 1920, the Ford Motor Company halted production. In September, Detroit automakers had employed 176,000 workers. By December, the number was 24,000. Ford owed $25 million to the creditors who had enabled him to buy his company. He also owed the federal government a hefty tax bill, somewhere between $18 million and $30 million, given income tax rate hikes during World War I. At this point, Wall Street bankers literally appeared on Ford's doorstep, offering their services. 77. A vice president of the Liberty National Bank of New York, which was part of the J.P. Morgan and Co. network, was among them. Recently, Liberty had taken a large financial interest in General Motors, acquiring seats on its board of directors. "I don't need to borrow money," Ford told the banker. "I think not," the man responded. "We know your obligations, we know your cash reserves, and we know you need money. Who is going to be the new treasurer of your company?" "That makes no difference to you, does it?" Ford responded. "Oh, yes, it does," said the banker. "We'll have to have some say as to who the new treasurer shall be." Ford picked up the man's hat and showed him the door. 78 He was not going to be Morganized. The company forced thousands of its car dealerships to advance it cash for future delivery of stock. The Highland Park plant reopened on February 23, 1921. Soon the deflation bottomed out, with the price level one-third below the 1920 price level. The recession lifted, and demand for automobiles returned. The peak year of Model T production would be 1923, 1.8 million automobiles. 79 The same year the company's share of the market peaked at 66%. 80 Ford paid off his creditors and plowed profits back into factory construction. The High Rouge strategy of the early 1920s, pushed by Ford and by Sorensen, with a demoniac energy, was for the company to integrate everything from raw materials to the final product into one seamless flow of production. 81 For decades now, investment in intermediate capital goods had catalyzed industrial revolution, creating supply and demand in markets upstream and downstream, from production to consumption. Everywhere output increased, due to an investment multiplier, one firm's investments stoked business for others, and vice versa. Like no one before him, Ford hoped to internalize the multiplying effects of his investments under the single roof of his own company. The Ford Motor Company now tried to encompass all the many backward and forward linkages of automobile production into one, single working unit. Ford Motor Company River Rouge Plant, Dearborn, Michigan, 1927. An aerial view of perhaps the most famous factory in world history, a year before its 1928 completion. By the completion of construction in 1928, there would be 93 separate buildings at the River Rouge complex. Among them were an integrated steel works, a foundry, a glass plant, a cement plant, a textile mill, a leather plant, a hospital, a motion picture laboratory. Ford issued promotional films, an airport, and more than 15 million square feet of factory floor space. There was a 100,000 horsepower coal-fired electric power plant, capable of powering a city of more than 1 million. The Rouge's payrolls climbed past 100,000. Ford bought the Detroit, Toledo and Ironton Railroad to secure railroad access, and the company owned its own fleet of ships, led by the 611-foot steamship the Henry Ford II. To supply the Rouge, Ford bought up among other territorial possessions Michigan forests and ore mines, Kentucky and West Virginia coal mines, and, most infamously, a failed rubber plantation in Brazil. 82 A farm tractor, the Fordson, was assembled at the Rouge, but the Rouge was mostly for the production of component parts. Assembly still occurred at Highland Park. Yet to be closer to markets by 1924, there were Model T assembly plants as far and wide as Antwerp, Bordeaux, Buenos Aires, Copenhagen, Cork, Manchester, Montevideo, Santiago, São Paulo, Stockholm, and Trieste. 83 The Ford Motor Company's supply chain was becoming a global empire unto itself. The Rouge was built of newly standardized structural components. Kahn had designed a series of one-story buildings held up with reinforced concrete columns 40 feet apart. This was a new factory design. Ford had requested one-story buildings to simplify the flow of materials. By contrast, Highland Park was 6 stories tall. Raw materials entered the Rouge complex by canal or train. The major innovation at the Rouge was a high line, a concrete structure, 40 feet high, stretching 3/4 of a mile, with 5 sets of railroad tracks, from which cranes automatically distributed material to moving cars below. Kahn boasted in architectural form of the incorporation into his design of the process of manufacture so that there may be continuous and direct flow from the receiving of the raw material to shipping of the finished product. 84 Everything was in synchronous motion. No less remarkable was the sheer physical massing of productive capital. Ford had fixed, and settled, prodigious amounts of liquid capital goods in place. There would be no pulling out of the investment anytime soon. The Rouge was truly monumental, by far and by any measure the largest factory in the world. It inspired awe, soon attracting over 100,000 tourists a year. 166,000 As late as 1940.85 industrial management argued that the Rouge challenged the time-honored law of supply and demand. Through integration, Ford had eliminated commercial markets from his supply chain. The idea behind the Rouge was complete control. 86 When the American literary critic Edmund Wilson, a great critic of Ford, whom he called a despot, visited the Rouge, he spoke of Detroit as one huge organism. From the Rouge, Wilson argued, arose the whole structure of an industrial society. 87 With so much massing of durable, industrial capital, structure increasingly became a metaphor for industrial society itself. The first generation to live through industrialization often experienced it as uprootedness, perhaps from rural life and the stolidity of the land. Many of Ford's workers were European peasants. Nonetheless, when gazing up at the Rouge, it was hard not to think that, after the rupture of industrial revolution, the time horizon was now extending, and that economic life was at last settling down into a long-term structure. Quickly, in addition to being a symbol of economic modernism, the Rouge became an aesthetic symbol of cultural modernism. The Swiss-French modernist architect Le Corbusier, who learned a lot about concrete construction from Caen, visited the Rouge and left plunged into a kind of stupor. He later wrote, mesmerized by the totality of thought and action. 88 Caen's industrial architecture, stripped of all waste and ornament, ruled by the efficient straight line, would find high artistic expression. The American fiction writer Sherwood Anderson, after touring a number of mass-production factories, noted that the machine dominates American life. He continued, "I have felt the poetry of all this. I have felt the terror of it. After having written no verse of several years and after visiting the factories of the towns, I have again the hunger. In some moods I want to be the poetry of industry, of the machine. For the machine, as the American has developed it, I feel only admiration and love." 89. New York's 1927 Machine Age Exposition was organized by the feminist Jane Heap, to illustrate the inter-influence of architecture, engineering, industrial arts, and modern art. 90 Much was in fact interrelated, from the design of factories, office buildings, and skyscrapers, to consumer products like automobiles and electric toaster ovens. Photographs of machine cranks became art objects, as with Paul Outerbridge's Marmon crankshaft, 1923. The machine conjured more associations and connections, more totality. Prose is architecture, proclaimed Ernest Hemingway, who developed his precise, economical writing style at this moment. According to the modernist William Carlos Williams, a poem should be a small, or large, machine made out of words, that is pruned to perfect economy. 91. Catherine Dreyer, Machine Age Exposition, 1927. Feminist Jane Heap organized this exposition, an early sign of modern artists' widespread appropriation of the aesthetic principles of the machine. Paul Outerbridge, Jr., Marmon crankshaft, 1923. Outerbridge was an advertising photographer, associated with the precisionist movement in visual arts. This photograph of an automobile crankshaft, depicting the sculptural qualities of machine engineering, was made for a Marmon Motor Car Company advertisement. Modernists like Williams expressed fascination with the electric speed-up of life across multiple cultural media. Rather than perspective, motion became the pictorial language to express psychic content, observed Siegfried Gideon in Mechanization Takes Command, 1948. 92 in Gerald Murphy's Watch, 1925. It is as if Ford's boyhood watch exploded out of his pocket and across an entire canvas. Meanwhile, the synchronicity of Ford's assembly line exploded through popular mass culture. If Sorensen considered the Ford Motor Company one perfectly synchronized operation, the German culture critic Siegfried Kracauer identified the mass ornament in new consumer entertainments, whether it was synchronized dancing or even synchronized swimming. 93 Elsewhere, if the patented Con-reinforced concrete system uniformly absorbed vibrations, similar engineering systems in music halls and recording studios began to standardize a modern soundscape. 94. Gerald Murphy, Watch, 1925. No industrial technology was more significant than timekeeping. Reputedly, this painting was inspired by a railroad watch designed for Murphy's family business, the Mark Cross Company, a maker of leather goods. Murphy was an American expatriate in France and a member of the post-World War I lost generation. He painted for only a short period of time during the 1920s. Notably, the painting is large, 7 by 7 feet. The Rouge itself directly inspired great works of art. The photographer and painter Charles Sheeler spent 6 weeks there in 1927 and called the complex incomparably the most thrilling I have had to work with. 95 Sheeler's art, soon called precisionist, homed in on the clarity of the Rouge's structural lines. But it also conveyed sheer physical mass, productive capital, electrified and mechanized, but also fixed, settled, and ordered. Sheeler's great painting of the factory was called, tellingly, American Landscape, 1930. The industrial landscape conveys stillness and quiet. The smoke emitted from the Rouge's smokestacks blends seamlessly with clouds in the sky as if the Rouge were a given, natural fact. Was industrial capital now as much of a given as the land had been before? Was this a new organic economy, or a longing for the past one? In the painting, the scale of the factory dwarfs the one barely visible human figure. Every age, Sheeler wrote, manifests the nature of its content by some external form of evidence. American landscape makes for an interesting comparison with the frescoes of the Rouge painted by the Mexican artist Diego Rivera. Detroit industry murals, installed at the Detroit Institute of Arts in 1932-33, were commissioned by Ford's son Edsel. Rivera, like many Marxists, reverently respected production and was inspired by the Rouge, yet human labor is foregrounded in his murals, which are mythic in their themes. Was the Rouge not only natural but also supernatural in its powers? In 1928 Vanity Fair published one of Sheeler's photographs of the Rouge with the caption "An American Altar of the God Objective of Mass Production." 96 large truths lurked in the new mechanization and massing of industrial capital. Charles Sheeler, Crisscrossed Conveyors, River Rouge Plant, Ford Motor Company, 1927. Sheeler, commissioned by the Ford Motor Company with advertising in mind, took many photographs of the River Rouge complex. The conveyor belts pictured here illustrate the company's desire for continuous motion, yet the image also conveys the monumental stability and structure of the Rouge. Charles Sheeler, American Landscape, 1930. Early 19th century Hudson River School painters often featured a solitary individual dwarfed by nature. A century later, just barely visible in Sheeler's industrial landscape is a sole individual, running along the railroad track. 3. Fordism after Ford. The Rouge was the apogee of Henry Ford's industrial ambitions. During the 1920s, his grandiose visions began to border on megalomania. There were limits to his celebrity, charisma, and initiative, even as electric mechanization spread across industrial society. The future of mass production began to slip beyond his control. For one thing, the labor policies of the Ford Motor Company became ever more reactionary. Infamously, Ford's legendary anti-union enforcer Harry Bennett began to stroll around the Rouge with a gun. In U.S. manufacturing, union membership declined from 19% of the workforce in 1921 to 10% by 1929.97. The 1920s saw many experiments in corporate welfare schemes, but a policy of militant anti-unionism took hold at the Ford Motor Company. 98 If wages remained high, the $5-day program in all its guises was phased out. With the closing of European immigration due to World War I, followed by the Exclusionary Immigration Act of 1924, Ford began to hire thousands of black workers of the Great Migration out of the South. Blacks became 10% of Ford's workforce. 99 He expected them to reward the opportunity with loyalty, only to be disappointed when black residents of Detroit did not support his own chosen political candidates for city government. Meanwhile, by the early 1920s, the Detroit-based Industrial United Automobile, Aircraft, and Vehicle Workers Union, with at least 40,000 members, threatened to organize the Rouge. 100 The company employed spies to ferret out union sympathizers so that they could be fired. Ford had imagined pastoral harmony for his employees. During construction of the Rouge, he had also constructed satellite plants in the countryside. There is something about a city of 1 million people which is untamed and threatening, Ford wrote. A great city is really a helpless mass. 101 Kahn designed a number of industrial hamlets, but the greatest effort was Ford's bid to develop Muscle Shoals, an economically depressed rural area in northwestern Alabama on the Tennessee River. During the war, the federal government had begun construction on hydroelectric dams and nitrate factories but had left them unfinished. Ford promised Congress he would complete the project along unselfish lines, without taking any company profits. I am consecrated to the principle of freeing American industry, he declared, promising a new Eden of our Mississippi Valley. 102 Architect Frank Lloyd Wright enthused at Kahn's combined residential and industrial designs for Muscle Shoals, pictured in Scientific American in 1922, calling it one of the best examples of an industrial pastoralism to which he, too, aspired. But Congress refused Ford the concession. Instead, Ford would build Fordlandia at the company's rubber tree plantation in the Brazilian Amazon. 103 Fordlandia would fail, and the development of Muscle Shoals would have to wait for the Tennessee Valley Authority of the New Deal. In business, despite the completion of the Rouge, during the 1920s the Ford Motor Company's market share declined. 104 Ford's competitors adopted his mass production methods and in some respects improved on them. After 1921, General Motors was under the controlling interest of a Delaware explosives manufacturer, the DuPont Company. GM's Chevrolet model began to compete with the Model T. GM's mass production methods were more flexible. It built more lines of cars, catering to different consumer market niches. Grudgingly, Ford began to paint the Model T different colors. GM also encouraged its customers to buy on credit. The General Motors Acceptance Corporation, GMAC, launched in 1919. Ford was against debt on principle, although his son Edsel quietly opened a credit agency, the Guarantee Trust Company, on a different set of books. Ford realized the Model T's days were over, and in 1927 the 15 millionth Model T to be produced was the last. He had to completely shut down production to retool for the new Model A great car. By all accounts, his assembly line was fast but not as adaptable as GM's. The U.S. economy experienced a short recession while the company reconfigured its 45,000 machine tools. The High Rouge strategy slowly gave way, as Ford began to rely on a more flexible commercial network of suppliers. By 1929, Ford and GM each had 35% of the automobile market. Production was Ford's metric of industrial success, but Ford's pecuniary revenues were half those of GM. GM was a much more profitable corporation. 105. The Ford Motor Company had lost the initiative in mass production methods. 106 Ford thought he could internalize every step of the automobile production process into his firm. Instead, his mass production methods spread to other automakers. They were reproducible and could even be improved, made nimbler and more profitable. Given his personality, Ford was not well equipped to take these next steps. Politically, the Ford Motor Company remained under the personal whim of its founder. By contrast, GM invested in bureaucracy. Ford's method of accounting was, put all the money we take in a big barrel, and when a shipment of material comes in, reach into the barrel and take out enough money to pay for it. 107 GM took a different approach, separating management and ownership. 108 The DuPont stock owners developed new bureaucratic methods to keep the Detroit managers accountable. 109 In 1923 MIT graduate Alfred Sloan became the Detroit-based president of GM. The corporation developed a sophisticated hierarchy, with power and authority vested in impersonal titles and offices, which was the ongoing corporate trend. 110 Mechanization created great demand for skilled, white-collar workers. 111 Vice presidents, managers, middle managers, and associates piled into head offices, sitting in standardized chairs, at standardized desks, in standardized office cubicles. 112 In a mass society, paradoxically faceless bureaucracy and the cultural celebrity of a figure like Ford arose in tandem. Corporations hired new industrial psychologists to administer standardized personality tests to job applicants. 113 Industrial corporations internalized research and development in their own labs. 114 Unlike Ford and his early produce-wrist tinkerers and engineers, many had attended university. Franklin Bobbitt's The Curriculum, 1918, celebrated new standardized tests. Corporate accountants employed new accounting techniques, in light of the company's long-term investments in productive capital cost accounting, capital budgeting, and sales forecasting. 115 They read professional trade journals, such as Management and Administration, published by the American Management Association. Personalities with a taste for order and control were judged best suited for these jobs. Although in Elmer Rice's popular play The Adding Machine 1923 a corporate accountant snaps and murders his boss. Regardless, next to a corporate manager like the MIT-trained Alfred Sloan, Henry Ford increasingly appeared an idiosyncratic crank. The new corporate values of bureaucracy, efficiency, and professionalism entered electoral politics. During the 1910s, progressives advocated them. It was no coincidence, surely, that in 1928 machine-age Americans elected for their president a former engineer, Herbert Hoover. During the 1920s, as Secretary of Commerce, Hoover had organized the Committee on the Elimination of Waste in Industry, which pleaded for applying the virtues of standardization and efficiency toward industry's only real objective, maximum production. 116 In 1928 Samuel Crowther, only 6 years past ghostwriting Ford's My Life and Work, wrote another book, The Presidency vs. Hoover, that lavishly praised the Republican presidential nominee. Ford even granted Crowther an interview to publicize his support for the great engineer. Modernity and progress evoked efficient, linear, straight-line time, the path of Ford's sped-up electric-powered assembly line, capable of such great production. But while Ford kept complete financial control of his company, the great leap forward in the rest of U.S. industrial production during the 1920s was sustained by yet another upswing in the repeating capitalist credit cycle, another speculative boom. On the NYSE, it was the decade of the Great Bull Market, which followed a surge in investor confidence after the post-World War I restoration of the gold standard. Hoover could champion efficiency, and Ford could bray against Wall Street and Jews all they wanted, but by now the United States was at the center of global finance. After World War I, the world owed the country $12 billion. The United States sat on most of the world's gold reserves, and the Federal Reserve was newly burdened by the responsibility of maintaining the worldwide gold standard. Hoover, the great engineer, would be at the wheel when the international financial system would implode, and the lights, so recently electrified, would go out on capitalism. Chapter 12. The Great Depression. The greatest interpretive challenge posed by the age of capital is to connect two of its central economic narratives, both of which speak to the increasing centrality of capital in economic life. First, industrial revolution took place. Due to fixed investment in production, capital settled into more energy-intensive, illiquid capital goods. Over time, labor productivity increased on the supply side, and through long-term industrial economic development, wealth and money incomes grew even though they were more inequitably distributed, relative to the past. Second, the capitalist credit cycle repeated. Here the timing was not linear. Periods of short-term speculative investment booms motivated industrial economic development, accelerating industrial revolution, but these episodes were followed by moments of panic and the competitive flight to safe liquid assets. Precautionary hoarding prevailed, demand collapsed, and development decelerated. Entrepreneurial energy enervated, as long-term investment in productive capital halted. Economic life was nervously pulled into the present, before confidence returned. The dynamic appeared at the opening of the Age of Capital. Following the post-Civil War restoration of a metallic currency, expectations and confidence surged, propelling the post-1868 railroad construction boom. But the Panic of 1873 followed, and a debt deflation slump. Recovery brought the most intensive period of industrialization on record, punctuated nonetheless by periodic booms and busts. The post-World War I repetition of a similar sequence, culminating in the speculative investment boom of the Great Bull Market of the 1920s and the Great Depression of the 1930s, was, in every respect, the most extraordinary yet. Once again, in 1920, a post-war return to the gold standard led to a price deflation, which fueled a surge in psychological confidence among the owners of capital who guarded the scarcity value of their money capital. During the 1920s, a great speculative upswing unfolded across all sectors. Due to Fordist mass production, expectations of future gains in industrial production were brighter than ever before. In hindsight, the 1920s spread of the electric assembly line beyond the Ford Motor Company brought about the largest surge in labor productivity ever recorded. In commodities, worldwide agricultural production boomed. But then in 1929 the credit cycle dramatically reversed. Expectations shifted. The New York Stock Exchange, NYSE, busted. Agricultural prices plummeted. Soon a vicious spiral ensued, and the economy of production collapsed. Confidence did not return. The Great Depression had begun. No bottom was apparent, above the limits of human endurance. The U.S. unemployment rate, 2.9% in 1929, would soon surpass 15%. Virtually every known economic indicator went into free fall. Most worrisome was the crippling price deflation, the ongoing depression's most singular symptom. 1 In the summer of 1931, the British central banker Montague Norman wrote to the head of the Banque de France, "Unless drastic measures are taken to save it, the capitalist system throughout the civilized world will be wrecked within a year or two." What caused the Great Depression? A still celebrated scholarly interpretation, Milton Friedman and Anna Schwartz's A Monetary History of the United States, 1963, argues that it was the result of a series of outside monetary and financial shocks on the real economy of production, exchange, and consumption, made worse by terrible policy blunders by the Federal Reserve, without which the real economy would have autocorrected to its natural market equilibrium soon enough. 3 Surely, policy blunders were committed, and they made the Great Depression much worse than it needed to be. But a hard and fast division between the real and the financial monetary will not do. Any plausible account must integrate them and cannot place the dynamics of speculative investment outside the real economy of timeless market equilibrium. The initiating cause of the Great Depression was government's insistence on restoring the pre-World War I gold standard, which necessitated very high central bank interest rates. Thus what drove the great investment boom of the 1920s was borrowing on very high interest rates. High rates created a high bar for future expected profits. But expectations during the 1920s were sufficiently high to bring about an unusual moment in capital and credit markets, a moment of abundant but expensive credit. There had been a moment like this after the Civil War, and there would be another moment in the 1980s. 4. During the 1920s, debt-fueled borrowing and speculation did lead to long-term machine-age investments. The cumulative, multiplying process of industrial investment in capital goods increased productivity and growth. But with money borrowed at such high rates, if the credit cycle reversed, the aftermath was likely to be ugly: the calling in of expensive loans, panic, a flight to security, and the kind of liquidity preference precautionary that does not lead to fixed investment in production and that undermines the use of existing capital equipment. 5 Demand for goods would evaporate, as spending of all kinds and thus production, output, and employment would go into reverse. That was what happened. When expectations of future profits dampened, the credit cycle did reverse. U.S. fixed investment started declining in February 1929, months before the great crash of the NYSE in October. As expectations shifted, agricultural prices collapsed, and the drop in farm incomes further diminished demand for manufactured goods. The industrial and agricultural sectors strained against each other. As countries struggled to maintain the gold standard, a series of reverberating international financial panics made matters far worse. Incredibly, by later estimates, gross private U.S. domestic investment, $16.2 billion in 1929, would fall to a paltry $300 million by 1933.6. A fearful, precautionary liquidity preference among the owners of capital broke out. They would not part with money to invest capital in employment-giving production. Economic life suffered from a lack of psychic energy. Existing factories and willing workers sat by, idle and unoccupied. Something would have to come from outside the economic system to bring back demand and prompt a full-fledged recovery in production. Paradoxically, the Great Depression could not have happened a century earlier. Only generations of industrial revolution had sufficiently increased money incomes, while pulling so many people into the commercial economy, to the extent that the propensity of rich investors and even poor consumers to hoard money could so halt economic activity. Only in an economy with so much of its wealth denominated in money in contradictory fashion, both a potential means of investment in production and a potential store of value that saps production, could a crash have such collapsing economic effects. The repeating capitalist credit cycle had made possible long-term economic development and greater riches, but in doing so had also led to the possibility of greater busts, and in a society with so little access to sustenance outside capitalism anymore, perhaps even greater suffering. How remarkable that the Great Depression took place so soon after the advent of mass production. Electric energy could not be unleashed on production without a corresponding psychic energy. What an extraordinary imbecility, remarked the British economist John Maynard Keynes in 1930, in a lecture at the University of Chicago, not far from the recent Midwestern birthplace of mass production, that this wonderful outburst of productive energy should be the prelude to impoverishment and depression. 7. An anonymous October 30, 1930, letter to President Herbert Hoover from the anthracite coal region of Pottstown, Pennsylvania, well diagnosed the problem: money tied up, hoarded up, is a crime. 8. 1. Golden fetters. Any account of the origins of the Great Depression must begin with the ill-fated restoration of the international gold standard in the aftermath of World War I. 9. Powerful statesmen and financiers believed gold was the linchpin of the fragile post-war peace in Europe, as well as the recovery of international investor confidence and, with it, national economic health. At first, they seemed to be right, but then the return to orthodoxy led to ruin. 10. A great post-World War I cycle of price inflation and deflation extended during the early 1920s. Everywhere peace first brought inflation. The European states had financed the war largely by printing money, fully suspending the gold standard so as to issue credit in hopes of compelling maximum production. Meanwhile, Wall Street replaced the City of London as the world's great lender. In the United States, because of wartime exports and nervous European capital flight, gold bullion reserves doubled during the war, from $2 billion to $4 billion. That was more than one-third of the world's gold reserves. 11. The swelling of the U.S. monetary base only contributed to U.S. inflation, as production transitioned to peacetime. But the greater cause of inflation was that everywhere peace unleashed popular demands for better living standards, which further pushed upward the prices of goods. As a matter of principle, statesmen and financiers desired a return to gold. 12. Thomas Lamont, after 1922 lead partner at J.P. Morgan & Co., now the world's most powerful bank, called it the old-fashioned religion. 13. Only the certainty of fixed gold currency pegs could ensure the future value of investments, and restore cross-border global capital movements, a given fact of pre-World War I economic development, which after all had been an era of both historically unprecedented low interest rates and capital mobility. The Federal Reserve, dominated by the regional New York Federal Reserve Bank and its privately appointed governor Benjamin Strong, formerly a member of the Morgan banking network, took the lead in asserting the scarcity value of money and credit. Since demand for money can determine its quantity in addition to its supply, banks can create credit money. Central banks best control prices by setting interest rates, not by directly controlling the issue of money. In 1920 the New York Fed raised interest rates, the short-term rate it charged its member banks to borrow funds, to 7%, to initiate the global march toward deflation and what post-Civil War Americans, in their own wrenching path back to the gold standard, had called resumption. In a private 1925 letter to his British counterpart Montague Norman, Strong wrote that the absence of the gold standard would mean violent fluctuations in the exchanges, with probably progressive determination of the values of foreign currencies vis-a-vis the dollar. It would provide an incentive to all of those who were advancing novel ideas for nostrums and expedients other than the gold standard to sell their wares, an incentive to governments at times to undertake various types of paper money expedients and inflation. 14. European central bankers followed, raising rates, and as national economies began the slog back to the gold standard, a punishing bout of deflation and depression coursed through them. However, economies quickly recovered from the post-war cycle of inflation and deflation, catalyzed by a speculative investment boom in the United States, which spilled over into the channels of international lending. The United States was responsible for 60% of all international loans between 1924 and 1930. 1.15 U.S. capital financed European reconstruction. Such confidence may be attributed, in part, to the restoration of the gold standard and its assurance of future price stability for lenders. Thus in 1920s capital markets, the combination was price stability, high borrowing rates, and abundant available financing. Republican Warren G. Harding had called for the return to gold during his successful 1920 presidential campaign, a return to normalcy. It took some time to restore anything resembling a normal state of affairs. The punitive Treaty of Versailles, 1919, had burdened Germany with $33 billion in war reparations, but Britain and France owed prodigious war debts to the United States, $5 billion and $4 billion respectively. Famously, after massive international capital flight, Germany suffered hyperinflation from 1921 to 1923.16 in 1923. After a currency devaluation, Germany repegged its currency to gold. That same year, to extract reparations payments, France occupied Germany's coal-rich Ruhr Valley. The Chicago banker Charles Dawes brokered an agreement, and France evacuated in 1925. The Dawes Plan revised Germany's immediate reparations payments downward, leaving the final number open, and the German Reichsbank came under foreign supervision. Wall Street granted a $200 million loan to Germany, floated by a Morgan syndicate. Ultimately, Britain returned to the gold standard in 1925 at the pound's pre-war gold parity, restoring the sine qua non of the pre-war British Empire at the expense of the British working class. British unemployment remained high. France finally pegged the franc to gold in 1926. In return for a balanced budget pledge, J.P. Morgan floated the French government a stabilizing loan of $100 million. In sum, U.S. loans to Germany began to be recycled into reparations payments to Britain and France, which then traveled back across the Atlantic to pay down British and French war debts. In 1925, Charles Dawes was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize and became vice president in the administration of Republican Calvin Coolidge. The hope was that sound finance might keep a tight leash on any return of German militarism and preserve the peace. Not international diplomacy but Wall Street financiers would have to do the job. 17 The United States, after all, had failed to join President Woodrow Wilson's proposed League of Nations, which had begun meeting in 1920. By 1926, officials everywhere believed the post-war crisis was over. The gold standard and international lending appeared to be restored. An extraordinary boom commenced. The $1.5 billion in gold bullion in the vaults underneath the New York Federal Reserve Bank, at the corner of Broad and Wall Streets, seemed to act like some great giant magnet, attracting capital and credit to the trading floor of the New York Stock Exchange. To the Great Bull Market. Ever since the Great Bull Market of the 1920s, commentary has focused on the question of whether the country's underlying economic fundamentals justified the run-up in U.S. stock prices. John Kenneth Galbraith's influential 1954 book The Great Crash, 1929 said they did not. More recently, a number of economic historians have disagreed. 18 But the contradictory drive of speculative investment is not so easy to parse. 19 Why did the NYSE soar so high during the 1920s, and why, in the fall of 1929, did the sudden reversal propagate a broader collapse of long-term fixed investment? The NYSE during the 1920s was something new. Its prominence in capital markets had increased during the Great Merger movement, but on the eve of World War I, less than 1% of Americans owned corporate stock. Capital markets still remained highly regional, sometimes local. 20 Only during the 1920s did the NYSE begin to command the nationwide stock market. Organized on the basis of transactional liquidity, a willing buyer for each listing, the NYSE mobilized long-term investment in wealth-generating enterprise for corporations. No less, it made possible short-term speculation. Meanwhile, during the 1920s, the number of U.S. households owning stock increased by a factor of 16. By 1929, 1/4 of all U.S. households had money in the NYSE. 21 The Great Bull Market of the 1920s was a product of mass communications and mass psychology, and was nothing short of a mass cultural spectacle. Once again World War I loomed large as a cause. The United States had financed it by selling $20 billion worth of Liberty bonds to some 30 million American citizens. 22 The Civil War had been financed in a similar way, but it had not led to a new mass investment market in corporate securities. By the 1920s, Americans were wealthier, with higher incomes and money to invest. And after the Great Merger movement, they had many more large manufacturing corporations in which to invest. In the early 1920s, many corporations, wary of the wartime nationalization of particular industries, such as the railroads, for political reasons promoted corporate stock ownership as an emblem of democratic citizenship, as Liberty bonds had been. By 1928, almost 800,000 employees at 315 companies held $1 billion worth of stock. 23. Dow Jones Industrial Average. With the American industrial sector on the precipice of a Fordist great leap forward, rising stock prices reflected reasonable expectations of future prosperity. But the speculative boom became a highly leveraged house of cards. The NYSE did not truly begin its upward march until 1925. An important factor was a new kind of financial corporation, the publicly listed investment trust. To increase profits, trusts like brokerage firms often leveraged their investments by going into debt. Short-term credits were available in the Wall Street call money market. In the call market, investment trusts as well as stockbrokers could take out loans on margin, meaning that some of the collateral for the loan to purchase a stock was that stock itself. If its value ever plummeted, the collateral would be worth less, the loan might be called in. As long as the value of the stock went up, however, there would be no problems. In principle, because of the gold standard, the quantity of gold restricted the expansion of credit of this or any other kind. Further, during the 1920s, as European gold kept washing up on U.S. shores, New York Fed Governor Benjamin Strong sterilized gold inflows, effectively withdrawing them from circulation. 24. Nonetheless, credit kept expanding. Central banks may restrict the supply of money and credit, but when expectations are high, demand may also create bank credit. On this basis, the NYSE roared. For a short time, the new prices were plausibly warranted. Typically, the price of a stock has been linked, naturally enough, to the dividend paid on it to its owner due to past corporate profits earned. That relationship remained stable until 1927.25. Furthermore, expectations of future industrial profitability were optimistic, not unreasonably, given the recent birth of Fordism and the electric assembly line. Many investors seem to have been pricing into their purchases the expected results of ongoing innovations in mass production. 26. Meanwhile, stock market darlings such as General Motors, GM, and the Radio Corporation of America, RCA, were already highly profitable. GM, the most profitable U.S. corporation, saw its profits more than double between 1925 and 1927. Its stock price quadrupled. Still, its stock price to business earnings ratio, given historical averages, was sensible, less than 9.27. Most corporations did not rely on the NYSE to raise capital, relying instead on flush retained earnings. Nonetheless, the birth of Fordism, and the new mass production methods, genuinely merited a long-term investment boom. A liquid securities market like the NYSE can be a channel for directing savings and credit into long-term investment in wealth-generating enterprise. But not always. 28. The great bull market of the late 1920s unquestionably evolved into a short-term speculative market. In fact, the first sign that something was amiss in capital and credit markets came in the agricultural sector. Their commodity prices, high during the war due to European demand, had plummeted in 1920 during the deflationary down phase of the post-war crisis. After that they had stabilized, even as supply kept overshooting immediate demand. But prices did not drop. Instead, dealers began to accumulate large inventories of crops, expecting, in the midst of the general boom mentality, that prices would increase. 29. Meanwhile, in 1928 the NYSE's upward march detached from realized profits. Investment trusts, brokerage firms, and individuals were purchasing stocks and hoping to gain, short-term, from the immediate appreciation of the stock price, with no apparent heed for the dividends the stocks might pay over the long term because of business profits earned. By 1929, Some 2 million Americans had bought stock in some 770 different investment trusts. 3.5 million had opened a brokerage account. 30 As Keynes would write, when the capital development of a country becomes a byproduct of the activities of a casino, the job is likely to be ill done. 31. Historians have not yet convincingly answered the question of why, by 1928, the great bull market succumbed to short-term speculation, apart from referring to delusional popular mania. 32. One possible explanation is the affinity between the logic of financial speculation and changing cultural norms. The machine age routinized production and repressed human bodies at work, but the new mass consumer culture of pleasure and play made available many compensating stimulations in department stores, jazz music, gin joints, Model T pleasure rides, but also stock market speculation. John B. Watson, a founder of the 20th century psychology of behaviorism, noted in April 1929 that even sex has become so free and abundant in recent years that it no longer provides the thrill that it once did, and gambling in Wall Street is about the only real excitement that we have left. 33 Moments of stock market speculation and sexual liberation have gone together after the 1920s. The next great bull market would occur in another era of sexual liberation, the 1960s, the next during another, the 1990s. Sherwood Anderson's Freud-inspired novel Many Marriages, 1923, whose title says it all, was arguably the most acute American account of changing sexual mores published during the 1920s. For men and for women, said to be a third of all new stock investors in 1929, stock speculation does seem to have become a highly energized activity, in which the desires of speculators slipped on and off one liquid security after another. Stockbrokers advertised nationally over the radio, to which an estimated 30 million Americans listened every evening in 1929.34 in mass communications. The radio competed with the booming 1920s motion picture industry, in an era before the Hollywood Code banned overtly sexual content. 35 The mass celebrity sex symbol of the 1920s was actress Clara Bow, who starred as a romantically frivolous shopgirl in the silent film It, 1927. She was the original It girl. Bow was the top box office draw in both 1928 and 1929, by which time 50 million Americans were buying movie admission tickets per week. For centuries, in fact, men had equated the whimsical prices of financial securities with female promiscuity. 36. During the 1920s, Strong and the New York Fed tried to damp down speculation by sterilizing gold inflows, preventing them from loosening credit. Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover, among many others, bemoaned the ongoing orgy of speculation. 37 In fact, after 1928 the phrase orgy of speculation, or speculative orgy, became, according to one historian's sober analysis, so commonplace over the next few years as to lose all meaning. 38. New York Fed Governor Strong, who had called the speculative orgy a shame as early as 1925, came around to the view that something beyond sterilizing gold had to be done about it. 39 In 1927 he had actually cut the New York Fed's short-term interest rate to 3.5% to make the British pound more attractive to investors and thus push gold back to Britain to help its return to the gold standard. This was one way the gold standard forced officials to privilege the international over the national. If Strong raised interest rates to cool U.S. credit markets, it would make the British march back to gold, which Strong believed was of great symbolic significance for even the U.S. economy, more difficult. Meanwhile, banks were borrowing money from the Fed at 3.5% and then turning around and lending it on the short-term call money market at 10%, which was feeding nicey stock speculation, in what Galbraith would call in the Great Crash the most profitable arbitrage operation of all time. 40. In February 1928, however, Strong began a series of interest hikes from 3.5% up to 5%. At this moment, long suffering from tuberculosis, he became seriously ill and died. The Fed plunged into bureaucratic confusion. In 1929 his successor, George Harrison, raised the New York Fed's interest rate to 6%. The Fed also intervened to limit the ability of investment trusts to borrow in the call money market and buy on margin. The great bull market rushed ahead anyway. With so much gold in U.S. vaults, the New York Fed was at the apex of the international monetary system. Yet the Fed had lost control of the situation. Even at high borrowing rates, investors kept borrowing for purposes of speculative investment, and lenders were willing to lend. Furthermore, after 1928 two new players entered the NYSE, U.S. manufacturing corporations and European capital. Corporations began to divert their excess business profits to the NYSE. Initially, at the birth of mass production, industrial corporate profits ran far ahead of wages. 41 Working people did not participate in the 1920s speculative investment boom. 42 Increasing economic inequality put more money in the hands of the wealthy, who kept bidding up stock prices, increasing their incomes from asset price appreciation, leveraged by credit, while labor incomes at the bottom of the distribution stagnated. Meanwhile, European capital was fleeing Europe to join the party on Wall Street. German capital flight, for instance, led to another negotiated settlement of its reparations debt, the 1929 Young Plan. The general result was that European central banks had no choice but to continue to raise rates to attract capital to their national banking systems, in order to defend the so recently restored gold standard. But gold kept rushing to the United States anyway. In sum, the gold standard was at once failing to restrain credit expansion, which it was supposed to do, and forcing central banks to prioritize international obligations, to maintain currency gold pegs, over any national economic objective. The credit cycle began to reverse in early 1929. A number of factors explain the drop in fixed industrial investment that February. U.S. manufacturing corporations' orgy of stock market speculation was one. Also, corporate profits began to disappoint. The Fed, seeking to temper speculation, raised its short-term interest rate on money above 10%. The hurdle rate for speculative investment had become exceedingly high, and finally the credit markets broke. Money and credit became tight, as expectations shifted. In agriculture, dealers who had speculatively accumulated large inventories of crops, confident that future prices would rise, now changed their minds and dumped commodities on the market. By March 1928, dealers had accumulated 48.2 million bushels of corn. By July 1929, they had dumped more than 30 million bushels on the market. Prices fell. Farm incomes dropped, sapping consumer demand for manufactures. In July, industrial production began to fall. 43 In August, total economic output began to drop. The NYSE held out for a month. The Dow Jones Industrial Stock Average, which paused at 191 in early 1928, peaked at 381 in September 1929. The stock market began to slip in early October. Then came October 24, Black Thursday. October 28 was Black Monday. Panic broke out, concentrated especially in public utilities stocks, which investment trusts had recently bid up using leverage and debt. 44 In total, $14 billion in stock market value was quickly shed. Crowds gathered on the street outside the NYSE. News traveled over the radio. Sellers placed sell orders to brokers on telephones. A pool privately organized to stop losses on the trading floor dramatically failed. Credit had bid up the market, but now banks that had loaned funds accepting stocks as collateral placed margin calls, calling in their loans, which borrowers could not repay because the value of the stocks that had been the collateral for the original loan was plummeting. Excessive leverage led to a vicious downward spiral of distressed sales and cascading paper losses in the competitive struggle to get liquid. That European banks had recently raised interest rates to compete with the NYSE for funds only assisted the massive sell-off. Capital fled in reverse, back to Europe. The Dow Jones finally would pause at 198 on November 13, after $26 billion in losses. The comedian Eddie Cantor was among those who lost his personal savings in the crash. He would write in Caught Short, A Saga of Wailing Wall Street, 1929, that during the crash he checked into one of the larger hotels in New York City. Asked the man at the front desk, "What for?" Sleeping or jumping. 45. 29th October 1929, workers flood the streets in a panic following the Black Tuesday stock market crash on Wall Street, New York City, 1929. The Great Bull Market was among the new mass phenomena of the 1920s. Capturing that quality were photographs of the crowds that gathered when it crashed. On paper, the Great Crash wiped out 10% of U.S. national wealth. That, and the seizing up of credit markets and the panicked selling, inevitably depressed all kinds of spending, both investment and consumption. 46 As the release of stockpiles led commodity prices into free fall, rural demand for manufactures went into free fall as well, further depressing spending. Automobile production plunged from 319,000 in October to 92,500 in December. 47 Many consumer durable purchases had been financed by credit, as well, which had run up to a staggering 140% of GDP, a level not reached again until the 2000s. 48 No matter the going rate, credit was now rationed. 49 A dynamic of debt deflation set in, as the economist Irving Fisher named it in real time, in which distressed sales to raise cash to meet debt payments drove prices down further, only to increase the real value of debts. 50 The Fed reduced interest rates to 2.5% in early 1930 and injected $500 million in cash into the banking system. But it was too little too late. Due to mass investor flight to and thus demand for safe bonds, long-term real interest rates remained stubbornly high, a hurdle rate that further suppressed risky long-term investment, given collapsing profit expectations in enterprise. 51. Evidently, the slump was serious. As economic activity constricted, between 1929 and 1930 unemployment climbed from 2.9% to 8.9%. Many observers compared what was happening to the prior downturn of 1920-21. That was a plausible assertion through the middle of 1930, when purchases of the expensive consumer durables of the mass production industries began to decline sharply, dragging economic activity down further. 52 Nonetheless, in June 1930 President Hoover confidently declared, "The Depression is over." 53. 3. The Great Engineer. No American president, according to the historian William J. Barber, has come into office with a more detailed conception of what he wanted to accomplish in economic policy and of the way to go about it than did Herbert Hoover in 1929. 54. In the age of commerce, many Americans had believed that it was politics that determined economic booms and busts. In the age of capital, whether it was industrialization, Darwinian evolution, or some other process, the economy seemed to become more autonomous from human agency. But in 1929, a failing capitalist economy seemingly fell into the hands of one person, Hoover. In the White House, the president did a lot to try to stem the economic collapse. But it was not enough. Hoover, born an Iowa Quaker in 1874 and orphaned at age 9, was raised by a stern schoolmaster uncle in Oregon. He graduated in the first class of Stanford University in 1895, with a degree in geology. Soon he made a fortune overseeing mining operations across the globe. Principles of Mining, 1909, was Hoover's first book. In 1914, at 40, he retired from business and entered public life without a party affiliation. 55. Hoover was a progressive dynamo. Reserved in temperament and moved by his wife's religious devotion, he worshipped technocratic expertise. During World War I, he organized private relief efforts in Europe to wide public acclaim. Assistant Secretary of the Navy Franklin Delano Roosevelt called him a wonder, exclaiming, "I wish we could make him President of the United States. There could not be a better one." 56. The era's great admiration for energy in machines and in power utilities carried over to the vigorous figure of Hoover. In 1920 he supported Republican Warren Harding's candidacy for president, and upon his election he became Secretary of Commerce and Undersecretary of all other departments. As one official put it. 57. After Harding's death, he continued to actively serve under President Coolidge, who by contrast was a taker of prodigious White House naps. In economic policy, Hoover sponsored what 1920s academic and policy circles called the New Economics 58. According to this view, during World War I, military urgency and paper credit had ramped up production so much as to prove that nations had greater economic capacities than previously thought. Intelligent human action could transcend dismal economic laws. Empirical economic investigation and statistical analysis, leading to greater efficiency, could raise economic output. In 1921, as president of the Federated American Engineering Societies, Hoover had commissioned a study called Waste in Industry, 1921, the subject of which he considered bad and preventable. Even business cycles could be evened out with better information. During slumps, for instance, government might spend more on commercially viable public works that employed people. Hoover called for a politics of administrative intelligence. 59. Government should aid private industry, Hoover believed, but never coerce it. In his short book American Individualism, 1922, he argued that the growth of government coercion in industrial societies, especially the Russian Bolshevik menace, threatened the divine spark within every individual. Individualism must not come to mean selfish snatching, which was incompatible with capitalism, allowing a few men through unrestrained control of property determine the welfare of great numbers. Rather, self-interest must be checked. Hoover advocated mutual cooperation among businessmen through trade associations. Government could facilitate. In 1923, Secretary Hoover even cajoled U.S. Steel, which had recently crushed the Steel Workers Union in 1919, to abandon the 12-hour day. He championed the vast multiplication of voluntary organizations for altruistic purposes. Government should support non-profit corporations. Helped by a Rockefeller Foundation grant, Hoover coordinated private relief efforts to the victims of the Great Flood of 1927 in the lower Mississippi Valley. In American Individualism, he advocated a political philosophy of government-enabled neighborly helpfulness. 60. In his 1928 presidential campaign, Hoover declared that government must be a constructive force. 61. He took office in March 1929 armed with the NBER study, Recent Economic Changes in the United States, 1929. Characteristically, one of his first moves was to instruct the Census Bureau to gather better unemployment statistics. But the most pressing issue that he had to address, in addition to what Hoover called the ongoing orgy of speculation at the NYSE, was a farm debt crisis. Even though farm commodity prices had fallen in the years after World War I, many U.S. farmers had continued to borrow at the high rates, necessitated by the government assault on post-war inflation. They did so either to expand production or to mechanize production, hoping that prices would stabilize, if not rise. When commodity prices plummeted in 1929, farm debts remained on the books. Debt deflation was the same dynamic that had led to the populist revolt, except in this instance it was much worse and more sudden due to the high interest rate environment of the 1920s and the depths of the rapid price collapse. In April 1929, Hoover called Congress into special session, and in June he signed the Agricultural Marketing Act. The U.S. Treasury would inject $500 million of capital into a new federal farm board to finance agricultural cooperatives, an old populist demand, that might buy and store farm products, to counter price deflation. The Farm Board realized Hoover's vision of a mixed public and private associational state. 62. When the NYSE crashed in October 1929, Hoover did not share the infamous austerity view of his Treasury Secretary, the Pittsburgh banker Andrew Mellon, who, as Hoover would later recall, had only one formula. It was to liquidate labor, liquidate stocks, liquidate the farmers, liquidate real estate. It will purge the rottenness out of the system. High costs of living and high living will come down. People will work harder, live a more moral life. Values will be adjusted, and enterprising people will pick up the wrecks from less competent people. 63. Agreeing in principle with Mellon, a number of other economic thinkers proposed, too, that only from widespread bankruptcy could general prosperity ever return. For on this account, the cause of the crisis was overinvestment in an inflationary boom, which called for less investment after the bust. The purge of the system would re-equilibrate savings and investment at a higher rate of interest and at lower prices, including wages. But it would restore economic health and prompt a natural recovery. Among economists, the Austrian Friedrich Hayek's Prices and Production, 1931, the Englishman Arthur Pigou's The Theory of Unemployment, 1933, and the Englishman Lionel Robbins's The Great Depression, 1934, all generally diagnosed the slump this way. Most important, the market autocorrection of the real economy must occur without government interference. These were very sophisticated logical arguments, made by very intelligent economists, in defense of economic suffering. They were wrong. The problem was not profligate excess. What they diagnosed as overinvestment is better characterized as speculative misinvestment. In a monetary economy, when a credit-fueled speculative investment boom gives way to the precautionary hoarding of liquid assets, the problem in the bust then becomes underinvestment. Out of fear, the owners of capital refuse to invest. Liquid assets lock up purchasing power. Demand suffers, and so does output and employment. Not only are fresh investments not made. Existing capacity perfectly good factories, perfectly willing workers needlessly idles. Unemployed workers with no income spend less. The general problem was not that something outside the real economy was preventing markets from auto-correcting. Something within capitalist enterprise itself was stuck, and required a jolt. Hoover did not agree with Mellon and pledged he would use the powers of government to cushion the situation. 64 On the telephone and at 2 White House conferences, the president personally pleaded with the corporate executives of the largest, most regulated industries to increase capital investment expenditures. In 1930 railroads and utilities obliged. 65 Yet everywhere else, especially in residential construction, fixed investment kept falling. Hoover recognized that during the 1920s, corporate profits had run ahead of wages, and he believed that high wages would stabilize spending, a good thing. The first shock, he declared, must fall on profits and not on wages. 66 Whether because of Hoover's promptings or not, the nation's largest employers agreed to not slash wages, even as they continued to fire their less desirable employees, a pattern that would persist. 67 Proudly, Hoover said the agreements were not a dictation or interference by the government with business. Rather, they were the result of a request from the government that UCO operate in prudent measure to solve a national problem. 68 The president boasted, "This is a far cry from the arbitrary and dog-eat-dog attitude of the business world of some 30 or 40 years ago." 69 Hoover believed his associational state transcended the Jacksonian sphering of public and private, state and market, which, under the banner of equal commercial opportunity, had withered state action throughout the age of capital. But he drew one line in the sand: he would not coerce capitalists to invest. President Hoover also mobilized the federal budget. In 1930 Treasury and Congress reduced corporate and personal income tax, as planned. Hoover was tempted by an investment tax credit, but Treasury Department officials balked. 70 Congress passed a special appropriation that doubled spending on highway construction and released funds for the Army Corps of Engineers. This was not charity or relief but public investment in commercially viable projects that would at a minimum break even. In 1931 the federal government began to run budget deficits. 71 The problem was that the volume of expenditure was still very little. The tax cut was $160 million. From less than 1.8% of GDP, federal government spending only climbed to 2.2% in 1930, as GDP shrank. Hoover also dispatched telegrams to governors saying it would be helpful if road, street, public building, and other construction of this type could be speeded up and adjusted in such fashion to further employment. 72 Between 1929 and 1930, state and local expenditures as shares of GDP climbed from 7.4% to 9.0%, but many states had progressive reform-era balanced budget laws and eroding tax bases. They could not take on debt. There was no notion yet of a potential fiscal multiplier in the midst of the Depression. The idea that increased government spending might actually increase private expenditures and tax receipts, not only compensate for them. Under Hoover, the federal government did little more. Grudgingly, the president had signed the protectionist Smoot-Hawley tariff in 1930. World trade was collapsing, but that was because everywhere incomes were collapsing, as much as it was because of a protectionist trade war. 73 True to form, Hoover further implored private non-profit corporations to provide relief to the growing ranks of the unemployed. With capital failing, perhaps philanthropic wealth could fill the breach. The Rockefellers kicked in $1 million in New York. When Henry Ford was approached in Detroit, he refused, with the bizarre response, "Endowment is an opiate of the imagination, a drug to initiative." 74. Given existing government capacities and the president's ideology, there was not much more to do. Then again, there was not much more that Herbert Hoover believed needed doing. For the Depression becomes great. In 1930, policy-makers everywhere remained committed to the gold standard. But where its restoration after World War I had led to a surge in confidence and increased international lending, it now transmitted financial volatility and fragility. Golden fetters made national economies easy targets in the plunge further into the economic deep. The free convertibility at pegged rates of all national currencies for gold made it easy for capital to swing in and out of national economies at a whim. It now did, due to a cascading series of political and economic crises. If too much gold decamped from one country, that country lost its ability to freely convert its currency into gold at its stated exchange rate. Its only choice was to raise rates, to recruit opportunistic but fickle money capital back into the country. In the early 1930s, short-term capital movements among countries became, in the words of President Hoover, a loose cannon on the deck of the world in a tempest-tossed era. 75. Nonetheless, Hoover's own commitment to the gold standard destroyed the U.S. economy and with it his presidency. In 1931 the United States and Germany, the former the strongest and the latter the most fragile of the largest economies, became especially fatefully intertwined. During the late 1920s, capital whipsawed between them. In September 1930, after Hitler won 6.4 million votes, $380 million fled Germany. 76. In 1931 a right-leaning German government opened secret negotiations with Austria concerning a customs union, in violation of a number of post-war treaties. When news of their deal broke that March, more capital fled Germany. Next, in May 1931 the Rothschild-run bank Credit Anstalt, based in Vienna, with $250 million in assets and 50% of all Austrian bank deposits, announced staggering losses. 77. The bank had borrowed heavily in short-term international credit and money markets. France, with its undervalued franc, sitting on 25% of world gold reserves, offered to bail out Austria, but only if it abandoned the Austro-German customs union. Bank runs now coursed throughout Central Europe. Whether out of sheer panic or a belief that Germany was now following a renegade path, half of Germany's gold reserves now left the country. It could not make its outstanding reparations payments. In June, Hoover announced a plan to delay all political debt payments, including German reparations. France balked, but by July, when it finally agreed to suspend a portion of Germany's political debts, the German financial system had already collapsed. 78. Financial contagion now caught the world in its grip. People did not trust banks to hold their money deposits and rushed to withdraw them, in a nervous flight to security. Without deposits, banks could not meet their obligations, let alone lend. The Hungarian banking system shut down. Runs occurred on German bank branches in the Middle East. In Latin America, falling prices for world exports led countries to default on international loans, and numerous countries between 1930 and 1932 fell to military dictatorships. 79. Anyone who could convert their currency to gold at the stated exchange rate tried to do so before the vaults ran dry. For that reason, in a vicious cycle, governments could no longer maintain free convertibility. Countries everywhere began to leave the gold standard, impose capital and foreign exchange controls, and devalue their currencies. 80 Japan had just adopted the gold standard, with the aid of a J.P. Morgan & Co. syndicated loan, in 1930, but it departed from it in December 1931. But now all eyes were on London, the historic home, and until World War I the guardian, of the international gold standard. 81. In the last 2 weeks of July, the Bank of England lost half of its gold reserves, $250 billion, to capital flight. Nervously, investors shifted their gold to other countries. Without gold in British bank vaults, the fixed convertibility of the pound was at risk. To recruit gold back, the Bank of England raised interest rates from 2.5% to 4.25%. That only tightened credit and spending and further weakened the already depressed British economy. On August 28, a J.P. Morgan & Co.-led syndicate and French banks granted two $200 million loans to the British government. In 3 weeks it was all gone. In late September, fully spent, Britain suspended gold convertibility for the pound. The British departure from the gold standard was an event of historic proportions. The International Gold Standard was a British imperial institution and an anchor of pre-World War I globalization, an era of low interest rates and much international investment. For British central banker Montague Norman, as one friend put it, going off the gold standard was for him as though a daughter should lose her virginity. 82 The British pound declined in value from $4.86 to $3.25 by December 1931. What happened next, though, was telling. British prices began to rise, and the depression became less severe. As the British socialist Sidney Webb reportedly exclaimed, "No one told us we could do that." 83 Expectations of rising prices, and thus profits, began to induce greater spending on investment. Of the 41 countries that began the year 1931 on the gold standard, by the opening of 1932 the only ones left were South Africa, France, Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Italy, Switzerland, Poland, and the United States. 84. Might the United States be next to suffer capital flight? The day after the Britain left the gold standard, the French central bank sold $50 million for gold bullion. The French wanted gold now. Should the United States, like Britain, break its gold to currency peg, and $50 million would instantly buy far less gold. In other words, international monetary cooperation had utterly broken down. In the next month, gold bloc European central bankers and European investors depleted U.S. gold reserves by $750 million. 85 But U.S. reserves still had plenty of gold bullion. Nonetheless, if destabilized by short-term capital flight, the U.S. banking system now collapsed from a source within. U.S. banks were known to fail all the time. 86 In 1929 alone, 659 banks had shut their doors, but that was not an unusually high figure for the decade. Between 1920 and 1929, an average of 630 banks failed each year. Ever since Jackson killed the Second Bank of the United States, U.S. politics had long forbidden centralized banking power, which was why the Federal Reserve System consisted of 12 reserve banks. Unit banking generally prevailed, meaning banks had no separate branches. Most banks consisted of only one unit. If a bank made bad loans, if there was a run on its deposits, it did not have multiple branches to fall back on. In 1930 there were 25,000 U.S. banks. Only one-third were members of the Federal Reserve System, and only 751 operated branches. 87. The plummet in world commodity prices hit banks in agricultural regions hard. In the autumn of 1930, a rash of bank failures broke out in Nashville, Tennessee. Then in December 1930 the largest bank failure in U.S. history occurred. New York's Bank of the United States was a private institution that largely catered to small and middling Jewish depositors. It had $286 million in assets and 400,000 depositors, double the number of any other bank in the country. It had been involved in the short-term call money market and leveraged NYSE speculations. 88 In 1930 it suspended operations. That was only a dress rehearsal. In the spring of 1931, bank runs began in Chicago. In the months after the European financial meltdown, 522 U.S. banks failed. The 2,294 total bank failures of 1931 would set an annual record, doubling those of 1930. That was 1 out of every 10 U.S. banks and 4.5%, $1.7 billion, of all deposits. 89. Meanwhile, by the summer of 1931, the Farm Board had given up. It stopped accumulating stocks, waiting for prices to rise. Instead, it threw stored farm products onto the market, further deflating commodity prices and thus jeopardizing rural banks. Now the U.S. banking system crashed in a massive popular flight to security. Banks that survived stopped lending and hoarded reserves. 90. Credit was rationed regardless of the going rate. 91. Economic historians debate whether illiquidity or insolvency was most to blame for the rash of bank failures. Did banks with ample reserves and good loan books suffer unwarranted bank runs, or were they really broke? 92. In regions where reserve banks offered greater cash lifelines to hold them over during the panic, banks survived at a greater rate. 93. However, depositors did not wait to find out whether banks were insolvent because of the general collapse, or were simply illiquid because the general mass psychology of panic was leading depositors to pull out their cash. In 1931, Americans removed $500 million in cash and took it to holes in the ground, privies, linings of coats, horse collars, coal piles, hollow trees. 94. The ratio of cash held by the public to bank deposits rose significantly. 95. It was not just weak-willed capitalist investors. Among ordinary people, a moment of mass, popular precaution had broken out as had never been seen before. At this stage, the Fed committed its worst blunder. There was still plenty of gold in U.S. reserves, but by law, for every $10 in Federal Reserve notes, the U.S. currency, $4 required backing in gold reserves and another $6 in so-called real bills, or paper backed by traded commodities. There was by now little commodity trade, so few real bills. This created a need for more gold reserves in the system. While the Fed had been lowering interest rates, now in October 1931 it raised interest rates from 1.5 to 3.5%. This was a grave error, as the restricted supply of credit and money was another blow to spending of all kinds. 96. In the midst of the general panic and collapse, the demand for fresh loans had dried up, which contributed to the ongoing deflationary contraction. The Fed could have done more, such as lend freely at low rates. But even if it orchestrated that brilliantly, it could only do so much to induce economic activity. Deflation piled on deflation. Economic life entered a dark place. In September 1931, U.S. Steel, the largest U.S. employer, slashed wages by 10%, and other employers followed. The Ford Motor Company, which had employed 120,000 workers in 1929, by the end of 1931 employed but 37,000. General Electric, in an attempt to prop up prices and production, proposed the suspension of all antitrust laws to allow corporations to collude. President Hoover said no, calling it an attempt to smuggle fascism into America through the back door. In 1931, further undermining future expectations, the average U.S. profit rate tipped into negative territory. 97. The Depression had become great. In the age of capital, the gold standard was the leading mechanism of control. President Hoover simply could not imagine any other way forward. He believed Great Britain had acted unconscionably. The United States must assert international leadership and save the gold standard, a basis of cooperation between countries. Meanwhile, without a certain anchor in gold, business would break down. Without gold, the president would say, no merchant could know what he might receive in payment by the time his goods were delivered. 98. There would be no confidence, only more fear. In late 1931, to set an example for the world, Hoover drafted the Revenue Act of 1932, calling for higher taxes to balance the federal budget. Long the Good Housekeeping seal of approval for global capital under the gold standard, but exactly the wrong medicine to combat deflation. Then in classic style, Hoover invited a group of U.S. financiers to the White House for a conference. For capitalism to work, capitalists must invest capital. The president implored the bankers to voluntarily pool their resources and stave off the banking panics. Instead, nervous bankers constantly reverted to a proposal that the government do at 99. Finally, in January 1932, Congress created the Hoover-approved Reconstruction Finance Corporation, RFC, which had authority to lend up to $1.5 billion but only on a commercially viable basis. It was not relief. Congress passed a 1932 law authorizing the Fed to use a wider variety of paper bills as reserves for its own note issues. But the law still declared faith in the gold standard. 100. The RFC and the Fed now injected more money and credit into the financial system, but it was too little too late. 101. In 1932 the economy entered a short-term liquidity trap. There was no short-term interest rate, not even zero, that would induce the owners of capital to part with liquidity. 102. In November 1932, the return on 3-month U.S. Treasury bonds hit 0.05%, around which it would hover throughout the 1930s. The Fed's cautious open market operations purchasing short-term, near-cash equivalent securities to prop up their prices and lower their rates had lost power as early as 1931. By 1932, no increase in the supply of money could make the owners of capital willing to part with it and spend. Nor could it prompt inflation. Precautionary liquidity preference. The demand for cash and other safe liquid assets was simply that high. Investors invested in assets with near zero pecuniary returns. The profit motive had disappeared, or at least, no one believed there were any future profits on offer. Meanwhile, long-term interest rates remained stuck, with few willing lenders. Corporate bond rates were upward of 10%. 103. In prevailing conditions, for business to borrow at that rate and hope to profit at a greater rate was sheer madness of a different kind. Thus, as long-term investment utterly collapsed, the economy was pulled into a fearful present and trapped inside it. If anything, firms ran existing plants at less than capacity. If capitalists accumulated assets with no return, ordinary Americans stuffed cash under mattresses. Hoarders sought the psychological return of immediate safety and little else, while a mass psychological dynamic of deflation gripped economic life, in which potential investors and consumers alike forewent spending, waiting for prices to fall further. That only made prices fall even further. In the history of American capitalism, one may isolate this moment, the liquidity trap of the fall of 1932. From it would issue a long historical arc, into the 21st century, from the Great Depression to the Great Recession. Along its path an escape from the liquidity trap would be achieved during World War II, which induced by public investment a long-term industrial investment boom in productive capital assets. Decades after that, the arc would follow the next era of high speculative liquidity preference beginning in the 1980s, then end in the next precautionary liquidity trap, in the fall of 2008, after the bankruptcy of the investment bank Lehman Brothers. Capitalism would but barely climb out of the trap in the late 2010s, before it fell back again in 2020. As for the Great Depression, the numbers from the beginning of the slump in August 1929 until it hit the very bottom in March 1933 are staggering. U.S. consumer expenditures fell from $79 billion to $64.60 billion. 104. The value of world trade was down 65%. 105. U.S. prices dropped 30%. U.S. industrial production declined 37%. Of the workforce, 22.9% were unemployed, and of those employed, 1/3 worked less than full-time. Industrial unemployment hit 37.6%. Economic output fell 52%. Farm prices declined by a staggering 65%. U.S. corporations, profiting by $10 billion in 1929, suffered losses of $3 billion in 1932. The Dow Stock Index for the NYSE hit 41, a total loss of 90% since the 1929 peak. No fewer than 600,000 homeowners defaulted on mortgages, and $7 billion in deposits were lost. Fortune estimated that 34 million Americans out of a population of 120 million had no money income on which to live. 106. 5. Dumb with misery. Recollections of what it was like to live during such a vertiginous economic descent convey a range of emotions, from fear to desperation and sometimes to anger. In 1931 Charlie Chaplin made his greatest film, City Lights, a romantic comedy, about his homeless tramp, his friend a suicidal millionaire, and his romance with a blind flower girl who could not pay her rent. What most comes across from the historical record, however, is a sense of disorientation, even bewilderment. It had all happened so fast. Edward Hopper's Early Sunday Morning, 1930, captures this sense of a full stop, a complete cessation of activity. Many were unable to adequately communicate their experience. Historical memory normally works like this in the aftermath of wars or natural disasters. The Great Depression, too, left behind much unprocessed trauma. 107. Edward Hopper, Early Sunday Morning, 1930. The Great Depression was a sudden halt of economic activity. The dark shadows cast on business fronts indicate the operation of mysterious forces. Some critics see the large structure on the right representing the threat of large corporations to small enterprise. Metaphors of natural disaster and economic calamity rang especially true in the countryside, where the two actually went hand in hand. 108 In the southern plains, a region of terrible hardship, drought conditions in 1930-31 cracked the earth. Weather and climate were responsible, but so was the overextension of cultivation during the credit-fueled 1920s. 109 Then came windstorms, black blizzards that swept away hundreds of millions of acres of topsoil in the Dust Bowl of Kansas, Colorado, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. After the overproduction of the late 1920s, the land became unworkable. The warped, curved landscape paintings of these years, such as John Steuart Curry's Tornado over Kansas, 1929, capture the emotional tone of the disaster. John Steuart Curry, Tornado over Kansas, 1929. Curry was known as a regionalist painter. Bad weather was a proximate cause of rural Midwestern depression. Mostly, it was due to drought, but a tornado better captures the general sense of dislocation. By car, rail, or foot, millions abandoned their homesteads. The largest percentage of rural migrants headed for California. Elsewhere, the countryside, much of it still lacking electricity and indoor plumbing, fared little better. It is hard to believe, but rural money incomes declined from $6 billion in 1929 to $2 billion in 1932. 110. In the past, collapsing money incomes had mattered less. Before the age of capital, market depressions had not necessarily had the same effect. In the wake of the Panic of 1837, the economic depression deflated prices but did not restrict total output. Back then, markets aside, the land still offered access to subsistence. Land was capital but also a more expansive category of wealth. But by the 1920s, the remarkable productive achievements of industrial revolution during the age of capital had generated high money incomes, while integrating people into the market economy. Americans were wealthier, to be sure, but more dependent on the causalities and caprice, as Thomas Jefferson had long ago put it, of the commercial economy. The dramatic drop in effective demand, largely due to the collapsed confidence of cautious sagacious capitalists, as Alexander Hamilton had described it, now constricted the market economy from which most Americans sustained their economic lives. Economic productivity was greater, but so was the risk of devastation. Higher money incomes meant greater purchasing power, but only when spent. This was the paradox of poverty in the midst of plenty. Cities fared little better. In the winter of 1932, unemployment in Detroit and Chicago reached as high as 50%. The most vulnerable women, children, the elderly, the disabled, minorities suffered the most. The rate of black unemployment doubled that of white unemployment. Men, women, and children lined up for bread, foraged in streets, rummaged in trash cans, and lived in rusted-out car bodies or shacks made of orange crates. Single men, men who had abandoned their families, and sometimes women as well, became hobos, hopping trains, traveling from city to city, searching for work, living in makeshift Hoovervilles. They put chalk marks on the porches of houses that gave them food. It was beggary on a grand scale, one man recalled. Theft dominated arrest rolls, stole clothes off lines, stole milk off back porches, you stole bread, you were a predator. You had to be. 111. For male breadwinners, self-blame was especially prominent. 112 The sectors of the labor market where women tended to work in fact did do better in these years. A Chicago psychoanalyst with middle-class male patients said, everybody, more or less, blamed himself for his delinquency or lack of talent or bad luck. 113 For a commissioned article on the social revolt, collected in his Puzzled America, 1935, the writer Sherwood Anderson reported back on how all the jobless people he saw blame themselves for being down and out rather than blaming capitalism, the machine, our American overlords. 114 Many people appeared to be in numb shock. Mira Komarovsky's The Unemployed Man and His Family, 1940, remarked on the high incidence of impotence among unemployed men during the 1930s. 115 The unemployed were apathetic, the journalist Lorena Hickok observed, dumb with misery. 116 A Houston mechanic committed suicide in 1930, writing, I can't accept charity and I am too proud to appeal to my kin or friends, and I am too honest to steal. So I see no other course. 117 Shame at seeking charity was widespread. I simply had to murder my pride, said one engineer before requesting relief. 118 Men commonly walked past relief stations, then circled back again, 4 days before finally mustering the courage to walk inside. The black blues singer Victoria Spivey sang in the popular song Detroit Moan, 1936, Detroit's a cold hard place / and I ain't got a dime to my name / I would go to the poorhouse / but Lord you know I'm ashamed. Not everybody blamed themselves. But then who? Who do I shoot? Wondered the Okie Muley Graves, in John Steinbeck's novel The Grapes of Wrath, 1939. Some blamed bankers. I hope the guilty gang will be punished before they die, an anonymous citizen wrote to President Hoover. 119 It baffled many people how, so suddenly, in a land flowing with milk and honey, as the Houston suicide had lamented, there could be so much poverty and want. How, when so many people lacked work and food, could factories sit idle, animals die on the hoof, and farm produce rot on the vine? It was possible to blame political institutions and the president. An unsigned letter to President Hoover from Vineland, New Jersey, dated November 18, 1930, read: Could we not have employment and food to eat? And this for our children? Why should we have to illegible now and have foodless days, and our children have schoolless days and shoeless days and the land fully of plenty and banks bursting with money? Why does everything have exceptional value? Except the human being. Why are we reduced to poverty and starving and anxiety and sorrow so quickly under your administration as chief executor? Cannot you find a quicker way of executing us than to starve us to death? Why not end the depression? Have you not a heart? Yet we are served from the source of life by such an unjust system. Why isn't there an limitation to you people planning to get it all and starve the rest of yous? Yet you have cut us of with plenty before our eyes for yourselves. Yet you cannot use it. The people are desperate, and this I have written, only typical of the masses of your subjects. How can we be law-abiding citizens and educate our children and be happy content with nothing to do, nothing to eat? When your system has everything under control and can't use it, nor will you give anything away. Why take more than you need? Why make laws and allow industry to take it all? Why isn't the law fixed so it's just for one or the others? Then industry couldn't take it all and make us all victims of your special arrangement of things. I am an ignorant man and you are supposed to have great brains, yet I appeal to you in behalf of thousands in your dominion who would be good American citizens if you would make it possible. A woman from Los Angeles taunted Hoover, engineers may be intelligent but poor presidents. 120. Hoover's political philosophy of neighborly helpfulness was stretched beyond its economic limit. Neighborly helpfulness could still go a long way, however. The primal need for human community, its endurance under unspeakable hardship, was, in fact, at the heart of Steinbeck's two Great Depression-era novels, The Grapes of Wrath and the earlier Tortilla Flat, 1935. In the most impoverished agricultural regions, such as the Appalachian South, farmers were indeed able to retreat to the subsistence of the household economy. "We were largely self-sufficient," one rural Virginia resident would recall. "We cooperated and helped each other." 121 In the cities, one unemployed person remembered that everybody was evil to each other and that there was no friendships. But another would later yearn nostalgically for the camaraderie of the Depression. "You were in trouble, damn it, if they could help you, they would help you." 122. Empathy did not die with hard times, but empathy was simply not up to the task economically. The most popular song of the time, "Brother Can You Spare a Dime?" 1932, resonated widely, most likely because Brother in fact could not. One of the great tragedies of the Great Depression was that it wiped out large swaths of civil society, the voluntary associations that President Hoover continued to champion. 123 Hoover vetoed a 1931 congressional relief bill, partly because he thought relief was not the business of government and partly because fiscal discipline protected the gold standard. He would allow the RFC to loan only small sums to states for unemployment relief. By the end of 1931, the American Red Cross alone had come to the aid of 2.7 million rural drought sufferers. 124 Soup kitchens, local charities, churches, philanthropic foundations, immigrant fraternal orders, and ethnic savings societies altogether lacked adequate funding and institutional capacity to provide services. The scale of hardship was too vast. By 1933, at least 1,300 cities, counties, towns, and school districts were effectively bankrupt. 125 An AFL leader warned Congress, "If something is not done and starvation is going to continue, then the doors of revolt in this country are going to be thrown open." 126. Political agitation in 1931–32 was widespread. In the Iowa-Nebraska Corn Belt of the Northern Plains, farmers more decimated by debt than by drought rioted against foreclosures. The National Guard was called in. 127 Industrial strike activity focused on the mines. In cities, organized protests halted evictions in St. Louis, Chicago, and New York. In March 1932, workers at Henry Ford's River Rouge complex mounted a hunger march. Dearborn police shot and killed 4 of them. 128 Elsewhere, the jobless organized in unemployed councils and unemployed leagues. In July 1932, most dramatically, 25,000 unemployed World War I veterans marched on Washington, pleading with the federal government to pay them the bonuses they said the government owed them for military service. The Bonus Army camped out across the Potomac River in Anacostia, Virginia. General Douglas MacArthur sent in tanks and bayonets, and the Bonus Army disintegrated. 129. An Iowa farm boy would later say that he was struck by the helpless despair and submission he saw. There was anger and rebellion among a few, but by and large, that quiet desperation and submission. Decades later, a wealthy Chicago banker would reflect that the American people just sat there and took it. In retrospect, it's amazing, just amazing. Either they were in shock, or they thought something would happen to turn it around. My wife has often discussed this with me. She thinks it's astonishing, the lack of violent protest, especially in 1932 and 1933. 130. 6. FDR. Political revolution was not afoot, but the United States was a democracy, and in the congressional elections of 1930, Republicans suffered heavy losses. In 1932 there would be a presidential election, and Hoover's administration was spent. Even a Wall Street banker who supported the president confessed that a monkey could have been elected against him. 131 Hoover, a journalist recorded, now sat crouching behind his desk, shouting random insults at foreign governments. 132. The Democratic presidential candidate was the governor of New York, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Born into privilege, raised on his family's wealthy Hudson River Valley estate in the company of Vanderbilts and Astors, FDR was nevertheless something. Hoover was not a gifted politician. In 1921 FDR had contracted polio and lost the full use of his legs. Recovery from the disease changed him and granted him his political gift for empathy. Historian David M. Kennedy observed that FDR's shallow, supercilious youth gave way to the precious gift of a purposeful manhood. In 1931, Governor Roosevelt created the Temporary Emergency Relief Administration to provide $20 million in direct aid to suffering New Yorkers. In 1932 he went to Chicago to accept the Democratic presidential nomination in person. "I pledge myself," he called, "to a New Deal for the American people." 133. That FDR was going to win was crystal clear. As for how exactly a Roosevelt administration might grapple with the Depression, the picture was dark mud. FDR's campaign staff had no overarching consensus about what to do. But one of the candidate's great political assets was his ideological flexibility. Unlike Hoover, he was not a technocrat. Nor was he an intellectual, hence he was free from the problem that plagues most intellectuals in politics, their almost aesthetic desire for a grand ideological system, in which all the different parts must fit together into a unified whole. When asked during the campaign what his philosophy was, FDR responded, "Philosophy? Philosophy? I am a Christian and a Democrat, that's all." 134. If intellectually he had no grand design, nonetheless FDR had memorized the voting tendencies of every congressional district. On the campaign trail, like all good Democrats, FDR called for lower tariffs and support for agriculture. He criticized Hoover for not balancing the federal budget. That was about all. Around himself he assembled many advisers, who made different, sometimes contradictory suggestions. Much to their amazement, the candidate would agree with them all. Yes. 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 Fine. 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 Thus intellectuals thoroughly underestimated FDR. Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr., once said of FDR that he had a second-class intellect but a first-class temperament. Journalist Walter Lippmann referred to the incoming president as a kind of amiable Boy Scout, without a firm grasp of public affairs and without very strong convictions. Hoover thought the Democratic nominee a hopeless lightweight. Upon FDR's landslide victory over him in 1932, he predicted disaster. 135. The interregnum between FDR's election in November 1932 and his inauguration in March 1933 stretched long. A week after FDR's victory, the outgoing and incoming presidents met in the White House. When they met again in January 1933, Hoover said he found Roosevelt very ignorant. 136. In February, he sent FDR a telegram. Yet another banking panic had begun in the West, then arrived in Detroit. Edsel Ford's Guardian Trust Company, which had financed automobile purchases, failed, the RFC refused it a loan, and Henry Ford, who believed credit was immoral, refused to bail out his son. That led to further panic. The Michigan governor had to close all 550 Michigan banks for 8 days. 137. Implausibly, Hoover blamed this latest round of banking panics on the specter of Roosevelt-induced inflation. Before FDR entered the White House, Hoover badgered him to publicly commit himself to maintaining the gold standard. "If we should inflate our currency, and consequently abandon the gold standard," the outgoing president warned the American public, "the consequence would be complete destruction." FDR, however, would commit to nothing. Hoover then tried to get FDR to publicly approve a delegation that Hoover was sending to a World Economic Conference, to be held in London later in 1933. Again FDR demurred he would wait until he was president to act. The economy kept tanking. On March 2, 1933, the New York Fed fell below its minimum gold reserve. On March 3 it lost $350 million, $200 million to foreign wire transfers, and $150 million in hard currency withdrawn. 138 Steel factories were then operating at 12% of their capacity. 139 As panic still rippled across the banking system, it is no exaggeration to say that American capitalism was very nearly grinding to a halt when, on March 4, FDR was finally inaugurated as president. Among FDR's widely commented upon personal qualities was his bottomless reserve of self-confidence and his almost preternatural sense of calm. In contrast to so many nerve-shot capitalists, according to one of his closest advisors, FDR had no nerves at all. In the most memorable line of his inaugural address, he declared that Americans had nothing to fear but fear itself. 140 days after taking office in March, FDR declared a week-long national bank holiday, to calm popular panic and fear. Then, to the surprise of many including his own Treasury Department, FDR indicated he would support a provision in Congress's Emergency Banking Act, enabling the executive to control international and domestic gold movements. The new law granted to the president the power to take the United States off the gold standard. On April 5, 1933, FDR signed an executive order forbidding the hoarding of gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates within the continental United States. 141. On April 20, FDR suspended the gold standard. At the time, U.S. gold reserves had recovered and were ample. After Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in January 1933, much gold had fled to the United States. The free convertibility of dollars to gold at the rate of $20.67 per ounce, the rate, attacked by the populists, that had been mandated ever since post-Civil War resumption, was not at risk. Going off gold was intended to stoke the reflation of national prices and assert political control over the U.S. economy. 142 FDR announced a new policy of definitely controlled inflation. 143 The price of the dollar, now allowed to float in currency and gold markets, quickly devalued with respect to gold and other currencies, against the British pound by 30%. U.S. prices across the board began to reflate. Finally a bottom had been reached. In an act of great political courage, FDR broke America's golden fetters. The New Deal was begun. Preface. Control. By the time Franklin Delano Roosevelt was inaugurated as president on March 4, 1933, every known economic indicator, already in perilous territory, was still moving in the wrong direction. Making objective economic matters worse, a narrative of fear and depression was hardening and was fast becoming self-fulfilling. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance, the new president declared. A mass psychology of deflation had set in. Capitalism was not going to lift itself out of the slump it was stuck in the short-term present. Fear was so intense that the owners of capital favored the psychological return of security over seeking pecuniary profit to wait it all out instead of investing. Many other people with money to spend joined them. Not just capitalists but ordinary Americans were running on banks and removing deposits, then putting the money perhaps under a mattress, if not in a hole dug in the ground. Due to fear, much economic activity simply ceased. Something from outside the system had to come to the rescue. The only real candidate was the federal government. The United States still had considerable economic resources. The Fordist revolution in energy-intensive mass production was still new. Rarely if ever before had an industrial economy been so poised on the brink of a great leap forward in wealth-generating enterprise. But it had stalled in mid-leap. FDR was right, there was nothing to fear but fear itself. Chapter 13, New Deal Capitalism, recounts how FDR's New Deal began to reverse the tide. When FDR took the United States off the gold standard, prices began to climb. Expectations shifted, and economic spending returned. Next, the New Deal attempted a dizzying variety of policy experiments. The overarching keyword that motivated them all was security. The primary goal was control, to devolatize capitalism and to employ breadwinning men. The New Deal's regulatory arm transformed banking and finance, as well as the conduct of industry and agriculture. The politics of income now blossomed. Multiple programs lifted commodity prices and shored up farm incomes. The Social Security Act of 1935 provided new income security. The Wagner Act, of the same year, legally institutionalized union collective bargaining over pay. The New Deal state also had a developmental arm, on the side of capital. New federal agencies granted credit to the agricultural and real estate industries. They made public investments in the infrastructure of the still dawning energy-intensive, auto-industrial economy, including dams, roads, and power utilities. Developmental policies offered inducements, but investment remained largely in private hands. With a strong regulatory arm and a weaker developmental one, the liberalism of the Democratic Party was born. Despite the strong post-1933 recovery, private investment remained insufficient to end the scourge of mass male industrial unemployment. The New Deal hit a political and economic wall in 1937–38, after FDR's administration attempted to balance the federal budget, reducing government expenditure. It gave rise to a recession in the Depression. Meanwhile, a new kind of liquidity preference appeared, in addition to the speculative and the precautionary motivated by economic psychological considerations. Capitalists politicized liquidity preference. Decrying liberal regulations and taxation, the owners of capital once again pulled back their investments, demanding their desired economic policies. Politically, the New Deal sat stymied, as the unemployment rate, having never fallen below 10%, rose to 20%. It was not the New Deal but World War II, the subject of Chapter 14, New World Hegemon, that finally pulled the United States out of the Great Depression. The total energy of total war did the trick, even if the war economy was good only at producing bombs, tanks, and airplanes. Very likely, energy-intensive war economies everywhere definitively tipped geological history into the era of human-made climate change, the Anthropocene. But World War II eliminated U.S. unemployment through massive public investment in war factories, operated by private contractors. Public debt and progressive taxation propelled the economic war effort, rather than private speculative investment. The U.S. war economy positively boomed as liberalism, big government, and private initiative together amounted to a dynamic amalgam. When the war ended, much of the world lay in economic ruins, but the United States enjoyed a worldwide economic supremacy never before seen in all of history. The final settlement of the Age of Control's political economy was not determined until the post-war era, however. Chapter 15, Post-War Hinge, covers the struggle over its fate, in the context of the U.S. effort to rebuild the post-war capitalist world economy. The Bretton Woods Agreements of 1944 established the U.S. dollar, pegged to gold, as the chief world currency. While the new international political economy restored world trade, Bretton Woods granted states the right to enforce cross-border capital controls so as to ensure autonomy for national economic policy making, independent of the cross-border capital movements that had been a cause of the Great Depression. In the U.S. national economy, President Harry Truman's attempt to revive some of the New Deal's most ambitious developmental efforts was defeated in the context of the outbreak of the Cold War with Soviet communism. By 1948, a rising anti-communist ideology had set a hard left edge on Cold War-era liberalism. Wartime government controls on economic life were lifted. The owners of capital regained control over investment. The United States was the hegemon of the capitalist world economy. Post-war U.S. industrial society took shape. What we can call a new political illiquidity preference prevailed. Industrial capital settled on the ground long-term for a generation after the war. Because of Union power, and post-war fears that depression and male unemployment might return, many post-war industrial capitalists decided they must invest in employment-giving enterprise. They did, as government restored a politics of income union bargaining over pay, progressive and redistributive income taxation, and various forms of regulation as the central aim of U.S. political economy. But in a new departure, the federal government took responsibility for counter-cyclical spending in times of recession. Austerity was out. In fiscal policy, the government accepted that budget deficits in times of recession were necessary to achieve the economic growth of the macroeconomy. A new multiplier was born, the Keynesian fiscal multiplier. Post-war capitalism came to be defined by high growth and economic abundance. Chapter 16, Consumerism, explores how consumption began to matter to economic life more than ever before. A post-war real estate boom, in the suburbs, saw the construction of single-family homes, highways, shopping malls, and strip malls. The spread of a consumerist auto-suburbia across space was built into this age, the way the spread of the plantation had been built into the age of commerce, or the construction of the northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt had been built into the age of capital. No less central to consumerism, during the 1950s, was the mental dreamscape, as the post-war corporate advertisement industry set about finding ways to get Americans to buy new versions of what they already owned: cars, television sets, washing machines, clothes, and entertainments. Consumerism was not new to the post-war era, but its cultural significance and economic implications intensified, as consumer confidence and planned obsolescence became new dynamic factors in economic expectations. In the post-war period, the U.S. economy, having recovered from the Great Depression and won the war, achieved consumer abundance. It was a golden age of capitalism, when, by historic standards, rates of growth, productivity, profits, and wages remained high, and income and wealth inequality were compressed. Chapter 17, Ordeal of a Golden Age, explores the many structures of post-war industrial society, including the cultural, the social-psychological, and the aesthetic. In political economy, a fiscal triangle consisting of the federal government, industrial corporations, and non-profits was charged with the production, distribution, and redistribution of industrial income. Industrial corporate managers invested in fixed, illiquid capital. Income politics expanded, for instance in the 1965 Social Security Amendments, which created the public health care programs Medicare and Medicaid. The voluntaristic non-profit sector became the latest chapter in the history of philanthropy, and in the sphering and splitting of public and private. The boundaries dividing the post-war spheres of free enterprise, the non-profit sector of civil society, and the fiscal state of the government were hard and tense. The fiscal state took responsibility for the performance of the macroeconomy of aggregates: aggregate demand, aggregate investment, aggregate consumption, aggregate output, and aggregate employment. For the first time, professional economists became important policy advisors, ensconced in the President's Council of Economic Advisors, created in 1946. National economic growth, the most important aggregate of all, was robust in this period, but the aggregates did not address the fabric of everyday economic institutions and relationships. Inside the aggregates were many details. Aggregates said nothing about the specific geography of investment and disinvestment, or about the economic lives of the individuals, groups, and places that investment and disinvestment decisions shaped. The 1964 Tax Reduction Act, first proposed by President John F. Kennedy, attempted to use tax cuts to boost an ongoing economic expansion. Many liberals hoped it would stimulate private investment so as to meet a rising sense of economic expectations among people: blacks in inner cities, poor rural whites, and working women who had hitherto been excluded from an economy designed to deliver a high white male breadwinning wage. By now, with World War II in the past, liberalism's only developmental vehicle was the Income Tax Code. Otherwise, President Lyndon B. Johnson's War on Poverty was insufficiently funded. Together with the Vietnam War, the 1964 tax cut left behind a national macroeconomy that was booming, to be sure, but overstimulated in some places and under-resourced in others. Massive political protests erupted against the dissatisfactions and inequities of post-war society, and liberalism began to crack up. As liberalism encountered political troubles in the late 1960s and 70s, its economic foundation began to crumble. Industrial society became enervated. Chapter 18, Crisis of Industrial Capital, describes how industrial society and liberalism alike suffered from a number of destabilizing shocks. Profits flagged first, after 1965. Average male labor compensation flatlined after 1972. Commodity prices climbed too high, straining the relationship between the industrial and the agricultural sectors. In 1973 the Nixon administration announced the end of the Bretton Woods dollar-gold peg, and soon the United States lifted controls on cross-border capital movement. The same year, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries announced an embargo on oil. The rate of productivity growth, especially in the most energy-intensive lines of production, declined. The subsequent recession of 1973-75 was the worst since the Great Depression. The standard corrective measures, a stimulating tax cut, counter-cyclical budget deficits brought the U.S. macroeconomy out of recession, and national economic growth returned. But something ill was now at work inside that aggregate. By now, high rates of inflation and unemployment were endemic stagflation. Meanwhile, economic life on the ground was changing, unsettling. It was losing its industrial structure. The historic northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt began to rust. In Sunbelt cities like Houston, Texas, economic life revolved less around capital used up in long-term industrial production, or the male breadwinning wage, than around real estate appreciation and the more labor-intensive, historically feminized service economy. Back in Washington, liberalism lost its nerve. An era of deregulation began, as high rates of inflation destabilized long-term expectations, which had the effect of pulling economic horizons toward the present, crippling political control. After an internationally coordinated Keynesian stimulus was perceived to fail, due to speculative cross-border attacks on the U.S. dollar, the administration of President Jimmy Carter announced a policy of fiscal austerity and general economic decontrol. The age of control began with a deflationary crisis, at a time when nation-states around the world were erecting barriers to many international economic forces, especially fickle cross-border capital movements. It ended in a double-digit inflationary crisis, when U.S. policymakers announced the need for decontrol in a new era of global interdependence, when walls between national economies were coming down. Control worked by inducing, but never coercing, capital to fix and settle in place on the ground, long-term, within national territories. In the last analysis, the project was a developmental failure. The age of control ended as capital became ever more roving, short-term, and undecided. Chapter 13. New Deal Capitalism. The Great Depression dropped the fate of economies directly onto the laps of national governments. The crisis of confidence in capitalism was profound, but the crisis of confidence in liberal democracy was even greater. 1 The liberal state is destined to perish, Mussolini predicted in 1934, and Hitler and Stalin too claimed that unified mass, democratic publics stood behind their illiberal governments. 2 Dictatorships seized power across Latin America. Militarists did the same in Japan. The journalist Walter Lippmann advised FDR, "The situation is critical, Franklin. You might have no alternative but to assume dictatorial powers." 3. FDR would invoke emergency powers, and a number of the New Deal's features would harmonize with those of thoroughly illiberal polities abroad, including, say, its monumental government architecture, a sharp visual contrast to so much recent economic volatility. 4 No less, the New Deal would draw from America's homegrown illiberal traditions. The white supremacy that maintained its grip on the South was no monument to liberty, and FDR was willing to cooperate with Southern racists, as he needed Democratic votes in Congress. Nevertheless, many liberal democratic institutions, periodic elections, an independent judiciary, greater or lesser freedom of assembly and conscience survived in the United States. 5 FDR believed in democracy, for Groton and Harvard had drilled schoolboy American truths into him. The president also simply loved the art of democratic politics. The New Deal always had an electoral political logic. 6 FDR relished, in the words of one historian, cobbling together big city bosses, the white South, farmers and workers, Jews and Irish Catholics, ethnic minorities and African Americans into the lasting electoral bloc behind New Deal liberalism. 7 Liberalism was the moniker FDR adopted, in a departure from the classical or laissez-faire liberalism of the 19th century. Now Republicans became conservatives. At a moment when politics, across the globe, newly asserted control over economic life, FDR was the right mass democratic politician. He did not assume dictatorial powers, but it nonetheless was the age of control. Policy-wise, here and there, FDR winged it. Raymond Moley, a Barnard professor, and an important early economic advisor to the president, was to write that to attribute coherence to the New Deal was to believe that the accumulation of stuffed snakes, baseball pictures, school flags, old tennis shoes, carpenter's tools, geometry books, and chemistry sets in a boy's bedroom could have been put there by an interior decorator. A number of historians of the New Deal have agreed. 9. Take a method and try it. If it fails, admit it frankly and try another. But above all, try something, FDR proclaimed publicly in 1932.10. In that spirit, FDR got the most important immediate economic policy call right. He took the United States off the gold standard. At an April 19, 1933, press conference, the president announced a policy of definitely controlled inflation. Privately, he quipped, "My banker friends may be horrified, and a great number of them were. 11 Regardless, he did break the mass psychology of deflationary future expectations. Going off gold was what economic historians have called a regime change. As money devalued, prices began to go up. Consumers began to spend in the present. Rising prices portended rising profits. Investment and its multiplying effects began to recover, and a broader economic recovery ensued. 12. The New Deal's first impulse was to reflate prices, and in this effort it was a success. 4 decades later, the inflationary bias of New Deal liberalism would dig its own grave. But in 1933 it was what the doctor ordered. After that, perhaps stuffed snakes lay next to school flags, but at least a pile of stuff existed. Policy options that distinguished 1933 from a later moment, 2008, when there would be precious few novel initiatives. By contrast, when FDR took office in 1933, a generation of populist and progressive policy proposals were already on the shelf, ready for someone to pick them up. 13 After all, going off gold was precisely what William Jennings Bryan had demanded in 1896, at the helm of the fused populist Democratic ticket. FDR's first 2 administrations would draw from old populist demands for agrarian credit and price supports, and the income politics and banking regulations of progressivism. As they did, some new and enduring patterns took shape. Ideologically, the New Deal was committed to security. 14 To hoard money and forego spending of all kinds had become a respite from anxiety and fear. During the 1930s, interest rates remained low, stuck in liquidity trap territory. 15 Interest rates approached zero, and no further reductions were capable of calling forth present spending. Not enough people wanted to part with liquid assets as safe haven stores of value, which meant purchasing power and demand for goods dried up. If government found new ways to make people feel secure, however, economic initiative including spending on both investment and consumption might resume. At the same time, speculation in the run-up of the 1920s credit cycle had created so much of the trouble to begin with. New Deal policies ran counter to short-term financial speculation. Profit-making shifted away from finance and toward production. Relatedly, the New Deal had the general effect of distributing income away from capital and toward labor earnings. 16 The new policy preference was for a political economy of less financial volatility and therefore greater economic security and equality. The way to achieve it was to anchor economic life in the illiquidity of industrial capital, which had the great political advantage of offering male employment. In politics, the most broadly shared expectation of New Deal capitalism was that factories would provide male breadwinners jobs, presupposing, no less, female homemaking. In this respect, while the ultimate end was newfound economic security, nevertheless the New Deal was conservative, or at least restorative. Against this backdrop, New Deal policy initiatives can be distinguished from one another into 2 categories, the regulatory and the developmental. In the end, the New Deal's regulatory arm proved far more robust. Regulation can further be divided into 2 subsets, regulations of the conduct of business, and regulations aimed at income politics. First, new agencies, such as the Securities Exchange Commission, SEC, promulgated many new rules regulating banking practices. By the end of the 1930s, there was a revival of anti-monopoly in industry. Second, as enterprise recovered, incomes were newly regulated, in the form of new personal and corporate income taxes, while new legislation intensified fair rate of return regulations on public utilities. Meanwhile, new laws supported liberalism's robust politics of male pay. Immediately, the New Deal provided relief measures for the many unemployed. Enduringly, male pay became 20th-century liberalism's chief currency of distributive justice, both its aim and its great imaginative limit. Next, the Wagner Act of 1935 legally institutionalized union collective bargaining over wages and working conditions. Once capital was invested in industry, unions could struggle over the income it yielded. Meanwhile, the Social Security Act of 1935 became the cornerstone of a new U.S. welfare state, which created new forms of income security through old age pensions and unemployment insurance. In agriculture, a host of new government programs propped up commodity prices so as to ensure farm incomes. New Deal regulations would shape economic life for decades to come, down to the present day. Recovery from the Great Depression. Upon the election of FDR, many forward-looking economic indicators reversed direction, and following the change in expectations, a broad-based economic recovery ensued. The recovery began even before FDR made the fateful choice of going off the gold standard. Key: CPI equals Consumer Price Index, WPI equals Wholesale Price Index, CUR. Equals currency, NBRESV equals National Bank Reserves. The New Deal's developmental arm was more directly concerned with issues of long-term planning and the ex-ante politics of capital investment, in contrast to the ex-post politics of income. 17 Despite the dramatic post-1933 price reflation and economic recovery, the immediate problem of the 1930s was not so much the regulation of enterprise and the distribution of incomes. Rather, long-term economic development remained disrupted because so much capital remained on the sidelines. The dearth of investment meant a dearth of employment, giving enterprise to generate labor incomes in the first place. Developmental policies had two subsets as well: state-funded public corporations that placed capital and credit in private hands, and federal programs that made direct public investment outside any private channel. Through the organizational vehicle of the public corporation, a number of New Deal policies sought to re-energize long-term economic development. In banking, the government-owned Reconstruction Finance Corporation, RFC, invested capital in many financial institutions, if only to keep them solvent, and helped finance a host of government credit programs, especially in agriculture. Federal government programs subsidized credit in the collapsed real estate construction industry. State-subsidized credit, if unequally enjoyed, became an enduring entitlement of U.S. citizenship. 18 Meanwhile, there were New Deal public investment programs. The Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, was a massive state developmental agency. Through the Works Progress Administration, WPA, and the Public Works Administration, PWA, federal government projects made long-term public investments in the infrastructure of the auto-industrial economy, roads, power utilities, dams, and more, especially west of the Mississippi. 19 The effect of these programs was to induce greater private investment and kickstart development down the forced capital and energy-intensive path. The more economic recovery there was, the more that a fossil fuel energy system entrenched. New Deal capitalism was a variety of capitalism because the discretionary power of when and where to invest remained in the hands of the owners of capital. During the 1930s, whether the investment was private, incentivized or not, or public, its combined magnitude was simply insufficient to draw out sufficient economic activity to end the Great Depression. A general lack of initiative and spending remained. In 1937, 4 years into the recovery, on behalf of fiscal rectitude, FDR's administration sought to balance the budget, while the Fed took measures to prevent possible inflation. The recovery stalled. In 1937-38 there was a recession in the Depression. Now for the first time, FDR's administration changed course and turned to the possibility of government deficit spending to fund public investment and bring about a fiscal multiplier. The owners of capital, fearful not of financial panic but of the real possibility of government intervention into capital investment, retrenched. A new kind of liquidity preference appeared on the scene, the political point 20 decrying government-caused uncertainty, demanding policy changes friendly to their interests. Capitalists pulled back on their fixed industrial investments, parked their money on the sidelines, and accelerated the new drop-off in spending. By the time Hitler invaded Poland in 1939, industrial unemployment in Nazi Germany due to the fascist mobilization of mass energies, including a massive public investment campaign in the tools of war, stood at 3.2%. 21 At the end of the decade, the New Deal sat stymied, with many accomplishments but with the total volume of investment insufficient. The Depression was groaning on, and mass white male unemployment, the New Deal's stated enemy, was not yet licked. The political economy of New Deal liberalism would not be settled until after World War II. Back in March 1933, however, FDR first had to save capitalists' skins, entering the political psychology of uncertainty and fear itself. 22. One back from the brink. By the time of FDR's inauguration on March 4, 1933, the latest round of panic had led to the withdrawal of millions of dollars of deposits, and more than $500 million in currency was being hoarded in such places as holes in the ground, privies, linings of coats, horse collars, coal piles, hollow trees. 23 Prices deflated. In a mass psychological dynamic, expectations that prices would decline became self-fulfilling, as individuals did not spend, expecting lower future prices. Taking office, FDR had no choice but to play confidence games with the American public. Capitalism, Molly would say, was saved in 8 days. 24. FDR was a quick study of the new mass political psychology. Mussolini, Hitler, and Stalin preferred mass open-air rallies, but FDR's chosen political instrument was the radio. 60% of all U.S. households owned a radio in 1933.25. In his upper-class but distinctive intonation, FDR addressed his fellow citizens. Journalist Lorena Hickok reported to Harry Hopkins from New Orleans in 1934, "People down here all seem to think they know the president personally, they feel he is talking to each one of them." 26. Arguably, in the first 8 days, much hinged on the timbre of FDR's voice. On March 12, 1933, the president delivered his first fireside chat on the banking crisis, explaining that the Emergency Banking Act retroactively authorized a 6-day national bank holiday. Among other provisions, the act banned the private export of gold and let the federally chartered and Treasury-funded RFC invest in banks' preferred stocks. FDR calmly explained that banks would begin to open the next day. "You people must have faith. Let us unite in banishing fear." 27 Lo and behold, nearly $200 million in withdrawn gold coin now began to re-enter bank vaults. 28 The banking panic was over. Hoarded currency began to move back into the banking system. As for deflation, on April 19, FDR announced the policy of a definitely controlled inflation. The administration let the dollar trade freely against gold. It began to devalue, and the general price level began to rise. If there was any doubt about FDR's intentions, in the summer he scuttled negotiations at the World Economic Conference in London when he wired his bombshell message. The maintenance of the gold standard had required that countries privilege an international obligation to defend their currency's fixed exchange rate with gold over any domestic economic priority. Defending the gold standard periodically required raising interest rates to recruit foreign gold, which restricted the supply of domestic credit and caused deflation. From now on, FDR declared, the old fetishes of so-called international bankers would have no hearing at the White House. 29. Meanwhile, the RFC began to inject public capital into banks. The public corporation, having important precedents during World War I, became a significant developmental mechanism. 30 FDR appointed RFC board member Jesse H. Jones its new chairman. Jones hailed from Houston, a city Jones believed, rightly, was destined to become the Chicago of the South. After FDR, Jones was arguably the second most powerful man in the country during the 1930s. He was a banker, a Democratic Party operative, and an old Brionite who believed Wall Street had monopolized capital and credit. Most of the country lies west of the Hudson River and none of it east of the Atlantic Ocean, he once remarked. Characteristically, he granted loans to railroad corporations but forced their directors to move their headquarters away from New York. "You live too far from your tracks." 31 FDR would commonly bemoan Jones's power, calling him Jesus H. Jones. The president had to put up with Jones's racist nigger stories. Yet the two shared an animosity for No. 23, that is, 23 Wall Street headquarters of J.P. Morgan & Co. Once, a number of bankers confronted FDR in the White House and demanded Jones's removal from office. FDR placed a cigarette in its holder. "Boys, I am going back to JES 32. Jones's RFC closed down 5% of all U.S. banks and funded many of the rest by purchasing their preferred stock. By 1935, the RFC owned one-third of all U.S. bank capital. 33 It would also become home to a host of New Deal credit agencies. Jones maintained that the RFC's public investments should be commercially viable, they should not bear losses. This was not debt-financed relief. The public capital and credit of the RFC accomplished its aims. The RFC halted bank panics, capitalized various New Deal agencies, and helped reflate prices. 34. If the Western state capitalist Jones was a new breed, so was New Dealer Tommy Corcoran, Tommy the Cork. FDR enjoyed giving nicknames and telling jokes, which, if clubby and male, could soothe nerves. By contrast, President Hoover had been tense and humorless in office. Tommy the Cork was an Irish Catholic New Englander and a favorite former student of the Viennese émigré Harvard law professor Felix Frankfurter. Frankfurter cut his teeth on progressive public utility regulation and was generally inimical to Wall Street. Many of Frankfurter's boys would swarm New Deal administrative agencies. 35 Corcoran had practiced corporate law in New York before becoming an RFC lawyer in 1932. He worked closely with Benjamin Cohen, another Frankfurter student turned disillusioned Wall Street corporate lawyer. 36 The Cork was the legislative fixer, corralling votes in Congress, while Cohen was the master legislative draftsman. A new working coalition emerged. Anti-Wall Street Harvard and Yale corporate lawyers entered into alliance with non-Wall Street bankers, such as Jones, and disgruntled Western farmers and Southern white planters, along the Democratic Party's constituency, in order to put adversarial regulations of Wall Street on the books. More regulated, Wall Street suffered. Cohen was the brains behind the Securities Act of 1933, which began to chip away at the NYSE's self-regulation, prohibiting deceitful securities issues. However, even as Wall Street fell under new regulations, laws such as this had the unintended consequence of further concentrating U.S. capital markets on Wall Street. Local securities markets, especially in the Midwest, so critical to late 19th century small-scale industrialization, its fleeting politics of property already weakened by the Depression, faced the high costs of new regulations and perished. The New Deal's regulatory arm thus began to move into action. More consequential than the Securities Act was the Banking Act of 1933, commonly named after its Southern Democratic sponsors, Carter Glass of Virginia and Henry B. Stegall of Alabama. Glass-Steagall separated deposit-taking and loan-granting commercial banking from securities underwriting investment banking. J.P. Morgan was thus forced to spin off a separate investment bank, Morgan Stanley. Glass-Steagall also created the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, a public corporation like the RFC. Its aim was to prop up unit banking, or small country banks without branches. The creation of the FDIC was an old populist demand. Rather than letting banks consolidate so that during bank runs they could draw on a larger, more diversified pool of resources, the FDIC insured deposits up to $2,500. The FDIC's actions worked, as bank runs ceased. Finally, Glass-Steagall's Regulation Q granted the federal government the power to cap interest rates on deposits. If banks could compete for deposits by raising interest rates, of necessity they would have to search for higher speculative yields to pay for them. Regulation Q created a cartel-like structure among commercial banks, limiting, but ensuring profits. 37. Economists and historians debate the merits of Glass-Steagall. Surely over the years it would have many unintended consequences, and according to one standard of economic efficiency in which capital must be allowed to move anywhere in order to achieve its best possible use, the legislation was disruptive. 38. But disrupting was precisely the point. Uninhibited capital mobility had been a source of the bust. The explicit regulatory goal was to slow capital down, to create walls and pockets, blocking and controlling the free convertibility of assets. In other words, to make the financial system less dependent on transactional liquidity and less vulnerable to leverage and volatility. 39. The Glass-Steagall wall between investment and commercial banking was an instrument, and a symbol, of the effort. As for Regulation Q, the high interest rate environment of the 1920s, which had created incentives to speculate and had accelerated the credit cycle, was a reasonable target of financial reform. Glass-Steagall was one of the more significant of the banking and financial reforms of the New Deal's vaunted first 100 days. 2. Overproduction and the first 100 days. In the first 100 days, a single economic idea animated both agricultural and industrial policy, that the reason for falling prices was overproduction. Therefore, to limit the supply of goods would be to make them more scarce and thus increase going market prices for them. On the basis of price reflation, economic activity, including employment, would recover. True, anything that broke the deflationary spiral would be of benefit even if the real problem was unused capacity, and underinvestment, rather than overproduction. In the spirit of trying something, during the first 100 days, congressional legislation made quite dramatic interventions in commercial markets, to restrict supply and thereby reflate the economy. Some, if not all, of the interventions proved lasting. On May 12, 1933, Congress passed the Agricultural Adjustment Act, creating a new federal agency, the Agricultural Adjustment Administration, AAA. Its stated goal was to reflate commodity prices and thus farm incomes. Another aim was debt relief. FDR cited the human impossibility of deflation, but more deflation was also politically impossible. 40. In April, indebted Iowa farmers nearly lynched a judge in protest of farm foreclosures. Milo Reno's Farmers Holiday Association called for the government to guarantee farm incomes above the cost of production. 41. That phrase evoked industry, where large, nearly monopolistic producers gave prices rather than taking them from competitive markets. In the highly competitive agricultural sector, farmers aspired to be price givers themselves, with guaranteed incomes above their cost of production regardless of the intersection of supply and demand. This version of income politics required government intervention. The domestic allotment programs of the AAA worked to restrict supply by paying farmers not to produce. The cost of production did not prevail politically. Instead, the stated target was commodity price parity, using a World War I-era commodity price benchmark, before supply had run far out ahead of demand during the speculative investment boom of the 1920s. Under domestic allotment, production was banned beyond the volume that threatened price parity. To fund the program, Congress passed a tax on agricultural processing, which fell heavily on northeastern and midwestern industrial states. 42. By the time the AAA was created in the spring of 1933, most farmers had already planted their fields. In the South, tenants plowed up 10 million acres of cotton for which landlords, not tenants, received checks for $100 million. Infamously, Secretary of Agriculture Henry Wallace ordered the slaughter of millions of piglets and hundreds of thousands of sows. Milk was poured onto roadsides. But prices did rise. Cotton climbed from 6.5 cents in 1932 to over 10 cents in 1933.43. In 1934 the federal government restricted supply by paying farmers not to plant and sow in the first instance. By then, thousands of county-level production control committees existed in rural America to monitor production. If at times the methods were inelegant, restricting agricultural supply reflated prices and finally undermined deflationary expectations. Increased farm incomes also became a fresh source of consumer demand for manufactures and services, aiding recovery. Meanwhile, the administration's continued devaluation of the currency helped raise farm commodity prices. In 1933, the dollar was not linked to gold, but the gold-dollar exchange rate was still important for determining the currency's relative value and thus the general price level. In his October 22, 1933, fireside chat, FDR explained that ever since last March the definite policy of the government has been to restore commodity price levels. To that end, the United States must take firmly in its own hands the control of the gold value of our $44. FDR and his new Treasury Secretary, Henry Morgenthau, began to meet over breakfast at the White House to set the gold-dollar exchange. One morning FDR recommended a 21-cent increase. Why? It's a lucky number because it's 3 times 745. The Gold Reserve Act of 1934 would repeg the dollar to gold at $35 an ounce. The devaluation against gold since FDR's inauguration was 60%. Rather than repegging it for all time, FDR announced that if need be, there would be more adjustment. I reserve the right, he declared, to alter this proclamation as the interest of the United States may seem to require. 46. The AAA also created programs to inject credit into the agricultural sector. The Farm Credit Administration absorbed Hoover's Federal Farm Board and appropriated $200 million to refinance farm mortgages. The Farm Credit Act of 1933 created and funded a series of government-supported public corporations and farm credit cooperatives. 47 Jones's RFC was also everywhere, providing hundreds of millions of dollars in loans to AAA-created credit agencies. 48. Extending populist-inspired Progressive-era programs, the Commodity Credit Corporation, CCC, for instance, granted non-recourse loans of up to 60 to 70% of the parity price of their commodities, then stored them. Now government rather than speculative dealers, who had dumped so many crops on the market in 1929 during the bust, destroying prices, carried over stocks of commodities. If prices rose above parity, farmers sold their crops, paid the loans, and pocketed the difference. If not, the CCC swallowed the loans and took possession of the crops. Only farmers who obeyed production controls received such supports. Upon its completion in 1936, the Department of Agriculture's sprawling bureaucratic headquarters in Washington became the largest office building in the world. The farm block was long the electoral backbone of the Democratic Party, and many New Dealers felt at home with agrarian policy. Back to the land movements, tinged with nationalist, if not fascist nostalgia, were common across depressed industrialized economies. 49 Not coincidentally, it was FDR who signed off on the construction of the Jefferson Memorial in 1934. In industrial policy, the New Deal was more hesitant but began similarly, hoping to restrict output and thereby reflate prices. Here, in contrast to the competitive agricultural sector, handfuls of large industrial firms already often set prices. Government interventions to prop up prices were less necessary. Yet once again anything that worked against price deflation at this early stage of the recovery was helpful. In industry, the FDR administration's initial preoccupation during the first 100 days was with unemployment relief. Unemployment relief during the Great Depression. This map of unemployment relief illustrates a geography of economic suffering. It also indicates where the New Deal was able to provide relief assistance. In March 1933, Congress created the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, FERA, led by FDR's former New York head of relief, Harry Hopkins. FERA set a precedent of funneling federal welfare funds through state governments, which did most of the administering. Municipal governments lost out. 50 Tellingly, rather than disbursing cash charity, or the dole as FDR called it, FERA paid state governments to pay men wages for work, essentially simulating male breadwinning. Ellen Woodward, who headed FERA's women's division, complained to Eleanor Roosevelt that Hopkins's goal was only to put men to work. 51 That also meant that, as Grace Abbott of the U.S. Children's Bureau put it in her The Child and the State, 1938, employment of mothers with dependent children, is to be deplored. 52. The final act of the first 100 days was the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, of 1933, which created the National Recovery Administration, NRA. Point 53. The Act aimed to raise prices, wages, and profits if necessary, by restraining production through government-sanctioned monopolies. Monopolistic tendencies among firms would be welcomed, even embraced. It was a bold step for the Democratic Party, long home to anti-monopoly, illustrating the early New Deal's intellectual critique of unrestricted market competition. The Jig Us Up! New Deal policy advisor and Columbia University economist Rex Ford Tugwell declared in a June 1933 address. The cat is out of the bag. There is no invisible hand. 54. FDR named former War Industries Board official Hugh Johnson as head of the NRA. The NRA suspended antitrust law. The plan was that all the firms in every industrial sector would cooperatively agree on industry codes binding agreements to limit production volumes, prices, and wages. The NRA was modeled after the short-lived War Industries Board of World War I, but government intervention of this kind outside wartime was unprecedented in U.S. history. Johnson hung a portrait of Mussolini in his office and passed out to his staff copies of the fascist state theorist Raffaello Viglioni's Lo Stato Corporativo, 1927. The NRA's industry codes applied to labor standards. In a dramatic legal departure, Section 7(a) of the NIRA established the rights of industrial workers to organize and bargain collectively through representatives of their own choosing at a time when unions represented only 5% of U.S. industrial workers. The NIRA also called for maximum hour and minimum wage standards. Finally, 2 more first 100 days agencies in addition to Jones's RFC shop rolled out the New Deal's developmental arm. They were tasked with making public investments. In May 1933, Congress chartered a public corporation, the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, to take over Henry Ford's failed bid to develop the Tennessee River Valley at an abandoned World War I munitions site near Muscle Shoals, Alabama. 55. The TVA would expand electric power generation to an impoverished rural region, which private power utilities had deemed unprofitable. David Lilienthal, another of Frankfurter's boys and most recently a Wisconsin utility regulator, would take charge of the TVA. The other developmental agency was the Public Works Administration, PWA, created by Title II of the NIRA. FDR handed the PWA to Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes, a Chicago political reformer. On the basis of a $1 billion bond issue, the PWA was granted authority to issue up to $3.6 billion in public investments in, essentially, infrastructure internal improvements, to call back the age of commerce. 56. A progressive Republican, Ickes proceeded cautiously, believing that public investments should be commercially viable, at a minimum carrying no cost to taxpayers. Far more dominant than public investment in the first 100 days was the adversarial regulation of banking and finance, the tackling of male unemployment through relief, and the effort to reflate prices by ending overproduction in agriculture and industry. 3. Fate of the All-Class Alliance. As for politics, in the spirit of emergency upon taking office, FDR had wished to marry the Democratic Party with progressive Republicans into a single grand all-class alliance. But in 1934, as the administration passed further transformative legislation in finance and banking, politics began to polarize. Social movements erupted, on the left and the right. Industrialists rejected workers' bargaining rights, and a massive strike wave in protest threatened the National Recovery Administration. FDR risked losing control of the political situation. Washington's assault on Wall Street continued, as Benjamin Cohen drafted the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. Publicly traded corporations now had to issue yearly and quarterly financial reports. The act banned insider trading and was full of anti-fraud provisions. To enforce the act, a new regulatory agency was created, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. FDR advisor Adolph Burley and Gardner Means's The Modern Corporation and Private Property, 1932, had surveyed the growing division of ownership and management in large industrial corporations since the Great Merger movement. The Securities Exchange Act codified many of their recommendations on behalf of shareholder rights and interests. Wall Street had vigorously opposed the bill, but Tommy the Cork, garnering the support of anti-Wall Street Southern and Western Democrats, orchestrated its passage through the Congress. In 1934 Congress also passed the National Housing Act, bringing about massive changes in the market for residential investment. If the SEC focused on regulation of securities trading, the National Housing Act's goals were developmental to use public authority to reduce uncertainty and induce profitable long-term investment in real estate construction. It succeeded. Fixed residential investment had collapsed from over $4 billion in 1929 to only $724 million by 1933 and was a major cause of the Depression. The National Housing Act created the Federal Housing Administration, FHA, which pushed private residential investment onto a longer-term time horizon. Before, most private mortgages had had terms of 3 to 5 years, not amortized, with large balloon payments in the final year. The FHA standardized the terms of home improvement loans, Title I, and home mortgage loans, Title II. It also extended amortized payment schedules, typically between 20 and 30 years. Soon 1938 legislation would create the Federal National Mortgage Association, FNMA, or Fannie Mae, to sponsor a secondary national market in FHA-approved mortgages. The FHA also insured approved loans. Long-term real estate investment, if a tad boring, became nearly risk-free, with guaranteed profits. Government guaranteed transactional liquidity, a willing buyer for bonds. In this case, the fusion of public authority and private initiative was fruitful. With these inducements, in 1935 private residential investment climbed back to $1.4 billion. This would prove to be a lasting long-term developmental mechanism, even if it was not tried much outside housing during the New Deal. It was not direct public investment. Government supports coaxed private capital off the sidelines. 57. The regulatory SEC and the developmental FHA, both created in the spring of 1934, would prove to be of lasting significance. By that summer, however, the NRA was in trouble. 58. The agency had begun its work with great fanfare in September 1933, when 1.5 million New Yorkers lined up on Fifth Avenue to watch a 250,000 people parade in celebration of the writing of NRA industry codes, many brandishing the NRA's quasi-fascist Blue Eagle symbol. Hugh Johnson's task of writing one industry code after another was daunting. In July 1933 the first Code of Fair Competition No. 1 with the Cotton Textile Institute Trade Association was struck. It sought to reflate prices by limiting textile production. Other codes were frustratingly slow in coming, so FDR finally announced a blanket code. Among other provisions, it mandated a 35-hour workweek and a 40-cent minimum wage. The blanket code, with slight modifications, immediately applied to 450 industries and 90% of all industrial workers. It included the language of the NERA's Section 7(a), recognizing workers' rights to organize and bargain collectively through representatives of their own choosing. But the NRA did not have sufficient administrative capacity to execute its ends. Regardless, employer objections to Section 7(a) sunk it. The cotton textile industry had 440,000 workers in July 1933, a growing number, overwhelmingly in New England and the low-wage southern Piedmont. The bumbling, AFL-affiliated United Textile Workers of America, UTW, had represented only 27,500 in 1932, all in New England. By 1934, inspired by Section 7(a), membership in the UTW surged to a union-reported figure of 270,000, but textile manufacturers would not recognize the union. In September 1934, just when the NRA approved a reduction in working hours to limit overproduction, a massive general strike over the issue of union recognition, in other words, following the letter of the law, broke out from Maine to Georgia. In all of U.S. labor history, few years rival 1934 for drama. 59. There had been rumblings in 1933, as rubber plant workers unionized in Akron, Ohio, and prepared a large strike, and Mexican, Japanese, and Filipino fruit pickers struck in California. However, 1934 was an eruption. In 1,856 work stoppages, 1.5 million workers demanded the upholding of Section 7(a). In Toledo, Ohio, auto parts workers won recognition, despite a violent clash that brought out the National Guard. In San Francisco, the communist-influenced longshoremen won recognition. In October, under pressure, Hugh Johnson succumbed to mental illness, resigning from the NRA after delivering a farewell address to baffled and demoralized staffers comparing himself to Madame Butterfly. 60. In the White House, FDR equivocated, as the left continued to agitate. In January 1934, the California Dr. Francis Townsend called for monthly pensions of $200 for persons over age 60, and 2 million joined Townsend clubs. 25 million signed Townsend petitions. Louisiana Senator Huey P. Long announced his Share the Wealth campaign, proposing a basic income of $5,000 for all families. 61 In his diary, PWA boss Harold Ickes noted that the president would have to move further to the left in order to hold the country. 62. At the same time, organized opposition to the New Deal from the right first visibly broke out into the open. One of FDR's banker friends, James P. Warburg, resigned from the administration in protest and wrote the critical The Money Muddle, 1934. The president sent Warburg a letter recommending that he buy a car and tour the country, witness the poverty and widespread suffering firsthand, then write the book all over again. 63 August 1934 saw the founding of the conservative American Liberty League to teach the necessity of respect for the rights of persons and property. 64 The DuPont family, owners of the explosives manufacturer and a controlling stake in General Motors, were important early funders of the League. Even two former Democratic presidential nominees, Al Smith and John W. Davis, joined. Frankfurter met with FDR and warned him, invoking William Seward's incendiary speech in the build-up to the Civil War, of an irrepressible conflict between his administration and many, if not all, of the owners of capital. 65. Republicans expected gains from the midterm congressional elections of 1934. Instead, Democrats increased their overwhelming majorities in both the House and Senate by 9 seats in each chamber. FDR was now a celebrity, and his charisma remained a potent weapon. 66 The president's mastery of political communication mattered especially at a time when many working people, from textile workers in the Carolina Piedmont, to white ethnics in Chicago, to Mexican communities in Los Angeles, were first experiencing mass culture including FDR's fireside chats. 67 Meanwhile prices were rising in general, and an economic recovery had begun. Nonetheless, in 1934 U.S. unemployment remained at 16.2%. In industry, the figure was 32.6%. 68 Something more had to be done, and there was political support for it. Boys, Hopkins told his staff, a number of whom were women, this is our hour. We've got to get everything we want: a works program, Social Security, wages, and hours, everything now or never. 69 FDR himself, attempting to read the political winds, was not sure of the next step. For I welcome their hatred. FDR vacillated politically during the winter of 1935. Legislative activity did not cease. The President's January 4, 1935, annual message harped on two themes: the need for economic security and the fact that work must be found for able-bodied but destitute workers. 70 May 1935 saw the creation of the Works Progress Administration, WPA, which FDR handed to Hopkins, of the now superseded FARA. The WPA became the largest New Deal agency, for which Congress appropriated nearly $5 billion. Individuals seeking employment could apply to a local WPA agency and take a means test. The WPA directly employed its beneficiaries. Employment was limited to one person per household, with overwhelming preference for able-bodied male breadwinners. Women made up roughly 15% of the WPA's work roles, as did African Americans. The WPA could not officially discriminate according to race. Approximately 75% of WPA employment was on the public infrastructure projects of highways, streets, public buildings, airports, public utilities, and recreational facilities. 71.25% of WPA employees were in its service division, white-collar and clerical work, even university research assignments. The WPA was not relief. Rather than simply lessen as much human suffering as possible, or stimulate spending, government continued to focus on simulating the capitalist wage bargain. 72. In the spring, the president vacationed on an Astor yacht, and rumor had it that he was seeking a rapprochement with business elites. He vetoed PWA proposals to invest in public housing, thereby satisfying the realtors' lobby. On grounds of sound public finance, he vetoed Congress's Bonus Act to distribute $1.7 billion in bonds to World War I veterans. Nonetheless, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Association, including many small-scale businesses, by contrast to the more heavy industry National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, announced opposition to the New Deal. The president expressed amazement that capitalists did not understand that he was their savior, recalled economic advisor Raymond Moley. 73. As the president waffled politically, the U.S. Supreme Court acted. In May 1935, the court handed down its decision in Schechter Poultry Corp. v. United States, striking down NRA codes, ruling them unconstitutional delegations of legislative power. 74. FDR could not believe the decision was 9-0. And what about old Isaiah, he asked, referring to Jewish Justice Louis Brandeis. Old Isaiah, long a champion of regulated competition and a critic of monopoly, summoned Tommy the Cork to his chambers for a lecture. "This is the end of this business of centralization, and I want you to go back and tell the president that we're not going to let this government centralize everything. It's come to an end." 75. The NRA was dead. It was at this juncture that FDR made up his mind politically. He decided to tack left, especially rhetorically. Populist rhetoric, arraying the people against elites, was not new to the Democratic Party. "The more I learn about old Andy Jackson, the more I love him," FDR now quipped. 76. Energized, on June 4, 1935, he called on Congress to remain in Washington for a sweltering special summer session. He requested that 4 bills be passed: the Social Security Act, the National Labor Relations Act, the Banking Act, and the Public Utility Holding Company Act. A few days later, he added to the list a Revenue Act, including a new progressive income tax bill. This period became known as the Second 100 Days. The Jacksonian democracy had supported a politics of property, security now became the new rallying cry, as income politics now moved to center stage, both in the New Deal and in the Democratic Party. FDR's June 19, 1935, speech on income taxation, written by Frankfurter, Corcoran, and Cohen, was a point of no return. The president lambasted vast fortunes and vast concentrations of capital. When the bill was read on the Senate floor, Huey P. Long, who would fall to an assassin's bullet 1 year later, said, "I just wish to say amen." The new revenue tax targeted the top 1% of income earners, and the top tax rate climbed from 63 to 79%. Until 1938, only John D. Rockefeller, Sr., was rich enough to pay it. Only the top 5% saw their taxes raised. Estate taxes increased, and so did the progressive corporate income tax. 77. Among large industrial economies, the U.S. corporate income tax emerged from this moment as particularly progressive. 78. New Deal liberals believed in corporate personality. If a corporation was a legal person, then its income could be taxed no differently from that of any other legal person, including flesh and blood individuals. 79. Much New Deal economic policy still aided large-scale business interests, from credit subsidies to wage-earning supports for workers. 80. But the change in rhetoric at the White House had effects. Returning the acrimony, business interests pivoted hard against FDR and the New Deal. 81. The Chamber of Commerce and NAM lobbied vigorously against the Soak the Rich bill. Businessweek reported that the rift between FDR and business seems complete and permanent. 82 A new pattern emerged, in which the federal government acted to facilitate capitalist enterprise even while many businessmen railed against its tax and regulatory policies. Politically, FDR stopped trying to explain to capitalists that he might well be their savior. The Public Utility Holding Company Act of 1935 was perhaps the most direct assault against the owners of capital of any piece of New Deal legislation. It was another Frankfurter, Cohen, Corcoran job, working in alliance with Southern Democrats, led by Texan Sam Rayburn in the House. When he was governor of New York, FDR had been an advocate of public electric utilities. In 1932 most power was generated by privately owned utilities, and 40% of private power was generated by three sprawling national holding companies, the greatest being Samuel Insull's of Chicago that had bought up smaller companies through debt and stock issues. The collapse of utility stocks in particular had helped trigger the Great Crash of 1929. Insull fled the United States on charges of fraud, only to be extradited from Turkey, and found not guilty. 83. If soak-the-rich income taxation was a populist ideal, public utility regulation was a progressive staple. 84 To Frankfurter, the parallel between 19th-century railroad corporations and early 20th-century power utilities was perfect. The preamble to the Public Utility Holding Company Act declared, "Public utility holding companies and their subsidiary companies are affected with a national public interest." 85 The purpose of utilities was to provide a public service in return for a reasonable rate of return above cost and nothing more. A politicization of capital income. The Act's infamous death penalty granted the SEC the authority to break up holding companies if the ownership of non-contiguous systems under the same financial umbrella could not be demonstrated to benefit the public interest. Meanwhile, through its public investments, the TVA was beginning to generate public power, charging and publicizing a yardstick for electricity against which to measure the reasonableness of private rates and profits. Next, the Social Security Act of 1935 concerned the politics of income, with respect to pay, or labor earnings. Social insurance, perhaps the ultimate emblem of the New Deal's commitment to security, was another culmination of progressive reform. It was shaped by FDR's demand, according to Barbara Armstrong, a UC Berkeley professor and member of the President's Committee for Economic Security, that American social insurance be no dole. 86 The final bill, complex if only because of intense private insurance lobbying, added new citizenship entitlements to old age pensions and unemployment insurance. 87 Benefits were contributory. If relief simulated the capitalist wage bargain, Social Security simulated a private insurance contract. The Act levied payroll taxes on pay for employees of sufficiently large enterprises. Reserves accumulated in a trust fund, kept separate from general revenue, and paid out benefits that were scaled to contributions. Means-tested benefits for women and children, aid to dependent children, it was called, were a second welfare track. Despite the fact that women wage earners represented 25% of the U.S. workforce, the founding principle of Social Security was the male breadwinner female homemaker ideal. 88 Architects of Social Security, including Grace Abbott, although Labor Secretary Frances Perkins demurred, explicitly sought to salvage male breadwinning. Abraham Epstein of the Council on Economic Security said, "The American standard assumes a normal family of man, wife, and 2 or 3 children, with the father fully able to provide for them out of his own income. This standard presupposes no supplementary earnings from either the wife or young children. The wife is a homemaker rather than wage earner." 89. The New Deal state also would make heterosexuality an explicit criterion of what Epstein called normal. 90 Social Security catered to industrial, male wage earners, working in large corporations where payroll taxes could be easily collected. The program excluded rural and domestic workers, many of whom were members of minority racial and ethnic groups. Initially, only 15% of all wage-earning black women were entitled to Social Security benefits. The Banking Act of 1935 reformed the Federal Reserve System. 91 It increased the powers of the system's Washington-based Board of Governors. The board, its chairman and its vice-chairman were now to be nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate and were independent of the regional banks. Furthering the downgrading of the power of the New York Fed, 5 of the 12 regional bank presidents joined the governors on a rotating basis on the new Federal Open Market Committee, which enjoyed the power to set short-term interest rates in the money market and to determine member bank reserve requirements. The effect was to dilute the power of private bankers in monetary policy. Finally, in the second 100 days, Congress passed the National Labor Relations Act, otherwise known as the Wagner Act after its chief legislative sponsor, New York Senator Robert F. Wagner. 92 Wagner's bill to legally enforce workers' collective bargaining rights had sat on the Senate's dockets for 15 months, while FDR equivocated. When the Supreme Court killed the NRA and Section 7(a), FDR declared the Wagner Act must legislation. The act salvaged 7(a), and created a new administrative court, the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB. The NLRB would enforce workers' newfound rights in the workplace, to organize, to elect unions by majority votes certified by the NLRB, to have those unions recognized as their exclusive bargaining representatives over wages, hours, and working conditions, and to go on strike. The Wagner Act further outlawed unfair labor practices, which barred employers from interfering with the exercise of workers' bargaining rights. Finally, the NLRB would determine the appropriate bargaining unit, opening the possibility of industrial rather than AFL-style craft-based labor organizing. The American Liberty League declared the act more than 6 times as dead as the Supreme Court could kill at 93. Instantly, a social movement for industrial unionism erupted. The AFL, dominated by skilled craft unions outside the mechanized mass production industries, did not take the initiative. Instead, it was a national affiliation of industrial unions, led by John L. Lewis of the United Mine Workers. At the AFL's 1935 annual convention in Atlantic City, Lewis and a number of mass production unions formed the Congress of Industrial Organization, CIO, which then set about organizing the mass production industries. 94. At this time, FDR accepted the Democratic Party's 1936 nomination in Philadelphia, lashing out against economic royalists. His campaign crested with an October 31, 1936, rally at Madison Square Garden. The president told speechwriters Tommy the Cork and Ben Cohen to take off all gloves. 95 They did. Organized money, FDR roared, is unanimous in their hate for me and I welcome their hatred. The selfishness and lust for power had met their match in FDR's first term. In a second term, he promised they would meet their master. 96. The presidential election of 1936 was a historic landslide, securing the New Deal. FDR drubbed the Republican candidate, Alf Landon, winning every single state except Maine and Vermont. In 1932 FDR had swept the South and West. Now, he made even greater inroads into the northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt, reaching industrial workers that William Jennings Bryan had failed to capture in 1896. The AFL's Gompers-style pure and simple unionism had restrained itself from entering mass politics, but Lewis, though long a Republican, had no such misgivings. The CIO contributed somewhere between 10 and 15% of the Democratic Party's 1936 expenditures. 97 Organized labor's seat at the table of New Deal liberalism was bought and paid for with money and votes. FDR's winning 1936 coalition encompassed the labor left in nearly all its varieties. Many communists had supported FDR since 1934, after the Soviet Union called for a popular front against fascism. Now a cultural front also aligned itself with the New Deal. 98 The WPA would perhaps most be remembered for Federal Project No. 1, which spent $27 million to hire unemployed American artists. The WPA funded art of the 1930s plays, folklore collections, murals had one ever-present theme, and that was the dignity of human labor, especially of physical labor, whether it was fruit picking, harvesting, railroad track laying, construction, or machine welding. 99. Seymour Fogel, Industrial Life, Mural Study, Old Social Security Building, Washington, D.C., 1941. A great theme of 1930s art, especially much of the public art sponsored by the WPA, was the dignity of human labor. Notably, the mural was designed for a Social Security building. Social Security was premised upon wage earning no dole, as FDR put it. Walker Evans, Alabama tenant farmer wife, Allie Mae Burroughs, 1936. An iconic Evans photograph from his and James Agee's Let Us Now Praise Famous Men. Burroughs was a Hale County, Alabama, sharecropper. Realist artists like Agee and Evans during the Great Depression made great efforts to empathize with and depict the poor. In the arts, a new social documentary aesthetic took hold. Painters, writers, poets, filmmakers, and photographers all attempted to move in the direction of reality, to capture the extraordinary actuality of the Depression, as the greatest 20th century poet, Wallace Stevens, put it. 100 Arguably the greatest American work of art created during the 1930s was in this spirit, that was James Agee and Walker Evans's Let Us Now Praise Famous Men, 1939, a blend of creative and empathic non-fiction that featured photographs of impoverished Southern sharecroppers. Not coincidentally, FDR's historic 1936 electoral triumph coincided with the CIO's historic union organizing drives at U.S. Steel and General Motors. 101 A week after FDR's re-election, the AFL ejected the 10 CIO unions, which now became an independent national affiliation. Lewis had already hijacked the formerly AFL-affiliated Steel Workers Union, which was focusing on U.S. Steel's massive plants south of Chicago, which alone produced almost as much steel as Germany, the world's number 2 producer. By January 1937, by organizing unskilled white ethnic workers long shunned by craft unions, the CIO claimed to have enlisted 125,000 workers. U.S. Steel blinked. With heavy order volumes, and having returned to profitability in 1935 despite operating at only 39% capacity, the corporation did not want to disrupt production. Lewis agreed to a 20% wage hike. The Wagner Act had shifted the politics of pay in the direction of labor earnings. The workweek was reduced from 48 hours to 40, with time and a half for overtime. When union and company officials met on March 17, 1937, to sign the agreement, a union negotiator noticed that a portrait had been removed from the day before. Whose picture was there yesterday? The answer was old H.C. Frick. They took him out. Didn't think he could stand it. 102. No less extraordinary were organizing drives by the CIO-affiliated United Auto Workers, UAW, at General Motors and the Ford Motor Company. 103 The UAW's membership surged from 30,000 to 375,000 between April 1936 and August 1937. Since mass production depended on a continuous mechanized flow, it was vulnerable to choke points to just one worker stopping the line. The UAW employed a new tactic of dubious legality, the sit-down strike. 104 Workers seized the GM Fisher 1 plant and occupied it for 6 weeks. Neither the Michigan governor nor FDR would intervene on the company's behalf. GM relented and released a one-page document recognizing the UAW as the sole bargaining unit at GM. Elsewhere in Detroit, "We will never recognize the United Automobile Workers Association," declared Henry Ford. 105 When UAW organizers distributed handbills on a pedestrian overpass outside the River Rouge factory, Ford security physically assaulted them, while reporters snapped photographs. 106 The UAW stalled at the Rouge. James Kilpatrick, Battle of the Overpass, Ford Motor Co., UAW. 1937. In the wake of FDR's labor-backed 1936 electoral triumph, the wave of New Deal-backed unionization hit one wall at the Ford Motor Company in 1937. A staged United Auto Worker photo op led to the Battle of the Overpass, in which Ford's security guards assaulted Dick Frankenstein, seen here, and Walter Reuther of the Union. The fallout in publicity hurt Ford's image. The company would finally unionize during World War II. But if there is one reason why, In the United States, a left-leaning liberalism emerged from the Great Depression as opposed to a right-wing populist, if not fascist, nationalism as in other polities, and the UAW's Union Drive in Detroit took place near the home of the right-wing anti-Semite Father Charles Coughlin. It was because of the presence of a left-leaning organized labor in the New Deal's winning political coalition, and not only its presence but its assertion. 107. 5 Economic consequences of the New Deal. The beginning of FDR's second term is a good moment to step back and assess. The New Deal had reflated prices, passed adversarial regulations of banking and finance, mingled public and private in agriculture to increase farmers' market power, made economic security and male breadwinning the overriding concerns of political economy, and made forays into developmental policies. The regulatory arm was stronger than the developmental, and income politics was the rule. Since 1933, U.S. economic life had enjoyed a broad-based recovery. By 1936, a number of lasting post-1933 economic trends for which New Deal policies were responsible, both intentionally and unintentionally, had become visible. The economic consequence of the New Deal was to advantage large-scale enterprise and to support high productivity, high male wages, and high-energy auto-industrial society. 108 Further, New Deal policies reconfigured the relationship between the agricultural and industrial sectors, creating a long period of balance between them. By 1936 many measures of economic activity, prices, production, and incomes had recovered to 1929 levels. What was initially responsible for that? It was not a fiscal policy of government deficit spending, which had not been tried on principle. It was not the Fed, or monetary policy, whose discretionary supply of credit remained at more or less constant levels, as short-term interest hovered above zero in the midst of the liquidity trap. 109 The main early pivot of recovery was, rather, the devaluation of the currency upon the departure from the gold standard in 1933, which broke deflationary expectations and led to a recovery of spending of all kinds, including the most dynamic factor of investment. 110 Meanwhile, after Hitler's rise to power in 1933, as many feared a Nazi-induced inflation, much gold departed from Europe and fled into the U.S. banking system, which helped expand credit and raise prices. 111 The American maintenance of the liberal dimensions of its democracy was, quite literally, worth its weight in gold. By 1940, the United States possessed an astonishing 80% of world gold reserves. 112 Meanwhile, the AAA's supply-side program also helped reflate prices, while it increased rural demand for manufactures and thus spurred recovery. Even if they were short-lived, NRA's price-fixing industry codes contributed to the price reflation. 113 If we peek inside the dynamics of this recovery, a number of qualities stand out. In manufacturing, many large capital-intensive corporations had returned to profitability by 1935. The Fordist mechanization of existing industrial capital had proceeded. Manufacturers continued to adopt and extend new high-productivity, large-scale mass production methods. Industrial scale steadily increased, as the New Deal did little to help what became known as small business ride out the Depression. Yet if fixed investment in capital equipment recovered to nearly its 1929 peak, investment in the construction of new factories recovered only to half of its pre-Depression level. Basically, firms retooled existing factories to take advantage of mass production methods. For instance, factory electricity generation surged at a greater rate than during the 1920s. 114 In fact, the 1930s were a particularly innovative decade for industry. Given the emphasis on technology, the pre-Depression expansion of white-collar work continued. Tellingly, employment in industrial research and development nearly tripled. Patent applications were up. In chemicals and plastics, new products, such as polyethylene, 1935, and Teflon, 1938, arrived. Productivity growth in manufacturing continued to surge, as it had during the 1920s. 115. That helps explain another 1930s trend, the persistence of male unemployment. The growth of white-collar jobs meant that many women entered white-collar employment. Faith Baldwin's 1933 White Collar Girl was a best-selling novel of the decade. That increased female labor incomes, although it did not so much as budge the gender gap in pay. 116 As productivity increased, many firms produced the same level of output by employing less labor. The labor that was employed tended to be relatively skilled. Despite persistent unemployment, manufacturing wages rose during the Great Depression. 117 Perhaps employers had kept on their most productive workers, who tended to be more highly paid. Meanwhile, the AFL's craft unions protected skilled, high-wage laborers. For those with jobs, the Wagner Act guaranteed industrial unions collective bargaining rights over pay and hours. 118 Altogether, the 1930s featured what is called today a jobless recovery. Outside the manufacturing core, in the cotton south and west of the Mississippi, similar dynamics were at work. Productivity surged through mechanization, and the scale of enterprise increased. The number of small farms decreased, as a corporate farm bloc emerged. 119 At the same time, AAA regulations ensured that the growth of commodity production, commodity prices, and farm incomes would stay in line with the needs of industry, whether for inputs into production or for demand for its finished goods. After all, the misalignment of industry and agriculture during the 1920s speculative boom had contributed to the general bust after 1929. Meanwhile, in the South and West, the New Deal's developmental arm made more decisive contributions to the pattern of future economic life. During FDR's first term, farm incomes increased 50%. 120 New Deal policies also began to induce people to leave the land. Before, underemployment in the U.S. agricultural sector had acted as an economic drag, especially in the South, given the toxic marriage of sharecropping and white supremacy. Mechanization had failed to take command during the age of capital. At first, New Deal legislation remained locked in its southern cage, dependent on the votes of Jim Crow Democrats. 121 But after 1935, New Deal agricultural programs increasingly supported sharecroppers' rights. 122 The absolute number of farm tenants decreased by 25% between 1935 and 1940. 123 Planters used federal credit subsidies to mechanize pre-harvest labor, then employ wage labor at harvest time. Together with national minimum wage decrees, the New Deal state finally began to undermine the regional separation of the South's low-wage labor market from the higher-wage North, a blow to the economics of Jim Crow. In favoring mechanization over agricultural labor, the New Deal also primed Southern economic life for the mass blackout migration of World War II. 124. As for developmental initiatives, New Deal policies affected residential investment everywhere. By 1939, banks originated $4 billion in FHA-insured loans, and the residential construction industry had nearly recovered. 125 West of the Mississippi, however, the impact of the New Deal's developmental hand was most visible. 126 There, public investment was the most consequential. By March 1939, the PWA had deployed billions of dollars through private contractors and government agencies. 127 Fixed street and highway capital increased by two-thirds through the 1930s. A large share of the economy-wide productivity gains during the 1930s have been attributed to the building of roads, tunnels, and bridges. Schools, post offices, train stations, and airports were also built. The PWA modern architectural style featured solid massing, evoking stability, and lines that swerved, as if they were electric. 128 What had been called internal improvements in the age of commerce increased the national extent of markets, bringing about an age of control wave of Smithian economic growth. 129 The overwhelming bias toward spending on infrastructure of the more sparsely populated West created political support for the New Deal. We shall tax and tax, spend and spend, and elect, intoned WPA head Harry Hopkins. 130. The largest, most capital-intensive projects were electric power generation plants. In the South, David Lilienthal's TVA generated electricity at the public yardstick rate of kilowatt-hour, to a new network of municipal and cooperative utilities. Meanwhile, Jesse Jones's RFC state capitalist empire offered cheap consumer loans for farmers, especially in the South, to buy electric appliances, say, General Electric refrigerators, and to thereby become consistent electric utility customers. The RFC supplied $246 million to the Rural Electrification Administration. 131 The PWA's largest individual projects were the completion of the Great Western Hydroelectric Power Dams, the largest concrete dams in the world, Bonneville, Shasta, and Grand Coulee. Congress had appropriated funds for the Hoover Dam in 1932. Folk singer Woody Guthrie wrote no fewer than 20 Columbia River ballads while on the Bonneville Power Administration's payroll. 132 In the West, New Deal public investments set the foundation for a future high-energy, high-productivity, mass production and mass consumption auto-industrial society. Harold Ickes explained that PWA public investments were needed because of the timidity of private capital to come out from under the bed. 133 Relative to the pre-1929 trend, the recovery of economic activity still had a long way to go. Above all, unemployment remained high, still 10% in 1936. 6. Capital strike. In 1937-38 came a sharp economic downturn, the so-called recession within the Depression, particularly in the industrial sector. Many New Dealers finally began to make the correct diagnosis. The economic problem had been not overproduction but rather underinvestment and underconsumption. They began to consider using government deficit spending to kickstart private economic initiative through a fiscal multiplier. However, by now a bitter enmity between many liberals and many industrial capitalists had broken out into the open. Industrial capitalists threatened not to invest unless their political demands were met, especially for lower taxation on their incomes. Precautionary liquidity preference, born of panic and fear at the beginning of the decade, had transformed by the decade's end into a political weapon wielded by the New Deal's capitalist critics. Economic possibility became subject to a dynamic of political psychology. Liberalism had spent much energy on income politics, professing an illiquidity preference for long-term fixed capital investment that provided employment to men. But its chief weakness was that it had no effective politics of capital investment to ensure its stated aims, in the face of unwillingness by the owners of capital to invest in the first instance. Here the New Deal hit a wall, as did the economic recovery. The trouble began after FDR's 1936 electoral triumph, when the president overplayed his political hand. Following the U.S. Supreme Court decisions in Schechter, which overturned the NRA, and in United States v. Butler, 1936, which overturned the AAA, FDR feared more New Deal legislation was in legal jeopardy. He threatened to pack the Supreme Court by appointing new members. Congress balked, and the president suffered politically for the overreaching suggestion. Nonetheless, the court changed its tack. NLRB v. Jones and Laughlin Steel Corp. 1937, accepted the constitutionality of the Wagner Act under the Commerce Clause, while Congress quickly repassed AAA policies under the Soil Conservation and Domestic Allotment Act. As cooperative relationships fused between the federal government and agricultural interests, a corporatist political economy, rid from industry by the death of the NRA, survived in agricultural policy. 134 Such corporatism never took root in U.S. industry. Meanwhile, Jim Crow Democrats sensed that the New Deal might threaten the economic basis of white supremacy. Matters came to a head in the debate over the administration's proposed Fair Labor Standards Act, which set maximum hours and minimum wage laws. 135 In 1938 Congress passed a bill that, while mandating a maximum 40-hour workweek and a 40-cent per hour minimum wage, included gaping exemptions for agricultural and domestic workers, namely, many Southern black workers. After the publication of the administration's critical report on economic conditions in the South, FDR unsuccessfully campaigned against a number of conservative Democrats in the 1938 primary. 136 Soon the CIO attempted to organize black workers in the South. Jim Crow racists successfully pushed back. Southern Democrats joined anti-labor Republicans in advocating a rollback of the Wagner Act. 137. Federal surplus or deficit. The federal government never attempted deliberate deficit spending in order to aid economic recovery, FDR's second administration's attempt to balance the budget contributed to the 1937 recession within the Depression. The cause of the post-1939 deficit was federal spending on military preparedness. In the 1938 congressional elections, Republicans made gains for the first time since the Depression. One reason was that in 1937 the Depression was back. The 1937-38 slump was a uniquely industrial event. Unemployment climbed from 9.2% in 1937 to 12.5% in 1938. In industry, the numbers were 21.3% to 27.9%. 138. The reasons for the downturn were many. FDR's administration sent deflationary signals, worrying publicly over inflation and committing itself in 1936 to future balanced budgets. While in 1936 Congress had passed a one-time $1.8 billion bonus bill to World War I veterans over FDR's veto, in 1937 the federal government began to collect Social Security payroll taxes, which withdrew potential spending from economic activity. 139. During the sit-down strike at GM, many consumers expected that future wage gains would be passed on to them in higher prices, so they immediately purchased cars. After the strike, automobile purchases plummeted by 600,000 units in 1938. 140. The Fed, still working in liquidity trap territory, mistakenly doubled commercial bank reserve requirements, which limited the flow of credit money. Finally, fearing inflation, the Treasury Department began to sterilize gold, effectively removing it from circulation, so that it would not lead to the expansion of credit from Europe in December 1936. 141. Altogether private investment depressed. As it failed to return, it became clear that a confidence game between the federal government and the owners of capital had begun. Organized through the National Association of Manufacturers and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, a leading bloc of U.S. capitalists blamed the lack of investor confidence on the uncertainty of government policy. The New Deal had brought security to farmers and wage earners only, apparently. Lamont DuPont too sang capital's grievances. Uncertainty rules the tax situation, the labor situation, the monetary situation, and practically every legal condition under which industry must operate. Are taxes to go higher, lower, or stay where they are? We don't know. Is labor to be union or non-union? Are we to have inflation or deflation, more government spending or less? Are new restrictions to be placed on capital, new limits on profits? It is impossible to even guess at the answers. 142. Fixed investment. Public investment was not a main driver of economic recovery from the Great Depression. A collapse in private non-residential fixed investment, investment in industry, was a major cause of the 1929 and 1937 downturns. Subsidized by New Deal programs, the recovery in private residential fixed investment, investment in housing, was strong over the 1930s, contributing to recovery. To this day, the owners of capital level the same charges against government. Back then capitalists complained especially about the 1936 undistributed profits tax, which taxed profits that companies did not immediately invest or distribute through wages or dividends, a direct policy assault on the precautionary hoarding of corporate cash. In the winter of 1938, Treasury Secretary Morgenthau pleaded with the President to abolish the undistributed profits tax in order to alleviate uncertainty and spark investor confidence. New Dealer Adolph Burley worked in concert with Thomas Lamont of J.P. Morgan to broker a grand truce between FDR and the business community. Business cannot be spanked into prosperity, Lamont instructed the President. 143. Confidence, expectations, uncertainty all were politicized. FDR believed there was a capital strike, parallel to the CIO sit-down strikes. Corcoran, Cohen, and Frankfurter, in 1 year nominated by the President to sit on the Supreme Court, convinced FDR that no truce was possible. Concentrated economic power was responsible for the slump, against which the New Deal state must square off, in adversarial style. The federal government's confrontational stance did little to induce investment. But this late New Deal impulse quickly translated into a lasting liberal politics of adversarial business regulation. The Justice Department's head lawyer Thurman Arnold's The Folklore of Capitalism, 1937, called on this new religion of government to police bad business behavior, such as various anti-competitive practices. 144 Indeed, in a complete reversal of the abolished NRA, FDR now approved the reinvigoration of the Democratic Party's old cry of anti-monopoly on behalf of equality of commercial opportunity. 145 The 1938 Temporary National Economic Committee, TNEC, opened public investigations on monopoly. And the Justice Department Antitrust Division let suits fly. In industry, this activated the New Deal's regulatory arm that had been present in banking and financial regulation since 1933. Meanwhile, as the business-branded Roosevelt recession wore on, another New Dealer faction coalesced with a new developmental agenda, distinct from adversarial business regulation. The loose group formed around WPA Director Harry Hopkins, who now believed that private business activity would never recover to levels sufficient to end unemployment. These men included New Dealers such as the presidential advisor Leon Henderson, Jerome Frank, purged from the AAA, now at the SEC, Mariner Ecclesiastes, head of the Federal Reserve, and his staff economist Lachlan Curry, among others. 146 They all, at some point, had argued that underconsumption, not overproduction, was the economic problem stunting development. Now they argued that with the 1937 withdrawal of private industrial investment, compensatory government spending including deficit-financed public investment must fill the gap. The British economist John Maynard Keynes had just published The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936, making a very simple economic argument. Say's law, named after the early 19th century French economist Jean-Baptiste Say, stated that supply creates its own demand, or that for every seller there must be a buyer. That is because in a given period of time in the process of production, what individuals are paid to produce provides them with the money income sufficient to purchase the goods they have produced. Paid as incomes, production costs translate into necessary purchasing power. This is true, Keynes said, only if money is considered a means of payment. But money is also a store of wealth, over periods of time. For a variety of motives, what Keynes originally branded liquidity preference given uncertainty, individuals will store their wealth in money and money-like assets rather than spending their entire incomes. When capitalist economies grow fast, consumption may not increase at the same rate as money incomes. For their part, the owners of capital will not spend on investment unless they expect future pecuniary profits. If they do not, and if they prefer the security of storing their wealth in liquid assets over the risk of an investment, they will not spend all of their incomes on investment. Altogether, not all money incomes earned will be expended to purchase the volume of goods that must be produced in order to employ all willing workers. Capitalist economies may therefore be demand-constrained, stuck in a state of semi-slump below their full present and future supply-side potential. Paradoxically, the greater the growth of money incomes running out ahead of consumer spending, while making investment sapping liquidity preference possible, the more likely a below-potential state of economic affairs might exist. A fresh source of demand from outside the system is required, to kickstart supply, which then, as Say's law premised, creates more demand. Keynes referred to this process of demand leading to supply leading back to demand as the theory of the multiplier. 147. In the general theory, Keynes argued that in a state of semi-slump, with the economy in a liquidity trap, monetary policy government's discretionary setting of interest rates may become impotent. Thus only government expenditure can kickstart investment, the kind of spending with the biggest bang for the buck. That is because investment generates expenditure on capital goods, often leading to the production of consumer goods, thus redounding in the largest possible stream of spending. Investment is therefore the best outside source of fresh demand, the best multiplier. When government spending does the trick, there is a fiscal multiplier. In the late 1930s, it was needed. Capitalists themselves still suffered from disquietude and were falling down on the job of investment, hoarding out of precaution instead. Keynes proposed in the general theory that a volume of investment sufficient to end mass unemployment would likely prove impossible without a far-reaching change in the psychology of investment markets such as there is no reason to expect. Keynes wrote, "I conclude that the duty of ordering the current volume of investment cannot safely be left in private hands." The general theory recommended a somewhat comprehensive socialization of investment, though this need not exclude all manner of compromises and devices by which public authority will cooperate with private initiative. 148. But cooperation between FDR's administration and the private initiative of industrial capitalists had broken down. The general theory had yet to make an impact as a book, but Keynes's ideas were in circulation. 149 and he clearly saw the political bind posed by his theory. He attributed the 1937-38 recession to a peculiar kind of new crisis of confidence, leading to the failure of durable investment to develop. 150 in February 1938 he wrote to FDR, "You must either give more encouragement to business or take over more of their functions yourself." If public opinion was not yet ripe for a greater role for public investment in, say, electric utilities, then what is the object of chasing the utilities round the lot every other week? In light of political liquidity preference, FDR's administration had only two options: to socialize investment or to coddle capitalists. As for the owners of great wealth, if you work them into the surly, obstinate, terrified mood, of which domestic animals, wrongly handled, are so capable, the nation's burdens will not get carried to market. 151. In March, Hopkins cornered the president while vacationing in Warm Springs, Georgia. He was accompanied by, among others, Beardsley Rumell, a member of the PWA's National Resources Planning Board who was familiar with Keynes's ideas. He also drew from the work of the Commerce Department, charged by Congress in 1932 with developing a statistical measure of the national income. U.S. economist Simon Kuznets had just published his Path-Breaking National Income, 1929–1932, 1934, which computed the annual national income, an aggregate of all money incomes that flowed from production in a given year, a progenitor of the gross domestic product, GDP. Statistic. 152 Rummel and Henderson estimated that the U.S. national income was $56 billion. That would be a prospective $32 billion, they approximated, short of the economic output necessary to bring employment up to full potential. Citing the concept of a multiplier, when targeting $32 billion, Rummel advocated government expenditure of somewhere between $7 billion and $10 billion in additional investment or spending, public or private, to get reasonable full employment. Rummel projected $4 billion in forthcoming private investment. Therefore he recommended to FDR a program of $3 billion in direct public investment, a new kind of jolt to economic development. 153. FDR accepted the argument that the need for public investment was greater than the need for a reduction in government budget deficits. In April 1938 the President proposed to Congress a new federal expenditure of $1.5 billion for public works. It would raise the national income from $56 billion to $80 billion, the numbers kept shifting, which was necessary, FDR argued, to end the scourge of mass unemployment. 154 Congress went along. But first it slashed the capital gains taxes and killed off the undistributed profits taxes. Government spending went up, and taxes went down, something of a truce. The federal budget, $89 million in deficit in 1937, was $2.85 billion in deficit in 1938. Meanwhile the Treasury Department ended the sterilization of gold inflows, which helped expand the money supply. Altogether in 1938, the mini-slump began to lift somewhat. Some historians have argued that the New Deal's turn toward budget deficits in 1938 represented the end of reform, since New Deal liberalism became preoccupied with adjusting macroeconomic aggregates rather than transforming the core institutions of capitalism through political and legal interventions. 155 The attempt to induce greater private investment by slashing taxes on the owners of capital, a core policy staple of New Deal liberalism over the decades, persisting to this day, confirms such an analysis. However, the owners of capital rightly hold no prerogative so dear as control over investment. The struggle over it would dominate the age of control. Rommel and his allies in favor of robust public investment programs remained on the attack in 1939. They cobbled together the Works Financing Act to create 12 regional public investment trusts. The business lobby raised massive opposition. That, and the lack of Jesse Jones's support at the RFC, he believed the proposed act went too far in the direction of public authority, killed the legislation in Congress. In September 1939, Hitler invaded Poland, and the subject of FDR's fireside chats became war in Europe. U.S. unemployment was still stuck in the double digits, as the New Deal had failed to achieve its great goal of reemploying white male breadwinners. Much more, it left open the question of employing them to do what exactly? Keynes believed increased government expenditure in the right dosage could end the slump, end all slumps. But he also drew a troubling conclusion: it seems, politically impossible for a capitalistic democracy to organize expenditure on the scale necessary to make the grand experiment which would prove my case except in war conditions. 156. Chapter 14. New World Hegemon. During the Great Depression, the lights went out on capitalism. Economic activity ceased, as if a power station failed and electric currents ceased to flow. That is not just a metaphor but quite literally what happened. For despite the recent electrification of industry, many of the new mechanized mass production assembly lines idled throughout the 1930s, their power shut off. What capitalism lacked was energy from a human source, the ability to pull people and resources back into the industrial economy and get the line moving again. The profit motive was not enough, nowhere near enough. The owners of capital could not be induced to part with their money and money-like assets. Entrepreneurial energy was lacking. Nor was mere electricity, available in greater abundance due to the New Deal states' developmental public investments, enough either. Capitalism suffered from a general lack of social and psychic energy. During the 1937–38 recession within the Depression, political enmity between New Deal and organized business interests had become yet another source of economic enervation. What finally provided the necessary jolt was an all-consuming total war. World War II was the most total of all wars, fought not only between armies but also with, for, and against peoples. One the lead character in the popular war film Mrs. Miniver, 1942, directed by William Wyler, said, "This is not only a war of soldiers in uniform. It is a war of the people, all the people, and it must be fought not only on the battlefield but in the sites and the villages, in the factories and on the farms, in the home and in the heart of every man, woman, and child who loves freedom." 2. World War II did not just mobilize polities and economies, it veritably stormed mass psyches. During the Depression, capitalism required a kickstart from outside the system. During the war, very little fell outside the effort. Along with Joseph Heller's 1961 Catch-22, James Jones's 1962 The Thin Red Line was one of the two truly great American novels written about World War II, because its characters in the Pacific Theater, even if just for moments, do successfully step outside the sheer magnetism of the conflict. By pulling people and resources into its maelstrom, total war generated the dynamic fields of violent energy, as the historians Michael Geyer and Adam Tooze have put it, necessary to shock national economies back to life. 3 In doing so, it took mass production to previously unimaginably prolific and destructive heights. Public investment in the tools of war-making was responsible. In Europe, Hitler's militarization of the German economy during the 1930s had sparked a rapid industrial recovery, curing mass unemployment. But in the United States, military spending was meager, and mass white male industrial unemployment was not yet licked. Of course, the Nazi Wehrmacht and the Luftwaffe were good for only one thing: invading and bombing other countries. 4 To defeat fascism on the battlefields, U.S. factories had to run full. Ships, tanks, guns, and bombs poured off the assembly lines. Excess capacity was no longer a problem. The U.S. warfare state allocated capital directly into the production of war materiel. The factory lights were finally switched back on, and many new factories were built. Liquidity preference, of any kind, speculative, precautionary, or political, was thrown out the window. For political reasons, fixed investment in production ruled. Energy became a great theme of capitalism's 20th century history, a theme as old as the organic economy, certainly, but now with many new dimensions. During the 1920s Great Bull Market, speculative investment had placed psychic energies, and money capital, into liquid securities markets just when, on the ground, electric energy began powering illiquid, productive fixed capital. The Depression depressed everything. Then during the war, through public investment, the dynamic fields of violent energy brought a high-energy industrial capitalism back online. Everywhere war energized mass popular expectations for long-term development and greater abundance. Afterward a generation of long-term private, illiquid investment in wealth-generating industrial production throughout the world would follow, settling down industrial society. Meanwhile, during World War II, fossil fuel industrialism further became entrenched. During the war, oil was a great strategic prize, after all. If it had not already begun, the Anthropocene, or the geological era of man-made climate change, now became fated. 5. The New Deal's Western-focused developmental arm beefed up, and after Japan bombed Pearl Harbor in 1941, U.S. economic expansion was nothing short of stupefying. If depressed, the U.S. economy was still the world's largest in the 1930s. Mass production and Americanism had remained synonymous. Once the United States entered the war, by the end of 1942, the fateful year of the so-called War of the Factories, U.S. unemployment no longer existed. 6. The remunerated workforce gained 11.25 million persons. 7. In the war economy, the government did not nationalize existing industries. Recalling the U.S. Civil War, a wartime blend of patriotism and profit blended into a dynamic amalgam, a propulsive force. Prodigious public investments in newly constructed government-owned, private contractor-operated, GOCO, enterprises drove war production forward. 8. The public allocation of capital induced private industry back to life. By the opening of 1943, in the Grand Alliance against the Axis powers, the Soviet Union was still doing most of the fighting, and the dying, by far, but the awesome potential of U.S. mass production began to be unleashed, and soon it would overwhelm its enemies. The job was finished in 1945 when the most horrifying weapon in history, the atomic bomb, was dropped on the civilian populations of the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. By then, the U.S. strategic achievement was spectacular. Most warfare states had ruthlessly shifted their resources from consumption to military production. Soviet starvation became a badge of patriotic honor. Despite a starving population, the Japanese army appropriated the entire potato supply to process gasoline. While economic historians debate whether World War II even constrained American civilian consumption, the United States built the first fighting force in the history of the world that was capable of strategically commanding two oceans. 9 American GIs arrived on foreign soils bearing cornucopias of spam, cigarettes, and chewing gum. In 1945 the Soviet Union's Red Army was the largest, occupying Europe as far west as Berlin. But much of the world's industrial capacity lay in a smoldering ruin. Apart from one failed Long Island German U-boat landing and a few Japanese balloons carrying flammable materials that harmlessly peppered American shores, the U.S. economy emerged without a scratch. One must risk hyperbole. The United States enjoyed global economic preeminence on a scale unmatched in history. Meanwhile, another total war was fought over nothing short of the very way that life should be lived. Stalin said victory brought not only the occupation of territory but also the right to declare a social system. 10 U.S. capitalism held out one such vision of the good life, and behind it was the obliterating apocalyptic nuclear capacity of U.S. state power. At this point, the history of American capitalism inescapably becomes global history. At home, wartime Americanism brought about an overriding public interest in political economy on a scale never before seen in American history. Would it last, and would it aid post-war New Deal liberalism's project of control? During the war, the New Deal state's regulatory arm supercharged in unison with its developmental arm, slapping numerous controls on economic life, including price and wage controls as well as income taxes. As the economy approached the frontier of its productive capacity, such policies also tamped down inflation. New Deal liberalism's great future nemesis. 11 During 1944, as the outcome of the war looked increasingly secure, planning began for peacetime. Battle lines had already begun to appear in preparation for the great post-war political struggle over the size and purpose of the New Deal state. The final political economic settlement of the age of control, the mix of regulatory and developmental policies, waited for the war to end. But big government was here to stay. One arsenal of democracy. When Germany invaded Poland on September 1, 1939, the United States had an army of 175,000 soldiers. That barely edged out Bulgaria for 16th place in the world. 12 FDR reaffirmed the U.S. policy of neutrality, even as, in important ways, American engagement with the world was shifting and widening. Soon the president would announce the creation of an economic arsenal of democracy to aid the Allied powers. Already, in the autumn of 1939, the U.S. war economy was roaring to life, and the Depression began to lift. 13 By aiming public investments at military targets, it might not be that hard to end the slump after all. Hitler's invasion of Poland revealed beyond doubt his bid for Nazi domination of continental Europe. The Führer wrote down some chilling reflections on American economic history. 14 Germany's European rivals, he said, had enjoyed far-flung overseas empires that granted their economies access to menial labor, raw materials, and export markets. Hitler's second book, 1928, noted that the United States had developed differently. Americans conquered the North American landmass, removing, by violence, a putatively racially inferior native population. Hitler compared Eastern Europe's Slavs to America's Red Indians. He was sorry that the American Civil War destroyed the beginnings of a great new social order based on the principle of slavery and inequality. 15 The film Gone with the Wind, 1939, was a favorite of both the Führer and the Nazi Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels. The aim of the Third Reich's 20th century version of a continent-wide settler colonialism was to create Lebensraum for Germans and to absorb crucial raw inputs, especially oil, into the German economy. Germany might then even rival the United States in economic might. Decades before Hitler celebrated Americans' 19th-century imperial past, the United States had made its own bid for a European-style overseas empire. The Spanish-American War, 1898, was the largest U.S. land grab since the Mexican-American War, 1846–48. The United States acquired overseas colonial possessions in Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines, and in 1898 it annexed Hawaii. In the Philippines, the U.S. troops waged a brutal racial war of occupation that lasted until 1902 and was responsible for no less than 200,000 Filipino deaths. 16 In the Americas, U.S. troops landed in Nicaragua and Cuba. They occupied Haiti and the Dominican Republic. U.S. financiers and monetary reformers tethered the banking systems of the Philippines and many Caribbean and Latin American nations to a U.S. dollar standard in part, to ensure the interests of U.S. creditors abroad, who wanted their loans repaid in dollars. 17 Hitler was not wrong, the continental United States still provided the lion's share of raw inputs into U.S. economic production. But the Greater United States, as the historian Daniel Immerwahr has put it, was expanding. 18 Certain raw materials that the continental United States did not possess, bauxite, for instance, a mineralogical source of aluminum, a new construction material of the machine age, with large deposits in South America, were critical to new mass production industries. The New Deal altered the U.S. imperial trajectory. 19 The Depression undermined foreign banking and effectively shut off many international financial relationships, imperial or not. At the 1933 Pan American Conference in Uruguay, FDR's Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, voted in favor of a resolution that no state has the right to intervene in the internal or external affairs of another. The United States ended all occupations of Latin American and Caribbean countries by 1934 apart from a naval base in Guantanamo, Cuba, and a military base at the Panama Canal Zone. The Philippines Independence Act of 1934 held out Filipino independence after a 10-year transition period. Internally, New Deal legislation revived the possibility of federal acknowledgement of Indian sovereignties. So while Hitler was attempting to colonize continental Europe, the United States was rethinking the basis of its colonial holdings. An imperialism that seeks out new territorial and colonial possessions is, after all, only one possible mode of hegemony. During the 1930s, a different form of U.S. economic engagement with the world was emerging, focused less on ensuring the mobility of finance capital than on reviving world trade. The open-door policy toward China of the late 1890s was an important precedent. The United States acknowledged Chinese territorial sovereignty but demanded that China allow unhindered economic access to its markets. 20 In this vision, the United States leveraged state power to ensure foreign market access, and thus demand, for U.S. goods, more than it put U.S. boots on the ground to oversee non-white populations. With an open-door flavor, the 1934 reciprocal tariff announced U.S. commitment to trade liberalization throughout the world and granted the President the authority to negotiate bilateral trade agreements in order to slowly chip away at ever-tightening European imperial trading blocs. Further, many New Dealers supported national programs of economic development, which meant industrialization, throughout the world. 21 In 1940, for instance, the United States provided capital, credit, and technical assistance to Brazil for the construction of its Volta Redonda steel works. Meanwhile, the United States had withdrawn from engagement with European affairs. After World War I, despite its sheer economic clout, the country had not attempted to seize the mantle of hegemony. Even as the Great Depression unraveled the peace, and Hitler plunged Europe into a gray zone of semi-war, a mass American social movement supported neutrality. 22 In 1936, fully 95% of polled Americans said the United States should stay out of foreign wars. Congress passed 3 neutrality acts that embargoed U.S. sales of arms, ammunition, or implements of war to belligerents. 23 The neutrality acts did not restrict U.S. arms sales to countries that were not at war. Through this channel, the U.S. war economy began to take shape. The foreign buying spree began in the summer of 1938, after a group of British officials toured Lockheed Aircraft's California facilities. By April 1940, Britain and France ordered nearly 6,000 planes, injecting $573 million into fledgling firms such as Douglas, Lockheed, North American, the Glenn L. Martin Company, and the Curtiss-Wright Corporation. After Great Britain and France declared war on Germany following its 1939 invasion of Poland, Congress revised the Neutrality Acts so that the United States could still export arms to the Allies. Over the objections of more isolationist Midwestern representatives, Southern Democrats provided the votes. Czechoslovakia, say, had been an important U.S. cotton importer but not after it fell to Germany in 1938. The South balked at federal programs of public investment generally, for fear that the federal government might undermine the Southern racial order. But it did support FDR's May 1938 request for a $1.1 billion naval appropriation to expand the U.S. fleet by 20%. The 1938 Air Corps Expansion Act called for almost tripling the size of the U.S. fleet. Total U.S. military spending for fiscal year 1939 was $650 million, surpassing all non-military federal expenditures. 24. When the German Blitzkrieg rolled out of the Ardennes forest in the spring of 1940, and France surrendered, Congress authorized $6.5 billion in military spending. FDR proclaimed that the United States would build the world's first two-ocean navy and strive to produce what at the time seemed a staggering 50,000 planes a year. 25 U.S. rearmament was fully underway in July 1940 when the German Luftwaffe flew over the English Channel and the Battle of Britain began. U.S. rearmament was massive. 26 In the last half of 1940 alone, the federal government invested $1.4 billion in fresh manufacturing construction, compared to $1 billion in private investment that year. Point 27. The mechanism was public investment in what was called government-owned but private contractor-operated facilities, or GOCO. Jesse Jones's state capitalist RFC empire was the largest umbrella for many new public corporations, charged with the task of allocating fixed investment, the largest being the Defense Plant Corporation, DPC. Under the guise of military necessity, private industry now welcomed public investments. For instance, in June 1940, the War Department contracted with DuPont, the great political nemesis of the New Deal, to run a 5,000-acre smokeless powder facility in southern Indiana. Meanwhile, the U.S. Army invested in the famed Chrysler Corporation-operated 690,000 square-foot Detroit tank arsenal. The GOCO agreement guaranteed the reimbursement of all production costs as well as the allowance of a predetermined profit cost plus. This became the GOCO norm. Chrysler's Detroit tank arsenal would go on to manufacture 20,000 tanks, including the M3 Grant and M4 Sherman models. Economic production and employment began to lift. Undoubtedly, the jolt aided FDR's historic re-election in 1940 over the Republican Wendell Willkie, the former head of the Commonwealth and Southern Electric Utility, a great nemesis of the TVA. These foreign orders mean prosperity in this country, and we can't elect a Democratic Party unless we get prosperity, and these foreign orders are of the greatest importance, FDR noted in private. Point 28. As U.S. assembly lines were rolling, Britain began to buy war materiel for which it could not possibly pay. In December 1940, FDR announced that America must be the great arsenal of democracy. A Lend-Lease bill passed Congress by large majorities. The United States would loan war materiel, food, and critical raw materials, especially oil, to allies, who, in principle, would return it after the conclusion of hostilities, which they mostly did not. Between March 1941 and September 1946, the United States would expend $50 billion on Lend-Lease items. Point 29. That alone was more than the $40 billion in total expenditures by New Deal agencies between 1933 and 1943. The large bulk of Lend-Lease would go to Britain. The next greatest recipient would be the Soviet Union, which FDR had recognized in 1933, when Hitler reneged on his 1939 agreement with Stalin and invaded the Soviet Union in June 1941. The USSR had joined the Grand Alliance against the Axis powers. That invasion was Hitler's greatest error. In 1941, FDR asked Congress for $7 billion in Lend-Lease appropriations, but also another $13.7 billion for U.S. rearmament. Total military spending for fiscal year 1941 would be $12 billion, a tenfold increase since 1938. The DPC funded the construction of the largest factory in the world, Ford's Willow Run facility, in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Albert Kahn, Henry Ford's old industrial architect, designed both Chrysler's Detroit tank arsenal and Willow Run. With 3.5 million square feet of space, Kahn's design called for more than 1.5 million square yards of concrete. B-24 Liberator assembly line at Ford Willow Run bomber plant, c. 1944. A great symbol of the American victory in World War II's Battle of the Factories, Ford Motor Company's Willow Run B-24 bomber production facility was said to be the largest one-roof factory in the world. On the production line, there was room enough for 10-foot winged airplanes to make full 90-degree turns. In the summer of 1941, Willow Run began building B-24 bombers. Bombers were made from aluminum, an industry that up until then had been dominated by one corporation, Alcoa. Refining aluminum takes 12 times as much energy as refining steel. DPC Capital helped the Reynolds Metal Company develop facilities in both Alabama and Washington, near cheap sources of public hydropower. World War II would help launch both the airplane and the aluminum industries. Point 30. Meanwhile, as German forces poured into the Soviet Union, Japan, which became Germany's formal ally in September 1940, was stymied in China, where hostilities had broken out in 1937. The United States would not acknowledge Japan's claim to govern resource-rich Manchuria, but it was far from providing the Republic of China the kind of support it was providing Great Britain. Japan eyed the resource-rich European colonial possessions in Southeast Asia, including British Burma and Malaya, French Indochina, and above all the oil-rich Dutch East Indies. 31 In the summer of 1941, Japanese forces moved south into Indochina. In response, the United States embargoed oil and froze all Japanese assets. Japan had imported most of its fuel from the United States, but now watched Lend-Lease American oil tankers cruise to the Soviet Union while its own supply diminished. On December 7, 1941, Japan bombed a number of American military bases in the Pacific, including the large naval base at Pearl Harbor in the U.S. colonial territory of Hawaii. The United States declared war on Japan. Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. To the Battle of the Factories. Total war mobilizations were not all the same. At first, Japan and Germany had advantages because of their prior 1930s militarization. The German logic of blitzkrieg was to strike and conquer before larger, more potentially productive enemy war economies could be brought to bear against it. Other mobilizations were more labor-intensive, squeezing the energies of their populations more ruthlessly than those in the United States. Germany, in fact, hoping for a colonial Lebensraum windfall, did not engage in all-out mobilization until mid-1943, by which time it was too late. U.S. military production was peaking, and the tide had turned. 32 Truly nothing compares to the Soviet experience. 33 In the European theater, the epic Soviet victory in the Battle of Stalingrad, August 1942 – February 1943, where combined military and civilian casualties ran around 2 million, was the decisive battle of the war. Compare the 419,000 U.S. wartime dead to the estimated 27 million Soviet. Only the grotesque final death throes of the Japanese and German regimes in 1944–45 matched the enormity of Soviet suffering. By contrast, in a February 1945 Gallup poll, almost two-thirds of U.S. civilians admitted they had not made any real sacrifice for the war. 34. U.S. economic mobilization was of the capital-intensive and thus the labor-saving variety, relative to the Axis powers' labor-intensive strategy. 35 New Deal supply management policies, for instance, with their parity farm commodity price floors, continued to foster land-saving agricultural mechanization. 36 Military mobilization brought many existing factories back online and paid for new ones. At the same time, productivity soared. In industry, the war reformatted business expectations of what would be possible after the war. Meanwhile, pulling labor into the factories, wartime production ended mass unemployment, the greatest scourge of the Great Depression. Quickly, a new social expectation of government was born, that unemployment would never return. After Pearl Harbor, the United States began its all-out industrial mobilization for war. 1942 was a year of construction, 1943, production, 1944, fighting. Industrial production peaked in October 1943, at which time manufacturing, in value-added terms, reached its highest share in all of U.S. economic history. 37 In January 1942, FDR created the War Production Board, WPB, naming the affable Sears corporate executive Donald Nelson its head. FDR also announced fantastic production targets, including 60,000 planes and 45,000 tanks in 1942 alone. That led to the feasibility debate in Washington, in which the WPB and military departments disputed national economic capacities and priorities. 38. Assisting the deliberations were new kinds of statistics. In the Commerce Department, a group led by Milton Gilbert, a former student of Simon Kuznets, who in the 1930s had developed the construct national income, developed the construct gross national product, GNP. GNP was a yearly measure of the income flow of total output, including war materiel. The Commerce Department first published a GNP figure in 1942. GNP was 25% higher than Kuznets's national income. Kuznets dissented from GNP accounting in his national product in wartime, 1945, pleading for a more welfare-sensitive measurement of growth than how many bombs were built. 39 Regardless, the Commerce Department announced that, given the available supply of economic resources, the U.S. economy was massively below its productive frontier. FDR's prodigious 1942 requests were only slightly scaled back. The attitude was, let mass production rip. 40 If FDR has asked for 60,000 planes in 1942, then over the course of the war, the United States would manufacture 300,000. For Keynes's The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936, World War II would be a vindication. Between 1942 and 1945, net private investment was negative. Public investment, however, was $99.40 billion. 41 A fiscal multiplier went to work, as public investment pulled unused resources and capacities off the sidelines, while adding, through new factory construction, a fresh source of demand from outside the economic system. Spending redounded, and economic activity brought increasing returns, with a cumulative effect. Economic output multiplied by a factor greater than public investment, and unemployment nearly disappeared. During the war, Keynes's economics of total national output and employment branded macroeconomics spread across government bureaucracies and statistical agencies. 42. During the war, GNP rose 58%. Americans built military bases, ammunition depots, airplanes, tanks, warships, guns, and bombs. If Keynes was right that there was no good reason for the Great Depression to have persisted, then Kuznets was also correct that the content of GNP growth raised a larger issue. Total output and employment increased, for sure, but on behalf of mass destruction and millions of deaths. In orchestrating the war effort, the WPB had final authority. In practice, the RFC and DFC placed public investments, and the Army and Navy handled procurements. Responsibility was so divided that in 1943 FDR created another super-agency, the Office of War Mobilization, headed by the conservative U.S. Supreme Court Justice South Carolinian James Byrne. Despite confused lines of authority, public and private productively mixed, and the war machine began to hum. In war production, GOCO cost plus with large industrial corporations continued to be the preferred arrangement. The Northeast remained a significant home to shipbuilding, but the Midwest, more impervious to potential foreign attack, fared better. The largest new factory of the war would be the $175 million Chrysler Dodge plant on the south side of Chicago, to manufacture engines for Boeing B-29 bombers. The plant's main assembly room, this was Albert Kahn's last industrial factory design, featured 3.5 million square feet of space, and the 30,000 employees parked their cars in the world's largest parking lot. Today the plant is a shopping mall. Still, the greatest economic transformation of the war occurred outside the now historic northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt. The argument has been made that World War II, while increasing aggregate demand sufficient to cure mass unemployment, distorted the economy by too narrowly diverting economic activity into war production, stunting supply-side economic development. 43 The case has merit but fails to fully appreciate the geographical transformation of U.S. economic life. For during World War II, a third, Western industrialization took place, with far-reaching consequences. 44 After the iron, wood, and textile-based industrialization of the Northeast during the Age of Commerce, and the steel, coal, and eventually mass production-based industrialization of the Northeast and Midwest in the Age of Capital, now, in the Age of Control, industrialization was based on aluminum, hydropower, and electronics. It took place in the South but above all in the Pacific West. 45 This time the driver was not a speculative investment boom, which was up to this point the most dynamic impulse of American capitalism. It was the federal government, which stamped one factory onto the ground after another. In but 3 short years, U.S. economic geography radically changed. The New Deal had set the stage. The Grand Coulee and Bonneville dams supplied the electric power necessary for war production in the Pacific Northwest. But if the New Deal had delivered $7.5 billion in spending to the West, World War II brought no less than $70 billion, accounting for 90% of all wartime Western investment capital. 46 In Fontana, California, 45 miles inland in case of Japanese attack. The RFC loaned the industrialist Henry Kaiser $100 million to construct the first integrated steelworks west of the Mississippi. 47 Nationally, the capacity use rate in steel production reached 97% in 1941. Steel, along with oil production, was one of two major industries where private investment, funded by tax incentives, remained robust. 48. Henry Kaiser was a Western New Deal entrepreneur who had joined with Warren Bechtel, founder of the privately owned, and still privately owned, San Francisco-based Bechtel Construction Company to become one of the 6 companies that built New Deal-era dams in the West. 49 After Pearl Harbor, Kaiser constructed Liberty ships, the Model T of the seas, in Portland, Oregon, and Vancouver, Washington, although his largest yard, funded with DPC capital, was in Richmond, California, north of his Oakland home. Pop Kaiser joined the ranks of the great industrial paternalists. He paid high wages and welcomed black workers, women workers, and unions to Richmond. Paycheck deductions financed the Permanente health plan. The Richmond yards would build 20% of all Liberty ships, and Kaiser shipyards constructed 30% of all U.S. wartime ships, employing 200,000 workers. The RFC and DPC combined invested $364 million in Bay Area industrial facilities, and the region received $4 billion in contracts. 50 FDR's two-ocean navy was built. At the center of the wartime Pacific transformation, however, was the city of Los Angeles. At the beginning of the war, only 5% of the Los Angeles County labor force was in industry. The region was dominated instead by motion pictures, oil, and fruit canning. Soon the Pacific West manufactured nearly half of all U.S. warplanes, and the Big Six aircraft manufacturers Douglas, Lockheed, Vultee, called Consolidated after 1943, North American, Vega, and Northrop located themselves along a corridor running near Los Angeles Airport that was built by the Works Progress Administration. By 1944 no fewer than 4,000 war factories were operating in Los Angeles, in all lines of industry. By 1945, Los Angeles County surpassed pre-war Detroit in total value of war production, and in 1945 was second only to Detroit. 51 The California population grew by 3.5 million persons between 1940 and 1950. 52 California was now the great world of the future. 53 Pacific industrialization created demand for labor and coincided with the greatest moment of internal migration in U.S. history. Nationally, 57% of Americans changed residences, 21% crossing state lines in addition to the 16 million mobilized by the military. 54 The federal government's War Manpower Commission oversaw migration. 55 The largest migration was the 8 million Americans who moved west of the Mississippi. Los Angeles had been a Jim Crow town, but the Great Migration of more than 1 million blacks from the South finally began to undermine the regional segregation of Southern labor markets from the rest of the country, a great economic blow to Jim Crow in the South. 56 One Southern sharecropper who migrated to Pop Kaiser's Liberty shipyards recalled, "It looked like just about everybody was going into the army or doing war work, so I sold my tools and mules and come out to Richmond." 57 California's population bulged by 3 million. Wartime industrialization pulled Southern labor off the land, while in 1942 the Bracero program oversaw the immigration of hundreds of thousands of guest workers from Mexico to work California's farm fields. 58 Nationally, the countryside was a large contributor of labor to wartime industry. Pacific industrialization helped finally eliminate underemployment on American farms, aiding rural mechanization, yet another capital goods-intensive feature of U.S. war mobilization. Rapidly, the Pacific West ended any semblance of dependence on the East, whether for Pittsburgh plus-priced steel ingots or Wall Street finance. Its leading industries, especially aerospace, were militarily funded but also technologically innovative. The war saw new innovations in electronics, computing, the mass production of penicillin, and jet propulsion. 59 Professors at California Institute of Technology's famed Jet Propulsion Laboratory moonlighted for aerospace companies, and Stanford University in particular was hospitable to government-funded industry. The top-secret Manhattan Project for building the atomic bomb was led by the University of California Berkeley physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer. In GNP terms, bombs were good only for dropping. But wartime public investment planted a strong foundation for the western base of the future post-war military-industrial complex, as well as the end of the 20th century new economy of Silicon Valley. Stepping back, all warfare states spread industrial capacity into new regions, whether it was German-occupied Eastern Silesia, or Japan's Pacific Belt. When Germany conquered 75% of Soviet industrial capacity, the Red Army, in the Great Evacuation, relocated 2,600 factories and 12 million workers east of the Urals and stamped new war factories out of the frozen ground. 60 German, Japanese, and Soviet industry increased productivity by dragooning labor. Many of the Axis powers' absolute advances came on the backs of coerced labor. That was the basis of Albert Speer's production miracle of 1945. Japan most ruthlessly coerced labor in its Southeast Asian colonies. The British Empire did that, too. 61 There was no Pop Kaiser in Germany and Japan, but there were slave labor camps. Indeed, the Third Reich's colonization of Eastern Europe looked more like the slave economy of Louisiana in Jefferson's Empire of Liberty than it did the high-tech industrialization of the wartime U.S. Pacific West, whose factories were filled with the descendants of Southern slaves. There is a reason Bill Gates of Microsoft Corporation would hail from Seattle and not Silesia. The Axis powers fought a relatively labor-intensive war compared to the capital goods-intensive U.S. variety. Hitler's bloody drive for direct colonial control over Eastern European raw materials and coerced, unskilled labor appeared ever more anachronistic as U.S. state capital financed one technologically innovative mass production industry after another from Seattle to San Diego. Meanwhile, the new expanding U.S. economy brought idling resources and people back into the fold. Fordist productivity gains continued to spread. 62 War necessity induced more efficient labor-saving methods in production. At Willow Run, production volumes of the B-24 Liberator bomber leaped from 75 per month to 432. In Kaiser's Liberty shipyards, prefabrication and replacing riveting with welding famously cut mass production times from 8 months to a few weeks in one instance, to 4 days. 63. All these techniques would not be forgotten after the war, and they would energize business and mass expectations alike. 64 Further, the U.S. military's vast networks of procurement, contracting, and delivery became a truly global effort. 65 The United States possessed vast internal reserves of necessary raw materials, including critical fossil fuels. During the war, it produced half the world's coal and 2/3 of its oil. State capital built the Big Inch and Little Inch oil pipelines from Texas to New Jersey. Among the only necessary materials the United States ever was in danger of lacking was bauxite for aluminum, which it acquired from British colonial holdings, and copper, which it acquired from Chile. Meanwhile, Germany failed to logistically integrate much-needed Ukrainian coal and iron ore and Baku oil supplies into its war economy. The Japanese, unable to control the necessary shipping lanes due to U.S. submarine attacks, failed to incorporate much-needed oil, coal, and iron from its newfound imperial possessions. By contrast, the United States transported 132 million freight tons across the seas during World War II. 66 It fed its Pacific Army largely from supply lines to Australia. The U.S. war effort was a marvel of global logistics. U.S. Lend-Lease supply route during World War II. The U.S. military's wartime global logistics network set a foundation for post-war U.S. world political and economic hegemony. By flipping the lights back on in the northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt, constructing a new industrial corridor in the Pacific West, and fashioning global supply chains, the Americans won the War of the Factories. The pivotal year was 1942, when the United States produced $20 billion worth of munitions, compared to Germany's $8.5 billion and Japan's $3 billion. 67 Economic disparity reached the point of overkill. The war still had to be won. In the Pacific, the decisive campaign was the Battle of Guadalcanal, fought from August 1942 to February 1943. Given the disproportionate burden of suffering by the Russian people, Stalin fumed while FDR and Churchill kept American and British forces on the sidelines, as they deliberated over how to bring the superior U.S. economic might to the European continent. Churchill favored operations in the Mediterranean, to shore up the British Empire, while engaging in strategic bombing of civilians on the European continent. The United States, with better armed airplanes, capable of flying higher and conducting daytime sorties, preferred to bomb military targets. But eventually the Americans gave way to the British strategy. The British incendiary bombing campaign of Hamburg, Germany's second-largest city and a major industrial producer, commenced in July 1943. It did not harm industry much, but it did engulf the city in fire, killing over 40,000 civilians. In November 1943, the Allies commenced the bombing of Berlin. Over the course of 1944, Allied planes dropped more than 1 million bombs over Europe. Estimates vary, but in February 1945 a British strategic bombing campaign killed approximately 135,000 civilians in the German city of Dresden. In June 1944, Rome was liberated, and the Allies finally landed in Normandy, France. The Soviets advanced across German territory, discovering the death camps of the Nazi Judeo-side. In April, Soviet troops reached Berlin. Italian partisans shot Mussolini and strung him up by his heels for public viewing. In his underground Berlin bunker, Hitler committed suicide. On May 8, 1945, Germany surrendered to the Allies. 68. In the Pacific, U.S. forces bogged down. In March 1945 a strategic bombing campaign killed almost 90,000 civilians in Tokyo and burned down much of the ancient wooden city. The incendiary material was magnesium dust goop, a byproduct of a Kaiser San Francisco magnesium ingot plant. 69 Then in April 1945 FDR died from a stroke. The new president, Harry S. Truman, decided to drop atomic bombs on Japan to end the war. The atomic program used the 3 largest public investments of the war to produce metals that had existed before only in microscopic quantities. That included prodigious state capital investments in 2 Oak Ridge, Tennessee, enriched uranium plants, run by Union Carbide and Eastman Kodak. TVA substations powered them. The top-secret Hanford, Washington, site, for producing plutonium, covered 586 square miles along the Columbia River and cost $339.70 million. 70 Grand Coulee provided the extraordinary amounts of electricity necessary. DuPont ran the site, at no profit. At Hanford, 8 water-cooled reactors cooked plutonium in aluminum tubes. Italian physicist Enrico Fermi arrived in Hanford in late 1944 to supervise the reactor. Convoys of ambulances then brought the first atomic bomb plutonium cores to Oppenheimer's Los Alamos laboratory. The first experimental bomb exploded at Alamogordo on July 16, 1945. 71. The Big Bang of American global supremacy was an atomic one. The United States bombed Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki on August 6 and August 9, 1945. Killing at least 139,000 people and likely tens of thousands more. Later, Truman said there had never been serious doubts about whether to drop the bombs. The plan had always been to build them, then to use them. 72 Japan unconditionally surrendered on August 15, 1945. 3 Big Government. It was World War II and not the New Deal that brought about the birth of American Big Government. 73 Under the banner of a unitary national public interest, the federal government expanded prodigiously in sheer size and scope. On the side of capital, the New Deal's developmental arm had sprung to life through public investments. In the national emergency, its regulatory arm moved no less into action. In income taxation, in price, wage, and profit controls, and in monetary policy, the central state made dramatic interventions in American economic life. The economy would convert back to a peacetime basis, but there would be no putting the genie of big government back into the bottle. The question became what big government should do exactly, or not, given its new capacities as well as what was desirable politically. The struggle over the answer to this question began to emerge during the war, certainly by 1943. As public investment expanded, the hostility of many business elites to the New Deal did not diminish. They began to agitate politically for government to return investment back to the private owners of capital after the war. Meanwhile, New Deal income politics acquired momentum and took greater shape. Organized labor asserted itself. And as the total energy of World War II broke the back of the Depression's mass psychological pessimism, wartime Americanism contributed to a new mass expectation of capitalism. Freedom, the war's great ideological rallying cry, must mean not only greater economic security but also abundance for all, including groups, such as women and blacks, excluded from the New Deal's prime income benefits. In the end, however, the war only solidified the New Deal's commitment to shoring up white male breadwinning. The war granted legitimacy to national authority as never before in U.S. history. There was blatant coercion. J. Edgar Hoover's FBI prosecuted a number of dissenters. 74 The federal government interned 120,000 residents of Japanese ancestry, including at least 60,000 American citizens. 75 At first, in 1941–42, Americans' rather placid consent to big government and war-mindedness was notable. Americanism seeped into and through workplaces, shopping markets, tax offices, and bedrooms. The great medium of wartime propaganda was film, which was handled by the Office of War Information's Bureau of Motion Pictures. New enlistees into the Army were greeted by Frank Capra's Why We Fight series, 1942–45, some episodes of which were quite good. As the leader of the Motion Pictures Producers Association explained, "We'll have no more grapes of wrath, we'll have no more films that treat the banker as a villain." 76 Many members of the 1930s leftist cultural front joined the Grand Alliance Against Fascism. The film genre of conversion narrative, in which class animosity and racial and ethnic tensions gave way to patriotism, had many entrants. The best was Lifeboat, 1944, directed by Alfred Hitchcock, using a screenplay written by Grapes of Wrath author John Steinbeck based on his novella, in which the characters struggle to unite, despite their differences, against a Nazi threat, while at the same time warding off their own instincts to submit to authoritarianism. Hitchcock was of course one of the greatest of all filmmakers. During the war, more commonly corporate advertising directors, for now government employed, sharpened their tools in preparation for post-war consumerism. The federal government made good on the immediate window of popular patriotic support. Congress's First and Second War Powers Acts of 1941 and 1942 granted the executive a sweeping mandate to intervene in private American economic activity, of the likes not seen in North America since the Confederate States of America. The 1941 Office of Price Administration, OPA, first headed by New Dealer Leon Henderson, was given a broad mandate to control prices and thus prevent inflation. In February 1942, government halted all civilian automobile production in favor of war production, and it restricted the production of many consumer durables like furniture and refrigerators. In response, the OPA began to ration consumer items like gasoline and coffee. To enforce price caps, it enlisted as many as 300,000 volunteers, both men and women. 77. Public investment and military expenditure required financing, in addition to managing consumption. To raise the funds, there were two possible mechanisms: taxation and debt. The war utterly transformed the U.S. fiscal state, bringing a mass but nonetheless redistributive income tax into the center of fiscal policy. Not the Great Depression but the war gave rise to a politics of fiscal fairness, combating pre-tax economic inequality, one of the war's great contributions to income politics. Of the $413.7 billion in war expenditures, 49% came from tax revenue, overwhelmingly from the income tax. 78 It included a series of corporate excess profits taxes, topping out at 90%. The effective wartime corporate income tax was between 50 and 70%. 79. The U.S. national debt was $50.7 billion in 1940. By the end of the war, it was $251 billion. U.S. public debt reached 112% of gross domestic product, GDP. Through tax receipts and public debt sales, the federal government had no difficulty financing the national debt. U.S. economists inspired by Keynes's general theory, a growing group, whose chief academic bases were at Harvard and MIT, claimed yet another wartime vindication. ABA Lerner's Functional Finance and the Federal Debt, 1943, for instance, argued that in an economy that was producing under capacity, the issuance of debt could trigger the fiscal multiplier. The expansion of output and money incomes led to higher tax receipts, funding the debt issues. 80 Since the United States issued debt in dollars, not in a foreign currency it did not control, if need be it could always inflate away accumulated public debt. But an even better option would be to expand the production of goods. No inflation would occur or be necessary. In public finance, in addition to the fiscal policies of public taxation, expenditure, and debt, there was monetary policy in the hands of the Federal Reserve. The Fed's tools included its capacity to expand the quantity of money through its discretionary power, as a lender, to set interest rates on credit, and to enter credit markets and purchase assets, including public debts, called open market operations. During the war, the Federal Reserve, led by Chairman Mariner Ecclesiastes, prioritized assisting the Treasury Department with its public debt issues. Through open market purchases, the Fed financed an estimated 23% of war expenditures. 81 Intervening in the public debt market, it sought to stabilize a rate of return of 2% for all bondholders, today a policy called yield control. It was the 2% war, said Paul Samuelson, a wunderkind Keynesian economist at MIT. 82 The Fed kept interest rates low. It did not raise them in order to tamp down possible wartime inflation. Price management was left to the OPA. Unlike during private-led speculative investment booms, the interest rate played a very minor role in the allocation of capital during the war. The Fed was a servant, sponsoring the larger political project of fixed investment in all-out production. These were wartime policies, but there was no reason why they could not be used in peace, as well. Mass production boomed, and unlike inflation during World War I, which had been 20%, inflation during World War II remained in check. Keynes, more fearful of inflation than many of his American followers, in How to Pay for the War, 1940, had proposed forced workers' savings accounts, in part because forced savings would remove money from circulation and prevent demand from running out ahead of supply, a cause of inflation. Instead of forced savings, the Treasury Department embarked on a successful propaganda campaign to induce savings through popular investment in U.S. war bonds. Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd, Porky Pig, and Daffy Duck hit the screen to peddle U.S. government debt, insisting that the sacrifices of American soldiers abroad for freedom demanded financial sacrifices at home. 83 Additionally, by removing money from circulation, higher rates of income taxation tamped down inflation. Meanwhile, FDR announced the Leon Henderson-led OPA's General Max policy in April 1942, which presented firms with a general target for restraining prices. Over the next year, the annual rate of inflation was somewhere between 5.1 and 7.8%. By April 1943, the OPA began to set specific targets, and until February 1946, inflation subsequently held at a paltry 1.4%. 84. From price, wage, and profit controls, to high rates of income taxation, the extraordinary interventions taken by the federal government to restrain the price level and halt inflation are worthy of note given their implications for the long-term fate of New Deal liberalism in the age of control. When the state held down interest rates on short and long-term loans in order to induce private fixed investment, and issued debt to finance budget deficits and public investment, it pulled in untapped resources, labor, machines, and technological know-how. That led to the growth of total output and employment. But there were limits. Should there be no more resources left to draw from, should the macroeconomy reach its productive limit, monetary and fiscal expansion might lead to inflation, more money chasing a limited amount of goods. There is nothing wrong with inflation per se. Some inflation, by undermining the incomes of creditors, who tend to be bankers and financiers, fulfilled the distributional aspirations of New Deal liberalism. But high inflation might undermine expectations by creating future uncertainty about prices. For fear of future price increases, it might also encourage present consumption to the detriment of long-term investment. Meanwhile, mass expectations of continued abundance, the expected payoff for wartime sacrifice, might lead demand to overshoot supply and become another potential source of inflation. During the war, the New Deal state managed inflation largely because of the OPA's price controls. Would such drastic interventions into the market price mechanism into private activity be politically palatable during peacetime? As the war wore on, OPA price controls became among the most unpopular measures of the U.S. warfare state. The New Deal was born to fight price deflation. The liberalism it gave birth to was potentially inflationary. In 1943 inflation was held in check, yet cracks in the war-minded consensus broke out. Politically, conservative hostility to the New Deal reappeared. In the 1942 midterm elections, the Republican Party gained 47 seats in the House of Representatives and 9 seats in the Senate. When the new Congress sat in 1943, Republicans, acting in unison with Southern Democrats, who before the war had already turned against the New Deal's most ambitious economic programs, shut down a host of New Deal developmental agencies. They included the National Resources Planning Board, NRPB, which had just published Security, Work, and Relief Policies, 1942, which included a series of blueprints for post-war public investment programs. Then, over FDR's veto, Congress passed the Revenue Act of 1943 that, while maintaining the sharp progressivity of the income tax, transformed it for the first time into a truly mass tax. In 1939 only 7% of U.S. households had paid a personal income tax. By 1945, almost two-thirds would. Revenue from the personal income tax finally superseded corporate income taxation. 85. Outside Congress, the owners of capital counted their wartime profits, many guaranteed by the state through GOCO cost-plus agreements, but they also began to assess the merits of big government for their long-term interests. A new business group, the Committee for Economic Development led by Beardsley Rumell, a former member of FDR's administration, who had first persuaded FDR to turn to debt-financed public investment in 1939, sought greater government and business, public and private, cooperation. Far more vocally, the pro-business lobbies, the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, began to complain about government red tape and the assault on private enterprise. 86. Government intervention, in their view, must not override the sphere of private economic activity. In particular, these lobbies sought to guarantee that after the war, responsibility for investment would be returned to private hands. In 1943, representing this faction, GM Chairman Alfred P. Sloan asked NAM, "Is it not as essential to win the peace, in an economic sense, as it is to win the war, in a military sense?" Sloan warned of the ongoing socialization of enterprise. If that happened, private industry is finished. 87. Also outside Congress, the wartime consensus broke down in the ranks of labor. Labor leaders made various demands. Some imagined the possibilities opened up by the war economy and articulated a new platform: industrial democracy. Two steel workers leaders, Clinton Golden and Harold J. Ruttenberg, in The Dynamics of Industrial Democracy, 1942, argued that democracy in the workplace must mean that labor unions would have direct participation in production and investment decisions, which could lead to even greater productivity increases. Unions and management would collectively bargain over more than what ended up in workers' pay packets. But far more prominently, over the course of the war, the rank and file, expanding in numbers prodigiously, focused their demands on just that, pay. Further, groups that were marginalized and excluded from the economic benefits of the New Deal and collective bargaining thus far began to agitate for more. At the outset of the war, labor had been calm. Leadership of both the AFL and the CIO had supported a working-class Americanism that patriotically submerged class conflict. Unions signed no-strike pledges. Sidney Hillman, a CIO leader from the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, agreed to chair the labor division of one of FDR's war boards. The National War Labor Board promulgated the Little Steel Formula, which limited pay increases to hold down inflation and set the workweek at 48 hours. It also proclaimed the labor-friendly maintenance of membership rule, whereby workers newly employed in a plant under a union contract automatically became dues-paying members unless they opted out in the first 15 days of employment. Dramatically, in April 1941 the Ford Motor Company finally agreed to recognize the UAW. That year the CIO also organized Westinghouse, International Harvester, Goodyear, a number of West Coast aircraft manufacturers, and even a few Southern textile companies. During the war, CIO membership climbed from 1.8 million to 3.9 million. In 1943 the CIO formed the first Political Action Committee, PAC, to funnel donations to Democratic campaigns. By 1945, much because of the CIO's expansion, 35% of U.S. non-agricultural workers were unionized. 88. However, CIO leadership could not enforce the no-strike pledge. In 1943 a wave of wildcat strikes broke out from the rank and file. 89 Between 1942 and 1945, more than 7 million workers joined no fewer than 14,000 strikes. 90 Most dramatically, John L. Lewis, leading the United Mine Workers out of the CIO in 1942, directed a number of contentious strikes over the Little Steel Formula. Complaining about the mild inflation, strikers demanded greater pay. In response, Congress passed, over FDR's veto, the War Labor Disputes Act of 1943, which granted the executive the power to seize and operate critical war production industries that were threatened by strikes. Meanwhile, despite blemishes, the CIO was by far the most racially integrated of the more important national institutions. The war economy opened up significant opportunities for black workers. In 1941 A. Philip Randolph, head of the all-black AFL Auxiliary Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, visited FDR in the Oval Office and threatened a mass march on Washington. The president relented, issuing the executive order that there shall be no discrimination in the employment of workers in defense industries or government because of race, creed, color, or national origin. The federal government created the Fair Employment Practices Committee, FEPC, to investigate complaints, the origins of New Deal liberalism's legal approach to handling workplace discrimination. By 1945, African Americans accounted for 8% of war industry jobs, about the same percentage of the total population. 91 No executive order, however, prevented a number of spontaneous hate strikes against black workers in the summer of 1943. In Detroit, 25,000 Packard Motor Company workers went on strike when 2 black workers were promoted to non-menial positions. 92 During the war, black intellectuals couched sharp critiques of racism in patriotic appeals, including in the compendium What the Negro Wants, 1944. Simply, black Americans wanted the end of white supremacy. Leveraging wartime sacrifice, many African Americans demanded a double V against oppression abroad and at home. 93. Blacks were not the only group disadvantaged by New Deal income politics and its overriding commitment to white male breadwinning. In April 1943 the War Department issued a pamphlet to employers bluntly titled "You're Going to Employ Women." Already, as men shipped off to battle, more and more women had entered a workplace sharply segregated according to gender and sex difference. In 1939 women's median annual income was $568, compared to $962 for men. Black women, long the most disadvantaged group in the labor market, earned a median income of $246.94 before the war. The female labor participation rate was already climbing, and it rose from 26% in 1940 to 36% by 1944.95. The War Manpower Commission's propaganda campaign for Rosie the Riveter symbolized the scale of total mobilization. Nonetheless, by contrast, in Great Britain and the Soviet Union, female labor force participation doubled the U.S. rate. The war did foster a new cohort of American labor feminists. The black labor feminist Addie Wyatt, for instance, found a job in 1941 at a Chicago armor meatpacking plant, and went on to lead a local .96. However, after World War II, by choice or not, most American women would leave the factories. .97 by 1947, female labor force participation would slip back to 28%. The breadwinner homemaker family ideal held strong during the war, as it had during the Great Depression. 98. In this context, the most consequential piece of social and economic legislation that Congress passed during the war was the June 1944 GI Bill. 99. The legislation guaranteed World War II veterans a range of federal government entitlements, from a year of backstop unemployment insurance to residential mortgage assistance, education subsidies, and business loans. Economic entitlements thus flowed through male citizenship, explicitly defined by the GI Bill as heterosexual citizenship. 100. The principle that male pay was the chief currency of distributive justice was by now deeply rooted in the political economy of the Age of Control. In this respect, the war economy did what the New Deal did not do. In creating 11.25 million new jobs, it ended mass male unemployment. In his final, January 1944 State of the Union address, FDR called for an ambitious Second Bill of Rights, of economic rights, guaranteeing jobs, housing, medical care, education, and living wages. All these rights, FDR noted, hitting the central New Deal keyword spelled security. But in an increasingly conservative Congress, FDR's request fell on deaf ears. The Second Bill of Rights dropped like a dud. The narrower GI Bill passed instead. In 1944, Fortune conducted an informal poll, asking if the federal government should provide jobs for everyone able and willing to work, but who cannot get a job in private employment. 2/3 answered yes. 101 In the 1944 electoral campaign, both political parties promised that government should guarantee full employment, a new political and economic catchphrase. 102. Upon the Allies' final victory in 1945, the federal government had an extraordinary number of economic regulations on the books, of both the regulatory and the developmental kind. Future control over investment still hung in the balance. Investment was no longer insufficient in volume, as it had been during the Depression, but its wartime content, bombs, tanks, and guns, would require peacetime conversion. Investment in what exactly? Keynes had written in 1933 that decadent international but individualistic capitalism is not a success, but when we wonder what to put in its place, we are extremely perplexed. 103 In the United States, big government had at least one clear post-war rule of thumb. The government has a mandate from the people, Public Opinion Quarterly proclaimed in 1945. The public wants jobs. 104. The urgency to employ male breadwinners would dominate the dramatic post-war hinge, when the political economy of New Deal liberalism finally settled in place. The issue would be inseparable from the question of on what terms and by what principles the federal government would attempt to rebuild the war-torn world economy, given both the blunt power of U.S. economic and military might and the hegemonic aspirations of a triumphant cultural Americanism abroad. Chapter 15. Post-war hinge. American jazz, Hollywood movies, American slang, American machines, and patented products, the entrepreneurial journalist Henry Luce promised the world in his 1941 declaration of a dawning American century in Life magazine. 1 Now that the war was over, 1945 was a global year zero, a moment, though mixed with exhaustion and mourning, nonetheless of regeneration and possibility. 2 But the slate was not blank. However distantly, the world's peoples faced the brute fact of American power and influence. Global domination of this order had not existed before. In 1945, the United States possessed roughly 70% of all gold reserves and half the entire world's manufacturing capacity. It had, by far, the largest food stores in the winter of 1945-46, when many populations around the world suffered from hunger, if not starvation. At the war's close, Americans owned 3/4 of all invested capital in the world, and the U.S. economy accounted for nearly 35% of world GDP, tripling its nearest rival, the Soviet Union. 3 In military terms, the Soviet Red Army, an unmovable force, occupied much of Europe, but the United States was the only atomic power, and the U.S. military boasted the only globe-spanning, high-tech logistical supply chain in the world. By contrast, the Red Army, bound within the Eurasian landmass, transported no less than half of its materials by horse-drawn wagons. Finally, implicated with anti-imperial post-war decolonization movements the world over was an Americanism aspiring to universal cultural hegemony, whether through the allure of mass consumption or through the new liberal imagination of human rights. For World War II, Hiroshima, aftermath of atomic bomb, 1945. Hiroshima after the American dropping of an atomic bomb. An image of hitherto unimaginable destruction, it also conveys the year zero quality of 1945, as a war-torn world embarked upon reconstruction in the context of an unsurpassed American global might. American statesmen seized the mantle of global hegemony. As early as 1941, FDR had promoted a new forum for international cooperation, the United Nations. In U.S. policy-making circles, post-war planning was in full swing by 1943. War Department and State Department officials drafted plans for a global network of overseas bases and air rights privileges that crisscrossed every ocean and every continent, touching down at Greenland, the Aleutians, Karachi, Manila, and Curacao. 5 At a minimum, the United States would have access to crucial raw economic inputs, especially in Latin America and the Middle East, secured by the threat of violence if not by boots-on-the-ground formal occupation. In 1944 the United States, Great Britain, the Soviet Union, and China began to deliberate over the creation of the United Nations. The same year, 730 delegates from 44 allied nations met at the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, to negotiate working principles for the post-war reconstruction of the world economy. In 1945 much was up for grabs around the globe, and the United States would have the power to shape what happened next. At the same time, much was at stake at home. The war had energized both arms of the New Deal state, the regulatory and the developmental. Only public investment in war-making industries had ended the Depression. The U.S. economy would undergo a peacetime reconversion, as military spending reduced from 36% of GDP in 1944 to 3.5% by 1948.6. But toward what ends? Americans had grand expectations for the economy but no less fear that the Depression might come back. 7 A government that could not ensure the employment of white male breadwinners could not expect to enjoy broad political support. Upon the conclusion of the war, various plans for full employment circulated as the final political struggle over the contours of New Deal liberalism came to its conclusion. 8. In this critical conjuncture the dramatic post-1945 hinge international and domestic politics cannot be disentangled. Perhaps no other moment in the history of American capitalism is more worthy of detailed narration. By 1948, the moment had closed. The Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union had begun, and the world was splitting into capitalist and communist blocs. The structure of the post-war capitalist world economy solidified. Bretton Woods named the US dollar, newly pegged to gold, as the world's currency of reserve against which to peg the world's other currencies. By exporting capital, commodities, and consumer culture, the United States sat at the capitalist world economy's hegemonic center. Meanwhile, as Coca-Cola sales increased abroad, the Cold War containment of communism would lead to some brutal interventions throughout the world. Also in the post-war decades, in order to employ men and foster economic growth, governments everywhere tried, one way or another, to induce or force fixed, illiquid investment in factories. Toward that end, Bretton Woods, while attempting to revive world trade, explicitly granted states the right to block cross-border, short-term speculative capital movements that might undermine their national economic objectives. But those objectives were not everywhere achieved in the same way. 9. In the United States, the 1945-48 hinge saw a great industrial strike wave, contests over full employment legislation, the appearance of inflation, the reappearance of threats of capital strike, and a Red Scare. But by the time it was over, the U.S. owners of capital had seized back control over capital investment. In politics, large industrial corporations reasserted their prerogative over where and when to invest. Nonetheless, pressed by popular demands, they would invest in employment-giving production. For that political reason, liquidity preference of any kind remained low. The post-war economic boom would be driven more by capitalists' sense of political necessity than by the credit cycle and private speculative investment. Political illiquidity preference ruled. The events of the post-war hinge, however, severely stunted the New Deal's developmental arm, especially its capacity for public investment, a capacity that would never recover. The liberalism of the age of control, or after it, would never advance a successful politics of capital investment. In the presidential election of 1948, in a surprise result, President Truman, who had ascended to the White House upon FDR's death in 1945, emerged victorious. Truman's instinct was to revive the New Deal's ambitions, but that was no longer politically feasible. In regulation, the adversarial monitoring of private business conduct remained on the books. And the U.S. welfare state had expanded through income politics, as U.S. income tax rates remained high and progressive. Meanwhile, in the greatest departure, the federal government acquired a new macroeconomic target, the growth of the national income. To foster and control the national macroeconomy, counter-cyclical fiscal policy was born. Austerity was no longer the cure for slumps. In times of recession, 1948-49 being the first federal government budget deficits propped up incomes and stabilized gross domestic product, GDP. But as private investment again became the first mover, the interest rate on money capital again played a leading role in the allocation of capital. Here, monetary policy reasserted itself. In 1951, for the first time since before the Great Depression, in monetary policy, the executive branch granted the Federal Reserve independence to again use its discretionary power over interest rates, raising them if necessary, even if that halted private investment to control inflation, the post-war economy's great malady. These were the core economic policies of Cold War liberalism. The federal government might tax and redistribute incomes, and it might regulate specific industries, but it remained incapable of acting autonomously and creatively in furtherance of a recognized public interest beyond national security. Cold War military spending was the most legitimate form of government expenditure to sustain economic growth. What emerged in tandem with the new national security establishment was a broker state, where competing interest groups jostled in Congress, organized labor, the farm bloc, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Social Security pensioners, and so on. That the government enjoyed an autonomous arena of action only when targeting benefits toward white male breadwinners, or invoking national security, warped state action at home and abroad. Breadwinning remained liberalism's currency of distributive justice, while macroeconomic policy focused on the abstract aggregate of national economic income growth, lacking the institutional tools to target specific places or to right more concrete relational economic wrongs, for instance, those rooted in racial domination or sex difference. Surely, government planning for long-term economic development on behalf of the public interest was off the table. The Depression did not return, and a long post-war period of economic growth commenced. Given capitalism's recent post-1929 implosion, this must be counted a great success. The problem was that as industrial capitalism entered its post-war golden age, the New Deal state had limited capacities to address the future fault lines of the fatefully intertwined U.S. and world economies. 1. Bretton Woods. During the Great Depression, both fascism and communism had undeniably bested liberal democracies in eliminating mass unemployment while, not coincidentally, shunning the capitalist world economy. In 1945, statesmen and capitalists alike in the United States, let alone in those war-torn countries tasked with reconstituting democracy, shuddered at the possibility that mass unemployment might return. As the converted Keynesian economist Alvin Hansen had put it in a post-war planning document written as early as 1942, if the victorious democracies muddle through another decade of economic frustration and mass unemployment, we may expect social disintegration and, sooner or later, another international conflagration. 10. In 1944, with this in mind, Bretton Woods negotiators designed an international monetary system that, unlike the gold standard of the age of capital, a cause of the Depression, granted national economic policy makers some room to privilege domestic concerns over international economic obligations. The negotiations at Bretton Woods over the post-war international monetary system began in July 1944.11. The two leading figures were a U.S. Treasury official, Harry Dexter White, and the representative of the British Empire, John Maynard Keynes. White was a New Dealer who had written about the problem of international capital flight under the gold standard. Backed by U.S. power, he dominated the negotiations. He and Keynes agreed that the post-war monetary order should bring about a revival of international trade in goods. The United States favored free trade, already the focus of New Deal foreign policy during the 1930s, while Britain favored a system of trading preferences within its old empire. Nonetheless, they broadly agreed that a revival of global commerce in goods stood to benefit national economies. White and Keynes also agreed that international finance was another matter. In order to secure national economic policy making, states must be able to limit short-term capital movements. White explained that cross-border capital controls would give each government much greater measure of control in carrying out its monetary and tax policies, by inhibiting flights of capital, motivated either by prospect of speculative exchange gain, or desire to avoid inflation, or evade taxes that might undermine democratically determined national economic policies. 12. Keynes added, "In the post-war years there is hardly a country in which we ought not to expect keen political discussions affecting the position of the wealthier classes and the treatment of private property. If so, there will be a number of people constantly taking fright because they think the degree of leftism in one country looks for the time being likely to be greater than somewhere else." To White and Keynes, short-term speculative capital movements, what today are called short-term portfolio or hot money investments, were suspect and demanded regulation. International finance had only two proper functions. The first was to act as a servant to production by financing world trade in goods. That would trigger the old commercial multiplier, as trade would beget more trade. Economic activity would have increasing returns, and the cumulative effect would trigger economic development. The second function, long-term committed investment, what is now called foreign direct investment, could finance productive economic activity that might, as Keynes put it, satisfy practical needs and trigger an industrial investment multiplier. 13. To sponsor long-term fixed investments, the Bretton Woods agreements created the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, progenitor of the World Bank. Few international bankers agreed with these doctrines. As before the Depression, they hoped to be at liberty to place their money and pull it out anywhere they liked, at a whim. But the U.S. delegation agreed with White and Keynes. By inclination, many New Dealers were hostile to Wall Street. Further, at Bretton Woods, delegates from Latin American, Asian, and African countries hoping to industrialize their national economies gravitated toward a vision of the post-war world economy that favored long-term investment in production, even at the expense of globe-spanning private capital mobility. 14. Where negotiations broke down at Bretton Woods was over the status of the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. To finance world trade, any international financial system would require the expansion of credit money, in the context of bilateral national trading relationships in which, very likely, one country was a net creditor, another a debtor. Keynes saw that should creditor countries build up large credits, the resulting pools of cash might become a source of short-term hot money. To prevent this outcome, he had the brilliant idea of a new global currency. He called it the Bancor. The Bancor would be an international unit of account only fiat money issued by some new international institution. It would exist only for countries to clear their bilateral trading transactions, their credits and debts, with one another. It would be a money of transaction only, not a store of value, subject to liquidity preference of any kind. That is, the international arrangement would be for a clearing union, to assist trade, as opposed to a liquid global capital market, to enable casino-like speculation. Finally, should large trade imbalances build up between countries, Keynes called for rules whereby creditors and debtors would share the burden of adjusting the value of their currencies. Once again, this mechanism was different from the gold standard, which had placed all the pressure on debtors to repair their balance of payments by deflating their economies by raising interest rates and slashing wages. That mechanism had spelled disaster for national economies at the outbreak of the Great Depression. 15. Ingenious though Keynes's Bancor currency proposal was, the U.S. delegation balked. It wanted the U.S. dollar to be the world's reserve currency. Why should the dollar not express and reinforce U.S. world economic hegemony, as the British pound had in the era of the gold standard? Wall Street certainly wanted it to. Mindful of U.S. geopolitical power, even New Deal critics of Wall Street found Bancor's a bridge too far. The final Bretton Woods Agreement pegged the U.S. dollar to gold at the convertible exchange rate of $35 to the ounce. This peg was never supposed to budge. In turn, other national currencies would be pegged to the U.S. dollar, at freely convertible rates with it and one another. At the same time, the competitive devaluation of currencies, a strategic cheapening, to gain a trade advantage, was forbidden. However, according to the Bretton Woods agreements, currencies could be revalued in light of extreme international trade imbalances or reasonable national economic needs. State capital controls could prevent cross-border speculation on interest rate differentials and potential currency valuations. Altogether, it meant scope for national monetary and fiscal policy. National interest rates could be set according to domestic priorities, not raised, deflating prices, chalking off credit, and possibly halting expansion, all simply to defend a fixed currency peg, as had been the case with the gold standard. The risk that expansionary fiscal policy might provoke crippling capital flight was less. The Bretton Woods agreements called for the creation of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, in order to manage potential trade imbalances. Member countries would pay, in capital subscriptions of gold or US dollars, into the $8.8 billion fund based on quotas, given their relative economic might. By far, the United States had the largest quota and the most power at the fund. If member countries had difficulty managing their international payments, the IMF had the discretion to grant them loans in order to provide their currency exchange rate with stability. 16. The IMF was also granted discretionary authority to enforce the Bretton Woods agreements, which were to go into effect in December 1945. The Bretton Woods agreements had two fatal flaws. First, over time, precisely as Keynes predicted and feared, due to trade imbalances, large pools of US dollars would build up in the international monetary system, overwhelming the IMF. Due to speculative liquidity preference, the cash would become the basis of short-term hot money rather than long-term committed investment in productive activities to support national economic development and world trade. The point of Bretton Woods. Second, the US dollar was the anchor of the Bretton Woods system, but should the dollar-gold peg, at $35 to the ounce, ever be threatened, and it would be the entire international monetary system was at great risk. To run a world economy on the basis of a single national currency was risky. Keynes did not get his way at Bretton Woods. 17. Still, he left the meeting in good spirits. Back in Britain, before his peers in the House of Lords, Keynes bragged that Bretton Woods accords to every member government the explicit right to control all capital movements. What used to be a heresy is now endorsed as orthodox. Across the Atlantic, a Wall Street banker invoked the legacy of Nazi capital controls and complained of the new Hitlerian monetary system. 18. To full employment. In 1945, the United States sat on 70% of the world's gold supply. For Americans ever to become unable to defend the $35 per ounce peg to gold was at that time inconceivable. Within the international context, no country had as much room to maneuver in its domestic economic policy as the United States, and it was not even close. In the immediate post-war conversion to a peacetime economy, American politics boiled down to one catchphrase: full employment. In January 1945, the left-liberal Montana Senator James E. Murray introduced to Congress the Full Employment Bill. 19 The idea of full employment was a legacy of the war, when the wartime economy had eliminated voluntary unemployment. Inspired by Keynes, new macroeconomists, inside and outside the government, had found new economic concepts, like effective demand, and new statistical tools, like gross domestic product, GDP, to determine just how close the national economy was to operating at full capacity, using all available resources, including labor. Or not that it was possible to still increase production and ratchet employment up further. During the presidential campaign of 1944, the Democrats had included a guarantee of full employment in their party platform. The Bureau of the Budget, an ever more powerful executive agency, circulated reports with titles such as National Budgets for Full Employment, 1945, and Fiscal Policy for Full Employment, 1945. The policy idea was simple. Public investment had achieved full employment during the war. Why could it not guarantee the same afterward? Not everyone agreed. Before he died, FDR had expressed very little interest in carrying public ownership of GOCO, government-owned, contractor-operated, factories into peacetime. In preparation for the conversion of the war economy, he put the financier and pro-business New Dealer Bernard Baruch in charge of planning. In October 1944, following Baruch's advice, Congress passed the Surplus Property Act, which mandated that reconversion give maximum aid in the re-establishment of a peacetime economy of free independent private enterprise. 20 If full employment was a powerful ideological rallying cry, free enterprise and private enterprise, meaning government should leave all investment decisions to the private owners of capital, were phrases now commonly uttered by NAM, the Chamber of Commerce, and conservative congressmen. Coming from left liberals, the Full Employment Bill, introduced in January 1945, was a rejoinder to the drift that FDR had established before his death. It evoked the spirit of the Pre-War Works Financing Act of 1939, which had called for regional public investment trusts. In 1945, most left Keynesians retreated to agricultural bureaus, or farm labor unions, although they had allies. Interior Secretary Harold Ickes proposed that war factories be transformed into public corporations in which war veterans owned shares. 21 The United Auto Workers, UAW, announced support for such an idea. The first draft of the Full Employment Bill declared the federal government's responsibility to provide sufficient employment opportunities for those able to work and seeking to work. The proposed legislation called for the President to submit an annual budget to Congress that forecast the aggregate volume of investment and other expenditure. If prospective private investment and expenditure were expected to fall short of that mark, then the President shall include, in the budget transmitted, a general program of such federal investment and other expenditure as will be sufficient to bring the aggregate volume of investment up to a level commensurate with full employment. 22 This was one vision of the post-war relationship between capitalism and democracy, a democratic politics of public investment. In good Keynesian fashion, it spoke of investment as a statistical aggregate, or volume, but it evoked the possibility that the content and composition of investment might be politicized as well. For the New Deal developmental state, the proposed Full Employment Bill was high tide. The bill was introduced in January 1945, but the two houses of the U.S. Congress would not produce their final version for Truman's signature for over a year. The legislation that ultimately passed in February 1946, known as the Employment Act, would be very different from the original Full Employment Bill that Senator Murray introduced. NAM, with its annual budget of $5 million, in unison with the Chamber of Commerce, representing 2,000 business associations and 15,000 companies, had mobilized against the original bill. 23 Such peak business lobbies, as political scientists call them, very rarely just dictate legislative possibilities, but this time they did. 24 To them, what was at issue was their own power to make investment decisions, as well as the long American political economic tradition of spheering. The arena of private capital investment, in their view, should remain free of state encroachment, and state control over investment was nothing short of Soviet communism. As in 1937-38, when the New Deal state announced it might experiment with robust public investment programs, business lobbies threatened a capital strike. In response to legislation they did not like, capitalists might just lose confidence, exercise a political liquidity preference, and park their potential private investment on the sideline. It was not good, one NOM representative said in congressional hearings on the full employment bill, for the state to do thinking and financing, for that would undermine confidence among the owners of capital and diminish employment giving private investment. 25 A representative NOM publication, Competitive Enterprise versus Planned Economy, 1945, explicitly equated the full employment bill with communism. In November 1945, Frank Donaldson Brown, a member of NAM's board of directors and vice president of GM, the largest, most powerful, and most politically important U.S. corporation, took charge of NAM's Washington strategy, as the full employment bill sat in congressional committee. GM was at the center of the post-war hinge. In November 1945, while still fighting the full employment bill, the corporation encountered other problems. That month 180,000 UAW members went on strike. The GM strike was the central labor action in a massive national strike wave that erupted in autumn 1945 and lasted into 1946.26. In the last 4 months of 1945, strikes accounted for more than 28 million lost workdays, more than any previously recorded peak. The CIO, representing 5 million of the nearly 15 million organized U.S. workers, accounted for 2/3 of the striking workers, focused in the capital-intensive, male employment-intensive mass production industries. 27 Labor feminists too fought for post-war gains. 28 The National Telephone Workers' Strike, for instance, was the largest female strike in history. 29 In the general strike wave, labor leadership, including CIO President Philip Murray, of the steel workers, could not control events. In September 1946, 90 unauthorized strikes broke out in Detroit alone. The strikes were orderly. Usually, when workers walked out, they demanded recognition of their collective bargaining rights and more pay. During the war, government caps had limited wages, while profits had surged, bolstered in 1945 by post-war peacetime tax rebates. Not even NOM denied that industrial workers were due a pay increase. Still, GM management chose to make the strike about much more than pay. With an eye on the proposed full employment bill, it chose to reframe the issue as the right to manage. For GM management, it was a three-way struggle. Congress was threatening to encroach on their investment decisions. The workers were on strike. And the corporation's stock owners, the DuPont family, great enemies of the New Deal who owned a controlling financial interest in the corporation, were nervous about post-war conversion and preferred liquidity. 30 Self-undermining, they thought it best to hoard corporate cash out of precaution and wait to see if the depression would return. They also wanted GM's wartime profits distributed to them immediately as stock dividends. GM management, led by Alfred Sloan, had a different vision. As managers, they wanted to manage. They planned prodigious fixed investments in production. Wanting to manage production, by inclination, they preferred illiquidity. Further, politically, they knew they must provide employment, or the public investment provisions of the full employment bill loomed. GM management would invest. But in public they defended a right to manage free from meddling labor unions and congressmen. In private, this also meant free from meddling stock owners. When the strike wave broke out, GM management announced it would bargain over wages, hours, and working conditions. It would pay its workers more, in a distributive politics of income, or the division of spoils between profits and pay, but over absolutely nothing else. In the days leading up the strike, President Truman had convened a labor management conference, where CIO President Murray raised the issue of a broader industrial democracy, in which union representatives might meaningfully participate in production and investment decisions. The conference deadlocked when GM insisted that labor unions must have no say over investment and production decisions that would encroach on the corporate right to manage, which was synonymous with the public interest. 31 During the strike, Walter Reuther, the UAW's lead negotiator with GM, called for a 30% pay increase. But management said that was too much. Such a pay increase would eliminate all GM profits. Reuther said GM should open the books and prove it. 32 No, said GM, that would be the day when union bosses, under the threat of strike, will seek to tell us what we can make, when we can make it, where we can make it, and how much we can charge. 33. As the strike continued, in January 1946 the renamed Employment and Production Act of 1946 was brought before the House floor. Earlier, President Truman had announced his public support for the right to work for every American citizen able and willing to work. But for the revised bill, he had cut a deal with stubborn conservative, white supremacist Southern Democrats. 34 Any government declaration of a right to employment. The original purpose of Senator Murray's proposed bill was gone. Removed, too, was any pledge of government resources, including public investment if necessary, to achieve full employment. Instead, the final act pledged government promotion of maximum employment, production, and purchasing power. Purchasing power was a nod to private consumption, Keynes's second macroeconomic variable after investment, second in the economic sequence, second in importance. If investment would remain in private hands, the government might ensure sufficient consumer incomes, and thus sufficient consumer demand for what businesses produced after they chose to invest, assuming they would. In a private communication, one business lobbyist bragged, to the extent that the goal is achieved by stimulating business investment, it will in fact be a business bill. Further, the 1946 Act called for the creation of a new executive agency, the Council of Economic Advisers, CEA, to advise the President on how to promote employment, production, and purchasing power, but only in a system of free competitive enterprise. 35 In February, President Truman signed into law the Employment Act of 1946. Meanwhile the strike wave rolled on. In January 1946 500,000 steel workers went out on strike. Joining them were 200,000 electrical workers and 150,000 packing house workers, roughly a third of them women. 36 Truman appointed a board to mediate the strike, which, following Reuther's demands, asked to see GM's books. Sloan refused. Regardless, federal mediators declared that without raising prices on cars, GM could afford a 17.5% wage increase. Reuther and the UAW held out. However, representing the steel workers, CIO President Murray leaped at an industry offer for a 17.5% pay raise. Murray knew the steel industry was less productive and efficient than GM and likely could not afford more. If Reuther's UAW received a higher wage hike from GM, Murray would be in an awkward spot with his union. Instead, the steel agreement put Reuther in the bind. The UAW relented in March 1946, and the 113-day strike at GM ended, with a pay raise less than Reuther's demanded 30%. 37 There had been no bargaining over industrial democracy. 38 There had been only the politics of pay, a version of income politics. That political arena was where the relationship between capitalism and democracy would still be defined. Now the assembly lines at the most profitable factories in the world began to roll. GM successfully lobbied the Office of Price Administration, OPA, and passed on the wage increases through higher car prices. Finally, GM's largest stock owner relented, and management projected what ownership called a staggering $600 million in investment in physical plant for 1947, perhaps the greatest single private capital investment of all time. 39 In Congress, on the shop floor, and in its private conflict with its stock owners, GM managers had won the right to manage on behalf of all businesses. By 1948, the vast majority of government-owned plant and equipment with any post-war value was back in private hands. But the political and economic precondition of this victory was known. GM management accepted that it would commit to long-term fixed investment in production, the factories. Capital would employ male breadwinners and pay them a larger slice of the income generated from investment in production than had been the case before in the age of capital. By all accounts, working people, asserting their interests during the post-war strike wave, most wanted better pay. 3. Cold War. Immediately after the war, U.S. unemployment peaked at 4%. Capitalists too cautious to invest had not triumphed. The mindset of Sloan and GM management had. What they were willing to invest, they earned back in a higher rate of profit. In 1950 GM would make a record 69.5% return on net capital investment and sign a generous 5-year contract with the UAW, the so-called Treaty of Detroit. 40 Gainfully employed, workers spent what they earned on the consumer goods that replaced the materials of war. The Depression did not come back. Only one portentous macroeconomic strain remained: inflation. From January 1946 until August 1948, U.S. prices rose at an annual rate of 16.4%. 41 Inflation is a complicated phenomenon, and this post-war inflation had many causes. Popular demands for abundance operated in tandem with supply strains, due to reconversion and the strike wave, to push up prices. Popular war bond purchases fell off, freeing up cash to add to demand. The Fed maintained its commitment to support bond sales at low rates, abstaining from raising interest rates to tamp down inflation. Finally, one source of the inflation was international. Before it was even tried, the Bretton Woods system did not work. In 1945–47, outside the United States, the world economic situation was critical. 42 American statesmen had hoped that by pegging national currencies to the US dollar, private investment would sufficiently kickstart European economies and create demand for US imports, in particular farm products. But that did not just happen. It is now obvious that we grossly underestimated the destruction to the European economy by the war, admitted Will Clayton, the U.S. Under-Secretary of State for Economic Affairs, in a 1947 memo on the European crisis. 43 In the harsh winter of 1946, European populations were destitute. The great Italian filmmaker Roberto Rossellini's telling neorealist Germany Year Zero, 1948, presented a bleak picture that hardly presaged any post-war economic boom. U.S. officials feared famine, a humanitarian crisis, and perhaps even revolution, as Western Europe's communist parties, which had resisted the fascists, had considerable popular support. In 1946 U.S. occupiers feared a French communist coup, and many U.S. officials all but rode Italy north of the Po River off to communism. Even the Japanese Communist Party was on the rise. As so many economies struggled to recover, even more gold decamped for U.S. borders. The free convertibility of European currencies to the US dollar and the Bretton Woods mandated exchange rates was not going to happen anytime soon. There was a dollar gap. European economies could not earn enough dollars either to pay for US imports or to defend their currency pegs. As gold arrived, the contribution to the US monetary base was one cause of post-war US inflation. What happened next was that the onset of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union overwhelmed the initial attempt to constitute the Bretton Woods system. Now in the United States, the political consequences of inflation joined together with the ideological consequences of the Cold War. As foreign affairs ramified in domestic politics, the combination pushed the final terms of New Deal liberalism a step further to the right, as the global war against fascism was displaced by the global war against communism. 44. The United States had the bomb, controlled the skies and the seas, and was a military occupying force in the defeated Axis powers. Europe was not only in economic ruins but was also riven by two very different political and economic systems, American capitalism and Soviet communism. But the two powers had been allies in the war against fascism. Another global struggle to the death between them was not fated. But Stalin would not withdraw the Red Army from where it stood in Eastern Europe, period. If Stalin thought little about Western Europe's communist parties, the Chinese Communist Party, or the Workers' Party of North Korea, he would not forbid their fomenting revolution, assuming he even could have. Stalin further refused to withdraw troops from Iran and pushed for Soviet bases in the Dardanelles. Among other provocations. 45 Truman griped that Stalin had reneged on a wartime promise to FDR to grant free elections in Eastern Europe. Diplomatic engagements began to sour. Meanwhile, the appearance of inflation did not benefit Democrats at the polls. In the 1946 congressional elections, Republicans far more likely to see the Soviet Union as a mortal ideological enemy, and to brand American left liberals as near-communists swept back into power in both the House of Representatives and the Senate for the first time since FDR was elected president in 1932. Little more than a month after the sitting of the new Congress, on February 21, 1947, a telegram from London confessed British imperial insolvency and asked Washington to grant aid in support of the Royalist forces against communists in the ongoing Greek Civil War, 1946–49. U.S. Undersecretary of State Dean Acheson, perhaps the leading architect of the Cold War, told a friend at lunch, "There are only two powers in the world now." 46 Over the spring and into the summer, Truman would explain to the American people the need to contain the growing totalitarian threat. The May 1947 request to Congress for $400 million to shore up anti-communist, not necessarily democratic, governments in Greece and Turkey was approved. No rump of liberals fearful of a garrison state together with isolationist Republicans could resist the Truman Doctrine, the strategy of containment. 47 American statesmen talked themselves into waging a Cold War against a foe that, while in principle ideologically committed to capitalism's destruction, was nonetheless a far lesser power. 48 Known U.S. military bases abroad, see 2019. During World War II, American military planners began to design a global network of military bases that, extending previous footholds, would secure U.S. world hegemony. The Cold War gave rise to an American national security state that justified a global archipelago of U.S. military bases that has lasted into the 21st century. Cold War geopolitics shaped economic recovery in Europe, while at home it called into being something that had never before existed in U.S. history: a peacetime national security state. The National Security Act of 1947 created the Department of Defense, superseding war, the National Security Council, and the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. After a communist coup in Czechoslovakia, the 1948 Marshall Plan sent $13 billion in U.S. economic aid to rebuild Western European economies. The Soviet Union and its Eastern European satellites refused the aid, as they had by now also refused to join the IMF and World Bank. The Marshall Plan circulated much-needed U.S. aid into Europe but also much-needed dollars. 49 Together with European currency devaluations, the dollar gap began to close. U.S. producers began to export. In particular, the Farm Bloc hoped to export commodities abroad, to help support commodity prices. Earlier, in 1945, occupying U.S. officials had openly considered the complete annihilation of German and Japanese industrial capacity, but now U.S. officials decided to sponsor the industrial reconstruction of West Germany and Japan, if only because industrial economic revival would be a bulwark of communist containment. At last, Western European economies began to climb out of the depths, and Western European elections in 1948 brought to power broadly social democratic rather than communist governments. The first Cold War military frontier hardened at Berlin's Brandenburg Gate in 1949, the year the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, was founded. The onset of the Cold War contributed to an ideological context at home, with consequences not friendly to even Truman's preferred policies. In May 1947, in addition to appropriating military expenditures to contain communism, the Republican-dominated Congress dissolved the OPA, an enemy to free enterprise. In June 1947, over President Truman's veto, Congress passed the Taft-Hartley Act. The labor law was not a complete rollback of the 1935 Wagner Act, but it chipped away at union bargaining power. Among its provisions, it mandated that union officials sign anti-communist affidavits. Labor leaders, including Reuther, proceeded to purge their left flanks. Taft-Hartley allowed states to pass right-to-work laws, which forbade closed union shops. The law also outlawed secondary labor actions, such as boycotts and sympathy strikes. Further provisions forbade industry-wide and economy-wide bargaining, which the CIO favored. Instead, Taft-Hartley demanded that collective bargaining proceed business unit by business unit, which both balkanized and bureaucratized the labor movement. Taft-Hartley also banned supervisory unionism, among foremen and white-collar workers. Where will unionization end, wondered GM's Charlie Wilson. With the vice presidents, 50 contributing to Southern, white supremacist Democratic conservative support for Taft-Hartley was the CIO's failed 1946 Operation Dixie, which had sought to unionize white and black Southern textile, tobacco, and furniture workers. 51 The 1947 Taft-Hartley Act effectively contained unionization to the blue-collar workers of the existing mass production industries of the nearly one-century-old northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt. Soon afterward, the Republican-sponsored Revenue Act of 1948 reduced individual income taxes across income brackets by 5 to 13%. By now, the capitalist world economy of the free world had acquired many enduring characteristics. Capital controls on hot money were the rule, under Bretton Woods. The United States sought to open the world economy to everything else. Like world economic hegemons of the past, the United States, controlling the world's reserve currency, was an exporter of capital and goods. Unlike any hegemon before, the United States' ambitions were truly global. Disfavoring old imperial European-style trade blocs, the United States aspired, instead, to break open the entire world to long-term U.S. investment, commodities, consumer culture, and liberal democracy, without explicit coercion, as if it was a world with, to quote from Elizabeth Bishop's post-war poetry of travel, everything only connected by end. 52. American trade tariffs. After World War II, the United States was generally in favor of lowering trade barriers at home and abroad. Many manufacturing countries, including those under the U.S. security umbrella in Europe and Asia, would not return the favor to the United States. The United States sponsored free trade in the talks leading up to the 1948 General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, which chipped away at pre-war systems of trading preferences, even if American farmers undermined the creation of the International Trade Organization in 1947 for fear it would forbid New Deal supply management agricultural subsidies. 53 Imperial European trading preferences held strong during the decades of decolonization. 54 And European and Asian economies passed an assortment of protectionist measures to subsidize home industries. But offenders were allies in the struggle to contain communism. For geopolitical reasons, the United States looked away. The same logic carried over into the relationship between the United States and its allies' domestic political economies. Imperial sovereignty is always composite and plural by nature. Empire had always implied governing people differently, and in that spirit now there emerged different varieties of capitalism, even as the world's consumers would not be able to resist American soft drinks, blue jeans, and rock and roll music. 55 A hard left edge had been set on New Deal liberalism, a line drawn at income politics. In the mixed economies of Western Europe and Japan, states were far more interventionist, often practicing long-range planning and public investment justified by appeals to democracy. 56 In West Germany, for instance, the return of democracy meant greater worker representation in firms' investment and production decisions. Should these measures have been proposed in the United States, nearly all Republicans and many Democrats would have branded them far too close to communism, if not communism itself, even when these policies actually favored stable capitalist development. 57 Not only did U.S. officials acquiesce to such policies in European countries, the Marshall Plan and military aid helped launch them. That the United States sponsored the long-term economic development of its defeated enemies was laudable. The revival of world trade lifted up all national economies. But soon these countries would become the U.S. economy's chief industrial competitors. The problem would be a dollar glut abroad, from export earnings German cars, Japanese electronics in the open, unprotected U.S. consumer market, which would one day threaten the functioning of the Bretton Woods system. At the same time, American statesmen began to misread national politics around the world through the binary lens of Cold War. Some officials pushed for rollback, beyond containment. If a perceived communist threat jeopardized a U.S. corporate economic interest, covert military intervention was possible. The CIA backed a coup in Guatemala in 1954, overthrowing a democratically elected government that had meddled with the United Fruit Company. Far more important than bananas was oil. Post-war economic growth and the post-fascist return of liberal democracy would not be possible if the available supply and going price of fossil fuel did not keep in line with the demands of industrial production. 58 A 1953 CIA-backed coup would restore a monarchy in Iran, after British Petroleum Company interests were threatened. 59. Certainly, there were limits to U.S. economic power, and even when the world's peoples were seduced by Americanism, they would appropriate it for their own ends, globalizing U.S. culture. Often thick-headed Americans did not get it. Graham Greene's novel The Quiet American, 1955, about U.S. support for France's attempt to recolonize Indochina, remains the best on this subject. A new kind of global hegemon, an irresistible empire, an empire by invitation, capable of destructive violence nonetheless, had come into existence. 60 From this point on, no history of American capitalism can be told without attending to its fate. 4. Cold War liberalism. The polls said President Truman was going to lose the election of 1948. Instead, despite a number of Southern Electoral College votes going to the arch-white supremacist and third-party Dixiecrat Strom Thurmond, Truman beat the Republican candidate Thomas Dewey, and the Democrats also retook control of Congress. Truman had run against Republican obstructionism, and upon victory he announced an ambitious revival of New Deal programs that he called the Fair Deal. But the post-war hinge was shut, and the Fair Deal hit a wall, the hard left edge of post-war U.S. politics. To be sure, New Deal regulations remained on the books. Income politics expanded. In the greatest departure, counter-cyclical fiscal policy to manage the growth of the national income became a new macroeconomic tool. But Cold War liberalism, if still the liberalism first brought to power by FDR, was distinct from the New Deal version. The New Deal had tried to rally the public interest around an urgent national economic crisis. After 1948, its keyword of economic security, and FDR's promise that there was nothing to fear but fear itself, gave way to the general climate of anti-communist fear in the nuclear age and the need for national security. 61 Big government discovered that its greatest source of popular support, beyond income politics, was a war footing. Truman's proposed Fair Deal included, among other regulatory and developmental measures, a program of universal public health care, the promotion of public power utilities and public infrastructure through TVA-style public corporations, public housing programs, public education subsidies, a large-scale extension of Social Security, a minimum wage increase, and an agricultural bill that would remove income subsidies for agribusiness and promote family farming. At the Justice Department, it proposed a revival of antitrust in industry. In 1949 the Justice Department brought suit against the DuPont family's controlling interest in GM. President Truman, a failed former small businessman in Missouri, was an anti-monopoly champion of the little guy and equality of commercial opportunity. Further, his Council of Economic Advisers also discussed the possibility of a guaranteed annual wage and various other wage policies, to help tackle possible inflation, should incomes run ahead of the ability of the economy to produce. The Council's first annual report remarked that economic disturbances originate in maladjustments, not of the aggregates, but of economic relationships. 62. Congressional lobbies proceeded to maul the Fair Deal beyond all recognition. Truman expressed surprise at just how much private interest lobbying now shaped congressional policy making. Rather than overturning farm subsidies, the Agricultural Act of 1949 maintained price supports at a maximum of 90% parity, a backward-looking price index that guaranteed commodity price levels and thus farmer incomes. That year one Southern supporter proclaimed, we as farmers look to God for seasons to grow our crops. We also look to our National Congress for laws to assure us a fair price for our crops. 63 Truman had hoped that the greater sense of national unity and purpose from the war might carry over to his presidency. In his memoirs, he explained the Fair Deal's failure. The American Farm Bureau Federation, which represented the special interest farmers, attacked the price support programs on the same grounds that the private utilities companies fought every attempt of the government to make public power available to the people, and as the American Medical Association fought the health program which would benefit all the people. If the multitude of interest groups had not been so greedy for gold, the Fair Deal might have succeeded, Truman concluded. 64 In 1951 Columbia University's David Truman, no relation to the president, published the canonical political science study of post-war policy making, as the result of a clash of private interest groups. In the governmental process, political interests and public opinion, 1951, what President Truman bemoaned as greedy, Professor Truman influentially branded pluralism, announcing to the world that it was the very substance of liberal democracy. 65. The elements of the Fair Deal that succeeded can be classified as income politics, adversarial regulation, or developmental policies that blatantly subsidized private investment. The Social Security Amendment of 1950 expanded coverage to millions of workers, shoring up labor incomes. The regulatory 1950 Seller-Kefauver Act made vertical integration in industry more difficult. As for development, most telling was the fate of the 1945 Taft-Ellender-Wagner Housing Bill. This piece of post-war public housing legislation met the same fate as the Full Employment Bill. 66 During the war, private home construction had been scant, although the New Deal agency, the Federal Housing Administration, FHA, funded a number of public housing projects. 67 After the war, the need for housing, especially given the extraordinary internal migration underway, was acute. 6 million families lived with relatives or friends. 68 The Taft-Ellender-Wagner Bill, introduced in 1945, included robust public housing provisions. Wisconsin Senator Joseph McCarthy, who dominated the 1947-48 housing hearings, branded public housing a communist plot. The National Association of Realtors, NAR, founded c. 1908, and the National Association of Home Builders, NAHB, c. 1942, two powerful rising Washington interest groups, went to work. NAHB put up $5 million to fight the Taft-Ellender-Wagner Bill. NAM threw its weight against public housing. Multifamily public housing was red. Single-family home ownership was the essence of American individualism and freedom, and women, leaving the war factories, must return to them to become homemakers and mothers. Nuclear families too contained communism. 69. The Taft-Ellender-Wagner Bill stalled. After his victory in 1948, Truman revived a housing bill, but what passed was the Housing Act of 1949, which focused on government supports for private investment in construction. Title I called for slum clearance and urban renewal, which, underfunded, would subsequently become Negro removal, as the black writer James Baldwin would put it. 70 Title II expanded the government credit subsidy programs of the FHA, joining the Veterans Mortgage Subsidy programs of the 1944 GI Bill. 71 Title III called for the construction of 810,000 units, over 10 years, of low-rent public housing. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce called it creeping socialism. 72. Tellingly, residential fixed investment helped carry the U.S. macroeconomy out of the mild recession of 1948-49. Among the recession's contributing factors was the satiation of the post-war demand that had been bottled up during the war, as department store sales fell by 22%. Retiring the public debt, the Treasury and the Fed tightened the money supply. The Fed also enforced congressionally mandated controls on consumer credit, while maintaining bank reserve requirements to slow down loan growth, as well as margin requirements in the stock market. Meanwhile, the post-1948 recovery of European economies dented demand for U.S. exports. More than anything, however, upon Truman's victory and proposals for a fair deal, there was a corresponding upturn in liquidity preference and downturn in non-residential fixed investment. 73. At least in the private residential construction market, government and business struck in accord. Between 1945 and 1950, the share of gross residential fixed investment in GDP climbed from 0.8% to 6.9%, reaching its all-time high. By 1952, the FHA was indirectly responsible for injecting $50 billion into the economy, some 14% of GDP, at the cost of less than 1% of the federal budget. Further, new home construction meant fresh demand for consumer durables to fill garages, living rooms, and kitchens. As a share of GDP, personal consumption, 48.4% in 1944, peaked in 1949 at 66.7%, a share not reached again in the 20th century. Post-war consumerism was born. At the same time, the 1948-49 recession saw the birth of counter-cyclical fiscal policy. 74. By 1949, the economist Leon Keyserling had become acting chair of the Council of Economic Advisers. Putting aside economic relationships in favor of macroeconomic aggregates, Keyserling's council argued for economic growth as the organizing principle of U.S. political economy. Achieving that goal meant sustaining the two macro aggregates that, as Keynes wrote in the General Theory, flowed into total output, investment and consumption. If private investment and consumption flagged, and recession occurred, counter-cyclical government spending, debt financed if need be, would kick in to compensate and thus automatically stabilize GDP. 75. Keyserling would later recall that by 1950 the Truman administration had dropped its anti-monopoly rallying cries, guaranteed income studies, and anti-inflation wage policies, in order to concentrate on a single target, national macroeconomic growth. 76. Austerity in times of recession was out. As the government adjusted abstract national aggregates to ensure the steady growth of the national income. But that meant acting at a remove from the nitty-gritty of economic relationships and institutions, or the specifics of place. Contributing to counter-cyclical fiscal policy was Cold War military spending. Here the turning point was the outbreak of the Korean War in 1950. 77. Secretary of State Dean Acheson reflected that Korea came along and saved us, solidifying the policy of containment and the federal military budgets necessary to sustain it. 78. CEA Chair Keyserling noted that the Truman administration's post-1950 decision to go for a program of very large economic expansion coincided with greater Cold War military spending. 79. In 1950 the Columbia University historian Richard Hofstadter surmised, "We are living under a curious kind of military Keynesianism, in which Mars has rushed in to fill the gap left by the decline of the market economy." 80. Conservative Southern Democrats who had set the left legislative limit to the New Deal were happy to funnel military spending toward their districts. Stoking the communist menace continued to have consequences. In February 1950, Senator McCarthy denounced the presence of communists in the federal government and launched a Red Scare. 81. Nonetheless, by 1953, when Korean War spending peaked at the top of the post-1949 business cycle, total federal government expenditures accounted for nearly a quarter of GDP, nearly two-thirds of which was military spending. Thus, rather than an upturn in the capitalist credit cycle and a speculative investment boom, as during the Age of Capital, during the Age of Control military spending and government-subsidized private residential construction drove the first post-war macroeconomic recovery from a recession. During the Korean War, Congress again granted the President extraordinary authority to intervene in economic life on behalf of national defense. Income taxes increased. The corporate income tax rate reached an all-time high. Still, the political economy of this war was very different from that of World War II. Rather than public investment, the federal government financed war production by granting income tax incentives to private business. 82. Congress had stumbled on an enduring policy for inducing private investment, income tax breaks for the owners of capital. Again, federal economic policy acted at a remove inducing private investment but with limited powers to direct its content and location. Finally, during the Korean War, inflation reappeared. Mostly this occurred through the mechanism of a shift in forward-looking expectations that the return of war might lead demand to run out ahead of supply, especially in commodities. Truman had signed a wartime executive order creating the Economic Stabilization Agency, which performed many of the functions of the Office of Price Administration. But now, unlike during World War II, the Federal Reserve refused to support public debt sales at low interest rates to fund a war effort. In the Treasury Federal Reserve Accord of 1951, the Fed, led by New York Fed President Alan Sproul, reasserted its right to use its discretionary power to set interest rates. Monetary policy as a tool to fight inflation. In banking and finance, many New Deal regulatory tools remained on the books, including credit controls, reserve and margin requirements, and Regulation Q, which granted the Fed the authority to set interest rate caps on deposits. 83 But as the rest of the federal government looked to abstain from the kinds of interventions in economic institutions and relationships such as the wage bargain that might control inflation, the Fed was handed back final government responsibility for maintaining the price level. At the same time, the Fed's interest rate policies pricing credit and setting the bar over which expected profit-making from enterprise needed to climb would once again be a major determinant of the volume and flow of private investment. The pattern of private investment would determine the fate of liberalism during the Age of Control. By the early 1950s, the U.S. economy had climbed out of the Depression's liquidity trap. The owners and managers of capital, energized by total war, pressed by the popular post-war demand for full employment, eyeing expected profits, and satisfied that creeping socialism in the United States had been turned back, took up the task of committed long-term investment. During the 1950s and 60s, a post-war long-term investment boom in productive capital would trigger a wave of productivity growth and wealth-generating enterprise to last a generation. In the era of post-war abundance, consumers reaped the harvest. Chapter 16. Consumerism. Samuel Feinberg was the author of the book What Makes Shopping Centers Tick, 1960, a collection of reports published in Women's Wear Daily that described the expansion of suburban shopping centers in the United States in the decades after World War II. Feinberg recalled that the American journalist Lincoln Steffens, upon returning from a trip to the Soviet Union during the 1920s, had said, "I have seen the future, and it works." No, Feinberg insisted, it was he himself, who had just returned from touring American suburbia, who had seen the future. It was the suburban shopping center, and it worked. 1. Feinberg's future was an entire civilization devoted to mass consumption. First and foremost, it was premised on the automobile, as it featured low-density, detached single-family homes in suburbs, where new shopping malls lined newly paved roads, highways, and parkways. There would be credit cards in wallets and purses, advertisements in magazines, and commercials on television sets. In fact, by 1960 Feinberg's future had basically become the American present. For in 1950, there were 40.3 million cars registered to 39.9 million families, and in 1955 two-thirds of homes boasted television sets. 2 The physical landscape of mass consumption, the suburbs, single-family homes, car dealerships, and shopping centers had settled on the ground. Consumerism was far from new in the post-war decades. Historians have recorded too many consumer revolutions in the past to count. Some economic historians argue that household consumer demand had triggered the age of commerce, setting the stage for Industrial Revolution. 3 An 18th century British North American consumer revolution is well documented. 4 Later, in the antebellum South, black slaves, especially women, were objects of conspicuous consumption. 5 The age of capital witnessed the rise of standardized consumer products and, through national mail ordering, the creation of national consumption communities. 6 By the turn of the 20th century, cities had downtown department stores, like John A. Wanamaker's and R. H. Macy's, movie palaces, and many other forms of urban leisure and cheap amusements. 7 Corporate advertising had been a billion-dollar industry during World War I, and it exploded during the Fordist consumer durables boom of the 1920s. When company and store installment credit began to proliferate. 8 That decade the city of Los Angeles practically invented automobile suburbia. 9 Even during the hardships of the Depression and war, many working class and ethnic communities, Mexicans in Los Angeles, Poles in Chicago, Jews in New York, encountered mass consumer culture. 10 Aided by the new mass communication of radio, a national consuming culture was forming. Nonetheless, post-war consumerism was a break from the past in important respects. First, mass consumption became a truly national phenomenon, as television, the selling machine in every room, slowly replaced radio as the dominant medium of communication. 11 By 1960, the so-called average American watched 25 hours of television per week. 12 It was no longer possible to escape a national, homogenizing mass consumer culture, especially as immigration dramatically slowed down in the decades after the Immigration Act of 1924. Second, the political significance of consumption changed after World War II, as the very ground of civic identity shifted. It became more consumerist. Once again, consumption had long been politicized. American revolutionary patriots had passed non-importation laws against the British. 13 19th century Americans associated citizenship with the consumption of luxuries. 14 Progressive-era consumer league and union boycotts had publicized deplorable factory conditions, and civil rights consumer boycotts had their origins in the 19th century. 15 But post-war America opened up a new frontier, so to speak, in the commodification of politics, as civic identity became entangled with consumption in ways that it had not been before. Abundance became an entitlement of economic citizenship. 16 The line between citizen and customer, rights and gratifications, blurred. Even democratic politics increasingly became yet another form of consumer entertainment, although that did not necessarily mean citizenship became less dignified. That blacks couldn't even get a hamburger and a Coke at a soda fountain became one of the political indignities of racial oppression, as the civil rights leader John Lewis once put it. 17 The civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s had long roots in past labor organizing on the side of production. But that the movement made significant breakthroughs in venues of consumption, through boycotts and sit-ins, was no coincidence, reflecting just how charged consumption had become with political meaning. 18 During the Depression and the war, consumption had been first depressed, then subsequently repressed. 19 In 1941 FDR's famous For Freedom speech promised there would be freedom from want. After the war, decades of pent-up demand exploded. Europe and Japan first had to focus on rebuilding their productive capital, sacrificing consumption for investment in capital goods. That was also the economic logic of Soviet communism. Cold War liberalism, of course, left capital investment to the capitalists. But U.S. income politics redistributed earnings away from the top and toward the middle of the income distribution. As the less wealthy are more likely to immediately spend, that increased the aggregate volume of consumption, a strategic factor in the maintenance of national income growth. In the general theory, Keynes had assumed that for psychological reasons, personal consumption was a rather stable aggregate, even when personal incomes grew. Investment, he thought, was more dynamic. Perhaps Keynes was wrong. Many American Keynesians began to think. Not investment but private consumption could both drive and stabilize growth. In part, post-war consumerism was new because of its newly anointed macroeconomic significance. It was true that after the war, more than before, the stabilization of growth resulted from expanding personal consumption. Paradoxically, control over the economy demanded a moral revaluation of prior controls on consumer desire. Benjamin Franklin in the 18th century, and William Graham Sumner in the 19th, both moralized an economy dedicated to savings and rectitude, asceticism and thrift, salvation and piety, and thus physical capital accumulation in a world of economic scarcity. The dominant Protestant white male economic culture emphasized virtue, character, and the repression of desire. Now new values competed with the old. For consumer capitalism was about fun and play, pleasure and gratification, personality and self-realization, publicity and celebrity, entertainment and sex. The birth control pill in Ovid, 1960, was yet another post-war consumer product. 20. Samuel Feinberg's nod to Lincoln Steffens was telling. For one thing, consumer booms and Red Scares have tended to accompany one another, as they did in both Steffens's 1920s and Feinberg's 1950s. While Feinberg was touring the suburbs, Vice President Richard M. Nixon was debating the merits of capitalism and communism with Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev in Moscow, as the two stood in the middle of a model U.S. suburban kitchen. Communism to Steffens was a utopian project. But by the 1950s, the U.S. consumer economy featured kitchen appliances, Coca-Cola, blue jeans, baseball games, hamburgers, rock and roll, Hollywood films, and getaway vacations to sunny beaches, along with so many other entertainments available for purchase. If not a communist universal brotherhood of man, it was a universal dream world, sustained by a seemingly bottomless well of consumer desire. A new contradictory drive of capitalism arrived on the scene, the perpetual quest for satisfaction through unending consumption. 21 What could one become tomorrow, discarding obsolescent identities over and over again, in repeated acts of consumption? Post-war U.S. capitalism set its sights on a new terrain, the dreams and fantasies of the world's peoples. As one French critic of American consumerism would say, whatever happens, and whatever one thinks of the arrogance of the dollar or the multinationals, it is this culture which, the world over, fascinates those very people who suffer most at its hands, and it does so through the deep, insane conviction that it has made all their dreams come true. 22 American consumerism was a utopian project no less audacious than Soviet communism. That was why the shopping centers ticked, and why, in the 21st century, online shoppers click. 1. The consumer landscape. During the post-war hinge, the original 1945 Taft-Ellender-Wagner housing bill raised the possibility of public housing programs, including supports for urban apartment building construction. By contrast, the final Housing Act of 1949 focused on urban slum clearance and inducements for private residential home building, in the form of income tax breaks and credit subsidies. Title II expanded the FHA's government credit subsidy programs and further established the amortized 30-year home mortgage as the industry standard. 23 The income tax code handed out deductions for mortgage interest. The federal government extended and guaranteed home mortgage payments over time, to induce private investment to build out, across space, and meet the critical demand for housing, given the Depression and wartime halt in residential construction. What followed was a post-war housing construction boom, an important dimension of the larger post-war surge in fixed investment. In 1950 residential fixed investment reached a GDP share of 7.3%, its all-time high. It would cross 6% again only during the 2000s housing boom. Residential investment pulled the U.S. macroeconomy out of the 1948-49 recession, before Korean War, 1950-53, military spending came online. By 1960, 1 out of every 4 homes standing had been built after World War II. By then, 62% of U.S. households were homeowners, compared to 42% in 1940. The percentage of households that owned their own homes has not dropped below 50% since. Single-family homes, and the ideal typical breadwinner homemaker families who lived in them, became the physical and effective anchors of post-war consumer suburbia. New highways and expressways connected them to the new suburban shopping malls. Stepping back, we can see that this was another defining moment in the geographical extension of economic activity across space, rivaling, say, the geographical movement of plantations during the Age of Commerce, and the construction of the northeastern Midwestern manufacturing belt during the Age of Capital. Now the purpose was not commerce or manufacturing but consumption. Why suburbs? For one thing, post-war real estate developers preferred to build on suburban greenfield sites, land free from any prior commercial development. 25 Such land was cheap, with no existing structures, let alone people, to build around. In all, bulldozed farmland was more easily and cheaply converted into mass-produced subdivisions. Of the 13 million homes built between 1948 and 1958, 11 million qualified as suburban. The suburban population surged by over 40%, and the share of suburbanites among all residents peaked during the 1960s at 35%. 26 Further, the FHA's underwriting manual channeled capital and credit into suburban development. In the conduct of appraisals, the determination of neighborhood quality, and the assessment of lending risks, the FHA was notoriously biased against urban property. Accommodating the racist preference for the white suburbs was a conscious government policy. 27. William Levitt, of the suburban home builders Levitt and Sons, which benefited from hundreds of millions of dollars of FHA-insured financing, once remarked, "Utopia in this business would be to get rid of the government, except in its proper function of an insurance agency." 28. In the 1950s, Levitt and Sons was for the home what Henry Ford had been for the automobile during the 1920s. To be sure, suburbs had precedence. In the early 20th century, the Sears, Roebuck catalog, for instance, had sold single-family homes for delivery to streetcar suburbs. 29 But post-war builder-developers such as Levitt and Sons in New York and Pennsylvania, or Fritz Burns in the San Fernando Valley of Los Angeles, or William G. Farrington in Houston, were the first to integrate the entire process, from land purchase, to home construction, to final sale. New synthetic materials developed during the war, whether plywood or particle board, along with other factory-produced parts, were standardized. A four-room Levitt house rolled off the assembly line every 16 minutes. On site, Levitt and Sons broke down the home construction process into 27 separate steps. New power tools replaced skilled, unionized labor. The Cape Cod Cottage was the Model T of homes, priced at $6,990, with a free Bendix washing machine, a General Electric stove, and an Admiral television. In some instances, a down payment of $90 with a monthly payment of $58 purchased a Cape Cod. Financially, often, an FHA mortgage made it more affordable to own in a suburb than to rent in a city. Home ownership increased household wealth. A home was a financial investment. But in this era most households expected to better their economic lives through continued income gains, not through the financial appreciation of their homes, a factor that distinguishes the housing boom of the 1950s from that of the 2000s. The psychological investment in the post-war single-family home is as worthy of comment as the financial. The post-war divorce rate, after a 1945-46 uptick, declined, and the marriage rate increased. 30 Some couples waited in line for days to purchase a dream home in Levittown, Long Island. 31 New York-based art critics such as Louis Mumford would mock the suburbs, New Left children of affluence would give them a bad name as conformist, and liberal feminist Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique, 1963, would call them comfortable concentration camps. 32 But for those who lost their homes during the Depression, or who had once made their beds in European or Pacific theaters of war, ownership of a single-family home, long the preserve of the upper middle class if not the affluent, was an understandable desire. Working-class people had long kept boarders in multifamily housing units to support their incomes. Finally, demand for single-family homes was intensified by the post-war baby boom. After declining during the Depression, the American birth rate dramatically increased after the war, by the tens of millions. 33. Inside the typical post-war suburban home, there were two new rooms, the utility room, for home appliances, and the even more ideologically charged family room. Suburban homemakers presided over both rooms and more generally the post-war domestic ideal. The kitchen was moved to the front of the house, next to the garage, so that the living area opened up, through double-glazed patio doors, to another new post-war space, the backyard lawn. 34. 1960s family of four seen from behind standing in front of new suburban house holding hands, 1960. Post-war American society made no larger investment than in the single-family suburban home. The architecture of the post-war suburban home embodied the effective investment in the nuclear family. So did it embody the themes of industrial modernism. Los Angeles, with pristine case study houses sponsored by art and architecture, enjoyed a post-war wave of exquisite flat-roofed, steel-framed glass houses in the manner of the great modernist architect Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, this time with Mumford's approval. In Houston, as elsewhere, it was the ranch house that became ubiquitous. 35 regional house styles, from the New England colonial to the New Orleans plantation, converged into this one homogeneous post-war product. Robert Adams, Colorado Springs, CO. 1968. The dominant horizontal line of the popular ranch-style single-family suburban home conveys the flattening of household economic inequality during the post-war decades. No less, the photograph depicts the potential alienation of the female suburban homemaker. California architects developed the style during the 1930s, drawing from Spanish colonial architecture in the Southwest, as well as Frank Lloyd Wright's Prairie Modernism. Levitt and Sons installed Wright's three-way fireplaces as the focal point of their ranches. The suburban ranch house is rambling, spread out over one story, with maximum facade width to convey the sparseness of low-density living. The FHA's underwriting manual established lot size at no less than 1/4 acre, 40 by 100 feet, far larger than previous suburban lots. Following the prairie style, the ranch features horizontal lines, most prominently its long horizontal roofline. The ranch roofline, as much as any line on a graph or chart, conveys the political-economic values of the age of control, stability, structure, and the compression of post-war household income inequality. Meanwhile, post-war subdivisions accomplished a terrific trick, breeding both conformity and exclusion. The FHA's underwriting manual has become infamous for its racism. Frank Lloyd Wright's ingenious design for prefabricated Usonian homes was rejected because of a low rating in the Adjustment for Conformity category. 36 That was the least of the FHA's sins. White male breadwinners were good mortgage risks, but female heads of household were not. In 1955, the Columbia professor and noted urban planner Charles Abrams remarked that the FHA adopted a racial policy that could well have been culled from the Nuremberg Laws. 37 In 1960, there were 82,000 residents in Levittown, New York. Of them, 82,000 were white. 38 The same was true for many white subdivisions, at first regulated by formal restricted covenants among property owners that banned sales to non-whites. When the U.S. Supreme Court in Shelley v. Kramer, 1948, struck down the judicial enforcement of overtly racist restricted covenants, white property owners used more insidious methods. By 1960, less than 2% of FHA-sponsored mortgage lending financed home construction for minorities. 39. Much of this was because suburban developers themselves had written much of the FHA underwriting manual. The real estate lobby even succeeded in passing a law that prohibited the FHA from hiring its own civil servants to conduct ratings and appraisals, an emblematic example of the post-war broker state in which competing interest groups jostled for handouts from Congress. One consequence of development through tax subsidy, without an overriding sense of a unified public interest. The FHA hired real estate agents and brokers. Planning was left to developers and property owners, and so property interests determined real estate patterns. This meant many post-war urban real estate markets, especially for poor people, were governed through alliances of white and black property owners and landlords who together sought to extract profits from segregated black housing. 40. The new construction required more than state subsidy. After the homes went up on the lots, public infrastructure was often left to local governments, if not to homeowners themselves. For instance, Levitt and Sons installed septic tanks rather than sewage systems. During the 1960s, the federal government finally had to step in and provide funds for local governments to install sewers in many of the subdivisions built during the 1950s. Local and state governments built water and sewage systems, gas and electric utilities, and school systems to serve suburban communities. Many developers built roads and subdivisions only to transport the construction materials. They did not link up with existing transportation systems. As the suburbs sprawled, the need for roads in particular was pressing. Eisenhower's 1956 Interstate Highway Act underwrote a federal system of over 41,000 miles of highway, built with suburbs and their residents, more than with cities and their inhabitants, in mind. 41 The Highway Act, justified in terms of the national security interest, funneled more government subsidies toward the private builders of the post-war suburban consumer landscape. The Interstate Highway System, 1958. The Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956 marked another chapter in the long American history of internal improvements. Investment in the physical infrastructure of suburbia did not stop at single-family home construction or highway construction. The shopping centers came next. In 1946 only 8 recognizably suburban shopping centers were operating in the United States. 42 shopping strips that catered to car rather than foot traffic had arisen in the 1920s and 30s. During the suburban housing boom, urban department stores began to chase their customers to the suburbs. Retail trade fled urban downtowns. 43 These anchor stores worked in concert with developers and investors to hire architects and secure commercial mortgages. Given that the post-war income politics included benefits such as health insurance and pensions, private insurance corporations began to accumulate capital that had to be invested somewhere. These institutional investors became the largest investors in suburban shopping centers. They required that shopping centers seek long-term leases with national retail chains instead of local store owners. 44 The 1950s were the golden age of suburban shopping mall construction. By 1960, there would be 3,840 shopping malls, and most retail shopping would take place in the suburbs. 45. The greatest architect and designer of shopping malls was Victor Grün, who had cut his teeth in Vienna with the famed modernist Adolf Loos. Grün had designed public housing projects for Vienna's socialist municipal government, then fled Hitler's Europe in 1938. In New York, he found work designing Fifth Avenue storefront windows. Soon he was drawing up plans for concrete ramps leading up to rooftop shopping center parking lots, a contribution to the emerging field of parking lot design. Victor Grün Associates, an architectural model of Grün's Northland Center, 1954. Grün's Northland Center shopping mall in Southfield, Michigan, a Detroit suburban, was a landmark in mall design and modernist architectural planning. In 1952 Victor Grün Associates broke ground on Northland Center, an outdoor shopping center in booming suburban Detroit, anchored and financed by J. L. Hudson's department store. When it opened in 1954, Northland was the largest shopping center in the world, the result of a $30 million fixed investment. It sat on 163 acres, providing 2 million square feet of retail floor area for its 100 stores, which included a grocery supermarket. 46. Grün's design was boldly horizontal and spread out, with visible structural components emblematic architecturally of the post-war international style of high modernism. He conceived of Northland as a self-enclosed and fully designed city. It had its own private road system, power plant, police force, and water tower. It had 10,000 parking spaces. The project, according to Grün, involved planning, architecture, transportation engineering, mechanical engineering on a large scale, electrical engineering, interior work, landscape architecture, graphic design. 47 Time, Life, Newsweek, Businessweek, and U.S. News & World Report all sent reporters to cover Northland's grand opening. Interior view of Grün's Northland Center, 1957. Grün's planning vision demanded a controlled consumer environment. Edina, Minnesota's Southdale Shopping Center, 1956, was Grün's true masterwork. Just outside the Twin Cities, off Federal Highway I-294, Southdale was the world's first fully enclosed climate-controlled shopping mall. Its exterior decor was consciously dull and neutral. The glass, color, and light were all on the inside. The shopping center was 2 stories tall, with escalators and a 2-story parking garage. The center court was meant to dazzle, landscaped as it was with trees, flowers, fish ponds, and a 30-foot cage with exotic birds. Grün's design was intended to achieve nearly complete control of the shopping environment. Stores led a double life, he philosophized. They were show places that must arouse interest, but they were also factories. Southdale's great design innovation was to move the machinery of the mall behind the scenes. 48 Gruen built underground tunnels for stores to take delivery of goods, so the merchandise would appear on the shelves, as if by magic. Wires, pipes, and everything else that was not for sale were hidden from view. Gruen himself did not like to shop. Fin de siècle Vienna had been a hotbed of modernist architecture and urban planning, and Gruen had similar civic ambitions for post-war U.S. shopping centers. 49 American suburbs, he lamented, were communities without hearts, but shopping malls could change that. He believed Southdale would become a community center, the anchor of a new planned community that would rationally integrate apartment buildings, streets, parks, schools, lakes, and office towers. In Shopping Towns USA, 1960, invoking the sidewalk cafe culture of Vienna, he congratulated himself on designing a new urban space. 50. Victor Gruen, The Suburban Labyrinth, 1973. This cybernetics-like visual of the principles of post-war American suburban design is from Gruen's Centers for the Urban Environment, Survival of the Cities, 1973. By the 1970s, Gruen had become disillusioned with American suburbia. Throughout the post-war world, often urban planning took the form of mass public housing projects, including some in the United States. 51 Gruen's most ambitious plan was a complete redesign of the city of Kalamazoo, Michigan, Kalamazoo, 1980. 1958. It was never tried, but after Southdale, a wave of enclosed malls swept the nation. Almost none, not even Southdale, became planned multi-use suburban communities. Instead, Southdale, to Gruen's horror, conformed to the common pattern of suburban land use, the uncontrolled sprawl of the mall, single-family subdivisions, and roadside commercial strips. It was not master architect planners like Victor Gruen but rather the veiled planning device of the income tax code, accelerated depreciation schedules for commercial real estate, or tax breaks on new construction, for instance, that explained much of the emerging pattern. During the late 1950s, fixed commercial real estate investment construction boomed. The late 1950s also saw the construction of suburban fast food restaurants, gas stations, motels, and eventually office spaces and industrial parks. The first Holiday Inn opened in 1952, and by 1960 it was a successful national chain. Ray Kroc opened his first McDonald's in Des Plaines, Illinois, in 1955. By 1960, there were 228 McDonald's franchises. Eventually, strip malls and massive regional shopping centers would extend the suburban fringe, giving birth to the Edge City, a suburban or exurban space of rapid obsolescence. 52. Frank Gogh, Landscape, Los Angeles, 1974. Gogh's photography during the 1970s was associated with a new emphasis on landscape in the medium. Post-war consumer sprawl, ultimately post-industrial exurban sprawl, led to a new built environment. Consider this landscape in comparison to the Hudson River School paintings, or to Charles Sheeler's renderings of River Rouge. The novelist Thomas Pynchon aptly described these emerging landscapes in The Crying of Lot 49, 1965. Like many named places in California, it was less an identifiable city than a grouping of concepts, census tracts, special purpose bond issue distracts, shopping nuclei, all overlaid with access roads to its own freeway. 53. Gruen was appalled. Disenchanted with American suburbia, he fled back to Vienna, only to find an American-style, Gruen-style, shopping center going up in his backyard. Instead of providing the need, place and opportunity for participation in modern community life that the ancient Greek agora, the medieval market and place, and our own town squares provided in the past, as Gruen had once predicted, his shopping centers had become bastard developments, narrow private spaces solely dedicated to mass consumption. 54. Retired, Gruen wrote a science fiction novel in which a character named Victor Gruen discusses the environmental impact of suburban sprawl with a space alien. Gruen convinces the alien that American suburbs were destroying planet Earth. This utopian vision of consumer society had turned dystopian. 55. To the consumer dreamscape. Detached single-family homes, highways, shopping malls, and strip centers accounted for the material landscape of consumerism. No less important was the American mental landscape, as consumers must be motivated to consume. Cold War liberalism directed income growth to the average U.S. household, which increased mass purchasing power. But could investors and producers reasonably expect consumers to continue to buy more and more stuff? The answer concerns Americans' relationships to these new objects, to themselves, and to one another. There have been a number of approaches to explaining consumption. Economists have often taken individual consumer preferences as givens in their analysis simply revealed, putting to the side the question of how they are first generated, and why consumers desire what they do in the first instance. Other interpretations of consumerism are more sociological. Thorstein Veblen, in The Theory of the Leisure Class, 1899, coined the term conspicuous consumption. 56 Perhaps consumers purchase not so much goods as status. Keynes's The General Theory focused more on the inducement to invest rather than the propensity to consume as a dynamic economic factor, but his brief analysis of consumer motivations approximated a status explanation. Influentially, David Reisman and Nathan Glazer's The Lonely Crowd, 1950, a post-war sociological classic, argued that Americans, who had been inner-directed during the 19th century, were becoming outer-directed in the 20th. Americans consumed to conform, in other words, to acquire the standard package. 57 When society updates the package, status-conscious consumers spring into action. In the wake of the 1953-54 recession, Time explained the rebound. Consumers realized that they could increase economic growth by replacing their fans with air conditioners. They ensured the boom of 1954 by purchasing 5 million miniaturized television sets. 58 Air conditioning, entering the market after 1951, had entered the standard package, as had color television sets. The consultancy Social Research, 1946, founded by a social anthropologist turned business school professor, promoted this view. Social Research was an important advocate of sociologically segmenting the mass consumer market into groups, within which individuals could emulate one another. Janet Wolf's What Makes Women Buy, A Guide to Understanding and Influencing the New Woman of Today, 1958, and D. Park Gibson's The $30 Billion Negro, 1969, were important works in this advertising genre. 59. What neither economics nor sociology could account for so well was the defining feature of consumer capitalism, which is obsolescence. Perhaps it is rational to purchase an automobile, but what explains the desire to junk a perfectly good car for a new one? It might be status anxiety. But in a consumer society, purchasing the new never stops. This phenomenon most demands explanation. 60 Basic utility cannot be the foundation of a prosperous apparel industry, announced a leading apparel executive in 1950. We must accelerate obsolescence. At a moment during the recession of 1957-58, corporations realized that Americans would soon have no new necessities to purchase. 61 True, many people abroad still needed the things that Americans had already acquired. U.S. multinationals were expanding rapidly into the now fast-growing industrial economies of Europe, where Bretton Woods mandated currency convertibility finally arrived in 1958. In post-war reconstruction, European production had focused on capital goods, not consumer goods. As national incomes around the world climbed, American consumer culture became more powerful everywhere. 62 Nonetheless, if U.S. consumers were to sit on the sidelines until their things broke, U.S. producers might suffer from a lack of effective demand. The most pressing problem that the post-war advertising industry faced was how to make people want what they already had. No fresh start on the problem was required. By now, commerce had cultivated human desires for quite some time. Long ago Aristotle had taught that once the genie of commercial desire was let out of the bottle, there would be no putting it back, as human desire was potentially unlimited. 63 In the post-war era, however, marketers found new ways to tap into human desires. They appealed to the fantasy and dream lives of the individuals and households that benefited from rapidly rising money incomes and new purchasing power. 64 For instance, in James Thurber's short story The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, 1939, Mitty is so bored on a shopping trip to Main Street that he cannot help but daydream. Walter Mitty, the undefeated, inscrutable to the last, goes the famous last line. 65 As consumption moved from Main Street to the suburban shopping center, the post-war advertising industry set for itself the task of scrutinizing the mind of Mitty. They had to get Mitty to daydream about consumption, not about escaping consumption. In tapping into the fantasy life of consumers, advertisers began with the goods themselves, planting fantasies about what consumers could become if they bought them. But then advertisers stumbled on a far more effective strategy, one still in use. Instead of selling the goods, they began to sell the psychological qualities of the consumer experience itself. This opened up an entire new field of possibilities. As for dream life, Sigmund Freud launched the discipline of psychoanalysis with the interpretation of dreams, 1899. Many post-war U.S. advertisers were pop Freudians who hoped to induce consumption much as many post-Civil War Americans had been pop Darwinians, hoping to induce competition. Here was one post-war Chicago ad man on cigarettes, quoted in Vance Packard's best-selling The Hidden Persuaders, 1957. All cultures have expressed basic needs for oral comfort by some form of smoking or sucking. In the South Sea Island they suck betel nuts. Gum chewing is common to both males and females, and the same is true of cigarette smoking. Both offer oral comfort. The deeply ingrained need for intake through the mouth arose originally as a reaction to hunger and tension in the infant, who was pacified at the breast or with a bottle. This need became modified but remains as a primary impulse and need all through adult life. 66. Probably, if Freud had come across this drivel, he would have spit out his cigar. Certainly, we should not exaggerate the influence of post-war psychoanalysis on post-war advertising. Nonetheless, Pierre Martineau, a leading post-war advertising theorist, kept a copy of the Austrian-born Abraham Brill's Basic Principles of Psychoanalysis, 1949, on his desk. Ernest Dichter, author of The Strategy of Desire, 1960, director of the influential Institute for Motivational Research, yet another Viennese émigré, championed psychoanalytic principles to advertisers. 67 It was in Formulations on the Two Principles of Mental Functioning, 1911, that Freud proposed the pleasure-unpleasure principle, or more shortly the pleasure principle, as a motivating force in mental life, in irresoluble tension with the reality principle. 68 Post-war advertisers turned to themes of pleasure, fantasy, and dissatisfaction, positioning consumption less as an escape from reality than as a means back to P.T. Barnum of making reality follow the form of appearance, in the mode of fantasy. The feeling that there is something new and better to purchase, and that I will not be satisfied until I buy it, although of course if I do, I will not be satisfied, because I will want to buy something new, repeat, is the contradictory drive of consumer capitalism. The contradictory drive in speculative investment is the tension that money makes possible both short-term liquidity preference and long-term committed investment. In consumerism, the desire to consume something new over and again in the present may increase effective demand and also become a driver of long-term economic development, but the contradiction is that consumers must keep buying, even knowing that what they buy can never satisfy their wants. Consumer desire must gnaw at the psyche, never to be satiated. Dichter's mantra at the Institute for Motivational Research was "Don't sell shoes, sell lovely feet." 69 That is, sell people not goods but the person they want to be, which is not someone with shoes so much as someone who can find happiness in the experience of having lovely feet. It will require always having to purchase new shoes, long before the soles wear out on the old ones. In 1959, in the wake of recession, Popular Mechanics sat down to interview a handful of American automotive stylists. Robert H. McGuire, chief interior stylist at Ford, explained, "You buy a car more because you want it than because you need it. The old car probably didn't wear out. You have a desire to acquire a new car. You don't have this feeling about a refrigerator. You get excited about a car. As an object of desire, cars were like women. A car gets into a face symbol very easily with its headlights that look like eyes and a grille that looks like a mouth. Other stylists explained. The stylist must create demand. What is good design? Excitement is the word for it. It must excite your desire to own it. McGuire added. We design a car, and the minute it's done we hate it. We've got to do another one. We design a car to make a man unhappy with his 1957 Ford along about the end of 1958, so he'll buy another one. Planned obsolescence, I guess. It's a nasty word nowadays, isn't it? Popular Mechanics asked, is it really necessary, this planned obsolescence? McGuire answered, it is, if the country is to keep on doing what it's doing. 70. In the wake of the recession of 1957-58, themes of pleasure, fantasy, and newness began to predominate in advertising. The same January 1959 issue of Popular Mechanics featured the following advertisements. One spot promised to show how to get double pleasure from your outboard motor and boat. Harley-Davidson boasted of the extra measure of riding pleasure brought by its new Duo Glide seat. A move away from the goods themselves and to abstract qualities of the consumer experience was evident. Play any instrument. Imagine. Even if you never dreamed you could play, popularity. New friends. Gay parties, relax. Banish worries and frustrations. Satisfy self-expression. Creative urge. Gain self-confidence. A muscle-bound Charles Atlas claimed, I'll show how you can be a new man in just 15 minutes a day. Not to be outdone, muscle-bound Billy Van promised Popular Mechanics readers, you can have a new body at any age, with new health, new strength. 71. At this same moment, banks began to offer local consumer credit charge accounts, so that future desires could be pulled into the present. Bank of America and Chase Manhattan, the largest U.S. banks, introduced credit cards in 1958.72. Obsolescence would no longer have to be planned if the consumer experience could occupy a particular mental space, the gap between dissatisfaction with the present reality and the dream and fantasy about the future. That human desires are fundamentally ambivalent and contradictory, as Freud taught, only helped. More than the consumption of a good, it was the experience, the pursuit of pleasure in the abstract, that came to motivate purchasing. At the most extreme, life itself could become an object of consumption, with the goods themselves merely what are purchased and discarded along the way. It is extraordinary how consumerism promotes dissatisfaction with consuming without undermining fantasies about the pleasures of consuming again. The consumer experience began to cut deep, not only in the post-war American economy but also in its psyche and culture. Fantasy genres achieved prominent places in consumer culture. In the 1950s, the so-called Silver Age of comic books, Spider-Man, Batman, and the Fantastic Four furthered their careers. More than any other industry, of course, Hollywood film, with its romantic heterosexual love plots, wheedled itself within the fantasy lives of Americans. 73. Meanwhile, consumption became one of the great themes of post-war artistic expression. Andy Warhol was a successful 1950s commercial illustrator, once known for shoe design and advertising. 100 Cans, 1962, inaugurated Warhol's pop style, becoming an iconic image of serial mass production and consumption. In 8 Elvises, 1963, Warhol said much more, having turned to the photo silkscreen process, commonly used by corporate advertisers. Each repeating Elvis Presley blurs and fades, ultimately deteriorating. A new pop song comes out, and one listens to it over and over again, before the desire to hear it again eventually dissipates. Perpetually turning the dial, hoping to hear the new song, was a model consumer experience. The object, the song, changes, but the experience is the same. Andy Warhol, 100 Cans, 1962. Warhol was a commercial illustrator before he became a celebrity pop artist. The Camel soup cans are an iconic image of the serial nature of mass consumption. Andy Warhol, 8 Elvis's Ferris type, 1963. The fading of Elvis captures an important quality of the consumer experience: the diminishing returns to repeated acts of consuming the same thing, leading to the unending search for new goods and experiences. As the logic of planned obsolescence worked its way through the mental landscape of post-war consumer capitalism, it blew back on the physical landscape, too. Americans discarded their automobiles, refrigerators, toasters, sweaters, and shoes with dramatic consequences, as Vance Packard wrote in The Waste Makers, 1960. Between 1940 and 1968, solid waste per capita doubled from 2 to 4 pounds a day. Most likely it went to new landfills, if not down the drain, through the new consumer product, the garbage disposal. By 1969, New York City alone was burdened by 57,000 junked automobiles, not to mention the used tire dumps. Plastics, a petroleum byproduct, were another post-war phenomenon, and by 1964 Americans were discarding about 2,000 plastic packages a year. Paper was by far the largest waste product, and paper towel use between 1947 and 1963 exploded from 183,000 tons per year to 629,000 tons. 74 Finally, automobile-based suburbia was a fossil fuel-intensive way of life. During the 1960s, energy use per household increased 30%. 75 Even as consumption became newly aligned with fantasy, the original meaning of the term consume, to use up, or to exhaust, remained no less relevant. As consumerism obsessively discarded the present, environmentally precarious futures loomed on the horizon. 3. Think small. At a certain moment when exactly cannot be said, American dream life became so crowded with consumer fantasies that corporations and advertisers could stop worrying about manufacturing consumer desire. Enough Walter Mitty's were now dreaming about consumption, instead of escaping consumption. Advertisers could focus simply on listening more closely to consumer fantasies, even to their own fantasies. This became clear by just how well advertisers and marketers listened to the 1960s counterculture. A most striking feature of consumer capitalism became its ability to assimilate critiques of consumer capitalism. The business of post-war corporate advertising did not want for critics whose fears still resonate in the early 21st century, amid concerns that great technology and social media companies deviously manipulate consumer preferences. 76 Packard's Hidden Persuaders, 1957, was downright creepy. He quoted the president of the Public Relations Society of America, "The stuff with which we work is the fabric of men's minds." We move from the genial world of James Thurber, Packard mused, into the chilling world of George Orwell and his big brother 77. John Kenneth Galbraith's The Affluent Society, 1958, coined the term dependence effect, which referred to the fact that independently determined desires were a chimera, as the purpose of Madison Avenue was to create desires that previously did not exist. 78 Advertising expenditures surged threefold, reaching $11 billion, between 1945 and 1960. Galbraith called for more public investment, long-term developmental policies to fulfill genuine human needs that corporations could not meet in their pursuit of consumers. Galbraith and Packard joined a larger chorus. Advertising's conscious cultivation of a commercial youth culture, a new market segment of the 1960s, created particular unease. In 1959, Life magazine counted the 10 million phonographs, 1 million televisions, and 13 million cameras of baby-boom teenagers. Together they spent $10 billion a year. 79 Frederick Wortham's best-selling The Seduction of the Innocent, 1954, took comic books to task for promoting juvenile delinquency, and cultural conservatives, in particular, wrung their hands about the teenage pursuit of consumer pleasures, from rock and roll music to automobile pleasure rides. By attacking consumer culture, post-war intellectual elites, from left to right, were to some extent lamenting the loss of their own cultural authority. Consumers swim in a vast sea of symbols and images that conspire to make them consume, so as to sustain aggregate demand for the macroeconomy. But there is air in which to maneuver. 80 Roy Lichtenstein's pop art reproduced cliched consumer images, such as in his comic book paintings from the 1960s. Yet Lichtenstein subtly altered and manipulated the images with his own hand. He did not mind consumerism, he once said, as long as it left him something to do. 81 The equivocation was revealing, as consumerism was by then so inescapable that, in its constant cultivation of desire, it had become at once emancipatory and enslaving. 82 In this respect, the pop style of Ed Ruska was arguably more revealing than Warhol's. Like Warhol, Ruska began with images of goods, producing black and white photographs of advertisements for, say, Oxydol soap or Sun-Made raisins. Soon, however, his paintings replaced objects with pop-stylized words, conveying feelings. Ruska produced 3 Hope paintings in 1972-73. In Ruska's paintings, emotions and aspirations were submerged, co-opted, into the cultural vortex of consumerism. Did hope still mean hope, even if it was being marketed? Ruska posed the question for the viewer of the art the consumer, to ponder. 83. Ed Ruska, Hope, 1972. Ruska's art commonly plays on the incorporation of words and speech into the consumer maelstrom. Corporate advertisers knew all this. They themselves were consumers, after all. Enter Bill Bernbach, the creative genius behind the legendary ad agency Doyle Dane Bernbach. The counterculture of the 1960s produced a fresh critique of mass consumerism. Paul Goodman's New Left classic Growing Up Absurd, 1960, called advertisers confidence men. 84 Bernbach, himself an instinctive critic of the inauthenticity of mass consumption, absorbed the critique and ironically mirrored it back to consumers. The consumer's psyche was no longer a Fordist Freudian engineering problem. Rather than manipulate it, Bernbach sought to connect with it. That meant he trusted his own creativity and imagination and left some of the dreaming for advertisers to do. 85. Think Small, 1959. Advertisers learned how to sell to consumers by playing on consumer critiques of advertising. This iconic advertising campaign mocked planned obsolescence. The opening line of the text reads, "Our little car isn't much of a novelty anymore." A Bernbach ad was hip, smart, detached, and often ironic. His greatest campaign, arguably the most celebrated in the history of corporate advertising, was Think Small, inaugurated in 1959 on behalf of the Volkswagen Beetle. The Beetle had an image problem, brought to you by Hitler, as it first had been, was never going to be a winning slogan. Bernbach's ad campaign transformed the Beetle from a symbol of totalitarianism into a symbol of the 1960s counterculture. Think Small mocked the stylistic pretensions of the big U.S. automakers. Bernbach's firm launched the campaign with a sparse black and white reproduction of a tiny black car, framed by empty gray-white space, with the caption at the bottom, "Think Small." The copy argued with the reader. It did not tell the consumer what to think. Adman Jerry Della Femina, cut very much in the mold of Bernbach, who shunned what he called the assembly line method of advertising, called the Volkswagen ads the first time the advertiser ever talked to the consumer as though he was a grown-up instead of a baby. Bernbach even mocked planned obsolescence. The 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61 Volkswagen Read 1 Caption. 86. By the end of the 1960s, Madison Avenue was crawling with Bernbachians. Advertising became more aligned with art and creativity rather than psychiatry and science. Advertisements became more imaginative and intelligent. They sought to represent youthfulness. Oldsmobile introduced the Youngsmobile, authenticity, and even rebellion. In 1966, the president of J. Walter Thompson announced, "We are dedicated to constant discontent with the status quo." 87 Dodge spoke of the Dodge Rebellion, imploring car buyers to move away from the crowd. In 1968, a clothing advertisement declared, "Men of the world, arise. The revolution has begun and fashion is at the barricades. Charge into Chapman's shops for men and lead the way to this new-found freedom in men's clothes." By that time, a disillusioned Grun had fled for Vienna, but the Viennese Dr. Dichter of the Institute for Motivational Research had embraced the counterculture. In 1967 he argued that admen might learn from LSD, appreciating psychedelic colors and motions and striving to bring the product alive with new, more exciting meaning. 88 Pop art, which had already made the equivocations of consumerism into an artistic theme, became absorbed by consumerism, as consumerism began to exploit equivocation through ironic winks and nods. Warhol appeared in commercials and even directed a few. The foment of the 1960s eased the path from a plan to a hip obsolescence, which turned over not so much by model years as by the passing of rebellious generations. Every generation would get its crack at dreaming up something new. For consumer capitalism. Some historians have successfully narrated nothing short of the entire history of capitalism from the point of view of consumption. 89 Capitalism did not exist for most of human history, and for it to exist, a dynamic factor had to appear that past economic systems had not mobilized desire for more, consumer demand. Consumption has thus always been a vigorous impulse. In the broad sweep of time, notwithstanding inequality, if there is one thing that capitalism has been good at in absolute terms, it is delivering consumers more material goods, in this strict sense something that has translated into better living standards and greater human welfare. 90. Still, the post-war period was in some respects a departure. 19th century industrial revolution increased money incomes but not so much living standards, which only began to improve in the 20th century, an improvement that arguably crested in the decades after World War II. 91 Furthermore, in the age of control, when speculative investment remained off-stage, it would return. Planned obsolescence increasingly took center stage as a dynamic economic factor. Keynes taught that investment was a more volatile macroeconomic variable than consumption, as the owners of capital had the option to hoard their wealth rather than invest, while most consumers, to live, needed to consume at least some base amount. In high-growth economies, where income growth exceeded the marginal propensity to consume, he also proposed that investment became ever more necessary for an economy to meet its productive potential. Perhaps, but was it at least possible to expand the propensity to consume more than Keynes thought, and achieve growth that way? Yes, it was. A new dimension of expectations, related to consumption, not investment, became more prevalent, the issue of consumer confidence. George Katona, a Hungarian Gestalt psychologist who fled Germany in 1933, became an economist at the University of Michigan, where, in 1952, his team collected survey data measuring consumer expectations and consumer sentiments, the origins of contemporary consumer confidence, a new confidence game. 92 Katona summarized his research in The Powerful Consumer, Psychological Studies of the American Economy, 1960. 93 For consumption to drive long-term economic growth, in the absence of expanding long-term investment, in the short term consumers must always desire more, even as they learn that the final satiation of consumer desire is not possible. In the post-war period, it was a new long-term way of life, a new structure at once economic and psychological. As consumerism became culturally hegemonic, the short-time mindset of consumerism might even bleed into the investment function, undermining long-term investment, compelling even more consumption to sustain the macroeconomy. Personal consumption expenditures. Ever since the birth of consumer society in the post-war decades, personal consumer expenditures have accounted for a larger share of GDP. Consumer confidence. Given the rising share of consumer expenditures in GDP, consumer confidence became an ever more critical factor in American economic development. Of all the aspects of the age of control, nothing has persisted more than the logic of post-war consumerism. What are we to make of the possibility that human beings may actually find genuine satisfaction and the fulfillment of their desires through consumption in a capitalist economy? 94 Consumer confidence was a mass phenomenon, broader than the mere confidence of an investor class. Its increasing importance reflected the democratization of abundance, but also a democratization of capitalism's core economic dynamics. But the flip side of material abundance was that it became increasingly difficult to step outside consumer culture, if only to reflectively recalibrate one's desires autonomously. The welfare metric becomes not more stuff, but something more intangible, our freedom. The French historical memoirist Annie Ernaux reported from a post-war life never lived outside the American-infused consumerist stream, the old brands, short-lived, the memories of which delighted you more than those of better-known brands, Dulsol shampoo, Cardon chocolate, Nady coffee like an intimate memory, impossible to share. The world is suffering from lack of faith in a transcendental truth. 95 In 1998, after many decades, pop artist Ed Ruska would return to his Hope series. The word in his images remained the same, if much grainier than it had been 30 years before. Ed Ruska, Hope, 1998. Hope has blurred, but nonetheless remains. Chapter 17. Ordeal of a Golden Age. Capitalism demands an orientation of economic life toward the future, and so the constant urge to look back, and nostalgically stamp past ages golden, is probably some kind of psychic compensation for the unremittingness of that demand, especially in moments when, to many, it feels difficult to muster a positive vision about the future. How many golden ages have there been in the American economic past? One may need both hands to count them. In the 18th century alone, there was the golden age of colonial commerce, followed by what observers literally called the 1790s golden shower of the neutral trade of the French Revolutionary Wars. Today the most recent golden moment is the industrial economy of the post-World War II decades. In the early 21st century, whether it is because of income equality or family values, for this moment there is no shortage of nostalgia. Surely what explains much of the backward-looking fondness is that post-war industrial society had what early 21st century economic life lacks, which is structure. The post-war era was one of containment, borders, and walls. Income inequality was compressed. One nuclear families contained husbands, wives, and children. 2 When world trade revived, state controls restrained cross-border speculative capital investment. Immigration was limited. The high modernist straight line ruled in the international style of corporate architecture. One of its greatest practitioners, Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, carried out the principle, according to critics, that the task of art is to impose order on the existing chaos. 3 In corporate offices, white-collar office cubicles were laid out in 5 by 5 foot squares. Glass-Steagall and other regulations segregated the financial industry into different geographically confined silos that forbade the sale of assets across the classes of lending and investment. 4 Racist segregation continued, homosexual activity was policed as deviant, bureaucracies experienced existential tedium, and an anti-communist Manchurian candidate, 1962, level of creepiness and anxiety prevailed. 5 But even if the walls were closing in, there was at least structure. In post-war social thought, structure, a term with physical connotations, was a broad metaphor for social stability. 6 Quite literally, however, much of the structure of mass industrial society resulted from the physical structure and mass of long-term investment in illiquid, productive capital, the plant, machines, and walls of the factories, within which labor and production yielded pecuniary incomes. Men marched off to work, passing through factory gates, to return home to nuclear families and live in the many post-war communities that formed around the factories. This was social structure. In the post-war political economy, corporate managers' long-term investment in industrial capital anchored what could be called a fiscal triangle. 7 The fiscal triangle: the federal government, for-profit corporations, and non-profit corporations, big government, big business, and big philanthropy was the dominant political economic coordinating mechanism of Cold War liberalism. Its task was the production, distribution, and redistribution of industrial income. Industrial capital was the fiscal triangle's anchor. By the 1950s, the task of investment was comfortably back in the hands of large-scale private corporations. White-collar managers, styled as bureaucrats, deployed capital. Bureaucracy, not credit-fueled cycles of speculative investment, was in the driver's seat. Even post-war finance was boring. The lead character in Walker Percy's The Moviegoer, 1961, one of the best post-war existentialist novels, remarked that there was much to be said for giving up such grand ambitions and living the most ordinary life imaginable, a life without the old longings, and an ordinary life in this era could be lived by selling stocks and bonds and mutual funds. 8. The route to making profits was not through volatile financial asset appreciation, the value of stocks, or bonds, momentarily soaring. Rather, it was through depreciating the value of productive capital, stamping it on the ground, employing labor, and using it up, thus maxing out the energy-intensive productivity gains of mass production. Fordism. By historic standards, rates of productivity, profits, and median wage growth in the post-war era were high. It seemed to work. Another corner of the fiscal triangle was the federal government. High rates of progressive income taxation relative to other post-war societies, and to the U.S. past or future sustained fiscal revenues. There was more security, the New Deal's great ideological keyword, both in the sense of greater macroeconomic stability than during the age of capital and in the sense of income security, given the expansion of Social Security and other entitlements, some based on citizenship, others employment, under both Democratic and Republican administrations. Between 1960 and 1970, for instance, federal income security disbursements climbed from $2.2 billion to $7.9 billion. Fiscal policy evened out the periodic recessions of the business cycle through countercyclical spending. There was no great slump. Completing the fiscal triangle, income tax-exempt donations flowed to post-war non-profit corporations and foundations, the keepers of philanthropic wealth, be they the Ford Foundation or the United Way. Universities, the great non-profit corporations of the post-war era, engaged in the mass education of the future workforce, as well as intellectually producing the economic and normative standards of assessment applied to the national economy. Rates of national economic growth were measured and defined in university economics departments. To guide income politics, the post-war liberal principle of distributive justice was first and most famously codified in the moral and political philosopher John Rawls's A Theory of Justice, 1971.9. The fiscal triangle's institutional structure was the culmination of the U.S. politics of income. It differentiated U.S. political economy from others around the world, where, say, income taxes were less progressive, or where the developmental policies of mixed economies activated government on the capital side in ways the U.S. fiscal triangle did not. Further, the fiscal triangle expressed a post-war ideology of three sharply separated spheres: government, economy, and civil society, which distinguished the United States from the specter of the all-consuming state of Soviet totalitarianism. By the standards it prescribed for itself: security, structure, white male breadwinning, a shared abundance, the post-war U.S. political economic settlement functioned rather well. Its achievements cannot be dismissed. Yet it had limits and fault lines. The post-war decades were also an era of decolonization, economic development, and greater aspiration among all the world's peoples. 10 U.S. income politics had always been discriminatory, privileging white male heterosexual breadwinners. Meanwhile, U.S. macroeconomic variables and measurements, such as GDP, or aggregate demand, were not well suited for addressing the concrete wrongs of many economic relationships or the festering disadvantages suffered by many groups. By definition, no national statistic could capture the place-based, geographical dynamics of post-war U.S. economic change, in which, due to the dynamics of private capital investment, economic growth and development in some cities and regions coupled with persistent want in others. The central piece of post-war liberal economic policy, the 1964 Tax Reduction Act, proposed by JFK, passed by LBJ, channeled macroeconomic stimulus through already existing channels, rather than bringing underappreciated places and peoples into the project of long-term economic development. An extraordinary conjuncture opened during the 1960s. A decade-long economic boom began, furthered by the 1964 tax cut. Economic growth increased in the aggregate. Nonetheless, liberalism began to crack up, as a result of urban uprisings, sexual liberation, feminism, political assassinations, university student protests, capital flight, the Vietnam War, inflation, and speculative attacks by London-based currency traders on the dollar-gold peg. The golden age of capitalism in the end proved to be quite the ordeal, and we have few good reasons to be nostalgic for it. 1. The fiscal triangle. In the United States, the post-war era, often treated by historians as a single period, a golden age, was far more eventful economically than such treatments may suggest. During the 1950s, a business cycle because of fluctuations in industrial investment, usually related to how firms accumulated and released inventories, rather than because of a credit cycle, led to multiple American recessions. If structure and stability were conspicuous, due to the fiscal triangle, nonetheless the U.S. macroeconomy ended the decade suffering from tensions among economic growth, unemployment, and inflation. 11. In the elections of 1952, Dwight D. Eisenhower won the presidency and Republicans took control of both houses of Congress. That meant a defense of free enterprise, a fight against what even the mild-mannered Eisenhower called the creeping socialism of the New Deal, and a never-ending war against inflation and federal budget deficits. 12. Cold War liberalism lurched to the right, while Eisenhower, former supreme commander of Allied forces in Europe during World War II, became the next president to come to office hoping to appeal to the national interest, only to be disappointed. Months after Eisenhower's inauguration in 1953, there was a mild recession largely due to a slump in industrial investment. Further, fearing inflation during the Korean War, the Federal Reserve, following its liberation from Treasury control in 1951 and under the leadership of a new chairman, William McChesney Martin, had raised its short-term interest rate target in money and credit markets. When recession broke out, despite the fall in military spending after the Korean armistice in 1953, the federal budget entered deficit territory. Deficit spending helped the macroeconomic recovery. So did the Federal Reserve, lowering its targeted short-term interest rate target. The Fed announced it no would longer seek to directly intervene in long-term interest rates and thus in the long-term allocation of capital. 13. But the 1953-54 recession proved that even a Republican administration, despite grave fears of deficits and inflation, was willing to engage in counter-cyclical fiscal policy. Federal surplus or deficit. Unlike in the age of capital, in the age of control, fiscal austerity was no longer a policy response to economic slumps. Instead, the federal government practiced compensatory federal deficit spending to stoke macroeconomic recoveries. As macroeconomic stimulus, in 1954 Congress proposed a large income tax cut, meant to encourage private investment. Eisenhower's head of the Council of Economic Advisers, CEA, Columbia University economist Arthur Burns, believed that confidence among the owners of capital was the crucial driver of investment. 14. A tax break would bolster businessmen's expectations of future profits and thereby induce investment. The 1954 Act, in the end, cut personal income taxes only slightly, by 2% in most brackets. 15. The action was not in the rate, it was in the rebates. The Internal Revenue Act of 1954 was a major piece of legislation for two reasons. It solidified a fiscal triangle in political economy, and it favored a novel form of income politics, income tax credits and rebates. Congressional staff spent 300,000 hours working up the 907-page bill. After interest group Pluralism did its work, the final bill offered a total of $1.5 billion in tax breaks on the personal income side, ranging from fringe corporate employee benefits, including employer-based health insurance, to continued home mortgage interest payment deductions. The act even granted income tax deductions for child care-related expenses for employed mothers if their husbands were physically or mentally defective. On the investment side, the federal government offered a variety of inducements to increase the rate of fixed residential and non-residential investment. 16. In the immediate wake of the 1954 Act, the post-war housing construction boom enjoyed its last phase, while in 1955 non-residential fixed investment picked up, reaching a peacetime share of GDP not seen since 1929. The federal budget existed as a counter-cyclical stabilizer of the macroeconomy. To promote national economic growth, the tax code offered a host of interest group-specific inducements to invest. The 1954 Act also established the 501(c) categorization for non-profit corporations, and other unincorporated entities, exempt from the federal income tax. This anchored another corner of the post-war fiscal triangle, what would soon be branded the non-profit sector of American civil society, no less than for-profit free enterprise and ideological bulwark of voluntarism against big government. The largest post-war non-profit was the Ford Foundation, established by Ed